Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Day number 2 is nigh, and we get closer and closer to the summit of the VALORANT Champions Tour. And on this beautiful summer afternoon, it is a hot summer day here. Almost summer, not really, kind of getting to summer. Well, wherever we are in the Philippines, it's always kind of summer anyway. My name is Ilstrado, going to be your host here for today. And joining me, of course, the rest of my panelists is going to be Trix and Viminal here. How are you guys doing?
Doing real swell. Last night we ended really late. We had a long string of games, and before I got to today, before I woke up this morning, I passed out on my gaming chair last night. But I was able to log in Valorant at least before I actually passed out. So yeah, ready for more.
I was too excited after watching all of the pros play that I just had to play myself. So it was fun. I'm always excited to watch Valorant, especially for the first match today.
Yeah, this first match is going to be one heck of a banger. I mean, two of the favorite teams locally, I'd say definitely up-and-comers. Empire after going up against Bren, and then Hashira after reforming their roster. We'll talk about them a little bit more later on. But they definitely are going to be an interesting game. I think probably the match of the day, if I'm going to say so myself. I think that this is going to tell us a really big picture, show us a big picture of what the rest of the tournament is going to look like. But in the meantime, let's take a look at how things are actually going to go as we do show you guys the match schedule for the day. Now, I'm going to put that up on your screens. As you can see, ladies and gents, pretty much a very exciting start here. We got Hashira Empire, followed up by Bren and OG. I mean, these matches, they're definitely going to be interesting, to say the least. I mean, we talked a little bit about the first one, and then there's Bren OG, that classic matchup, you know, that classic dynamic of champion and challenger that Chimera's OG now are, you know, they kind of never have really beaten Bren, but they're maybe going to have another chance at doing so today.
Yeah. I do believe OG was able to take a map away from Bren at one point in time, but never really taken a series away from them. So again, very interesting narrative. They're always out to prove something, being, you know, one of those teams that are on the cusp of greatness. And the same can be said for both Hashira and Empire as well.
I still think there's a lot for Oasis Gaming to actually work on and improve before they can really be paired up against Bren and give it as good of a fight as we would like them to give.
Yeah, there's a little bit of, I'd say, groundwork to still do. TFO, their match against CFO yesterday, it shows that Chimera was at least improving. They just did move into their new boot camp.
Play were on their highs, but sometimes they have some really low lows that can very well be avoided by instilling discipline into perhaps their daily routine, and that boot camp would really help in that aspect.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you guys because, you know, it just goes to show that yesterday, even though they haven't been in the boot camp long, it felt like it was a little bit more synergistic with with the
There's
teams. Right?
something different, a bit of an X factor there.
And I think it was a good thing. It's not necessarily the same way that they always play, but I feel like it's an overall improvement. But we're talking about the stats right now. Godors versus Courtesy, 1.4 to the 1.2, and not a lot separating there, but the combat score is what really tells the difference. 329 to 243.
Doors just popping off. I'm actually really happy to see him off
The Reyna.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
he has to.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
I mean, this is something that remained true in the past as well. Godor is really shining even more when he's not on the Reyna. Like when he was playing Jet or when he's playing Ray as a different duelist. So this is a welcome change for Godors, and I actually would like to see him play more agents other than the Reyna, especially in this upcoming patch.
I mean, let me explain, I think, why. You know, he used to play Reyna a lot and I feel like the reason for this is because he used to solo carry. I mean, that's how the team went. Like, he go Reyna, he'll kill everyone and do some things for himself, for his team, and then he'll heal himself up, and then suddenly it's a 3v5, get 2 kills, you know, and then the 3v5, and then they'll work off of that. But that's not going to always work, and the fact that he's changing off of Reyna means that they're becoming less dependent on the Godor's thing, less dependent on him just popping off and hitting his shots.
That's true.
And I feel like with the Rays, with the Jet coming in, there's more time, there's more strategy involved, and less reliance on the overall need for Godors to have a crazy game.
I think in general, though, the Reyna pick, at least on TFO side, I was questioning it a little bit. I don't feel Reyna is as effective in team play as Gian just pointed out.
Very logically so, and going going with this type of strategy, moving forward, there's more margin for error, which is really good for the entire team. Instead of just again relying on someone fragging out,
Yeah.
you can have someone have a regular day and then everyone else frag out as well.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. But let us move on and talk about the third series of the day, which was interesting, to say the least. It took a while to get to the third game. Yeah, I'm trying to be as nice about it as humanly possible, but okay, Icebox, 100% definitely well-deserved, by Dreamfire, especially Eman with the ridiculous 3 kills on the...
Oh, that is just beautiful.
That was...
It was a 4K, wasn't it?
4K, 3 with the Deagle and 1 with the Showstopper. Right there, as you can see. It was just a crazy performance from him and the rest of the team, shutting down ArkAngel. And just when you thought ArkAngel were down and out in the second map, it was 10-2. They make a comeback.
Yeah, it was a spectacular series that a lot of twists and turns, especially during, again, the first game, Dreamfire. It was an absolute stomp in the beginning, and something we were not expecting whatsoever. And of course, you can't count out Ching being able to rally the rest of his team for that comeback here in map number 2 split when they were down 10-2, as you said. But guys, I'd just like to note the mechanical prowess of Dreamfire, which is something that I didn't really expect, them coming from a variety of different games in terms of background. But they were able to step it up here and show us that they are such a mechanical team.
They have so much potential, and their lineup, especially in Split, it's a really good lineup, but it requires a little more teamwork than what they had presented. It needs a bit more refinement on their end, especially matching the breach flashes.
Yeah, I feel like a little polish here and there could go a long way with this team. They definitely have shown signs of it. And it's not the same Dreamfire that was pugging it up
Definitely
the first
not.
time. Well, in any case, let's take a look at the stats here. And oh my god, in the first map, the stats actually do tell the tale.
Yeah.
M on 2.2 KDA and a 356 combat score. Meanwhile, Ching, this is not something you see often. 0.9 for his KDA and a 237 combat score. Very, very underwhelming.
I love the Viper pick, but it wasn't as impactful for ArkAngel in this match.
It wasn't at all.
And it was more impactful in their attacker side.
Okay.
And I feel that on their attacker, they had an idea of how they wanted to use Viper, but they weren't sure how to use Viper on a defender side, maybe not as aggressively as they would have liked.
Yeah. So
It just felt like it was lacking.
They did put up that wall on B, the toxic screen on B. But the reason why you want to put that wall is that so you have an advantage peeking anybody who goes into B. Liquid did this in their
They did.
But the thing is, you can't just put up the toxic screen and stay behind yellow. That was like the biggest question mark for me. A lot of the times you had the Viper holding alone on B. They had no information at all. It was just this really big, messy thing. Fortunately for them, come second map, they were able to pull themselves by their bootstraps and get together and make magic happen.
Still lacking in the crossfires, though. Following in from Icebox to Split, ArkAngel was really lacking in that holding, protecting each other with the angles. But to be fair, so was Dreamfire at one point in Split.
I mean, Dreamfire was looking really strong during the first map. We were complimenting how the crossfires were on point, everything. The trade frags were in quick succession. And then conversely, for the side of ArkAngel, there were a lot of scrappy aspects in terms of fundamentals. And then they suddenly woke up and realized, all right, guys, we're ArkAngel for a reason. We're going to step it up. We're going to win this. And they were able to pull through and then perform really well on the third map.
Yeah, I mean, they're, I wouldn't say hubris, but it definitely almost got to them that they probably thought that they should have won this, and that probably got to them in the first map. And, Ching admittedly in the interview that I did with him, he was like, yeah, we know who we are. We should be doing better than this. So it's a double-edged thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, it can help you out because, we're ArkAngel. We should be playing better than this. But at the same time, it can get to your head. So that's a balance that I think people need to find. And at the end, they came out with a W on top of it. So it goes to show composure goes a long way.
Do you remember a while back when Bren was putting Borkum on I believe it was a Sentinel, correct? And they were doing all right.
No. It was the controller.
He was an Omen. He was an
Omen. Okay, and he was doing all right, but then they put him on the duelist and he just shined.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish ArkAngel would learn from that.
I mean, I think it's not just you who thinks that. I mean, on top of Twitch chat, on top of Facebook chat, and the community in general, and me personally, I believe, we all miss Josh S being on that raise. We all miss, Josh S doing the things he needs to do. And
Yeah.
you mentioned it,
Yeah.
Dax mentioned it. Get them on that triple duelist composition. Get them on that aggressive lineup. Because if there's anything that ArkAngel loves to do, it's get in people's faces and take those fights.
Yes, and they're so good at that. So it's a shame to see them so far back.
In the end, it's all about self-awareness and playing to your strengths, as we say all the time. A very, very important factor
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I agree with you. And let's take a quick look at how it's going to go today. We got the bracket coming up on your screens. It is the story that we are going to be telling on the day number 2. So, as you can see, Bren 2-1 versus ONF, OG 2-0 against TFO. Dreamfire did take a loss against ArkAngel in a 1-2 scoreline, but today we're going to be starting it off with the very last quarterfinal, and that's Hashira versus Empire, and that's going to be an interesting one. But later on in the day, it's going to be Bren versus OG, and whoever wins this matchup up next, either Hashira or Empire, will be going up against ArkAngel. How do you feel about these matchups?
They're pretty exciting. As I said earlier, Hashira Empire, I can't wait to see it. I don't know what the new Hashira has to bring for us, but I do know that Empire has shown us that they have solid fundamentals. So I'm excited to see what Hashira's got.
I mean, Hashira has a really good reputation locally. They're made up of stalwarts of the VALORANT PH community. They have been in the loop for quite some time. Rabbit used to be teammates with some of the OG boys like Worship and Tricks from TFO as well, and before they split up. Now, part of Hashira, I do believe they have some new members. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they do. They definitely picked up a couple new crazy people, especially with joining the, Hatred joining the lineup, who is absolutely crazy. Like, you got to watch this guy. Hatred, I'm telling you, no one's really seen that much of Hatred.
I haven't seen him play ever.
Okay, well, I know this team a little bit better, I think. I can't say why yet, but they have picked up a couple of players, and I just want to say this Hatred kid, he hits shots like I haven't seen before, and it's gonna be insane.
With a name like that,
with a name like Hatred, like he has got to be the living embodiment of the 7 deadly sins.
I do hope he hits a shot.
But let's take a quick look and take a short breather for the meantime, because I do want to show you guys at home something very, very special. We have a little bit of a treat for you guys, and I'm not gonna spoil it for you. In fact, we're just going to pull it up on your screens right now. This is the newest thing.
Ngayong 2021, ang official kick-off sa buong mundo ng pinakaabangang VALORANT Champions Tour. At ang qualifying tournament nito, the VALORANT Challengers, is presented by none other than the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, PPGL. Saktong kakatapos lang ng VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, last weekend. Kaya yan, andito na naman ang inyong El Clasico host as always, Denki, para magbigay ng mabilisang recap para sa show na lumilingon sa pinanggalingan para makarating sa paroonan. Inside the PPGL. Explain ko lang ng mabilis. For Stage 1, Week 1, mula sa mainit na bakbakan ng Open Qualifier, 8 teams lang ang natira para maglaban-laban para malaman kung sino ang 4 na babalik para sa Week 2 as the top 4 seeded teams. Ayun. Kaya talaga namang nakakabilib na sa daang-daang VALORANT teams dito sa Pinas, and with notable teams like Affinity, 6045 Pirates, SE Atlas, at First Strike second placers ArkAngel sa top 8, meron tayong new kids on the block that had a performance of their teams. Literal na bagong salta ang Dream Fire sa PH VALORANT scene dahil galing sila sa Battle Royale at hindi sa traditional FPS games tulad ng ibang mga pros natin. It was almost a match made in heaven. BR veterans looking to prove themselves in a brand new battleground, and an organization looking to get into Riot's latest esports title. Kumbaga, itong VALORANT Challengers PH ang magiging testing ground nila kung tama ba sila sa pinasok nila. And so far, so good. Defeating Affinity, aka Waikure, 2-0 coming from a Game 1 comeback. Hindi man nila natalo ang Bren Esports nung semis, garantisado pa ring babalik sina Captain Waitopia, Budget Sinatra Vindict, Mr. Showstopper Eman, Urza, aka Young Tilterino, sabi nung team niya, at Clutch Minister Georgie para sa Week 2 natin as one of the 4 seeded teams. Bagamat underdogs, dreams are indeed real para sa Dream Fire. Kahit halos kaka-take off pa lang ng competitive scene ng VALORANT, both locally and internationally, may mga umuusbong ng rivalries. Siyempre, kadalasan ng mga malalakas, nagkikita-kita sa finals. Pero ito, semis pa lang ng Week 1, nagsalubong agad ang landas ng Empire Esports at Oasis Gaming Chimera. Mula sa rebuild project ni Godfather Worship, humatak siya ng 3 players mula sa Cebu, sina Ripper the Gatekeeper, The Beast known as Beats, at si Clutch Master Brain Freeze. Isali mo pa si God O Gadors at ang young blood disciple na si Young Pork. Alam mong top contender talaga ang mythical beast na Chimera, repping Oasis Gaming. They took down the 6045 Pirates 2-0 to have their fated rematch with their acknowledged rival, Empire Esports. Unfortunately, it was the day of Empire's reign. Pero according to them, come Week 2's time, they will work on their synergy and discipline to be more prepared and hopefully get the W pag nagkatapat sila ulit. Mainit! Speaking of Empire Esports, a team that has started to make waves as a solid contender for local VALORANT Gold, was a force to be reckoned with noong Week 1. Gaano sila kalupit kamo? Sila lang naman na nag-eliminate sa ArkAngel nung opening round. Dating kilala bilang AG Nefarious, alam mong batak na batak sina Headshot Machine Nexi, Genius Man Batghost, Philippine Sniper Silver, Faily Molly Di Umano na si Drax, Mr. Pro Complaints Stiletto, sabi ng team niya, at si Lager Z, Z7Z, sana tama pronunciation ko, nung nilaglag nila ang fan favorites ArkAngel ng 2-0. Ayon sa kanila, they were confident in the matchup na kahit mahirap yung series, they were almost certain to get the win. At ganun rin ang ginawa nila when they faced OG Chimera sa semis. Kita mong sobrang sanay na silang nagtatagpo sa laban, but this time, Empire came prepared. Kaya sila ang nakatapak sa Week 1 Finals to face Bren Esports, the team they are yet to defeat in a best of series according to them. Hindi man sila pinalad na matalo ang Bren, the silver finish is an indication that the Empire's reign is just getting started. Week 1 pa lang, nagbabaga na agad ang kompetisyon para magkaalaman na kung sino ang PH team na may kakayahang i-represent ang Pilipinas sa international VALORANT scene. Sa ngayon, at base na rin sa resulta ng mga nagdaang mga laban, mukhang Bren Esports lang talaga ang malakas. It is safe to say that Bren Esports is way ahead of the competition sa local VALORANT scene, bagging gold left and right, and is poised as the team to beat hanggang ngayon. Starting their quest to be the top team in the APAC region as Team 5 last year, capital V yung 5. The team composed of, disclaimer lang galing kay Gibo yung mga nicknames na ito Lineup God Jesse Vash, the biggest loser daw na si Dispenser, The Game na si Borcom, si Sir No Lunch, Dubstep, at ang dating teammate na kakabalik lang, Mr. Kulafu, Humi, went into the Week 1 top 8 as the fan favorite to win it all. And they did as expected, eliminating SE Atlas in the opening round 2-0, stopped Dreamfire's semifinal Cinderella run, and conquered Empire Esports in the finals 3-0. Grabe. According to them, it feels very fulfilling to be considered the best PH team. But at the same time, they know that they can't relax even for a week, or else other local teams will catch up to them. Are we gonna expect the same result sa week 2? O meron bang team na challenge sa top dog status ng Bren Esports sa ngayon? Congratulations sa ating top 4 teams! Bren Esports, Empire Esports, Oasis Gaming Chimera, at Dreamfire. Babalik sila sa VALORANT Challengers PH Stage 1 Week 2 as the 4-seeded teams, joined by 4 teams coming from the second Open Qualifier. Kaya kita-kit sa February 19 to 21 para malaman kung sino ang makakakuha ng unang slot para sa VALORANT Masters. Once again, my name is Denki at kita-kit sa next episode ng ating show na lumilingon sa pinanggalingan para makarating sa paroroonan. Inside PPGL.
I'm not gonna. I can't do it. I had to try. I don't know why we. Anyway, let's not do that anymore, guys. Okay. What we should do though is hang out all together online and reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Of course, with no one else, but with Globe's virtual hangouts. Let's get hashtag OL together now. As the virtual hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So, now that we are done with that, we can now proceed and talk about you. Yes, and I mean you, ladies and gentlemen. We're giving away some amazing things here on stream, and that includes VALORANT points. Yes, if you want that awesome fan that just got released in the, the new skin pack, and I definitely want, I want the fan so bad. It's probably the only thing I really like, to be honest. And the buddy is pretty cool. But if you want to be able to do that, this is how you do it. Do not pick your nose and chew it. It is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for, and make sure the post is public with the official hashtags. You can see I'm not going to read that for you. We don't spoon feed people here. We let them, learn on their own. And we're going to pick 10 total winners of 1,500 plus VALORANT points, and the winners will be announced at the end of the day. So, I realized that last night we finished a little bit late, but thank you all to the winners who hung on and really, really watched up until the end just to see whether they got picked or not. So again, big thank you to you guys. Anyway, if you want to know as well where else you can watch the stream in different languages, if you hate the way that we speak in English, or if you don't like if you can't understand Filipino, we got you covered. This is where you got to go. Pulling it up on your screens, it is the English commentary on Twitch and the Filipino commentary on Facebook. And naturally, of course, the panel is going to be on all English and on both streams. So twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH for the English, or you can follow the bit.ly links. And of course, facebook.com/PPGLGG for the Filipino. But let's bring it back now to the panel itself. But we will do that. I lied. We're not going back to the panel because I want to steal all the spotlight. We're going to be taking a break. When we return, though, it's going to be the first game of the day, none other than Hashira versus Empire.
You watch me do my thing. Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, hurry in. Nobody to know, stand strong.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Welcome back. Game 1 is nigh. Empire versus Hashira about to take the stage. And I mean the internet stage, not the real stage, because we can't do that right now. It's just the way life is. The internet stage, and of course go head-to-head. and figure out which one of these teams can go into the semifinals. But before we discuss the winner of this quarterfinal, let's discuss about how you can be a winner yourself. We're giving away Valorant points, and this is how you can be a winner. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, and like and share the stream with a caption of which team you're rooting for and preferably why. Like, let's say you're, I don't know, supporting Hashira. Go Hashira win, hashtag Hashira win, or Empire win. And, tell us a little bit about why you're a fan of that. Anything, I mean, it'll help because, we like to read the content and we like to read the support. And, of course, we'll be choosing 10 winners to win 1,500 Valorant points. And winners will be announced at the end of the day. But enough about that. Let us go and talk about the game itself. Empire versus Hashira. It's going to be one heck of a fight. And before we talk about it, my name is Illustrado. And the people who I will be discussing with are on the panel with me, Trix and Viminal. What have you got for us on this game?
Howdy.
Howdy. Howdy do.
I mean, Empire, a fundamentally strong team, has proven themselves over and over again. Then we've got Hashira coming in with this new lineup that is, as said, with hearsay, I've heard that it's very strong. You've got Hatred, apparently, who's insane aim. So it's a wonder, really, with a team that's newly built, still forming themselves, going against a team that has proven to be fundamentally strong, that is just now adding finish and polish to everything they're doing. I do wonder how Hashira will fare.
Yeah. I think Hashira has been that team before, that team that has been fundamentally good. We know very long, good tracking record for them, but they've stepped away for quite some time. They took a little bit of a break, and now they have a brand new roster. Honestly, I don't know what to expect from them today, which is why I'm really, really excited for this matchup. Actually, we've been talking about this over the weekend, that we're really excited to watch them.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I've been a fan of Hashira since First Strike because the way that they played was, quite exciting. This is 100% no bias. It's just, honestly, they were exciting ever since. Stop with that smile. Don't get
Okay.
on my case with that. But I'm a big fan of both of these teams, and Hashira ever since I saw them in First Strike, and Empire when we saw them in the Valorant side. But before Hashira, let's go ahead and talk about Empire itself. The lineup coming up right now, and this is a little bit of not this most star-studded lineup, but they do have strong impressions with them. You got Draxi, you got Nexi, who's a god as an anchor right there. You got Silver, like holy moly, sometimes the shots that he hits,
Yeah.
And the amazing thing about this team, it's not even about the individual players, how good they are. It's just how much of a well-oiled machine they can be.
And how they trust each other so much to be able to move on their own and understand that, my teammates got my back, so it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And this is what I mean by saying, I don't know if Hashira is really going to come in there prepared. I personally do not know that. Because going against a team like Empire, I wonder, you just have to be better. You just have to be fundamentally better. You can't rely on hitting your shots. You have to rely on hitting the strategies.
I think it's a very direct opposite. I think these teams might be quite opposite in the way that they play. Because I know for a fact that Hashira like to hit fast. They like to hit hard. Empire, they like to wait. They like to slow it down, and they like to
Methodical,
react. Exactly.
yeah.
This is what's going to be, I think, a very interesting development as we see the difference of play styles. Speaking of Hashira, now let's take a look at their lineup and tell a bit the audience about what we know about these guys here. So, of course, it is 2766, one of the newer players as well. Hatred, you got Envy, you got Jeremy, and you got Rabbit. Okay, we can't talk about Hashira without talking about Rabbit, and I think we got to start here. Rabbit, he's the in-game leader. He's the O main. Just an absolutely insane player ever since. He's OG, and he currently leads the team. This guy's presence is so commanding. Can we expect the same from him when we get into the game itself?
I just want to point out, by OG you mean original gang, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just because we have OG Oasis gaming.
Oh, no. Yeah, thank you for that. No, not
Just
not the team.
Just original gang, guys.
confusion. But yeah, Rabbit has been team captain, has been for quite some time through different iterations here in the roster. And without a doubt, this guy, is a bit of a people person, this man. And without a doubt, he can bring that character and rally his team behind him, of course, in this matchup. But Jeremy, I do believe he is one of the youngest Radiant players in the Philippines.
He's nuts.
This guy is just crazy talented, and was, I do believe, the first Radiant under the age of 18. I'm not sure, but Again, phenomenal expectations coming in from that man. But I haven't heard a lot about Hatred, Envy, and of course 2766. We have seen him play in a few matches before.
So Envy, when it comes to the players, the dynamic is really good, and this is what I like about Hashira. It makes sense. Envy is more like the co-captain. They kind of, he calls the shots a little bit alongside Rabbit, from what I know. 2766 is an amazing anchor onto the site, and Hatred is he's this duelist is just crazy and hitting.
Focuses on like fragging out.
Yeah, he just frags. That's his job. Yeah,
Also, pointing in just about the players themselves, having personal experience with some of these players, I know that they're very level-headed, and I think that's going to be great for them coming into the VCT into this tournament, because you really need that, especially when you don't really know exactly to what extent your opponents are really going to hit you.
Yeah, but I feel like there's always a tilt factor, like
Always a
possible
little
for any team.
Yeah.
Like if you go 0-7 early on, I mean, it's going to take a lot of
it's
strength.
Get in your head.
It'll get in your head, but you gotta fight back and do that. But let's talk about the head-to-head, and this is an interesting one. Jeremy versus Silver, the duel of the duelists, two of the best that we have locally. I mean, these guys, Jeremy, not a lot of previous stuff from him, especially because Hashira has been laying low for a while up until now. Silver has been popping off previously, though. So take these stats with a grain of salt, because I think today is really the first true test of what Hashira can do.
I'm still such a fan of Silver, though. I love watching
He is great.
him play.
I also love Silver, because not only is he intelligent, but he's so exciting.
Yeah.
That's something about Silver, and the way that his team supports him is just absolutely beautiful. We didn't get to talk about that. We didn't get to talk about Empire that much, so we'll do that in just a second. But let's go and take a look about the veto, the maps that we're going to be picking, where we are going to be battling today. And it is, to no surprise, going to be Ascent, Bind, and Haven. Now, both teams good on Ascent and Bind, and we're definitely going to see a fight here.
Yeah.
So this is like, a classic trio, and both of these teams have had, of course, a lot of experience. Probably a fair share experience of facing each other in some of these maps. When I talk about each other, I mean Jeremy and Rabbit versus Old Age Nefarious, etc., etc.
I'm curious to see how this is going to pan out. I know that in Ascent, or in all maps in general, Hashira tends to favor the Omen, which is very strong, great flash, but then they're going against Empire, who favors the Brimstone.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering here, Empire is going for more of those set plays, and Hashira is going more of that explosive, fast hit with the Omen flash and just pairing with it. At least that's what I'm assuming.
I feel like you're onto something. I feel like that's actually a really good idea, and it goes with their play style as well, because Empire, they really like to slow it down, and we know Hashira. That's why I love Hashira as well. They're just so exciting to watch.
Yeah.
They're so in your face. But you know what's going to be in your face? Game number 1. We're about to start off with it again. My name is Illustrado, and on the panel it is Trix and Viminal. Thank you very much for joining us here on the VALORANT Challengers Tour. But in the meantime, we're going to have to pass it off to our casters. So, casters, first game, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, panel, for that one. And of course, with me and Black and Blue back here, my name's Asteroid. Of course, this is Black and Blue. I just wanted to start the day off with a try hard Valorant pickup line.
Here we go again. All right, hit me.
All right. So Black and Blue, are you Sage?
Why?
Because I believe that you resurrected my belief in love.
Oh, there we go. Isn't that so sweet? Better 8.
Okay, 8.
Production gave yesterday a 7. Now they're giving it an 8. I'm going to give
Okay.
you a 9.
Yeah. Oh, thank you,
Almost
thank
there.
you.
I
Because
gave an 8.5 last time.
Yeah, because it's a little bit sweeter, but next time, maybe on week 3, or maybe even tomorrow, I'll have something a little bit spicier for you guys. You might be looking forward to those pickup lines. Sometimes it's corny, but if you try it out and she says, "Aw, sweet," maybe that's a chance.
You're in the zone.
Yeah, you're in the zone. And speaking of being in the zone here, Hashira and Empire, the panel talked about it, but I also want to just kind of brush up on what we know on our end with this particular team. Honestly, Empire here, Black and Blue, I felt is the team to have the best chance in getting into the grand finals, because they had such a great and consistent performance, all going up against these different teams. They were able to beat Chimera, ArkAngel, First Order, and of course put a lot of pressure on Bren, even though they did lost that best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think in our predictions, we both kind of chose Empire to come up in this match here versus Hashira. But honestly, looking at the map bans and how the veto went out, I am inclined to believe that Hashira actually won the veto because of the fact that, okay, Hashira picked Ascent as map number 1, which is actually, for the side of Empire, one of their worst maps, guys. But then again, it is also, while it statistically might be one of their worst maps here for Empire, sometimes the stat sheet doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, that's true. Because again, we talked about how they lost 0-3 to Bren, and the third map that they played was on Haven. Again, it looked like they were very fatigued on that map, and going up against Bren on Haven, which is technically their best map, you can't really see the true gauge of Empire on that particular setting itself. So maybe in this matchup against Hashira, it could be different, but check this out. A hover over the Yoru. I'm waiting for it, but I'm not hopeful because people just tease me with the Yoru, man.
That is true. And so Ascent is what we're going to start off with. Bind for our second map, which was picked by Empire. And the decider, as we talked about once again, is Haven, who might just be what an interesting map to see, but let's look at this now. Ascent is going to come up. It seems like Silver is going to be on the raise here. Double Duelist coming out for the side of Empire. On the side of Hashira, kind of the same notion too, but this time they supplement the Reyna with a Jet instead. So both teams here pulling out the Raze. I think Raze is a pretty good operator to like operator character to play, but if you have a Jet, give the op to Jet.
Yeah, definitely agree. Now, just kind of articulating what they picked up, I was kind of like jotting down notes. I didn't see if it was really the Yoru. No, it's going to be the Sova here for Empire. I do very much like this from the side of Empire. They have a lot of info gathering before I believe KJ was released. The kind of set agents that you would pick up on Ascent would be Sova as well as the Cypher, because Ascent in a way is a really big map and it has a lot of potential for both attacking side and defending side to have lurkers. So having a Sova and a Cypher at least mitigates you being flanked from behind, and at least with this one, it's kind of like the same thing where you have the turret to see opponents, and then you have also a Nano Swarm to flush out corners, and then you also have the Sova for that recon dart. So it's going to allow Empire to have all the information that they need to get into the sites as well as play those post plans if they go to, when we go to defending. On the other side here for Hashira, it seems like they're going to be, like you said, man, perfect. The three pull? The triple duelist.
The triple. No, we have the triple duelist here for the side of Hashira, and that's something interesting to see. I think when they were trying to pick it off, I didn't actually see them pick Phoenix, but they do have the Phoenix now, and that is, while it's like, we'd like to see it, I'm not sure if necessarily that's the best thing for them to do right now against Empire, considering the fact that, okay, they have a Killjoy, right, as you said, who is supplementary for the Cypher, but they don't have really much else. They don't have a Sova. They don't have much information gathering. Now, while they have an Omen who you can fake out with your ult, right, but as far as information gathering-wise, there isn't too much here for the side of Hashira, and that is something that might concern me when it comes to the attacking side, although they're going to try and supplement it with brute force with the triple duelist.
To kind of add to that, so you're talking about brute force, right?
Yeah.
I think another word that we're going to be looking for when we're going to be seeing Hashira play here is one thing: confidence in taking sites.
Yeah.
That's all they're going to be going for. Because if they try to half-ass it and, okay.
We're here.
We've already started. I apologize for that one, guys. As it seems like there's already some damage being dealt all across the map. Bad Ghost is going to be situated onto the Sova, only on the pistol. And it seems like the attackers are having a little bit of difficulty.
That is true. Well, Bad Ghost, he is last one left alive here. No, sorry, excuse me here. For the side of Hashira, it's actually going to be the opposing Sova there on 2766. He's going to find Draxi. Now, do not forget that for the side of Hashira, this is supposed to be their map, but Empire take the pistol away from them. Unfortunately, we got into the pistol round a bit too late into it to really see how things devolved, but 3 frags to start things off there on the Reyna by Z7Z.
Who did they replace for Z7?
Stiletto.
Stiletto's not here. Okay.
I have a feeling they're going to pull out Stiletto on their second map when they go to Bind. I think that's where Stiletto does kind of shine. If you guys are not familiar, his previous IGN in-game name was Kevs. So that's their 6-man right now. They have a 6-man roster to play around with.
Yeah. I haven't really seen Z7Z kind of pop off for the most part, but if you look at his stats online, you can go online to check out some of the stats here on VCT. not sure if you can can we say the website that we use for it? You can go to vlr.gg or
I'm pretty sure.
the spike.gg, guys. It helps us a lot to also kind of keep track of their performance. Anyways, so this guy, based on his KDA numbers, right? We don't really like talking about it because it's very rough.
KDA.
Yeah.
I wish
we
Valorant
could talk
had the
about
KDA,
that.
though.
We could talk about it because it's League of Legends, right?
Yeah, I wish Valorant had the KDA. Who'd be like your all-female lineup here?
Jet,
Jet
Raze,
for sure. 'Cause
Reyna.
Shannon Williams, right?
Oh, true.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Anyways, we're a little bit
getting-
sidetracked.
Well, it's technical pause too.
That's true. Also true. Z7Z does have one of the highest KDAs for the Empire roster before playing during week 1 and week 2. So at least that just shows to us that he has the propensity to have, just really good performance if we allow him to just do that. Now, of course, that was just a pistol round. He got 3 kills. It's good and all. And now I'm just kind of looking forward more to seeing him pop off into the next. And now, also wanted to just add on to what is going to be, I think, one of the members to highlight for Empire Esports, the one who doesn't even play Duelist for Empire Esports, Nexi, has been a phenomenal player. That match that they had between ArkAngel here on Ascent as well was Nexi stealing rounds away from ArkAngel, literally stealing the rounds. I think he was able to get 2-3 rounds in a 3 versus 1 clutch, especially on the A site, just because of his anchoring, his ability to read opponents, and his ability to just kind of position himself where he's not in a disadvantageous spot. He's always there, able to get the kills that he needs to stop the pressure, the oppression from the opposing team.
Yeah, as you said, Nexi has been an ice-cold killer in those clutch situations. He, even on the Killjoy, can definitely do some stuff. Maybe less mobility on his side, yes, but he doesn't need it when you got such impeccable aim and mechanics as such a player. Guys, of course, now is the time to get this going, like and share the stream. That would quite help us to help you guys with more tournaments like this because, well, I think we're about to get underway. It almost seems like because the technical pause thing kind of flashed for a second, but okay, let's talk about how things have kind of progressed here. Map number 1, Ascent. Map number 2, Bind. Haven is going to be our decider. I think for map number 1, Hashira is honestly, even though I believe Empire are going to win this, especially before coming into the draft pick, yesterday I felt like Empire really did have a good chance, and I think it's both of our picks to move on forward past this match and win this best of 3. I do think, though, that because of how the map veto has went, because of how the map draft has went, that Hashira are definitely going to bring it to a 3-game series at the very least, because of the fact that we're going to start off on Ascent, which means I feel like Hashira are going to take this 1-0. Empire are probably going to be able to come back 1-1, and when we go to Haven, now, stat-wise, once again, yes, Haven might not be the best map for Empire, but it's kind of a wild card because of the fact that
they went up against Bren.
Hashira are actually pretty good here on Haven. So that's something I'm very concerned for the side of Empire. In fact, stat-wise, Hashira are better when it comes to Haven than Empire are. And so that is something that really concerns me. I do believe, though, that the pressure is on Empire to bring this back, even though I feel like they're the favorites to win this series at the very least. It's kind of concerning for me that how they lost the map draft phase, especially the fact that Hashira banned Split, which is Empire's best map.
Maybe Empire just has some tricks up their sleeves with this particular 5 maps. I mean, it's 5 maps, right? There's not really a lot of things that you can do about it. You have to at least try to figure out how to play these maps, even though that's kind of like a dumb moment for Astra. Of course, they have to know.
Yeah.
But that's also what these teams have to figure out as well. Anyways, guys, we're going to go for a quick breather here. I think we are going to be trying to deal with the hiccups that we have right now with the game. And in any case, we're going to come back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
dance together. We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you. And repay your kindness tenfold? your favorite child?
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know be strong, be a good friend. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Dear Mother, Light of the Home.
Dad?
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Welcome back, guys, to the VCT 2021 Philippine Challengers 1 Week 2, as we are, I believe, ready to go, ready to rumble for these two teams, best of 3 between Hashira and Empire.
Okay, let's get this show going, guys. Empire were able to take the first pistol there, as you guys can see. So, them doing good to start things off, considering this is Hashira's map pick, and this is also one of Hashira's best maps, even. Here's on Ascent. Still, the timer has not gone, but I believe we're supposed to be going live in just a sec.
Yeah. And just a little bit of a fun fact, as you can probably tell, Hashira's name is definitely familiar for you Demon Slayer fans out there. And yes, they do very much like, at least the original members, that's why they named it Hashira, is because they're big fans of the Demon Slayer anime, or as other people know by Kimetsu no Yaiba, so, you know.
Thanks for that anime intuition, SRI. I'm pretty sure there's a player here too who's like, or even a team that we saw in the qualifiers that are big like One Piece fans, and their whole team was named
6045 Pirates.
Yeah, 6045 Pirates. Exactly. They didn't get to this weekend, but I think they played in the open qualifiers. Unfortunately, I don't believe that they were able to make it this far though. But the clock moved like 5 seconds.
It's okay. Maybe after an hour, we'll be down to like 5 seconds, and then that's what the game will start.
Time is relative.
You see where, what was that? I think the Sova was jumping up and down now. Before, you could put a Cypher trap there, tripwire, and jump over the canopy to bypass the wire, right? But now, Riot was like, we're not going to let you do that. We're just going to remove it. It's not going to be a boostable area anymore, and you can't hop over. So
unless you're a jet.
Unless you're a jet. Exactly. Because you got the updraft.
Yeah.
Yes. Ooh. Show to us Shannon Williams. This is his character.
I'll never get I like how you had to add that at the end there, but well, let's see. Let's talk about what we have economically on this side. Hatred, he's the only guy with a sheriff. Otherwise, Hashira dry for any sort of firepower on their side.
There we go.
There we go. Clock timer is now live, and we're about to get our second round going on here, guys. Welcome once again to day 2 of VCT Week 2, stage number 1. Whoever wins this is going to go up against ArkAngel in the semifinal, which will be played later on tonight. So, ooh, look at that recon dart. They found a full 5-man stack coming towards the A long side.
The perfect recon dart. You think you only get a 1 or 2? No, it's the whole 5 shebang. But it seems like Hashira are going to go for the quick bang onto the A side. Still, though, it's Empire just thwarting them at the entrance of the gates. That's going to be a clean round for them, only losing the raids in the process. Still, I think Hashira just wanted to end that quickly.
Well, the enemy were at the gates, and it seems like the gates were closed. Come back later, we open at 9. For the side of Empire here, looking really good. Operator on round number 3. To point it out, and it's on silver. Very interestingly enough, considering the fact that Empire Esports, they have, I believe their other duelist was a jet, right? No, that's for Hashira. The other duelist here for the side of Israina. So Raze would be fine. I guess. I mean, in theory, that's no jet, but Hatred's able to find Nexi, and the trade-off coming in from Z7Z, that's 1-for-1 apiece. Now, the B side, while looking pretty nasty to start things off, seems like it's going to cool down just a bit as the attention of Hashira is being diverted towards A side. Seems like they want to go for a split here, 2 mid and 2 long.
Closing the doors on market is going to allow Hashira here, or he's going to force Hashira to try to either take mid or go to market and basically break the door and, you know, give away their positioning. And in case Hashira has kind of slowed down their pace just a little bit, and losing that jet definitely kind of hinders their ability to go into the site and take it quickly because you don't have that tailwind, or yeah, the tailwind anymore, the dash. It's allowing Empire to have so much control, and we know already that Ascent is probably a strong map for Empire. Well, not really probably, it's a really strong map for Empire. This is where I think, again, they did kind of do those dirty things to ArkAngel.
You can actually see the reads come in here. Now, initially they're going towards the A side, but as they spot out the boom bot and Rabbit gets a frag here, they realize, okay, we put too much attention on A now. The rotation is going to come in there. But as soon as Empire realizes this, they put out the recon dart there towards short, and then they realize, okay, there's no more information, and they get the perfect read on the rotation of Empire Esports as Hashira take their first round of this series. I love the reads coming in from both teams. Initially by Empire, then Hashira answering back, and Empire at the end could not prevail.
Just good reads. Now, oh, Silver is going to be playing the operator already. Very quick to this man. 0 kills yet to his name because it's all have been on the Reyna to get those 6 digits or 6Ks to his pocket. Still, Empire are able to buy up, but after this round, we're probably going to have to go for the save. They have to make this work, or else Hashira is already looking pretty damn good in terms of economy. Badgo's going to go for the delayed recon dart here. Get that little bit of information. Only here's the boom bot, but no team, no opponents to actually follow up onto the B main area. Okay, this one though, Hashira's 2766 is going to be able to find out the Raze. Are they going to be able to flush him out? Perfectly timed there as Hatred obliterates his opponent. And it seems like Silver's positioning questionable as he drops his weapon as well. And Hatred good on the A short.
He is alone there though, so he has to be careful about that because no one's going to be able to get the trade-off if he tries to swing wide. Although, as you can see here, it seems like their attention is now trying to be brought towards the B side. They realize A is looking a bit too hot, although they do have a turret to watch their flank, yes, and the Killjoy there as well for the side of Hashira to kind of keep the Omen out of bounds if they do try and do something funny. But Jeremy, look at this! He just blasts his way all the way into market, almost finds a frag there actually onto Nexi, but he's going to actually win that fight, not expecting him to actually push the dark cover. Hatred's going to go for the peek here towards the gardens, and as he opens a tree door, that opens up the avenue for them to go towards the A site as well, where the rotation has already come in. Now they're up here in heavens and towards the Raptors, and they might be able to deny this plan if they can find a frag, but that is not going to be the case as Hatred gets a frag of his own. That's a third now this round.
This is actually still pretty winnable for Empire. There's like 2 of the members of Hashira who's already down. 1 bullet, 1 hair should actually take him out. Hatred's going to have to play a little bit of a vanguard here, but Badgos finds him with the shock dart. Now they're going to have to clear so many angles, and there's the firing range, but they make it work. 2766 left to his own devices. They go in under hell. He gets 1. He's firing right now with the 14 bullets left in the chamber, but Nexi is still Nexi, the sexy player of... Okay, that's so weird, but he is always the clutch god and the anchor god for Empire Esports, able to keep a bad situation from coming worse and actually picking it up to become a good scenario for them.
Perfect call there, Asteroid, to call it out and realize that it is a winnable situation. 2v4, yes, but they had utility and they also had good positioning to be able to capitalize on the lack of post-plant, how do I say this, post-plant awareness coming from the side there of Hashira. Of course, very great job by Nexi to get a triple kill in that round, and if not for him, it probably would have not happened. Silver this time is once again able to force up the operator. That's the 3rd round in a row now. This guy is really, seems to really want to get that thing going, even though he hasn't found anything with it yet, and it's the 3rd round that he's pulled it out. Might be a bit too expensive of an investment moving forward, but we're going to see if he's going to be able to make something happen here as they come towards the A site. Drax is able to fend off Jeremy, but he'll get quickly traded off as Hatred finds Stu. He is certainly very angry.
Whipping out the blades, very, very strong. Lots of people might think that it's not really the best thing, and Envy, where did that shot come from? He was able to devour his opponent from underneath on hell, and Hatred just comes out swinging. Doesn't even decide to maybe go get the operator. He's like, nah, I'm an entry fragger. I don't need to operate. I need to vandalize.
He's an operator. When you got 6 kunai knives, you can throw out and potentially make it even look more swagful. Swagful, even a word. Swaggy.
Swagacious.
Swagacious.
Swaggy daddy.
Swagalacious.
But yeah, I get it. It's just a swag movements from Hatred there. Honestly, I thought that it was gonna be a shutdown on Hashira's side because Hatred seems to kind of YOLO'd in, but he's able to translate, you know, a round win by just utilizing the knives. I mean, he had a Vandal in hand, but he was like, I don't need no Vandal. I got my knives. This is how I do. I ain't no hitman. I am a well, an assassin.
Speaking of Hatred, he just gets removed easily.
Oh, yeah.
Decapitation via a Sheriff, and Jeremy's able to find a frag in the next. See, I think what happened there, Asura, in the last round, as Jeremy's probably going to find a second, and he does. Rabbit will chime in with his own. Let me continue. The thing that happened there in that last round was the fact that since the Raze just blast back her way in, or his way in, rather, they were a bit too focused on what the Raze was about to do, and so that allowed Hatred to pop off on the Jet, really, because it seemed like, yeah, he was just YOLOing, right, going tailwinding in, but 7Z7's able to find a second frag here on the Jeremy this time, and this could actually go either way if they can find another pick, and it seems like for the side of 7Z7, he's been looking hot. Freezing out to a 1v3. The Reyna might be the right agent to do it, but still going to be very difficult, even after picking up this very, very nebulatic Phantom.
So something that Illustrato has kind of pointed out to us, right? Yeah, they're doing a lot of baits here, and it's working because they're kind of putting, what's the word here, attention off of the points where Hashira wants to go for those entries. And they've kind of supplemented this with a lot of quick plays that you don't really see from a lot of teams. Now, Z7Z, he's not going to know that someone's right behind him and is being hunted down by Rabbit, who just makes sure, you know, trigger discipline, and he's like, yeah, Z7Z, get a taste of my Rabbit goodness. And Hashira is starting to, you know, start off with a couple more advantages in terms of rounds.
Hashira bringing it back now, and they finally equalize the score on their own map pick. So, able to at least bring things down mano a mano. Let's see if that's going to continue on, because they really should be winning this map, to be quite honest with you. This is one of their better maps, and for Empire, this is not one of their... Although Empire are pretty decent on this map, to say the least, considering they took a 3-0 lead, but another round here coming in, and as we move into the 7th, it seems like it's going to take place towards the B site to start things off. Now, nobody pushed in towards B main for the side of Empire Esports. They'll be playing too aggressive, and Hatred has once again tailwinded and dashed his way into the site. Now, he's going to just have to bail out even through the Nano Swarm, because he felt that there's too much pressure going to be applied to him. He could get found, do not want to give away the pick, especially with the Owl drone looming overhead. I think it was the right decision to do. Bail out of going towards B. Too much aggro we've already pulled here, and let's try the rotation towards A.
Draxi, you know he wants to push through B main, but because they don't have that information anymore, he's just like, I have to hold this as an anchor for the moment. We do have Batghost with a crossfire that could help out Draxi here, because Hashira has only kind of played that we fake the B, we might go A, but because we still have we still have as defenders bodies on A, and nobody's there, and we're pushing up A main. It seems like it might be just a fake, a double fake, and coming back to B, here we go.
I think they called the fake, though, because you can see the Killjoy is actually looking towards the way for B, for the Empire squad, but that showstopper does not land. Actually, no, he does. Get Batghost, and Hatred is able to find one of his own. That makes it now a 2-pick for Hashira. 3v5, and Asarai, this is still a winnable situation, I think, for Empire, but it's going to be very difficult considering the only control they have is their own spawn, and just a bit of market there with the Reyna alone.
Saw Nexi there. He's gonna have a difficult positioning because of that one-way smoke that came out from the Omen. They're gonna have a chance, but even if they do, lockdown is still available for Hashira. They have their own lockdown, but this is, I think this is very risky because they took a lot of time just to get into the site, and now Ultimates will be coming ablaze. Nexi does get a kill off, but that's still not gonna be enough, and a very forced play, and a play that doesn't have a lot of success rate coming out from Empire there.
Yeah, I think it kind of seemed like they really wanted to get that round because of the fact that they knew the next one, which was this one, they're going to be low in economy, and so they had to burn the lockdown. I don't know if that's the right decision to have made, because you could have used a lockdown in the round right after this, even if you lost the last one.
Yeah.
And I think that might have been a better decision, especially now you let HSR, Hashira's Killjoy, be able to pop her lockdown without any counter coming in from your side if they do go for the execute on the Hashira squad. So it's going to be a bit rough for Empire moving on forward without that lockdown and knowing that Hashira has theirs online, and execution might just be a bit too difficult for them to deal with if they start off with that.
I want to ask, like, pros or people who, you know, kind of play around the idea of lockdowns too. Why do they push way too quickly as the lockdown's like still 5 seconds from popping in? Before that though, Droxy's gonna have to deal with this man who he cannot even connect with his own Bucky. Still though, Silver does pick him up back because of that ultimate being used, but the attacker ultimate is still there. C7Z is gonna be on the flankies as he's in a very tight spot. He will use his ultimate there, or rather his Leer, and hits a nice little shot. And he gets caught on the back end, but he's still able to b-hop his way on out of there. Perfectly executed. And Hashira, I mean, that was supposed to be all them. But yeah, like you pointed out, it is, I believe, the KJ who was able to get into the site. Let's see if Envy can get some damage here as he does take out Nexi.
Well, it looked very dire for Envy here, considering he was the only person in sight in a 3v1 pretty much because his partner was isolated, his teammate was isolated here on Rabbit. Able to bring it back somehow, able to find a frag there. So there's still a 2v3 and make that a 2v2. They've equalized things up now. Great find by Rabbit towards Gardens. The plant will go off on the default spot, but Silver's able to bring it back and find Rabbit. Envy, that's a triple kill. He needs a fourth, and he'll get the fourth. Z7Z will get taken down. Attackers here, Hashira, do finally increase their lead to 2.
How did Empire lose that? Envy was just able to penetrate the site by himself ever so slowly, and it worked. Empire, they might have thought that Hashira was going to go for a quick rotate, and it kind of shows right now that Empire, they're a good defensive team, but you have to they have to kind of figure out first where their opponent is, and Hashira has kind of played this Houdini peekaboo playstyle that they can't read as quickly and they can't adapt as fast as they would want to.
Yeah, it seems like there were actually 2 of them there on top of the rafters, and as soon as Envy got the frag, I think it was on the opposing Killjoy, I think the Reyna here, Z7Z, should have went for the peak, but unfortunately, seemed like he kind of hesitated, and that allowed Envy to reposition under Dark and get things going. So maybe something that they have to look back to when they actually try and, you know, re-watch this VOD. But
true.
Let's see how things are going to progress now as they've thrown out here towards Catwalk in short. They know the Boombot is coming out here, so there's somebody has to be towards Tree and Garden. So that is a bit of information being found here. Indirect information, really, coming in for the side of Hashira.
Hashira still on the mend. Oh, that's a nice little recon dart there. It pushes right through, but Silver and Z7Z finally kind of feeling themselves out a little bit. Envy once again. I do like how Envy here is very confident in how he just goes for these push plays. Granted, it's not going to be always effective, but it does allow Hashira for this freedom to kind of figure out that nobody's A-main. We can try to maybe pinch the short as Envy's going to be pushing right in. Now, Silver's already pretty dang low. He's got to be careful because he's about to get spotted by Envy. They did not check the A-main area, but still, though, Draxi does get the refrag. Still, Hashira going all around the map here. Gets spotted out by the alarm bot, thankfully enough, because you already saw the rotations coming in from Empire to go to A, while Hashira is going to be rushing for B, but Nexi is going to be the anchor, and let's see if Nexi can proceed and create some plays that's going to be necessary for Empire to get this dub.
Well, 2766, he's able to find the frag. He actually guesses the right position of Nexi. If he continued that wallbang, maybe he would have been able to find the shot, but unfortunately it does not work out in his favor. Empire Esports able to cut the deficit down to just 1. Now you can see here top fraggers for both sides. Z7Z on 11, and the other double-digit player is going to be Hatred. He has been doing insane too. While his economy is low, though, I think Envy's probably going to drop for him, so you're going to still get a full buy up here for their side, though it's taking a while for it to come in. He's probably like, Envy drop, Envy drop, Envy drop, there you go.
The biggest thing that I think is allowing Empire to kind of equalize with Hashira here is that they don't lose Nexi at all. Because if they lose Nexi, they lose the capability of a turret and an alarm bot that catches off Hashira's off-angle pushes here. And it's so important because you saw there, Empire was already looking to go to the A site. If the alarm bot didn't spot them out, they still would have tried to gone there. In any case, oh my goodness, Nexi's going to try to just play around Boathouse, and it's not going to work out, and they're going to be almost caught, and that is a collateral shot for Silver. That was one in front of him, close in front, and one already rotating to the back. Rabbit's going to be right in front, but C7Z is going to be able to connect the shots, and we're down to the 2 versus 2.
2 birds and 1 stone has been thrown. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 here on the post plant, and we're going to see who's going to prevail. Now, 2766, he is playing here by triple. Envy right around the corner, so they're going to have a crossfire, but the Leer is going to distract him. He's going to find opening picker, Bad Ghost, and he's going to find a second after C7C goes down. Great play with the spray to cap it all off, and Bad Ghost brings it back for Empire.
You know, do you watch Ace Ventura?
I'm familiar, but I'm not.
Sorry, I wanted to like. There's this scene where Jim Carrey was like, just, you know, running through the flaming stones. That's kind of like similar to what Batghost and C7Z did there. They basically were putting their feet underneath Nanoswarm just to go get that positional advantage. Granted, of course, they were burning because that's a Molly ability. They were still able to get the kills that they needed in such a short amount of time. That was very risky, but it paid off in the end because I don't think HSR was kind of... how do you say this? HSR was expecting it. There we go. Thank you so much.
I feel like, yeah, they were anticipating the push to come maybe a second later.
Or
and
maybe on lane, too.
Or maybe on the lane position instead of going through the stairs. And so the whole fact that they actually pushed that angle, while it might be a common one because of the fact that there was a Nanoswarm there, it actually almost became like an off angle, one that you would not expect for them to necessarily really try and nano criminal through, but a one-way smoke here. Good auto turret placement. That is just for information because while you can be pretty sure that they're going to push out main when you have a one-way smoke like that, you can never be too sure. And so the auto turret being dispensed for that piece of soft information, I think it's been a good use of it. But Hatred once again pulling out the Blade Storm. He has made his way all the way towards the rafters. Z7Z and Draxi find a pick a piece, but Silver is going to shut him down with a rocket of his own. And seems like technology wins over the knives.
Magical knives, to say at the least.
Magical knives, yes.
Or maybe maybe Radiant knives. 2766 is going to be on the other end here, and that's going to at least net the Hunter's Fury, but Bad Ghost connects on to Jeremy on the other end, 2766 on the other as well, and Empire looking pretty damn strong in that round, and I just wanted to break that down real quick. That play that they did on A main, you pointed out, right? They've done this as well on Bren, and Bren has done that again on A main. Empire was kind of like quick to imitate it, and they are able to kind of make it work out. But the real star of the show, I think you already pointed out, Silver knowing where to pop out his ultimate, and like Hatred didn't even know where it came from.
I think what happened was that Silver heard the tailwind come in from the jet, from Hatred there, that he was going to be pushing the Raptors, and he literally kind of like pre-fired the angle because he knew he was probably Blade stormed up, right? So a good heads-up play coming there from Silver. I love to see it, and while he has not been too hot on the operator, that's a heads-up play once again from him, as Rabbit this time is found to start things off.
It's like swatting a fly with a machine gun, you know what I mean?
A BB gun, shotgun.
Yeah, something really, really chonky, like a 50 mm on a fly. In any case, there's going to be a little bit of a tussle here on the mid-side area of Ascent, leaving only Hashira's Jet to try to play by himself, and there's going to be the lockdown. Here we go. And have to charge right in, and Hatred is already on the push. They know immediately where he is. Maybe going to be able to get the spike out. No, he's not. And he's almost going to get detained. Hunting him out. They know he's not anymore with the weapon, but they can hear the reloads, and Bad Ghost just say, I'm Bad Ghost. I'm going to hit you while you reload. I'm Bad Ghost. I'm Bad Ghost.
There we go. 7-5 on the board, and that's off the back of Bad Ghost's frag there at the end. So, as we move in to the second half, Empire Esports, I don't think Hashira are honestly in a bad spot here. They are going on the defensive side, which they are pretty good on Ascent on. And as well, a 5-7 scoreline is not too bad to go down to when you come into the second half. So they can definitely win this pistol, equalize things up, get it 7-7, and then continue on and win the gun rounds there on in their fourth, especially that they're on the defensive side too. So I don't think, even though Hashira are down 2 rounds here, there's much to worry about for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's Valorant, right? We always say this, that even if you're 10-2, you win 3 rounds and it's 10-5, and that like big gap turns into like an even more, at least a slightly more digestible gap that you can try to come back from. I do like this play that Hashira are able to do. They're going to be using a couple of their utilities here, but it does give them a lot of control onto the beaming area. But Empire has all but not just giving it up as they are looking to go for this A-short play. You've seen this a lot more on VCT VCT NA, and it's worked out well because there's a lot of contact play, and you know that they're okay with this one. Rabbit is getting overwhelmed on A main, and there's nothing that he can do. Envy is the last hope in the A site.
The problem too is that on them, Hashira trying to find information towards the B side. They've used up a bit too much utility as Nexi finds a triple kill going his way. Will he find a fourth is the question here. Jeremy, it's all going to be in his hands now. He has no utility. His Boombot was dispensed towards the B side, and so was his only last remaining paint shell. So not much for him to work with once again, and the rotation has been called in as the B side is where they're going to go for the plant. Jeremy, I think he expects this, he realizes this, and while he does get the read off, he's not going to be able to deny the plant, I believe, as he's a bit too late. So, 2v1 situation, Hashira. Will they take this pistol that they do so very need?
It's going to be very difficult because aside from the 2v1, you're up against Nexi, who is on a killjoy. So he has his alarm bot, and while he was rotating, that was 30 seconds on the clock for his turret, and now it's only 6 seconds. So they can even use that as their initial CCTV, and as Jeremy's pushing in, they just wait for it and get that information, and that's going to happen right now.
There it is. You actually saw it, but he placed it right as he was going for it. The Lear is going to come out, and that's going to short-sight him just enough to not be able to take out Nexi, who's playing right behind the site. Jeremy, what did he do in this situation? Well, Nexi's going to cap it off with a 4K. That turret, a bit too much to deal with. Perfect timing, as you said. When they got the plant off, he had about 6-7 seconds left on the cooldown. As soon as it came up, there comes in Jeremy, who just unfortunately was not right on time to get it destroyed before it actually left out. So 8-5 to start things off. If I'm Hashira now, I'm going to be a bit worried, to be completely honest. This is their map pick. This is technically not one of Empire's best maps, and Empire are doing pretty well to start things off.
Arguably, I've heard Rabbit say this. Not really say this, but I messaged him because I was really curious about what his thoughts was on the Hashira team. And they said that this is a team that was able to beat ArkAngel during the open qualifiers 13-3, right? And again, ArkAngel isn't in the best form, but that's still something because ArkAngel is still one of the best teams in the Philippines. And Hashira was able to beat them that much. And going up against Empire in the map that Rabbit also said was arguably one of their best maps, this is something very much startling. Although at least going to switching this of the sides, maybe this is where they're going to be able to do the Hashira way, and we'll see if that actually transpires here, as it seems like Empire is looking to go explode on the B side.
You can see the fact that the aforementioned player you did just talk about, their Rabbit, is going for the shoulder peek towards it long, and that lets them know that nobody's actually going to come towards the A site in main, so they can focus their defense out towards the B site, and the rotation has come in. As they try to go for the execute here, Jeremy's able to find a frag on the opposing raise, but Z17 will get the trade-off in return. Now, he does use a Devour, and Z17 is going to find the triple kill this time. What a great opening start here coming from the side of Z7Z to bring things down to a 4v1, and well, Rabbit, what can he do? He does get the frag, but the trade-off quickly through the dark cover coming from Nexi. As you said, he might be the anchor on defense, but even on attack, he is very formidable.
Yeah. Nexi kind of plays the same line that I always talk about Dispenser from Bren, where he knows a lot about how, the movement along the map of a player can do. Wait, that's a really bad wording. He knows how players move around the map. There you go. And by that I mean he just knows where to peek, when to peek. And it's been a really big thing for Empire. They're able to use this and utilize this, even though, like Nexi's not at the highest of the kill score. His ability to just put down, his abilities have been very crucial for Empire to get the wins that they need.
Yeah, lots of game sense on this guy, and very high impact frags too. Not garbage frags really in this case, and so even him not being on the top of the scoreboard means a lot, and that Nano Swarm does a lot more than it's supposed to. Envy, though, is able to find a double kill. Speaking of killjoys, that's one for the books. Z7Z is able to get the trade-off on the Envy, though, stopping his tirade, but it's still a 2v4, and Rabbit, he'll get the frag. 2766, though, is taken down 2v3. Asarai, make that a 1v3.
They have to find where the opponent is. That's Z7Z, who's going to come out of B main, and nothing is going to be coming by it. The timing from Hashira could have not been any better at all, because that was the transition for Empire to try to clear out the angles on the back of B site. No one was there, so everyone from Hashira was like, let's push in from our spawn coming outside of market. They won't expect it, and they just went for it, and it worked out perfectly for them. And now we're looking at the 9-6. Still in favor of Empire, but Hashira not letting go, not allowing the big lead to be happening by, being done rather by Empire.
You can see Z7C here almost at a 20 bomb already, and that's big credit to his team, Team Empire Esports rather, for being able to really help propel him to be able to get those frags. They do enable his playstyle to really flourish and shine as they play here on Ascent. Now, Short is going to be a point of contention. Hatred is waiting right inside the dark hover, but he's taking some damage in return. Realizes this might not be the best thing to continue playing so forward. He's not going to be able to bail out, though. He does have a tailwind if he's able to get the frag, but otherwise he's going to be dry, and there it is. Z7Z is able to find the frag. Will he find the follow-up? He is at 19 right now. Silver going to try and chase him down, but fortunately there for the Omen, able to escape. Rabbit not able to live on for too long.
Silver, oh man, I love how this guy plays. This is a version, if you guys are also kind of wondering, able to just, you know, start things off for the rest of the Empire team. He does go down, but that opens up some possibilities here, and possibilities are endless as Empire is looking to get themselves double digits in terms of the rounds, but 2766 has all the utility in the world that he needs. He's going to be able to recon dart the backside, but he has to be careful of spawn. He drops right down, does know that one is going to be on the side, but there is Draxi coming alive, coming in from the B stairs, denies 10-6.
Very, very impressive coming in from Empire Esports right now. Starting off very strong too. So I use very quite a lot there. It is 10-6 on the board. 2 more for the match point coming from Empire Esports, and they're looking so hot right now. Turret is placed towards Long, and so even if they try and push Long, which it seems like HSR are going to be doing here, they still can leave that turret to really watch their flank if they decide to go B and try to bail on the A side, because they have 3 players here going towards B main, towards A long. I think they're going to try and see what they can find here towards B, make a lot of noise, and then potentially have the Sova here with a spike go A if they pulled enough defenders towards the B side. We're going to see if that's going to happen according to plan, though, as Envy is right around the corner, and we know what he can do on the Killjoy, too. Now, he does have a Nano Swarm, no turret on him yet, and here goes for the peek. Good paranoia, but not able to capitalize off of it. He's taken some damage in return, but fortunately able to escape with his life.
The reads on both of these teams, they're like, once the paranoia was in, just run away. There's going to be one in the corner pushing very, very aggressively, and that is going to be the recon dart. How did Silver get that? He just boost himself up on top of the small window and just blasted his opponent with the showstopper. Oh my goodness!
I think that's exactly what happened through the jail cell, through the jail bars right there. He's like, let me out. You can see the Phantom right underneath him. Does he even have an angle on that? It had to be through splash damage. Bat Ghost able to find a frag there on the Hatred though to open up the A site rather, sorry. And it's all going to be in the hands here of the solo Sova for Hashira to bring it back. Asarai, I am quite worried right now for this map when it comes to Hashira's stead.
Oh man, 2766 was going to peek out the corner, but Draxi is showing a lot of propensity to just like catch his opponents with their hands with knives. I was about to say pants down, but that sounds pretty weird. Hands with knives with no guns in tow. They're just switching weapons. But here's the thing. That nade play that Hashira did on the defenders, on the defenders from the last round, they never did that before when they needed on the mid link. So I think that situated Empire that there's something fishy here. And you kind of see the play of Empire knowing that even though Hashira doesn't have good economy, they were playing very, very carefully because they think that Hashira was playing with maybe close quarter weapons, which is shotguns, and they think the read was there. They knew what was up.
I think so too, because it seemed like the reaction to it kind of seemed like they were lacking that information otherwise if they were not able to do it. So as we look at it here, Empire Esports 1 round away from match point already, and they're looking so hot right now, to be completely honest with you. I think Rabbit kind of wants to push the smoke though for the side of Hashira, and so holding off on that. All he has in his hands is a classic, and I think that's... You kind of have to play the corner there, play close to the cubby so that you can potentially get a frag off, because otherwise you're going to be in for a world of hurt. They've crawled their way up now here towards mid, and they're about to peek market. We're in on the other side of it. I believe that's Jeremy waiting there on the raise, and so if he wide swings this, it might be an issue, but he can stop. He does have a showstopper, but Draxi is going to put an end to that. Well,
Oh, that's why. Because he was looking at Z7Z rather than Draxi. He didn't even probably think that Draxi was going to be there on Pizza. Envy's gonna just miss a couple of crucial shots there. That could have been a nice little kill on Z7Z, but this is looking to be a flawless round as it's only gonna be a couple of pistols in the hands of Hashira. Maybe Hatred with this Spectre in tow, but he's gonna be able to spot one. But Silver does the cha-cha better, and that's going to be the shutdown, the flawless for Empire. And 12-6 already. Hashira has lost all amount of, what do you say this, all amount of luster in this Ascent map that they've more so than not picked for themselves.
Well, in the end, Envy tried to bring the salsa in the cha-cha dance. Well, 12-6 on the board, literally double their scoreline, and so the deficit is honestly a bit too oppressive right now. While I don't want to call a game before it ends, I think it is kind of safe to say that Empire do have quite a big chance of taking this map number 1 away from the side of Hashira, as we're going to see an A execute now come underway. Only 2 defenders there, but the paranoia, I believe, catches him off guard. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Will he find the frag with it, though? It's going to be very important for him to do so. Bat Ghost is able to find the frag there in the Rapid, and Draxi will find one of his own on the opposing Sova. Now the execute has come underway, and Hashira, they've lost 2 defenders. Empire Esports are looking really good here in the post plant.
That ultimate that they had with the Sova of Hashira, there was nothing really that came out from that one. Silver's is going to be able to spot out one, wall bangs it to Oblivion, and you know already they're just backing away, playing that post-ban, but Silver just holding true. He's going to be able to throw out a nade, and Hatred's going to take some damage as well through that Killjoy alarm bot, and this Cloudburst is keeping him alive, but they know his positioning. They know because the sound, the audio cues are there, and it's going to be 13-6 with Empire beating out Hashira in the first map.
A very, very good map number 1 to start things off. Empire taking the map pick away from the side of Hashira here. So, as they move into map number 2, Bind is what we're going to be playing at. This is Empire's map pick, and I'm very, very concerned for the side of Hashira. While they've had good showings, there are a few rounds where they did get some good reads. At the end of it, Empire seemed to have, well, the better book in front of them.
So there's kind of 2 things that I noticed in this particular first game, where Hashira was so explosive at the first half. They were fantastic. Like you said, their fakes, their reads on their attacking side was really, really good. It kind of put Empire on their toes, but Empire, all they needed to do was utilize better their agents, play with the abilities that they had, specifically with the agents that they picked, and it worked out slightly better for them. They didn't really have to challenge as much because even though Hashira kind of like go to B main, go to mid, go to A main, and go back to B, that just means that they're just running around at their own side of the map and not really getting that control. Yes, they have gotten some with Hatred pushing in, but I think Empire were still able to adjust to that because like it's just Hatred, guys. If you don't fear him, if you try to challenge him, Silver's always there, and he's going to be able to get those 1v1 wins, which he did, and that was just fantastic.
Yeah, well, I mean, at first I was kind of worried for the side of Hashira because of the fact that they didn't have much information gathering in their way, but they were able to, I think, for some reason, pull out the Sova. Initially, they didn't pick a Sova, though, but then both teams had the Sova. It might have been a part of the issue why
didn't
we
want the
restarted.
Yoru.
Maybe, perhaps. But, guys, we're going to be back on map number 2, Bind, after Empire took map number 1. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
win? Is it going to be the Hashira way, or will the Empire not strike back anymore, but dominate the entire scene, as it looks like Empire is coming with swift vengeance on every other member, and they're looking towards Bren into that Grand Finals. If Bren get into the Grand Finals. Anyways, welcome back, guys. My name is Asteroid. Joining with me now is Black and Blue, and we continue this last quarterfinals match between Hashira and Empire.
Well, to start things off, I think we both kind of pegged Empire to take this series, but we're not expecting them to take map number 1, considering the fact that it was Hashira's map pick here on Ascent, and historically, Ascent hasn't been the best map for Empire, but this time, seems like they're going to prove us wrong, although we're going to see if that's going to continue on our map number 2, which is Bind, and that is their map pick. And so, I have a really good feeling for Empire here. Initially, I was going to say 2-1 Empire, but seeing how they played map number 1 and looking at map number 2, Bind being their pick, I'm going to change my answer to a 2-0 probably.
That is, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because again, we're talking about how so fast is the movement that is Hashira. They're able to kind of like flow like water. But it seems like they're just kind of banging on, you know, these positions where they don't really get those crucial angles that they need to be able to pierce onto the site. Yes, maybe once or twice, but once Empire was able to get a knack of how Hashira was operating, Hashira just kind of lost a lot of their momentum. Granted, of course, Hatred, one of the prodigies that I think Hashira was able to pick up alongside Jeremy, they were doing phenomenal. But the thing about that was they were just charging in one by one. Hashira was trying to kind of match the pace of their teammates that were going in. Granted, it's nice, but not every time, because you're not able to get the refrags that you need, because basically Hatred is going YOLO man, solo man, YOLO man.
I just want to point out that if Empire win this, I'm going to be 4-for-4 for my predictions for quarterfinals. So I do hope I'm not proven wrong here. But Hashira, I still do have hopes for them, because there were some good rounds and there were some good moments from them, guys. But might as well tell you guys about something that you should be aware of, because you are watching the English stream right now, probably on Twitch or YouTube. But if you want to check out the Filipino commentary broadcasts, do check out the Facebook page, ppgl.gg. Actually, there's no dot. And the YouTube, just search on PPGL. You're probably going to find it there, where we have the Filipino commentary as well. Now, you're watching the English broadcast, and we do have it on Twitch and YouTube as well. So 2 streams on YouTube, Facebook with Filipino commentary in English for you English speakers out there.
I just want to ask, man, what happens when you're already at Twitch, you're watching the broadcast, and you type the URL once again? Does the internet explode?
I mean, it might just explode on itself. It will implode, not explode. So who knows? It might cause a bit too much problems in that case.
I always like how I make these jokes, and then Black and Blue's like, I gotta think of a reply to this. That's right, you suck.
Where are you coming from?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Give me that.
It's all good. The dapper.
Yeah, but okay. Going to the brass tacks, you know, the serious business right now. It's a second game, and up until the grand finals, all of our matches are best of 3. So that means that this is the final moment here for Hashira. Has the break time that we have enough for them to kind of reset and kind of readjust their priorities? That, guys, yes, we got the speed in our hands. We got the ability to go around in the map very quickly without our opponents, you know, kind of getting a whiff of it. But that's not enough, because our opponents here, they're basically rocks. They don't really have to go that aggressive to challenge you, because they don't really have to. And that, of course, is also akin to Nexi being just Nexi with the Sentinels.
Well, that's exactly what they have to do here right now. They can't let the defeat of map number 1 transfer over to another loss coming here to map number 2. The mental aspect has to be on point here, and Empire are definitely on top of that. For Hashira, though, let's look at their lineup. For now, it seems like they have the Jet and the Raze as their double duelists. Then they have the Sova information gathering on Cypher as well. And I really like the Cypher pick here, because I think that might have helped some of their rounds during the last one. They had a Killjoy, yes, but I'm not sure how well that really translated to their game for the side here of Hashira. So, Rabbit is going to be back on the Omen once again. Let's look at Empire this time. They're going to be kind of soft-locking the Phoenix, not necessarily locking it in, but they have the Phoenix, they have the Brim, they have the Raze, they have the Cypher, and they have the Sova. Now, while Raze this time is picked by 7Z7, he did super well on the Reyna, and I like the switch up into Raze this time. Double duelists for both teams. They got the Cypher. The only difference is, one here for Empire has the Brim, and for the side of Hashira, they go with the Jet once again.
The slight difference to having an Omen to the Cypher, or Omen to the Brimstone rather, is that Brimstone is a little bit more of an aggressive agent. Not only that, is when we go kind of like a little bit back during week 1, remember Bren, remember Humi, remember the Molly lineups that were so brutal when you're going to be playing the postmans because it lasts an incredibly long time. And if Empire use that on their attacking side, I don't know what's going to be happening to Hashira here. Hashira also showing up with this Omen. Rabbit, I think he really does love the Omen. I think he's the same as me. He's an Omen main.
Same.
So, right?
Yeah.
Right on. Anyways, to kind of finish off what I was saying here, it just also kind of shows that there's going to be a lot more maybe the same Hashira plays that we saw in Ascent, where there's going to be a lot of fakes on a site and a lot of movement behind the scenes because Omen does allow that since he can refresh his smoke compared to the Brimstone.
Definitely true. While, of course, Omen does have the paranoia, it's a lot more expensive now after the patch maybe a month ago.
Yeah.
$400 to get that going. And so sometimes it might not even be worth it. You can't even bring it out on the pistol round sometimes because, well, it's too much of an investment. And I'm not sure now, even though I get it, Rabbit is comfortable on the Omen. I'm not sure if that's the best pick right now. I do really like the Brimstone coming out here from the side of Empire Esports, and I think that's the right position to be in for them. Now, the Phoenix coming out here, what can you think of this? Because he can literally cut a site in half, and as we're playing on Bind with a run it back as well, we know that he can go through the TPs with his run it back and potentially do some crazy stuff with that. So the Phoenix, I think that's looking good.
Yeah. Perfect that you actually asked that because I was about to point it as well. We remember the match from yesterday where it was ONF and and Bren, I believe, but Bren did not pick any flashers whatsoever, and that forced them on the attacking side here, especially on Bind, to play so much contact play that it hurt my mind a little bit. And having without any flashes and nades to flush out these corners, it's very difficult in Bind because there's a lot more pockets that you have to kind of to check, right? And Silver being on this Phoenix does alleviate that because you got hot hands, you got the curveball to be able to stop it, just to be able to kind of flush out these corners, and it's going to be very crucial for Empire. Hashira, you already pointed out, they only have the paranoia as their flash ability, and teams who don't utilize too many flash abilities tend to kind of hurt against opponents rather, that use flash.
It's not just the fact that you don't have more than one flash. It's the fact that the flash really gives you a lot of kind of leeway to kind of flex about in a tough situation. Of course, you might have your set plans, you might have your executes, which might not necessarily need a flash or incorporate a flash in your strategy. But when it comes down to it, when you're like in a 2v2, 2v3, sometimes you need that flash to be able to make a play. Yeah. And the fact that their only flash is a paranoia, which, to be fair, is also kind of like one of the most inconsistent flashes that we do have in the game. It only short sights you, and you have to hit them directly on. It's not like a Phoenix where you pull it through a corner, anybody who looks at it is blind. Same with the Reyna's Lear. The paranoia can sometimes not really hit the mark, and that's something I'm really concerned for the side of Hashira, is a lack of flexibility mid-round when they have to make a play and they don't have the utility, the flashes to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult because, again, you're going to have to dry peek and check out a lot of these corners by yourself. Maybe with your team, but you're going to be checking out these corners where your opponent are also going to be able to look directly at you because they're not blinded, they're not flashed, they're not really as smoked as you would want. And definitely Hashira, playing maybe on the attacking side later, they're going to struggle for that. At least for now, they're going to be playing the defending side. So this composition that they have should be okay for the moment. There's a lot of lockdown with the Cypher in hand, a lot of flushing out with the Raze. But we'll see how this pans out. I believe we are going to be maybe resetting the game just because we are having some technical issues here, guys. We do apologize for that. But for the moment, a little bit started there. But yeah, for the moment, we're just waiting.
I think with your point there about the Cypher and Raze, both teams realize this. That's why they have the Cypher and Raze on both of these rosters. Now, guys, we're going to wait for things to get back going here, but mind you, this is only the first best of 3 of the day. Whoever wins this is a fourth quarterfinal, sorry. Whoever wins this is going to go up against ArkAngel in the semifinal right after. So that is going to be a match to look out for. Our other match for the day is going to be Bren Esports versus Chimera.
Oasis Gaming Chimera, yeah.
Yeah. So that's something to really look forward to, guys. So once again, you're watching day number 2 here of the second week of VCT Stage 1. We're just waiting for the lobby to get back up and going, and we're going to see who is going to prevail. Although Empire are looking like the team to beat right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Empire is doing right, and they're doing right consistently. That's the best thing, because, again, that's kind of like the struggles for the Philippine scene for the most part of what happened with last year. I feel like we were still kind of figuring out what we wanted with our scene. We were still figuring out where these players are going to be transitioning in terms of teams. And now that we're kind of settled down a little bit, they're trying to find their identities, all of them, how they kind of play, how they mesh together as an entirety, and it kind of shows. And it seems like Empire are the first to the plate. I mean, yeah, of course, Bren. Everybody talks about Bren, but at least the second one that we've seen is Empire. It should have been ArkAngel, but when they disbanded, when they turned into ArkAngel and Org Not Found, they definitely kind of shifted. Parted ways, shifted play styles, shifted mentality, shifted power levels, and it's kind of been shaky. You know, akin to what we saw yesterday with ArkAngel and ONF, just like popping off and not popping off. It's very weird. Anyways, Empire, just the team that I feel has the best chance to get into the grand finals and challenge Bren once again, because it's going to be very important here, guys. So like Black and Blue said, this is week 2. And week 2, we only have one team, I believe, that is going to be selected to go into Masters. And I'll be slapped in the face if I think like it's not going to be Bren. But
it almost seemed like it wasn't yesterday.
Right? It wasn't, right? But anyways, if any team has the ability to challenge Bren, aside from what we saw yesterday with Org Not Found, it has to be Empire.
I believe so too, and I think all of the casters and even the panel kind of agrees too here that whoever wins this series is probably going to win the semifinal against ArkAngel. Not to put them down, but they haven't been the ArkAngel that we know. They haven't been flying as high in the clouds as we are normally used to seeing that squad go, and so really Empire versus Hashira. I do believe, and I know you agree with me here, that whoever takes this is probably going to go on to the grand final and beat ArkAngel in the semi. So what you're watching right now, these two teams are potentially the challengers to Bren's prestige.
Yeah, true. Because again, we were talking about this, you know, not on stream. We were doing a lot of research with the entirety of the broadcast the broadcast talents with the English, the panelists, and the Tagalog side. Yeah. And I think a lot of us would agree that out of the 4 quarterfinals match that we have for week 2, the Empire and Hashira one was the one that really intrigued us because we already know what was going to happen with a lot of the other ones.
Well, we thought we know.
We thought we know. Exactly. We thought we know. I personally thought it was going to be like, you know, TFO beating Oasis Gaming. I thought it was going to be Bren piercing through the competition once again and just going straight to the to the semifinals. And I thought it was going to be a 50-50 with ArkAngel and Dreamfire, which I think was at least the most true that we had. But this one, definitely something that I think was going to be maybe a 2-1 with Hashira possibly winning. But again, from not being able to see them, thought it was going to be Empire. But again, we're just waiting for the second game to begin as they are going to just, I think, restart the lobby.
Well, yesterday was by far here, at least in the Philippine region, the most competitive day we've had at the VCT already, right? So even in like, well, of course, it was day number 1, but still, we were not expecting it to be that close for actually 2 of the 3 series that we did see yesterday. The first and the third one was super close, and Dreamfire as well, unfortunately not able to make it through this. And for the side of ONF, very valiant effort. They brought Bren Esports, the best team in the Philippines, down to the wire, but unfortunately could not close the game, and they honestly really could have. They really could. That was so close. But guys, this does not mean that they cannot represent the Philippines still in the 2021 VALORANT Masters, because next week, week number 3, actually it's kind of like next week, the 2 weeks from now, is going to be the third week here at stage number 1. And so they can re-qualify once again. The teams that have already lost in this weekend can re-qualify for the next one and potentially get the second slot for the Philippine representative. Now, of course, what the people are playing for, what the teams are playing for this weekend is whoever wins tomorrow in the grand final is going to be the representative for the Philippines in the Masters tournament. So, lots on the stake here, as well as a prize pool, although I'm not entirely sure how much is... but I know it's bigger than last week's. I'm just not entirely sure how the denominations go.
I think it's a couple... It's like 6 digits for the first first place. Yeah, it's. I believe the prize pool is in terms of dollars is like 4,300 USD. So that's pretty big, at least for here in the Philippines. And
it's a qualifier, dude.
exactly. So it's gonna get even bigger. And I do appreciate again that Riot has kind of allowed us. Not only in the NA scene, the Europe scene, we always see those. They're a great region, but I feel like there is some talent here in Southeast Asia, also here in the Philippines that needs the opportunity to grow. Like, we have the talents, we just need to kind of, do it with a little bit of plant styles where we plant it on the ground or with a seed and then it just pops out if we put a little bit of water, and that water is the VCT right now.
And definitely the community support too has been overwhelming. It's been really great to see, how many people are actually tuning in, how many people are actually supporting here the VCT Philippines stage, and we're only at stage number 1, dude.
Yeah.
This thing has just, kicked off, and started its first legs, and we're already super excited how things have been going. Of course, those are the teams that you can see there. Empire just on the chill. They got the slant going on, but yeah, Asarai, let's talk a bit about something that we actually talked about yesterday, which is like, you know, Agent, what are their favorite foods, right? We talked about that. But how about let's talk about what type of car do you think these an Agent would drive, okay?
wow.
Because if you guys don't know, we actually did a small little thing with Taylor there with the VCT car gang, but okay, we'll start things off. Like, for example, if Reina was a driving woman, what type of vehicle would she bring to work? Is she a sedan girl? Is she a minibus type of?
That's difficult. Does it have to be like a legitimate vehicle, or can we like have like a little bit of
you can
fantasy to it?
All of that. You can do Valorant cars if they're Valorant cars.
Oh, that's different.
Okay, let's pick an easier agent. Okay.
Okay, please do.
Jet.
It's a fast. It's a motorbike.
Motorbike, exactly.
Like Ghost in the Shell or Acura type of motorbike. You know, the one that's futuristic, cyberpunk-ish with the big wheels. Yeah, Tron-esque motorbike. Yeah, for sure.
Well, there we go. Just having a little bit of fun here. But guys, of course, not only can the teams win, but you guys can win as well. We have 1,500 Valorant points on the line for a bunch of lucky viewers. 10 lucky viewers will be announced at the end of this. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of the team that you are rooting for. Do not forget as well to make your post public and add the official hashtags, #ValorantChallengers, Challengers, #VCTPH, and #PPGL Valorant, guys. That's all you need to do. Get your friends involved, get your mom involved, get everybody involved. Who knows? If your mom doesn't play Valorant, maybe she can give the points to you. If not, then it's a perfect time to get in. But yeah.
Oh, before actually that, is this available for every one of our viewers right now, even if they're coming in from other countries? I need to double check with that from our production.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is.
I mean, you mean the giveaway?
Yeah, the giveaway.
Yeah,
so as long as they have
it should be.
Facebook, right?
I think it should be, yeah. As long as you have Facebook, you should be able to tune in. But speaking of Facebook, we do have the Philippine commentary stream broadcast on the Facebook page, PPGLGG, and the YouTube page as well. Just search up PPGL. For the English commentary, which you are currently watching right now, we are on Twitch, PPGL_VCTPH, and PPGL's YouTube page. So, dual streams on YouTube, Facebook for the Filipino commentary, Twitch for the English commentary. That's all you need to know to be able to tune into VCT Philippines.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And again, guys, we'd just like to thank everybody right now that is tuning in on the Twitch broadcast, because we are here on Twitch. The other one that is on the other side of the world here is doing the Tagalog one. And again, we're just kind of waiting for the
Literally
issues.
over there.
literally
They're
over
literally
there.
over there.
Yeah, we can't show it because obviously we're
Obviously.
on, we're in our HQ here. Any case, we are just waiting, so we do apologize for the delays that we're having as of the moment. Just really does happen because we are on, how do I say this, online tournament.
Hiatus.
If we do get like a LAN tournament, imagine the possibilities. Like, I feel like, because if you guys were able to watch yesterday, and if you weren't able to watch, you can go to the YouTube of PPGL. Hey, nice, right? That's a nice little segue.
Yep.
But seriously speaking, if you didn't watch, I suggest you do the Org Not Found versus Bren match, because there was an issue yesterday with one of the Org Not Found members. But that's right. What kind of issue was that? It was just having slight network problems with one of the players called Kelly S, and he was just. Like, he was doing so well in the first and second game, but on the third game, because of his network issues, I think Org Not Found's decision was to put him from duelist to a sage, and that kind of like shifted up the dynamic of Org Not Found. What happened there was it still pushed into, what was it, single or double overtime? But
single OT.
Single OT with Bren still winning. But imagine if we had like a LAN tournament where there's like 5 ping for every player, no more issues like that. I think we would have finally beaten Bren for the first time in like a long time. And,
Not to mention, dude, like, the whole production value and quality of everything, if we do have a LAN. And just, I wish we could, but it is, well, we're in a tough situation right now, the world is, and we're still very thankful and excited that we can still have tournaments like this. We have a whole worldwide tournament, the VCT, happening even with such a pandemic going on, and we're just very thankful that we can all still have some fun games and all chill out and enjoy some great Valorant.
Yeah, exactly. And also to kind of point out, why do we still have Reina as of the moment? Well, Reina's still pretty good even in 2.02, but we are playing at the 2.01 patch. So this is the pre-Reyna nerf. This is the pre-Frenzy nerf. This is the pre-Stinger nerf. So it's why you're seeing a lot more Stingers still into play here. It's not 500 creds yet. It's only 400. And I think it's actually also nice that we do have that. So we allow the teams to adjust for a little bit before we kind of dip their toes into the new patch, which is something that, you know, a lot of times Riot has done with the other games that they have.
Yeah, well, I believe we're finally about to get into the game. I actually kind of heard the countdown of like the match timer. So I think the server's about to be live in just a second, guys. Let us know now below who you guys are rooting for. Include that in your caption as well when you do share the stream with the hashtags. Make it public, and you might just win once again some Valo points.
I was about to say, I feel like Filipinos everywhere will always put in the chat if there's like these two particular words, MP win.
MP win.
If you're a Filipino, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you're not, I will explain that after this game.
off stream, maybe.
You could say it on stream. Yeah, we're just a little bit more, guys. Just a little bit more. Can do this, guys. The timer is on, but we're about to go into the second game. Again, it's Bind, like you said. It's a map that Empire has picked for themselves. It's a map that they're very, very powerful. They're very, very strong in. And Silver is, or also known as Version, very confident in this map with his Phoenix plays. And Hashira not having the flashes, only the paranoia, might be something that is going to be a detriment to them. Maybe not on the defending side where they're starting in, but maybe on the second half where they go on the attacking side.
Something I wanted to point out is that, as we started the series, I thought that they were going to keep 7Z7 only for the first map and then keep sub Stiletto in his stead when it comes into Bind here, map number 2. But they don't actually go for that. And I think it's more of like, okay, 7Z7, you literally popped off that last game. We'll keep you in. You just do this. Maybe we can bring back Stiletto if anything does go awry, maybe from that map number 3. But for now, 7Z7 is going to be playing for the side of Empire. Stiletto is going to have to, encourage them at least. That's his role right now.
Yeah,
the encourager.
I mean, before Stiletto, also known as Kevs, again, we're just... is it so weird? Empire had two of their players, Version and Kevs, change their name to Silver and Stiletto. I still haven't had the explanation as to why, but we're just keeping it there, guys. So you're wondering, where's Version now? Who is he? He's Silver. He changed his name. Anyways, Kevs changed his role from a Sova player, given it that role to Bat Ghost, and he went to Arena. And we thought that it's not going to work out. It's not going to be possible. It's not going to be plausible. And then he just popped off. He just it was just incredible during week 1. Granted, we're not able to see him today, but like you said, 7Z7 is popping off. So maybe they're just fine with either two, just playing whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he literally popped off there with the Reyna. This time, he's going to maybe not just pop off, but blow things up with the Raze. He's switched on over to the Raze, coming in here to Bind, and I really like that pick. As you said, the Raze is a very important pick, and both teams realize this. They both have a Raze on their squad. They both have a Cypher, and here we finally are. Map number 2 to get things off. This is Empire's map pick with them up 1-0 in the series. They are the team to beat right now for Hashira because Hashira have been looking a lot less confident than we would normally see these guys.
To also be fair, this is the first time that we've seen them in a long time because it should have been like Hashira doing a break thing, I believe, when like a couple of their members were supposed to go on break. Rabbit did announce his retirement, and then he came back, and then he rebuilt Hashira with the 3 new members that they had, and then who was the other one that came back that they replaced with Shiram? I think it was Jeremy. In any case, though, they're still trying to make something happen with this one. Hatred wanted to take out the Boombot, but you know what? It's a surprise. The Boombot comes in with a little bit of Silver onto the side, and it seems like Silver is going to be jumping in the back of side, and he just hits the nuttiest of burst fires with the classic. What are you going to do about that? Z7Z's right here, and he is just on point.
Speaking of on point, there's only one man on point right now for the side of HSR. That's going to be Jeremy. Last one left alive, 1v4 situation in the pistol, a ghost in his hand, and to be honest with you, SRI, it's not looking well to start things off once again for Hashira, and did not get the frag there. Empire is going to take this off of a triple kill from Silver to open up the site.
That was just so quick, and I'm not really... Like, you know that your opponents would be charging in with the Boombot as well, trying to take it out, even just like standing idly by like 1 to 2 seconds is already pretty death, especially if you don't have any armor, or shields rather. Take that nice little headshot and you guys go down so quickly. I think Hashira was not able to adjust to that quickly enough, and honestly that shot from Silver was not supposed to happen. Was not supposed to happen.
Scanning ahead.
Here we go, round number 2 coming in after winning the pistol here, Empire Esports. The recon dart does go out towards Showers, and well, Jeremy able to find a frag. He's going to get traded off though quickly by Bad Ghost, and Bad Ghost is not able to find a second follow-up as he's going to be removed here by Rabbit from behind. It's going to be a 3v4 in the favor of Hashira this time, and so they do start the second round a lot better than they did the first.
Nice little double peek there from Shower. Worked out in the end for Hashira here. And this was actually all through, I think Hashira even just playing with upgraded pistols, not to buying up with the SMGs, which I really like, because even if they lose this round, they're going to force Empire on a weaker buy into the next round.
Spike.
They have the numbers advantage here, and they're just playing very, very far back, and it's going to be the peekaboo by Rabbit here is going to be able to maybe come into the corner, but C7Z has come in, the big bad boss, and look at that. He just uses the X and Y Z-axis even to just get the intro into the site, leaving only Envy to make something happen.
Spike
with
planted.
a Sheriff coming into the A short side.
That's what happens here, and well, Hashira 1v3. How have this swung the other way? And well, I don't know what happened because we cut away from the fight that was just about to happen. But Empire Esports takes round number 2 here on our second map.
I'm not sure. Should still be able to buy up a little bit. Are they gonna force? Are they gonna buy up now? Because what it seems, yeah, they're gonna go for a broken buy. How is this gonna be? Okay, so they have 2 that is gonna be 3 on the Vandal. They have 1 that's gonna be playing on Hookah with a Bucky, so that's gonna be interesting because at least there is gonna be a shotgun, very powerful in that close quarter combat. But again, yeah, you have a camera, you have the robot, the boombot coming in, and I don't think it's going to be an easy pick here. Flashes abound. It's going to be so close, and Hatred. Oh my gosh, they should not have been able to do that, and Hatred just comes in. That is not how you're supposed to peek that. Oh my goodness, Hatred comes alive. Finally gets shut down though, but the damage be done.
He just massacred them towards Hookah, smoking them all up. And here we go now, a 2v4 situation in the favor of Hashira. Finally, this time they cannot glove this as they finally get this round in the board. 1-2, and they're 1 away from tying it all up, of course, and I do believe they have a good chance here because the economy for the side of Empire are not going to be too hot. There's only 1 single member with decent enough money, and here it is, Hatred. Great replay there to see his point of view, and he gets the triple in Hookah.
I like how Hatred cloud bursted himself so he wouldn't get flashed, he wouldn't get flushed out so quickly, and he could at least try to play around the boombot not noticing him if it actually swerved to the right. And jumping up with a rifle, you can't really shoot accurately, but jumping up with a Bucky at that range, you're in a world of hurt. It does not work, and Hatred capitalized on that. Oof.
Like a kangaroo, each flying kick definitely hurts to the gut. Let's see though, no, as the, it seems like the spike is kind of making its way here towards the A site, and the execute of Empire in general are being focused towards A. Now, a lot of presence towards short. I don't know if they're going to go for a TP play here, but it seems like they want to press the issue, and they're going to be blast backing their way in. Showstopper is going to land and find Rabbit, but HSR will get him in the air. Could not land not stick the landing, rather. Jeremy's going to find Drax in return, and that's going to bring it down to a 4v3. Now, U-Haul control is in the hands here of Empire, but look at this! Another answer back coming in from Jeremy here with a rocket of his own, a Showstopper to get this round. 2 on the board, Hashira tie it all up.
This is what we kind of see from teams playing on bind again. Like for the first time of the day, is they put commitment on one area of the map and then they just don't split. The previous round, we saw, you know, a lot of the members of Empire going on to Hookah. They did not use their utilities properly, and they weren't able to really get the information that Hatred was playing with the Bucky at the close range. That last one, everybody pushing in onto short without any control on Shower is suicidal, because again, I keep saying this, you don't get that 50-50 control on the map. Even if you get U-Haul, that's still only 1/4 of the A site. 3/4 is Shower and the back of site. This does not work, and they tried to force the issue. Now they're going to be on the weaker buys here. That's why they're just trying to play these angles, but it's not going to work out, especially when Hatred is now on that Vandal.
Well, Empire did lose a member here. They got the pick away from them, and so you can see inside Jet waiting very eagerly, rather, as Hatred was able to find the frag, but not after the quick trade-off from Draxi there on the Frenzy. He's able to retrieve the Vandal in his hands, but Envy's going to shut 7Z down. He can potentially find another here, but Bat goes with a Sheriff in town, and Hashira finally take the lead here over Empire Esports. The thing is, though, they had the lead for a bit there on map number 1. They're gonna need to really ride this momentum, as Empire Esports, we know that he can come back from this, and they're going to be going into a full gun round here, our first one of this map, really, as Hatred pulls out the operator.
Empire, they're only one charge away from having Draxi with his ultimate. What they can probably do here is secure either B-Long or Shower, get that charge, get Draxi with the orbital strike, flush out a corner, and try to open things up with that. And if they can figure out, they can find out that, that the Jet is on operator, that's going to be huge for them.
There it goes. Next, he's able to find a frag on Jeremy, though, and that swings it in the way of Empire Esports here. They're playing towards the fountain still again, and next he's able to find another frag. That's a third now for Nexi on the Cypher. Hatred goes down, and he's going to be certainly angry about that one.
Sexy Nexi comes back in the round where Hashira has a triple peek on B-Long with an operator, but they didn't have a flash, like I said, and they slow peeked it into the embracing crosshairs of Empire. All went into the favor of the EMP team, and now we're left into a 4 versus 2 with Empire, all with the big utilities, even if 2766 can get a clutch on 2 members. There's still the Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury that he has to chase down as a Sova. No chance in hell, and he knows it already, so he's just going to try to save.
Well, that's the right play to do here, and Empire Esports are going to be able to successfully tie it all up now and get the game back on the board. This is a close game, to say the least, to start things off here, and I would not expect anything less from these two very, very amazing teams that we have here in our scene. So, Hashira not able to take this one. Empire, a great execute to take the B site, and well, in the end, they do tie things all up. Now, the question here for Hashira is, it's been a back and forth. How can we put a stop? Because we need one right now. We know Empire can get really hot. Hashira has not been able to get that snowball momentum going in map number 1. How can they convert and really, revert things around, rather, and bring it here on map number 2? Now, full Vandal lineup on the side here of Hashira. They have the operator. Now, HSR's Hatred, he seems like he wants to be diverting his attention once again towards B-Long. That did not work out the last time that they tried it, but hopefully this time, if he ever does go on the rotate towards A, he'll be there just in enough time to make a difference, because right now, his operator is, I think, what is solely needed to really swing the fights in their way sometimes. Silver is going to open up on Jeremy here towards Bath.
Man, there's also a little bit of like taunting when, Phoenix uses his ult. He just says, joke Sova.
Joke Sova.
Oh, they know that Rabbit is going to be on the shower there, but Nexi is already onto the side. He's burning through the Molotov, but Rabbit is still dealing some damage. But that is going to be the Hunter's Fury hunting down the members of Hashira as they were coming in. Empire Esports left into a 2 versus 2 with Silver going up onto the corner there. He's going to be able to use this to block the side, but he blocks it well enough. They should have spotted Envy, but Envy better with the shot. 1v1, Bat Ghost. He hasn't stepped up to the plate. Oh my god. He peeked out as Bat Ghost came into the teleporter.
Oh my goodness. I'm so anxious after that one. Unfortunately rather fortunately for the side of Envy, able to make the best use of that small sliver of an angle given to him, but could not find the timing to deny the TP. Now though, 30 HP on him. A different story. He's going to get found. Did not even need the headshot, and Bat Ghost finds Envy to bring it now. Empire once again. A advantage of around 4-3 on the board. Hashira are looking a bit shaky here, to be quite honest with you. They do have economy to buy up into this one, yes, but just the way they've been playing has not been really translating into 1 rounds these past 2. Although, Envy, very valiant effort from him, yes, but I need to see a bit more coming from Hashira here, because right now, they cannot let Empire continue this tirade that they've been on.
Great. So one of the opportunities for Hashira to be able to procure that is the sniper on Hatred. They maybe could have saved it a little bit, not have shown it to Empire, but now that they have, they will be wary of Hatred being able to do that. I mean, Hatred was not able to get a dub when he used it on the previous rounds, but now maybe, just maybe he can, because he's played as a much safer angle, much more far back into the site, and you know that Hashira has to, or sorry, Empire has to expend a little bit more of their flashes, a little bit more of their smokes to block the vision on Hatred. And even then, there's still other 4 members of Hashira that can put the pressure on.
Well, the execute is about to come underway here as far towards the A side. A one-way coming out from Rabbit to try and give them a bit more leeway in terms of being able to peek the short angle there. But they're going to still press the issue. Rabbit's going to have to fall back down from the top. The orbital strike does not land. It might regress though. And here we go. He's going to push in. Silver's going to find the frag somehow. Not even shutting down. No! He whiffed the shot. Rabbit, he just whiffed it totally. The Jeremy at 4K! Where is this coming from? He's bringing it back here for Hashira. Even after the misplay coming there from Rabbit to find Silver. What a great play coming in from Jeremy. And Hatred is just going to get the round on the board for HSR. But really, that was off of the back of Jeremy playing in from showers. They did not clear the flank. They knew that there had to be someone there because of the fact that the Owl droned it out at the start of the round, but still did not keep it in mind to check showers and bath once again, clear it out, and Jeremy punched them for that mistake.
We need a replay from the Jeremy's perspective if we can. Like you said, man, where is the clearing on the shower area? One guy, maybe 2. You're going to be needing that to be able to pierce through the site. Granted, maybe Empire is lacking in terms of the duelist to be able to get this push in, but it's not going to be happening. And Jeremy, he finishes off his ace into the next round with a showstopper on his opponent. 1-for-1 trade, though, that gives Silver his own ultimate, and now he's hunting with the run it back and chasing in. He's going to go Kumbaya. Oh, he's going to go for the fake as well, as he's going to maybe try to get founded out. He's going to right behind him. Rabbit, big brain plays. He knew where Silver was going to use his ultimate, and he just comes in for market, shut it down, Hatred on B-Long, say goodnight C7C, and left onto the hands of, well, Bat Ghost. Bat Ghost hasn't really stepped up to the plate yet, and I don't think he might be able to indeed here as well.
This does seem like a round going the way of Hashira. Even if he finds his frag, his position is now known. Now, he has some utility to work with, a recon dart here and 2 shock darts to try and make a play, but he brings it out to a 1v3. No ult yet. He needs 2 for that. No Owl drone anymore. He's already expended it. And as he walks his way towards long, it's going to be Hatred looking his way. Will he find the shot? He's been hot so far. Already found 2 frags this round with the operator. Will he find the third? That is the question. Now, Bad Ghost is going to go for the peek here. Not able to land the follow-up shot still once again. Hatred. Maybe 3rd time's the charm.
Oh, they're waiting for Bad Ghost to use that teleporter, but he's just going on point, and oh my goodness, and like you said, 3rd time is going to be the charm, finally shutting him down, and Hatred took way longer with that one, but I do like the jiggle peaks of Bat Ghost. They're able to bait out 2 crucial op shots to get in onto the B main, B long rather. If he was able to take down Hatred, that might have been Bat Ghost getting that one up. Let's see. Yeah, it's Jeremy once again. He's just on shower. The smokes here don't even block Jeremy. So if he can hit the shots, which we know he can, it's basically a shooting gallery for the race. And that's not going to happen. Again, 2nd time that happened in this bind game, and Empire has yet to kind of adjust to that.
They really have to realize the importance of the shower position, because you can't plant default if there's somebody very aggressive in showers on the defensive side and holding it down. But Silver's able to open things up here, but he'll get traded off with Hatred. Did not even need the headshot, but well, give it to him.
They do have big ultimates as well, damaging ultimates to say at the least. Jeremy's trying to run away, and here we go. Not even going to need his teammate as Draxi just runs into the site and says, yeah, I'm going to be able to pop you down. Where's going to be the showstopper, clearing out the back of site. Beautifully executed here for Empire. They're going to be able to steal a couple of weapons as well, I think. And finally, they flush out the shower area because of the ultimates that they had. They also had, I think, Bat Ghost and who was it? One of the other members of Empire here trying to flush it out just in case that there was still one in that shower area. Anyway, Bat Ghost is back here onto the U-Haul side. And it's going to be the post-plant retake for Hashira. And it's going to be very difficult for them as all of the members of, well, Empire are just playing back.
Well, they're answering back here, Empire, but it's still 2v2. Oh, that incendiary lands right on time. Envy's able to find double kill, though. It is still 2v2. It's forced him off the plant as Draxi finds Hatred. Envy's going to find a 3rd of his own, and Draxi will get his. There it goes. The incendiary does burn him down at the end of it, and so great placement coming in there from Draxi. Bad Ghost, he was alive to capitalize on that too. They could not stick the plant because of the incendiary. Great heads-up play coming from them, and great adjustment coming from Empire to realize their mistakes very quickly, finally clearing out showers because that's what bit them in the back 2 rounds ago, and making the proper move to capitalize on the information.
You know, they used 2 big ultimates, but something that we also have to point out is that Silver was able to procure a kill with the Sheriff in the longer range and a person on a Heaven with the Sheriff. So that's something. Allowing them to actually be able to penetrate onto the site. Now, finally, they're going to use their utilities here to flush out the corners and make sure that no pesky Hatred is in the hookah area with a Bucky. But in this corner, in this sighting right here, it is going to be the Cypher, but Envy, well, he's not invisible to the eyes, to the naked eyes of Empire as he charges into the site, and Silver once again blinds the fool in the back, which is 2-7-6-6.
Good opening here by Empire, but I don't think Envy should have been playing that as aggressively as he should. I normally do not like to see the Cypher that aggressive there towards Garden, because as soon as you lose him, that's so much utility off the board. You don't have your Cyber Cages up anymore to be triggered. You don't have the Spy Cam potentially to get information. And so Z17 and Silver both chiming with the frag after the other. And well, it's all going to be in the hands here of Jeremy, who could not pull it off, with Silver going really hot with his hands.
He used his teammate's Shock Dart as kind of like a pseudo flash.
Pretty much.
In a way, like his opponent was gonna back away a little bit, maybe even do a 180 with his movement or something, and he just peeked in. Very, very aggressive from Silver. Lots of confidence play on this man, and this is the person that I think leads the charge for Empire. Yes, Nexi is like the anchor. He's the pillar that keeps everything intact. Bad Ghost is the incredible support that keeps everything intact, but Silver is the spearhead. He is the sword to the shield of Nexi in the Empire roster. And being that confident really does allow a lot of opportunities, a lot of options for Empire to make something happen. Hatred will be using his ultimate to blades into the corner, and he punishes Silver not having a friend in hand. A friend indeed is a friend indeed. Oh my gosh, Hatred just comes in through the smoke again, double kill with the second on Bad Ghost.
Perfect read on the Tracer there too, Sarai. I love what I'm seeing from Hatred right now. Does, you know, switch out back to his Spectre, and let's cool things down a bit. They're going to go for the B side here, and Draxi, while he is spotted out, they're still going to continue on because they've kind of overcommitted already. They can't really fall back in as the spike is very deep already in the site. He's not going to stick it though. He's actually going to fake the plant and go for the frag. That's the right play to make. Draxi's able to find Rabbit, able to find a second two on the Hatred, who still had his Blade Storm up, by the way. And that is going to bring the favor now towards Hashira's side.
Hashira's side, C7Z is full in HP, but his teammate is not. So Draxi maybe play on my contact. 1, 2, 3, push. And here they come. They line up. Draxi comes in with a 4K. Z7Z in a 1 versus 1. It's going to be Raze versus Raze. And can he get it? Not going to happen. Jeremy, the better shot. And that could have gone either way. But Hashira bring it back 6-6. Too close for frickin' comfort here, Black and Blue.
Man, it is neck and neck. And speaking of the hair on the back of mine is currently standing. I am getting chicken skin from all this play coming in here because we are seeing such competitive action, honestly, coming from Hashira and Empire Esports. Already a lot more competitive than our map number 1, and this is looking really a lot better from Hashira. While they do not have this in the bag yet, of course, as we move into the second half, it is looking better for them than the second half of map number 1 was. Here is Draxi, a 4K to get that round, and he did such an amazing play to get a double kill going to the site, then stopping Hatred there with his Blade Storm still up, getting the double kill at the end of the post plant, but could not get the 5th to help his teammates get to that round. And so they do equalize it all up here now, and well, we're going to go for a bit of a pause, it seems like. I think this is attack pause.
Could also be the tech pause, because I think Z7Z is having some issues on his own end. As you can see from that scoreboard check. What? What was that jump from Rabbit? Interesting. No, that just looked a little bit fancy.
Rabbits and hops, I think they go hand in hand.
Yeah, because what he did was he jumped over his own teammate who wasn't even crouching.
What?
Yeah, I know. How? Let's see. Maybe he'll do it again. We can't talk to him, obviously, but maybe if you just look at his perspective, even slightly, maybe we can check it out. For the moment, I think, yeah, they're going to be able to restart the game here. But, yeah, Draxi's play there almost brought it back. And I loved how he used you know, even before the 2K that he had with the opponents pushing out from the smoke, the play that he did where he just kind of done a smoke criminal, he didn't plant fully the spike. He wanted to catch off the person inside the tube, inside the site itself, and he did. Knowing that there was also one that was playing on elbow, he just flushed it out with his own ultimate just to make sure that everybody would come out from spawn rather than elbow. And if Z7Z could have hit his shot, that could have just been the 7-5 that Empire was looking for.
Well, let's not dilly-dally too much on hypotheticals, as what's happening right now is the real deal. Bad Ghost, he's going to be droning out here, but what information has he found? Next, he will find the jumping Hatred on the other side of it. They know that he is playing here right on the side inside the container, so that's some information to work off with as they start off the pistol execute. Though, not committing to it just yet. He is already inside the site, yes, but they have not brought the spike in. Actually, he's just going to be making noise, and they're going to rotate all the way towards A. But is this rotate too long? I think it is, because Empire have caught on. You can see there, two other players, the Rays and the Phoenix, are already making their way towards the A side to try and capitalize on this information. But Hater is able to find a double kill. If they actually stuck on the B site, they would have had it. But the plant is still on its way towards the A site, and I'm not sure if this is the right idea to do. Z7Z is going to find Jeremy. That brings it now to a 1v1. And the spike is able to TP its way towards B, and we'll probably get the plant off. Looking a lot better now for Hashira. Almost could have went sour there, but able to bring it back, and the plant will go off on the B side, the side that they initially chose in the first place.
It's going to have to be Silver and teammate trying to get back into this one. They're baiting it in, but they had to make sure with the paranoia so that Hatred can get that 3K, and Z7Z allows his opponent to take him down. It's going to be the 4K for Hatred. Hatred just going into the back of site by himself with ridiculous flicks into the burst fire, the classic. It is a deadly combination, and a deadly combination that Hatred can utilize well, and allows Hashira to win that pistol round. And they're looking much more refined here. Their adjustments where we were looking at it from Ascent, they brought here on Bind.
By the way, Bind is the map pick for the side of Empire Esports. So them not taking this pistol can be a big swing in momentum for the side of Hashira's favor. Start things off here, going towards the B side once again. There's a sole defender here towards the B side. That's going to be the Brimstone there, and he's going to have a lot to deal with as Hatred. We know that this guy's been popping off recently. He's playing right under window. Hatred playing around the smoke in hookah. What is the plan here for Hashira? Do they commit to the B side? I think that's the right thing to do, considering there's only a single defender here. The Sky Smokes is able to block off Garden as well. That is not his smoke. That is the opponent's attacking smoke. And so, next he's able to find the frag on the opposing Cypher. Envy's going to go down. That's going to let them know that the A site is pretty much clear. So they know now that the defense has to rotate towards the B site. And here we go. The execute's about to come underway. Hatred, he has tailwinded his way right into container. Will the spike get planted? No, it's not. It's actually going to drop there towards Long. Draxi will find the frag on him, but 2766, able to find a double. Hatred will get one of his own. And well, Bad Ghost goes down, even though they dropped the spike there towards Long. Able to get the frags that they needed off of the triple kill from HSR's 2766.
That was a scary notion nonetheless. I thought Empire was going to be able to just kind of take down individually the Hashira members one by one. That was pretty damn scary. Although, them being able to deny the plant, as you can see, force Hashira's 3 members to still be on the Spectres and not be able to buy up. Granted, if they win this this next round, they should be able to just buy fully. The opponents do have the big cojones or the big rifles already. Very aggressive with the start here as the paranoia was expended already to flush out the first part of the A side. And they're just going to go in aggressive, but Draxi's not going to allow it, not going to have any of it. 70 bullets into the chamber, and he will get overwhelmed. Teammate onto the back cubby off the side, but he will get spotted out. That is Nexi, the anchor, finally lifted up from the A side, allowing Hashira full control of this side.
There goes 4v3 on the board, and Jeremy's able to find one going their way. That brings it now to a double man advantage, and well, quick and clean, great round from Hashira, only losing a single member in that one on Hatred, and they are looking very, very good right now. 9-6 on the board, 3 away from match point, and Hashira are looking so much better on Empire's map pick, by the way. Seems like the story here is win the opponent's map pick. Ascent is going to be the decider, and that, if we ever go to a map number 3, is a map that I'm a bit concerned for Empire for, because of the fact that statistically they don't have the best performance there, but at the same time, it's a very small sample size, and the team that they went up against was Bren Esports, who are obviously a very great team on Haven. So it's a bit of a thing to keep in note there as we go into a perhaps another technical pause.
Now, we saw not really the remnants, but the vision that Hashira was doing on the Ascent map. I think we'll just call it the Hashira way because it's been trending a lot. So the Hashira way here, quite recently, or at least in this series, is to always go fast and not waste any motion whatsoever. Because if you slow down even just a little bit, you don't get control of the points of interest that you need to be able to get control of. That, and you allow your opponents to rotate quicker, which makes it easier for you to deal with. But ideally, what they wanted, they were able to pull off in the previous round, where they charged right in. I was curious about what the paranoia from Rabbit was going to affect. Everybody from Empire just backed away, and Hashira systematically took out and checked out all the corners on the A site, and they were just fantastic with it. Draxi did get that one kill, but it was just the one kill. He was not in a crossfire with his own teammate. He was not supplemented by Nexi, who was just right beside him. He was just baiting him. Maybe staying to Nexi. Nexi, stay there. We're going to let you do your thing. But they needed more numbers. They need more bodies to contest Hashira. And if Empire do not adjust to that, the numbers game for Hashira is just going to be too much.
Here he goes, but the numbers are going the way of Silver. Nope, only a frag to be found with that Bucky. Jeremy going to shut him down quickly. But Bad Ghost has one of his own. Could he potentially capitalize on the damage already done there by his teammate for Zuga with the same weapon? Now he's going to shoot out the Owl Drone. Ooh, Jeremy actually lands a jumping shot. A great ping there coming in from Bad Ghost's, not Bad Ghost, rather, sorry, but the opposing Sova's Owl Drone. And, well, 2v4 situation. This is looking real good for Hashira once again, as Rabbit, he can honestly push this, even though I believe that's a judge in the hands of Draxi on the other side. Who knows? You'd like to see it.
Is it really a judge? It's either a judge or a Bucky.
It's either a judge or a Bucky. I'm not sure what the silhouette was, and considering that we're facing right directly against him, it's a bit unclear, but it does look like a shotgun of sorts. Oh,
yeah,
it's Bucky.
Yeah, it's a Bucky. Like, the only reason why I think he wanted to put that smoke there is he was coaxing Rabbit to push through that, because with a Bucky, you can't really challenge Hookah, so there was no point in him kind of using the smoke to cross into the site. Rather, just force an opponent to cross to him and play that close-range combat. And Rabbit, I think, felt it because it was a weird smoke to look at.
Yeah, it's not a common smoke that you would necessarily throw out there, just in like a default retake sort of setting. And so he realized, okay, something's up with this. Looks a bit too fishy. So great,
track them down.
Kind of like heads up there by Rabbit.
Patient game.
Patient gaming.
Get out of my way!
Again, here is the Hashira way, just charging in, using all their utilities without any waste. But Draxi, oh, he wants it. He is so hungry for that punish, for that challenge on Hu-Hall. Okay, he's just going to be charging right in. I like the double peek here with the Bladestorm as well as the Showstopper. This is going to force everybody back. And Silver, he challenges, and Jeremy just says, hello, welcome to my bullet, or to my rocket.
Jeremy, he's going to be pushing in U-Haul, and he does successfully take control of it. So now it is in the hands of HSR. But look at that orbital strike, finding its mark, and that is a 1v3 situation now. It's all going to be in the hands here of the solo Envy. But he's able to find a frag on Nexi. Trade-off coming from Bad Ghost, though, and Empire Esports are at least able to cut the deficit down to just 3 as we are moving into a 10-7 scoreline. Empire, they've got a bit of a ways to go, but they're starting to get that ball rolling here, Asteroid.
Yeah, and they did expend a couple of big utilities from Hashira as well. Granted, I'm kind of a little bit confused as to why Hatred pushed up onto the site there. They weren't really able to clear U-Haul just yet, and Draxi got actually 2 crucial kills. One onto Hatred and one onto the Sova of Hashira here, and all they needed to do was situate Hatred to go onto the U-Haul side, which he did not. And I think that's also the reason how Empire was just able to get that dub, or that dub round win. Any case, though, they are going to get pushed back. Empire have 2 big kaboom booms. That is the Showstopper and the run it back. So lots of information gathering and lots of kill potential. Lots of threat in terms of damage.
That is true. Lots of firepower on their side, and they can definitely make the most use of that, especially considering the fact that you can see here, it seems like for the side of Empire, initially, okay, they were more of expecting an A take where Hashira were going to be, but they finally catch on, and now they have 3 defenders here on towards the A side. Bad Ghost is going to be the first one to make contact if ever they do get themselves inside the container here, Hashira. So it's going to be a lot of a challenge here because there's lots of defenders and lots of utility is going to be committed to trying to hold on this B side. They're not going to be playing for retake. They're going to try and actually hold on to this and delay enough for the rotations from the A defenders to come and help them out. Hatred, he's going to be the first one in, but Jeremy's able to find the frag there with the paint shot. Bad Ghost will find Hatred in return, and Silver, he's not going to get found actually because Jeremy will finally shut him down. Bad Ghost will find one of his own, and that is now a 2v3 after the flurry we just saw.
Oh man, Jeremy got some really big kills in elbow there, able to shut down Silver once again. Silver's not just, you know, he just does not procure like safety when he has his ultimate. When he comes back to his standing point, he just dies. Anyways, 3 versus 2, but Hashira's Rabbit's gonna be able to plant down the spike, but he has 30 HP in a Dream. He's gonna be able to reposition quickly onto the A Heaven side. They're not gonna be able to hear this as Rabbit is gonna have to try to make something happen. He smokes right behind him. He hides through the recon dart, and a possibility, a dream for him to be able to flank. Not shaking him out. 1, 2, 3. But Bat Ghost spots him out.
Almost could have made it happen there. Unfortunately, a bit too low on the health side, and Empire Esports are able to cut the deficit down to just 2. So, a good answer back, really, coming in from Empire Esports. They did their job on the B site to really defend and repel Hashira's attack. And look at this. Jeremy already at 23 frags. On the other side, Empire, not the same story, a bit more spread out is the score here, with pretty much every single member, aside from Nexi, only a single point away from the double-digit mark.
There's a bit of lackluster play here from Hashira. I guess it's not lackluster play. More of Empire has a setup that they're doing that is working to kind of stop them. That like double satchel play into the back of B site. All they had to do was, well, just kind of use Silver. Flash out, and nobody can follow up Jeremy there. If Jeremy cannot procure any kills, well, he's not going to get the value, the stock that he needs. Now, he's just going to jump on top of the site here. He's going to use that smoke to be able to spot out his opponent, but he jumped in, and Draxi heard him, shutting him down. Jeremy's going to be able to get 2. Where did he get these kills? It's going to be onto the hookah side as everybody's just coming right in. He's taking the damage as well, and Envy is onto the side 2 versus 3 scenario with Hashira having the numbers, and they're pushing on elbow. They want to get the kills here, and Nexi's not going to be able to stop them from coming in, from bleeding in onto the side, and that's 11-8 with Hashira getting a lot more than they bargained for.
Double elbow push, not even matter, not even really coming into factor at the end of it because Jeremy just, you know, bulldozed his way and found all the frags that he needed. 27 on this man, and he's been popping off, Hashira. Ooh, I like that spray.
Oh yeah, the
Octo Pink.
Space Invaders-esque spray.
The Octo Pink looking thing.
I did use that for a bit, but using too much, you kind of get bored. But it's still really, really cool because look at that. It's just pew, pew, pew. Maybe it'll be like a mini game somewhat in
warm your aim up on the screen.
Yeah, true, because it's a moving target, so they'll practice your ability to track your opponent, to scan your opponent, which is kind of cool.
Potentially. And speaking of scans, they do, I think, get the ping off the outrun, but he actually lands in his own pin shells, does he? But there it is. The rocket finds a face to land on, and well, a good showstopper coming in from Jeremy here to find that opening pick. They have now taken at least half of control of the site, but Hatred is able to chime in with one of his own, giving them thus a very heavy man advantage, and Rabbit will chime in too.
Tripwire destroyed.
Man, they're just able to just translate everything. Jeremy did miss the shot that he, or the ultimate that he needed, but Draxi was just standing there out of nowhere and just like, yeah, I'm gonna peek you. Anyways, that is a lot of utility to try to deal with here. It's a 3 versus 1 scenario, and Rabbit's already pushing the Cypher cage, and we're looking at match point.
Hashira are at the cusp to bring this one back and throwing us in to map number 3, which is supposed to be Haven. So, that is a map that we are potentially looking forward to here if Hashira can take this round away from Empire Esports. This is the map pick once again of Empire Esports, and Empire picked map number, took map number 1 away from Hashira, who did pick Ascent. So, Hashira, what are we looking right now? Jeremy at 28. They do have full utility on either side really here, but the question is, will the firepower be enough a bunch of specters here coming out from the side of Empire, as they're quite low in economy, but they have no other choice but to force. While they have initially shown some presence here, Hashira towards Fountain and B, they realize the fact that they did means that they probably should go towards A side. But you can see a flanking Phoenix here on the side of Silver is going to get found as he tries to find more information than he bargained for, and Hatred is going to shut him down as the Execute is about to come to the A side.
And an Execute is going to be coming here very quickly. Hatred Tailswind in. He saw that Draxy's shoulder was there. Okay, that's a nade, but look at Hatred able to try to translate that spray control in a couple of kills, but EMP is holding strong. Now, leaving it to the hands of Bat Ghost. This man really has to step up. We talked that he was the glue, but his performance has been lacking in this entire best of 3. He's gonna look to try to get that headshot, but Envy is just the better, and that is gonna push us into a game 3 between Empire and Hashira. The saga continues.
Well, Bat Ghost might be the glue here for the side of Empire, but in the end could not keep them bound together on Bind map number 2, and still, they're going to be giving it up. So Hashira, a great performance by them, a lot better there on their map number 2 compared to their map number 1, taking away the map pick of Empire from themselves. We're going to move into our third map in just a bit. That is going to be Haven as our decider here, as Icebox was banned by Empire and Hashira banned Split, which is the best map for Empire. And so I still believe that Hashira did win the map draft here, but with things going 1-for-1, it could really go either way as we move into Haven, and that is one hell of a map to bring us up.
You know, I did kind of doubt the agent composition that Hashira kind of brought to the plate, because it lacked a lot of flashes, it lacked a lot of ability to just kind of flush out these corners. But I was wrong, because it seems like the way for them to flush out the corners is Jeremy. Jeremy has just been charging onto the site with the raise. He only needs the paint shells. He only needs a double satchel to get there and procure the rounds that he needs. Granted, it's been a little bit tough. He doesn't get it every single round, but he gets it enough that it gives Hashira the advantage, and they still have 4 players that have supported Jeremy with his endeavors. And their ability to clutch the rounds have been staggeringly great. Like Envy, he was not supposed to win that duel with Bat Ghost in that last round, but he was still able to connect the shots. And it just shows that this new pickup, this new Hashira, is here to stay.
It's definitely here to stay here, Hashira, because we saw the adjustments coming in from them, and they capitalized on the mistakes that Empire did give them, to be fair. So, Empire, they have to try and bring it back here if they want to progress on to the to the semifinal rather later on. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a bit with the third map here, the decider of our final quarterfinal.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
the battle rages on. EMP had our production is whispering things in my ear that is making me laugh a little bit.
We currently have like an ongoing war here between the talents on what is the better
Insulated water bottle.
insulated water bottle.
Clean canteen or hydro flask. Well, you know what? Either way, we like our drinks cold and or hot, depending. You know, if it's a hot or cold day. Anyways, on to more serious matters. EMP had a fantastic game 1, and second game. And it seems like Hashira had a not so good game 1, but their second game, they really came in together as a team, spearheaded by the one and only Jeremy on that race.
Man, Jeremy, did he drop a 30 bomb? I think he was like
Almost.
a frag away from
Yeah.
a 30 bomb, right? I think ended in like 28, 29 or something like that. And he has been monumental in their win during that last one. Without Jeremy, they would have not been able to get all of the rounds that they were really able to steal away from Empire, because Empire had some good reads, okay? They had some good reactions too, but some of them were really just individual plays coming in for the side of Hashira, and I love the fact that they enable that type of play even without the flash. They have only one flash on their side, and that was something that we were both worried about coming into Bayern, because you kind of want a bit more flash routes here and there when you're actually like mid-round and you have to make, okay, split decision, I have to make a play, let me flash myself through and see what's going to happen, right? Go for the peak. But even with a single flasher, they're able to make work with it. And that's something that I really, really am quite, how do I play this?
Delighted with?
Delighted with.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. Again, we talk about, you know, oh, they don't have that much, they don't have that proper utility to get into the site. But when you're able to optimize what you have in hand, you're able to kind of just procure to obtain these rounds where it shouldn't be. And that's how Hashira has been able to get these rounds, at least from what I'm seeing from my own end, is that, you know, Rabbit has the only one with Paranoia. Sure, so what? He just used it at the very start, and then they just try to play with it very systematically, using all their abilities in tandem. And of course, with explosive players like Hated and Jeremy, supplementing every single one of that, their attacking side did not look like it was lacking any form of utility and aggression. And it allowed so many round wins, even if Empire got a little bit of an advantage. They had Nexi as an anchor. They had Nexi downloaded, and by that I mean they just understood how he plays on sites, and he could not be able who's not able to anchor against the aggression, against the overwhelming prowess that is Hashira.
I mean, Hashira, they just were so great, and they took that map, winning map number 2 there from the map pick of Empire. But not only can these two teams win, but you guys can win as well. All you have to do to be one of the 10 lucky winners today for the 1,500 Valorant points is simply like and share the stream on Facebook, like and follow the Facebook page, PPGL, and include in your caption the team that you are rooting for. Do not forget that you should also add in your caption the official Valorant hashtags here for the VCTPH, which are hashtag VCTPH, hashtag PPGL Valorant, and hashtag Valorant Challengers, guys. Make sure your post is public, and you might be one of the 10 lucky winners we're going to throw up on the screen later on at the end of the night on who are going to be the lucky winners once again. 1,500 Valorant points, just enough for a battle pass.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to be able to, what are we going to be able to buy with 1,500 Valorant points? Well, you got your Valorant Night Market, you got some of the weapons that we have here. I think the new bundle right now, the Celestial bundle, has at least one weapon that you can buy with that money. If not, at least you can check out the Night Market. Anyways, guys, we're going to be going now to the final map of the day, or the final map of this last quarterfinals. This series, is Haven. And let's see how this pans out.
Okay, let's look at the composition here, Asarai, for the side of Empire. They switch out now to the Omen here for Draxi. Batghost has the Sova once again. Z7Z on the Killjoy, not playing a duelist this time, as Nexi is going to be taking up that role along with Silver on the Jet. For the side of the Hashira squad here, Jeremy on the Cypher. They got the Breach on Envy. Very interesting to see. We haven't seen a Breach this entire series. Sova is going to be on 27066. Rabbit once again on the Omen. That's the third time he's going to be picking Omen. And Hatred once again on the Jet. So there are actually only a single duelist here for the side of Hashira. And I'm not sure how I feel about that in Haven, but I guess it's okay. okay, considering the fact that there are 3 sites, you're split apart. You might want a bit more utility that a duelist might not offer, I guess, and that's why they went for the breach, I assume. So, I don't know, what are your thoughts about the composition that we saw there coming from on Haven?
So Breach, I think, is fantastic on Haven. Because, like you said, like they need a little bit more utility. The utility that Breach endows here is obviously you got 3 flashpoints. You're going to be able to blind your opponent. Whether you're on the attacking or defending side, it's going to be useful nonetheless because it allows you to, you know, to force these corners, force these opponents away from those corners because of the flash. And his fault line has so much use in this particular map. It's ridiculous. And any site that you attack with a Rolling Thunder can flush out any opponent inside the side. I think it's big enough to devour all of B, most of C and A. So that's really the value that the breach brings to the table. But the thing about that is you have to know when to time it. It's all about the timing. And you know that Hashira knows that and they can use it to full force.
Well, once again, guys, historically, Hashira are the better team here on Haven. While they have not played each other here, Hashira and Empire and Haven before, at least from what we've seen on the stats, they do have better standings on it in general. For the side of Empire, we're going to see if they're going to be able to make up for that, though, as they start things off here with the fault line going towards the A side. Rabbit's able to find an opening pick, but Z17 will get the trade-off in return as the A side is coming under siege. Batghost is going to start that thing off, too, though, to bring it down to a 4v3 in the favor of Empire. The spike, though, is not in any position to get planted, as Hashira are down to just 2 members. And, well, make that Jeremy timing in with his own to get C7Z. He's going to get taken down. Last one left alive is Envy, and he has been removed. Batghost, a triple kill. I'm Batghost.
I am Batghost. I like the double down here of Empire. So the mentality there was, yeah, guys, we're gonna be you're gonna be charging on an A long. We're just gonna hold sewer and not allow you to get part of the site. They were comfortable with that because they had the, let's call it the alarm bot, an A long. You did see Hatred get picked up by it, and he's like, dang, I gotta push through this one. He takes increased damage, and he could not deal with the 2 defenders that was facing down on him. So there was no chance they were gonna be able to get the A long, at least from what we saw. And just to point out here, Black and Blue, Nexi is not on the Sentinel. He's down right now with a Reyna, and this has gotten me excited.
They've switched out Nexi here onto the Reyna. That's very interesting to see as Batghost is able to find a frag there in the Hatred, and he's able to find a second. He's been doing so much work, and Z7Z to help him. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place, but fortunately, the power of friendship prevailed. So good job by Empire Esports to capitalize on that. And, well, Jeremy gets a right click off. Will he get the second follow-up? No, he won't. He's giving away his position, and he's going to get taken down. Silver with a Marshall. He lays down the law, and Jeremy, well, you go to jail. I do like the fact that he pointed out too on round number 1 there, sorry, the pistol round, that they held on to sewers because they realized, okay, there's like 2 or 3 of us here in sewers. If we just hold this out, they're not going to be able to plant default. The rest of our teammates are in spawn and going up towards the top heaven window, and so there's no way they're going to be able to plant on the back of the site as well if all things go as planned, and, well, it did for Empire, thus gaining them a 2-0 starting lead.
So the thing why I think that's such a better way to defend the A site rather than just going back of site is that you're kind of forfeiting a big chunk of the A site already when you're just going to play in the back. And usually more than not, your positioning, if you're not a duelist, is very easily punished because you're basically the back of site and you're on a kind of theoretical island. So rather than just trying to play at the back of site, pushing on either long or short, I think is the better option more so than not. Granted, it's not going to happen every single round, but if you can make it as your outcome, it allows you so much more control because your opponent, they can't only come in from 2 angles. They're only 1 angle, and they have to think about the spawn area. Then they're going to think about, you know, being flanked from behind because sewer opens up into A-long as well, so there's not really a lot of options for the attackers if they don't get both of these lanes, these avenues.
Fortunately, though, this time they do have both sewers and long control. Now, Hatred's going to burn the tailwind, but he's going to get found by 7ZZ. Great job for him to anchor down the site. Batghost will get one of his own, and 7ZZ will finally get taken out by the opposing Sova there on 12766. This is now a 3-3 scoreline with, I think, Rabbit very low. Draxi will get removed here, so that's the Omen off of the board. And it's a 2v3 once again, although once again, as I said, Rabbit is very low, so that's something you have to take into
30
consideration,
seconds left.
especially when they're going up against Spectres like Silver has in his hands. They're going towards the Charlie site because that is, well, completely opposite of what they initially intended to do, but I think it's the right call because the defenders are still here for Team Empire Esports, kind of focused on whether or not that is actually the case, while Silver is in Garage, too late to go, and the post-plant will come in.
The byproduct of this one is they're going to be playing on C-Long, where they know their opponents is going to be on the Spectres. So the range is not there. There's going to be a lot of fall-off damage on these particular SMGs, and Silver knows this. He just wants to charge right in. If he can get a kill, that's going to be great! The second one's not going to be procured, but Bad Ghost picks up a Phantom, and he is the 1v1 against Jeremy. He's using the Kamehameha, and he gets spotted out! Jeremy, why did you rotate? I have no idea. It wasn't even on the copy, if I'm not mistaken. He could have hugged the left side of that, and Bat Ghost clutches for the round.
I think he was very aware of the fact that that is a common spot for the Hunter's Fury to be aimed towards, right there in the cubby towards C-Long. And so he tried to bail out and get away in time, but I guess from the read as well coming in here for this side of Bad Ghost, he was like, okay, he's probably going to jump out of cubby as soon as I aim my Hunter's Fury there. Let me divert my aim towards the actual lane of C-Long as well. And well, he's up 8 frags in 3 rounds.
And just as, based on experience, the reason why Hunter's Fury can connect onto targets, even though it seems like, damn, that's such an easy shot to, to dodge. The animation of how the Hunter's Fury, targets you, it kind of baits you out. So you have to be very aware of its positioning, or else you're just gonna die a lot. And that's how a lot of these Soba mains have been able to procure so many kills, just because of how well they can use the how do I say this, the optical illusion of the Hunter's Fury.
Definitely is a factor to be considered because it can really kind of screw up your mental thought process when you feel like, oh, there is a huge Kamehameha coming my way, right? Or a Rasengan about to slap me in the face, so let me get out of dodge. But in this case, works out for Bad Ghost. They are making their way here down towards the B side, and Nex is able to at least get a frag in the way of Empire here. Hatred with the Bucky, he's able to get a trade off, and look at this, 1-for-1 apiece after that. 3-on-3 on the board, and they have taken kind of control of the B side. Spike has not been planted down though, and Hatred will get the frag on the Draxi, but he's going to get removed by the opposing Jet in return. Spike is still not down in the 2v2.
They think that they're going to go for the B, but since, like you said, Spike had not been planted down here, the rotation is going to be there, and you can see that they're holding back of sight. They're allowing Hashira to get a sight, to get map control here, because they don't really have the firepower. But Envy is going to be peeking ever so slowly, and Silver onto the case. Whip out the blades, maybe. Doesn't know that his opponent is already on default, and this could be fatal. He spots him out, and Jeremy just connects these shots. He is an animal. 12 seconds onto the clock. He's going to charge it right in. Bad Ghost, no, Jeremy's going to check the camera there, spot out Bad Ghost into the back of sight, and peek it out and win this. Unless Bad Ghost, timing does not have the timing. Bad Ghost, or rather Jeremy, just played it so perfectly well.
You could have not said it any better there, Asteroid, because I love the fact that he put down the spy cam, hopped on it for literally a split second before jumping off to the plant. He didn't even bother to look really and observe the surrounding area. Rather, flipping to it for that split second is enough for you to take a mental image and really see after the fact of like, did I see a silhouette? If I did, then I know he's there. If I didn't, then it's probably clear. Go for the plant immediately, because otherwise they're probably going to punish the fact that I am solo planting. Now, 3-1 on the board. Hashira finally get their first round on it, and it seems like they're going to go for an 8 here. The Blade Storm has been popped off, and that does land, knocking Bat Ghost up a bit, but he's able to escape with his life. Now, they do not have control of sewers as they did earlier on during the first round, so this is going to be a bit more tricky for the side here of Empire to hold on to if it actually does come in. But Silver's able to find a double kill, not before going down though there with the Blade Storm. And next he's going to follow up. What is this flank coming in from Empire? They called it perfectly to hop all the way in through mid window and make their way towards long.
Well, they made their way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and they're homebound, able to get all these kills just because Hashira slowed the pace of the game down. They were like, we got the Blaze from Hatred, we got the threat on you on the back of A side, but no, everybody's just gonna come in from the middle and flankies, and that jump from Envy, it basically screwed him over because obviously inaccurate shot with the Vandal, and there was somebody who was going to be able to pick it up again, which was Nexi, leaving Hatred to the 1 versus 4.
Hashira, well, they had a good previous round. Now it's not looking as bountiful for them. Unfortunately, Hatred's not going to land the shot, and Z7Z is going to punish that mistake. 4-1 on the board off of the great play coming in there from, I believe that is Silver, yes, there on the jet with Nexi to support him off of the push in towards mid window, catching Hashira off guard, not looking the right way. Well, 4-1 lead, bring things up again. They do have 3-round advantage here in our final decider map of the first series of the day.
Oh, that is just perfect. Silver's gonna now be playing on this operator. It's, I mean, it's gonna at least change the dynamic just slightly, but we'll see how they're gonna be able to procure a couple of. I've been keeping saying procure a lot, but you know what? It's been a best of 3 of procures here. Oh, I like this smoke from Draxi. People might gonna try to pop a shot on him if they go onto the side there. I like it. Nexi's gonna be challenging here. Ooh, he's gonna be there on the side. He's gonna challenge once more. Sheriff in hand, Sheriff in tow for Rabbit there. Nexi gotta be careful. Rabbit can take out heads here very quickly with that particular weapon.
As he said, he does have the Sheriff in hand, and so able to get the armor off of the double doors there. It is now taken down to a wooden state, so it can be wallbanged now. So you can see, and Nexi realizes that. Still though, even after getting out of that, he falls prey to another Sheriff in town, and that is a great shot being found there by their breach.
Low flank here from Jeremy as well, as he's able to kind of infiltrate the B side. This is going to be good because he's going to allow them to kind of pincer in to B if ever they wanted to. They want to go for C though, but this actually works still in their favor because Jeremy is still there. Peeks right out. Beautiful use on that flash from the brim, or sorry, from the breach stone. The breach, the flashpoint. You know what I mean? It just is nice setups coming in and from Hashira, allowing them to claim the C site and play that post plant.
Nice flash, nice peeks, nice frags. 4-1 on the board, and it quickly seems like it might just be halfened up here. The deficit 4-2 as Empire do not want to have anything to deal with this current post plant. Going to save the operator. That's the right thing to do here on Silver. I kind of want to look at their economy because we can see Silver has nothing on him, but I'm not sure about the rest of his teammates. Just counting off the top of my head, they lost the round right previous to this. That means they should be reset, and they probably aren't in the best shape economically coming into round number 6. So the call here is to go for the save, and Empire Esports know that they can give up this round. They still have a 2-round cushion after this. And good job by Hashira, especially there coming in from the brim, rather the breach. We made the same exact mistake. The breach, you find the opening pick and the flash point, getting them the double kill after the flash. Great job once again from Hashira, and props to Indy.
I mean, if you name an agent Brimstone and you give him a beard that's, I think it's a reddish beard, right?
Yeah.
Reddish hair as well. And you make another agent who has
reddish hair
and his name Breach.
And they look alike.
The mistakes will be made, exactly. Anyways, that play was just really set up there from Hashira. Not really the fastest we've seen them done in the past, but they just charged right in very, very quickly. I like the use onto that recon guard. Silver didn't even know where it was coming from, but he was being pushed out so quickly. They know that he does have the operator, but you can still see that Hashira are willing to go for this fight because they've already expended the tailwind here. So if Silver cannot hit that shot, he's going to get bombarded by the Jet counterpart if ever that they do try to go for this A site, which they are looking to do so because they do also have the Rolling Thunder from the breach.
Where there's thunder, a storm will follow very soon, and so will it capitalize on that? Rabbit's going to get found, and he does get quite knocked up here, Silver, but still able to escape. Nope, spoke too soon. Envy will capitalize on that, and well, they're able to get the, I think they might go for the fake. Yeah, they actually pop the lockdown here, expecting them to really stick the plant, but They realize that, go all the way towards B site where they have control of because they have Jeremy here already in the site as they really kind of gave it up for free, to be quite honest with you. And here it is. Plant is going to go on to C, and post plant is going to come in.
left.
It seems like they want to try and get this round as they're now all kind of are they going to gather up here towards the C lane is the question, towards Raj. It does seem like they're going to do that and try and actually go for this defuse play. They have lots of angles to clear though and lots to do as they still have the jet here towards mid to be found. They do get the information. 7z7 is going to get found. Nexi will find the frag of his own though. And that is going to bring it down to a 2v3. Make that Nexi bring it down. Now, if he can find this frag, I don't think he will be able to as they're doubled up here towards C-Long. Going for quite of an awkward fight, and Hatred's going to shut things down. 3-4 here as Sarai and Hashira are a single round away. With good economy, tying this all up.
Even if they got the kill on Hatred there, outside of Garage, the two players on Cubby needed to get pushed because there is, of course, that Hunter's Fury that was very much prepared by 2766. They didn't even need to use that because, honestly, Jeremy, as a Cypher here, is playing the battle Cypher. And I like to coin this term, you know, even if people will say, damn, that's right, that's dumb. The way that he plays this is so aggressive. He's using his abilities with the tripwire, with everything actually, just to kind of, you know, get control of the map by himself. And this is all akin to how confident he is with his plays. He is just going to be able to hit shot after shot, and there's proof of it. He's able to get kills on people like Silver, who were ridiculously powerful in that first game. Now, next, he does shut down Jeremy. That's going to lower the capabilities, the offensive capabilities of Hashira ever so slightly. But 4-4, it's still very much doable by this team. But you can see they have slowed the pace down, that they don't have Jeremy alive anymore.
That is certainly the case here, and removing Jeremy is a big player to get off of the board. Rabbit's able to find the frag in the bad kill slow, and that's going to bring it down to a 3v4 in the favor of Hashira as they try to make this execute happen towards the A site. It seems successful as Hatred is able to get the anchor Z7Z off of the board. 2v4 situation, double the man advantage as Empire's Nexi rather tries to go to the peak here. Will he expect 2766 to be waiting for him? No, he won't. That's a frag. 1v4. I think it's a done deal.
Definitely is. Draxi has the propensity to be able to clutch these kind of rounds, but there's just too many angles to work with, and he peeks the wrong one. Graffiti was being occupied by Hatred there, so there's not really much that he can do. He had to hit one shot, he had to hit another, and so on and so forth, and we've kind of stabilized here. It's Hashira being able to push 3 straight rounds in a row, and they're looking quite ridiculous with Empire bleeding at the seams, not having any economy, and they're just going to be saving up here for the most part and maybe hoping to get a couple of kills. Now, the question is, what's the adjustment for Empire? They put Nexi on a duelist, but he has really yet to kind of show his stock as, you know, the changed duelist player. So maybe a peak of some sort would be good, a push of some sort would be good, and that's what they're doing right now on the C-Long.
They do have Nexi on the Reyna now. He's playing the duelist, and I think, you know, even though he did pop off on map number 1, I'm not sure if that's the right decision to put him on the duelist now, because he was doing really well on the Killjoy too. So, interesting decision there. They have taken a lot of control here towards C-Long, so they're pretty sure it's not going to come their way. B right now is a point of contention. At least there's an Al drone trying to find some information, and they are also walked up here towards the A long side, where in A main, Envy is going to find the frag and bad kills. That's a free kill going to his way, and they have now taken a lot more map control here towards the A side. Now, the rotations for the defenders have brought their way now towards the B side here for Empire Esports, wherein Rabbit is on the other side there for Hashira, trying to contest that smoke if Silver decides to push out. Good call by him to do that, but he's going to expect the angle. Draxi's going to find that frag actually with the Sheriff in hand, and that brings it now to a 4v4.
This still doesn't give a lot of points for Hashira to be able to claim this site, but it's a step in the right direction for them as Silver now picks up that Phantom, like you said. Very good peek out coming in from Draxi as well. Z7Z, he wanted to go for the flank, but Jeremy was just too quick on the check, and just really, really good for them. 3 versus 4 scenario, only 1 Phantom in tow, and here comes the flushing with the flashes. Oh my goodness, very, very difficult to deal with. Silver left to his own devices. He's going to be playing on top of Heaven here. Head spotted out, head taken away, and that is Hashira with the lead 1 round in.
Very headstrong now Hashira is, as they have taken the lead, as you said, and they're doing it with such confidence and such a successive rate that it is really looking very good right now for map number 3 on Hashira. Although Empire are finally going to be able to actually buy up here, and this could be a chance to once again tie the score all up. Silver there on the operator with a jet. That is something you see, and we're going to see how they're going to really put that into good use. Are they going to play him towards sewers once again that they have been doing the whole day? That is the question. Actually, he's going to be playing there towards a main, and if he can find anything going towards long, then that might be something to play off of. He does miss the shot there on the opposing jet on Hatred and does back away, realizing that it is a very tough position to be playing, but Nexi is still here towards the sewers, able to dismiss and get away from there.
That was risky, because Nexi had to just survive by himself. They're putting him into a position where he has to play this mano-a-mano, and he's flashed away. He can't do anything up against Envy. And Draxi, who was there, who shut down Hatred, couldn't do anything because it was a 1 versus 1 scenario, splitting up the 2 people who were on the A side. Now it's not looking good at all for Empire, as Hashira has gotten every single thing that they needed. Bad Ghost is going to be able to use the recon dart, but this is going to be risky because that does allow them to just spray through the smoke and basically die. Bad Ghost pushes out, gets the 1, and this turns into a doable moment for them. Jeremy is here into the smoke. They have to peek him out. He's going to be pushing in, spots out Bad Ghost, but that also gives away his position and almost takes away at C7Z. Is the time enough? Looks like yes.
He does have time to get the defuse off. One single bullet would have been enough to take Z7Z down further on. But here, as I said, Empire, this was a chance to equalize it, and that's exactly what they do. Great play by them to make that retake happen. Jeremy on 14 frags right now there, and he's on a Cypher. So he's been doing exemplary well here on the attacking side too. Hashira, they cannot let that get to them though, as they do have economy to buy up once again. They actually have enough economy to buy up another round even if they lose this one. Surprisingly though, they keep Hatred there still, pushing first and foremost without much backup I see sometimes, and I think that's something that they can definitely kind of address. But this time it seems like it's going to be the Omen here on Rabbit, going towards C-Long first and foremost to peek it out. He does have the spike on him, so if he gets taken down, that might be something to be very wary of. I think he's about to pop an ult here. Does he have his shadow step, but rather from the shadows online? I'm not sure if he does, but it seemed like he was trying to gear up for it.
There you go. He's going to be using it now. Into the back of side. C7Z is going to spot out 1, not get flashed away, but he can't really play the cross, so this is going to be the retake for Empire for the most part. Although Hatred gets spotted out by the turret there, it's not really much that they can do, and Hatred once again, C7Z got a little bit too antsy, black and blue.
Well, the opposing Omen here for the side of Empire also does have their Shadow Step, rather, from Shadows once again online. Bad Ghost will get found, and here it is. The Cloud Burst is going to buy him some concealment to deal with. Silver not able to make use of that in his favor. Draxi comes the Paranoia. I don't think he actually lands anybody from that, and Hatred realizes this, goes for the peak. Rabbit will get the frag of his own towards Silver, and well, 1v5, a flawless round so far coming in from Hashira and Nexi. There isn't much you can do in this case. He has moved on to the duelist, and he's going to get found quick and easy, very cleanly by Envy.
There was no
last round in the half.
You know, like valuable or reason for C7Z to have pushed on where is this? On Garage by himself. Like he was holding the cross, but he had all of his utilities still up. He didn't have to try to go for that. He could have actually just allowed, you know, Hashira there to take the site. They could have flanked all the way along as well as defender spawn and played the post plant. But being that antsy, being that brave to try to fight against 5 people as a sentinel, not really the wisest of decisions, I would say. And it really costed them the round because they didn't have any threat to kind of flush out the corners, use maybe the sentry to, you know, help you a little bit. Next, he's going to be going in for this aggressive peek, and he whips, doesn't whip it, connects a shot though, but Hatred gets that refrag nonetheless.
Good trade-off coming there from Hatred to bring it down at least 4-4 on the board. Now, typically, when it is 4-4, it does favor the attacker's side. So in this case, it does favor Hashira right now, even though, especially, Haven is quite attacker-sided, and them being in a 4v4 does even lend itself to their favor just that bit more. The recon dart goes out towards C-Long, doesn't find anything, but still, here Bad Ghost realizes that it could not have been a perfect timing on that, so he's still going to play towards C, but He's going to be in under a siege in just a bit. Information has been found, though, by the Jet going all the way to the back of their own spawn. And so here, Bad Ghost is able to find the frag, but quickly traded off there by Envy. So 1-1 on the board, 3-3 now, and the flank is about to come in from Silver. He does have the Blade Storm up. If he can find the frag here in Jeremy, that's going to be a big frag. But what? He whips it completely. Jeremy ducks under. Silver has a tailwind out of there, and Draxi does find the opposing Omen on the Rabbit. If he can help out here, Silver, which he can't, that might turn things their way, but Envy is going to close it all off with the third frag, and Hashira bring their lead up to 2.
Last player standing.
That was a crucial kill for... Oh my gosh, that was a crucial kill for Silver, and he whiffed all of the blades. Maybe just the one to connect, but you need 3 blades to get a kill. 1 blade, I believe, is 50 damage. You get 150 HP, right, with the shield, with the full shield as well. So you need 3 of those blades. And when he started whiffing, Jeremy quickly thought, duck my head down, because this means he has to try to hit my head. And if I can move that while I'm also moving my body, it makes it more difficult for him. And Silver got pressure to try to make something work out. He definitely needed to get the kill on Jeremy there, because there was still the Rolling Thunder that could reach the back of site where the spike was planted from the cubby, which just meant that there was no chance for the 2 people who were on the C side from Empire to make any value whatsoever with their push.
A good choice there to go for the plant where they can cover it from long, and this time, once again, they are planting for long. This has been working out quite well here for the side of Empire, and they're going to continue to abuse that fact. Hatred does take some damage away, rather, from that shock dart, and he's going to have to back off a bit, wait for his teammates, but they're all, if you can see, compiled here, and kind of a bit too close to each other as they all push in from the spawn. Now, Hatred will get the trade off, yes, but that brings it now to a 4v4. Will he get the follow-up? No, he won't. Jeremy's going to find the frag, though, on the Bad Ghost, so Jeremy's going to find the second frag on the next C as well. As he pushes out, Rabbit will get found in return by Draxi, and here it is, an Empire round to start Pistol off.
These rounds are supposed to be easier for Empire with how they kind of position themselves, but Jeremy is on fire. Like, he just hits shots and just gets these kills. He's able to obtain these kills. That's not supposed to be happening by a regular player, by a, someone with just average aim. He's cracked right now. That's just the word I'm looking for. He's cracked, my God. No cap.
Man, to call him cracked is to say the very least, because Jeremy has been fragging out this entire series. He is now at 18 already here at the start of the half, and who knows, he can drop a 30 bomb by the end of this. Another Lear comes out here towards the B side, and they are very committed towards going here. Next, they will find the opening pick on Envy, and I think Drax is about to catch off Silver here. Rather, Hatred not looking the right way as Silver finds one of his own aforementioned. Jeremy is going to peek out here with the buggy, not able to land a shot. He's going to get punched for that. 1 apiece, and Rabbit is the last one alive with a simple shorty to defend himself.
Silver could actually die to Rabbit here as he peeks out. Hello. Oh, right behind him. Ooh, just dashes away. What's up? What is that movement? Rabbit, hello. Silver is almost able to get out of harm's way. But Rabbit picks up a stinger, and this could actually be an expensive round for Empire here as he has an SMG in tow, and Rabbit is not going to stop. Oh, he even goes for the tactical crouch as he gets spotted. Finally shut down by Draxi. Slightly expensive there. Losing 2 SMGs definitely going to hurt the economy of Empire just a little bit. It sounded like that Empire lost that pistol round, that second half pistol round. They won it though, but they should have won it even more clean if they were able to shut down Jeremy sooner. But Jeremy has shown to be a very, very aggressive player here. On the other side, Empire, as a team, they have been working well. We haven't really seen Silver and Nexi really get these kills, because I think Duelist versus Duelist, they're just outclassed by Jeremy and Hatred. Although, it hasn't really hit them too much as they're able to equalize these rounds and show that there is a lot more, coordination by the side of Empire.
Silver is able to find the opening pick there on the opposing Jet, and that is a big find for him to get. Removing Hatred off the board now, HSR U766, he's going to go for the L drone, and he's actually going to spot out Silver here right behind the site, and that's big information found to confirm their suspicions. Paranoia comes out, and he's definitely anxious about this, so they're going to try and pincer them in. As Envy and Jeremy are able to find a frag apiece, Rabbit will time into one of his own to bring it down to a 4v2 situation in the favor of Hashira's retake.
Ooh.
Empire, he's able to find the frag there next. Through the smoke, he knew where it was planted off of the ping, and Z7Z is able to find the frag in the Rabbit. Are they going to stick a plant? Will he get the diffuser off? Yes, he will, as HSR, Hashira are able to bring it back. It has been a back and forth here on the second half.
He didn't know that the spike was not even half diffused. I think if C7Z knew this, he would have thrown the nanoswarm first, angled it, would have landed right on top of that spike and denied the defuse. But he just challenged it nonetheless because he wanted to make sure, man, even just slightly being off of your information in these very tense, high-level situations, you make these slight mistakes because you don't know that particular fact. And Z7Z played to the fact that it just wasn't half. He thought it was half diffused. In any case, though, this is going to give Hashira another lead on their defending side, and they're working so well. Rabbit with that peek out, and he just wins these up against Bat Ghost.
Good opening pick coming in from Rabbit to get the round going off. Well, you can see that they're still kind of curious if A is the right position to be pushing right now. The spike is here now towards window, and Silver has walked his way up with the Blade Storm in hand. Does not land the shot, though, on Hatred. The opposing jet, they're trying to cross back into the site from the C-Link. He does have a Bucky in his hand, so he cannot get too overeager and get close here, Silver. Otherwise, he might find some buckshot coming his way. Hatred realizes this, and he's not going to go over peak because the lack of a range on his weapon is not going to favor this fight. Silver, with the Blade Storm up, does have a lot more maneuverability, especially with the Tailwind and the Updraft. Both of his Updrafts still online.
A lot of the shots here, and he just wants to challenge. Where's going to be the pistol to get the kill still? Oh my goodness, Silver just hops on up with the updraft and actually gets a couple more kills there. Through the smoke they will go, and they're not going to be able to win this. Next into his own devices, but Envy is too quick on that trigger. Whatever Empire does, Hashira does it better, and they're getting shut down, slap their hands off of these sites, and Hashira is starting to form the wall.
Will Hashira get over this hurdle and bring themselves into the semi-final, which will be played later on? That is the question right now, as Empire Esports, they have a lot riding on this round. If they give this up, that means Hashira are going to be in a good place round right, because they're going to have a 3-round cushion, which will probably extend to a 4th, because Empire will have bad economy right after, because they already have bad economy right now, actually. Silver's going to find an opening pick once again on Hatred this time, and so a good find here for Empire Esports' Silver, and he's going to find a second frag too on the Jeremy. That's a big player removed from the side of Hashira. Rabbit's going to answer back on the Nexi, though, who has not been performing as hotly here on the Reyna. We're going to see if he's going to be able to make it back, though, as we come in here to the plant. Going towards the C site. Omen here on the Rabbit is going to hold down the flank going into C-Long, so they cannot plant for C-Long safely. Rather, they do go for more of a garage-focused defense.
That was an insane flick from Envy. I mean, yeah, I didn't get a kill, but the reaction time on this player is just nutty, to say at the least. Silver is looking for that 5K already, as he does have. Rabbit's been spotted out. Just give it to Silver already. Draxi will be a bit of a spoil sport, as he does take away the opportunity. But this round in general, that particular round in general, sometimes the team does strats, does tricks, tries to read their opponents. Sometimes a well-timed rush can reset everything for you, your team, and your opponents. And Silver was just like, I've had enough of this. Let's just charge right in. And it worked well. Now they're going to have to reset themselves. It's very close, though, but at least reset the economy of their opponents. Charging right in with the blades! Hatred comes in with the fury! Oh my goodness! The flash, and he was able to almost give his rifle to his teammate, but the entirety of the Empire roster has just been thwarted, and the Empire has fallen in this particular round. Draxi left to his own devices. They've lost all propensity of being able to clutch this round, and this is a 4 versus 1. The drone will not be able to spot the one, and maybe Draxi can sneak his way up into mid. Gets spotted out by the one there, though. Spots out. He knows there's going to be one here. Gets shot from the back. Not going to get taken out just yet. And does he know that Envy is hiding in the corner here? He spots out, and Draxi is coming. He's still alive. There's the flashing, but not flash fully. 3 seconds with the bullet. He does have an ultimate. If he can kill Nexi or Envy here, he might be able to just go into the A side and maybe, just maybe, get that one up for Empire. But it's not going to happen in the end. What just transpired?
Draxi had a small window there, a small opening to capitalize on the breach of Envy, but unfortunately could not find the angle to really push it off. Great flash point there. Hatred makes full use of his Blade Storm. Unfortunately, does not burn the Tailwind to escape and get potentially a third there. Draxi does find that frag. And, well, Silver, he has been golden right now. He's been doing so much for the side here of Empire, but still cannot get them over the hurdle and cannot really win the round in their way.
That was an eco
That was
for
an
Hashira.
eco.
They only used 2 ultimates, and that set back Empire 2 rounds here. They're going to have to pay with a round or with their lives for that. Jeremy's just going to expend all of his utility so that nobody can sneak in. Silver has done this for the past couple of rounds, and HSR, or rather Hashira, has had it. They're just going to allow them to, or not allow them to try to peek out. Jeremy's still in the back of here, and Silver will not get spotted, or not spot out this this thorn in the back of the site. They still have to clear this before planting down that spike because it's going to be very dangerous, but Nexi pierces through on Garage. It's working well. Here comes Envy and the rest of the team coming in from the back of the site, and they are able to spot them out. Rabbit and teammate, though, able to take out Nexi, and it's all going to be up to the 2 versus 1. It was so close, but it was a numbers advantage for Empire to hold themselves true, and they survived to live to fight for another day. One more, and they equalize.
Draxi finally able to get this round here after the triple kill going in his favor. 15 and 15 for both of the Empire top fraggers. Well, Jeremy, he is on 20. The economy here in the side of Empire is just enough for them to buy up. He's going to be able to get a full rifle line up here for the side of Empire. And Hashira, well, they seem to be going for kind of a more aggressive play here towards Garage, pushing out Garage. As you can see, Rabbit is going to be playing inside his own smoke. Now that turret, as soon as he pops out, is going to realize and recognize him and alert the side of Hashira to what's to come. And Draxi, he is going to get punished. He's rather going to punish Rabbit for that over-aggression there. Oh! Great play, but Silver, he finds a tap onto 2766, and Hashira, they've left an opening open, and that's going to be Jeremy to answer back. The plant will get off, though, on the B site, and we're going to have another post line come in here as Envy has stormed his way to go for this retake. He actually dinks Draxi there, getting to low HP.
And they're going to be able to spot out Nexi, who was kind of lurking around the A site, able to kind of destroy him there. And this is going to be a 2 versus 2 with one of the members of Empire, Draxi, very low in HP. C7Z has to use his ultimate right now so that they can flush him out, and maybe Draxi to come in from the flanks there. The 1-for-1 trade, and Draxi comes in from the backside, destroying Hatred. The timing from Empire was crucial, but they pull it off.
Draxi has done it once again, getting a second clutch in a row now after failing his first one for Empire Esports, and they have tied it all up. It almost seems like we're going to go down to the wire here. You can look at how the rounds have went back and forth already this entire second half, and Hashira, they are in a bad place economically. This is a chance for Empire Esports to once again regain the lead. I believe this is a tactical pause coming in here for the side of Hashira because they are also, holding off on buying. That kind of tells me that they probably want to attack pause and talk a bit about what they can do differently here. Kind of mentally reset themselves as they're going to be moving into what is the third act of this final game of the series.
Are we just on a deja vu here? Because, I feel like we did this, last week or a month ago, but no, that was just yesterday. This was the fight between Bren and Org Not Found, and we're in a similar situation here, Black and Blue, where these teams are wailing at each other. We're being shown how resilient, how defiant they are from losing, because they do not want to drop in this tournament. It's such a crucial one. Week 1, okay, you can lose. You can try to feel out the opponents here, but week 2, this is a guaranteed slot into the Masters. From VCT to Masters is a big leap. And now, in the face of adversity, Hashira and Empire are just showing to us the caliber at which they can play.
Cover going. Both of these teams have definitely got something to lose here, and they know it. You can see the play being made by Hashira to go for the very aggressive mid push. Will they find anything from that endeavor, though? Will they bear the fruits of their labor? Rabbit is able to find that owl drone and remove it, but he's given his position away here, and they know that they're on the eco as well. Hatred, will he find the frag? No, he won't. He'll get fragged in return. Z7Z finding the opening picker for the side of Empire, but 2766 has gone down. Bad Ghost taken very low, but still able to escape and win that fight. Now, Rabbit here is in a tough position. Will he progress on? And he will. He's going to get found, though, by Silver to bring it now to a 5v2, heavily in the favor. Ooh, good shot by Envy. Not the headshot, but still finds a frag, and that's the most important factor. Will he get the follow-up, though? No, he won't. Last one left alive here is going to be Jeremy, who cannot deal with the situation. And that is the lead now taken by Empire, 1 round away from match point.
2 straight rounds. That Rabbit put those off-angle smokes. It's not really off-angle to say at the least, but it's off-angle in this game because you've never seen that be utilized by Hashira only in those 2 rounds. And those 2 rounds, Empire was like, Rabbit's going to push through this. And those 2 rounds, it was true. And those 2 rounds, they take him out. And Empire, they're 2 away from winning. It's not the farthest of gaps because it's only a 1-round deficit. But it seems so big that you lose or win any of these rounds.
That's definitely true, and any inches given right now would really be taken all the way forward into a mile. Silver, will he expect his angle? Yes, he will. He's going to be looking up that way, but cannot land a shot on Hatred. Hatred's able to back off, and Jeremy's going to be here to try and support him. This is going to be huge for Hashira if they can take this round to tie it all up once again. Now, the spike was initially going towards the A side, but they're not going to bring it here towards C long. Will they be able to make anything of it, though? As you can see there, Rabbit, he has realized that, okay, A is looking really quiet right now. Maybe I should rotate and try and help out the C defenders, the B defenders. And that's the right thing to do because here comes the siege on towards the C site. Next, he's going to be the first one in to make contact. Will they find the frag, though? He's completely blind. The Hunter is Fury here off of Bat Ghost, able to find Jeremy. That's a big player once again removed here. And there's a shock dart going to do some damage. 7Z is going to find one of his own. Next, he will get the trade off of flurry of frags going. Either way, it's all going to be the hands of Rabbit. He's going to have to go huge here. He's going to find 1 frag. He's going to find the second frag. Will he find the 3rd frag is the question. It's a 1v1. He has 19 bullets in his mag. Will he get this one, though? Bad Ghost swinging left, swinging right. Rabbit, 2 bullets in the dream, and 1 is all he needs to get this clutch off of the Vandal. Will he get it? No, he won't. He whips the shot, and Empire are at series point.
He could not reload his weapon, whether he chooses to try to utilize the 2 remaining bullets of the Vandal or switch to the classic. Rabbit chose the former. It did not work. It was a risk he was willing to take, and it was a risk that did not pay off. And now we're looking at, like Black and Blue said, match point already. The most crucials of thing, my goodness, that happened in that round was Bat Ghost's ultimate destroyed Jeremy. And now, in terms of money, HSR is bleeding a little bit. But maybe, just maybe, they can make something happen as Rabbit comes alive down to the 3 HP. But a kill on Nexi is a kill nonetheless. And a kill that is big because Nexi has been a crucial player for Empire to get these sites. Now, EMP have been slowed down by Hashira as Rabbit once again. He's an aggressive player. He will try to make it, even if he can't procure or rather be successful in the last round. He'll try to do it again and again until he is. And this allows him to get that value for the Hashira roster. And look at that, a little bit of sidestep, flushes them out, and they don't know that he's into the corner, but Empire rotate back.
Here it is, Empire realizing that A site might not be the best one to really go for right now. They're going to be rotating back now here towards the window. Spike is in the hands of the Sova, and that is a big important factor because As you can see, Silver has gone very headstrong into trying to break this. If he can find a single frag here, actually he needs 2 to get into the Blade Storm, so that's going to be a huge point of contention as well. He's going to actually tailwind here very carelessly, and Hashira punish him for that. 2766, Hatred has got the same idea, but he's going to pull it off even better with a Blade Storm in his hands. It is looking very dire right now for Empire Esports as Hashira seem to bring it back and not want to go down so easily.
Not so easily. One more round to push this into overtime. Does Empire have money to buy up for this last round? It looks like it is going to be. They're going to buy up into the 4 Vandals, 1 Phantom, at least the rifles. Do they have any form of utility, ultimates to work with? They do have the lockdown as well as the From the Shadows. That is going to be huge, but on the opposite end, it's Hashira having themselves 2766 with his Hunter Series. This is going to be big because it can shut down the lockdown. It's going to be pretty good, and this is going to be clutch for Empire. I think if we push this overtime, they're not going to have enough fuel in the chamber to keep this working out. Rabbit is going to try to at least shoot to the smoke before he gets spotted out by that Aldrone, and then he just backs away, gets the boosty top spot here. If the next challenges, you might not know, but Rabbit is going to be there, popping the shot, not going to connect.
2766 here is going to have a huge important role because he is the only player here right now for Hashira who has any sort of ultimate up on the board, and his Hunter's Fury might just be the only answer to the lockdown that can be placed here from the attackers. But it was removed, so the Killjoy's ultimate is no longer on the board. Jeremy, he's going to have to go huge. He's able to find Silver, a big player removed from the side of Empire. Hashira, can they make this comeback happen and push us, propel themselves into overtime? Bat goes, he's going to get found by Hatred, not expecting to peek, and Hatred's going to find a triple kill. He's going to get the 4 kill! What the play there? Actually, no, it's going to be Jeremy to help him out, and somehow Hashira are going to stay alive, propelling us into overtime.
Sad.
Switching sides.
2 straight rounds. Silver wanted to push in. This is what I call the Jet syndrome. You charge right in as the dual entry fragging Jet, and you leave your teammates behind. You leave the opportunity for that refrag. He reached too deep into the site without his teammates because they were still checking the corners, the early corners that the dash was not able to flush out, and that costed him his life, costed Silver his life, and not even a chance to shut down Jeremy. When they tried to push in even more, it was already the other members of Hashira already situated where they were, and now, like you said, we're here into overtime. And Empire, it's going to be so difficult for them to get back into this one because it seems like Hashira have found their formula here, black and blue.
They might have found the formula, but was it the right solution to the question? Silver is going to be playing the exact same position now that recently did them in, and so he's going to be able to cloudburst himself into safety. Envy's going to get the frag, but Vasco there is quick on the trade. Rabbit will get one of his own, and it's now a 3v4. Can they get the plant off? Yes, they do. They have enough positioning and control to get this, and Empire are down to a single member. It's going to be all on the shoulders here of the Killjoy to try and get this overtime round in their favor. But him being alone here is Z7Z. He is an insane player. He was previously on the Duelist, now playing the Killjoy. Can he do this is a question. It's going to be very difficult for him as Rabbit is looking his way. Turret comes out. He's going to get spotted. HSRs, Envy does get that, and they are now at series point here in overtime, 13-12.
They do have a better, how to say this, defender side for Empire, and losing that, now switching up to the attacking side, I'm not sure what's going to be happening here. They're going to put Silver on an operator as a Hail Mary play. This is so risky because, again, of the changes to the operator from 4,500 to 5,000. In overtime, you're on a naked op, no light shield whatsoever, and that means that this is going to be risky. But if Silver can find an opening with this operator, it is going to be huge. He's going to be pushing himself slightly into the middle side, but you can see already that Envy as well as Jeremy are wanting to go for this aggressive play. Maybe a flash in, but Envy decides otherwise. He just backs away for the moment, takes a breath, and now as the smoke dissipates, you can see Nexi and teammate wanting to slow peek it. But here comes 2766 on timing with that Aldrone.
It's all going to ride on this execute coming from Empire Esports. They have 3 choices, C, B, or A. which is the right pick. It seems like for now, their attention is geared towards going towards the C side. They've droned out the garage position here. They've also droned out towards the mid link from B. Now, what can they do in this situation? They have smoked off the window, and they're now calling their way towards C. It looks like a C split just based off of their positioning, but Jeremy's able to find the frag. That's going to be huge. Silver is removed, and he was so close to pulling out that Blade Storm as well. Jeremy, he's going to find a second. Oh no, this seems like a dire situation now for Empire. Hashira, they're going to get the triple. They're going to get the fourth. Bathgos is the last one left alive. What will they be able to do against Hatred? Nothing, as Jeremy gets it, and they win this, taking the series away from Empire, even with a deficit coming to this map, coming into the half. They did the job, and Hashira are going to move on into the semifinal to fight ArkAngel.
2766, a sigh of relief from what it looks like from his camera. Hatred and Jeremy looking slightly happy, of course, not freaking out here because they're at their homes and maybe their parents are going to say, all right, just calm down a little bit. But their win, such well-deserved, and I felt that, man, Empire was losing steam, was losing fuel in this best of 3, and if they got into the overtime, I don't know what they could have done, and it did not work out into the end. They didn't find that adjustment that they needed because it seems like Silver was doing so much, and it was working in the past couple of rounds, but now that he kind of felt the pressure on himself, it feels like he kind of overreached a bit too often, and that put Empire in a slump, which they could not bring back again in overtime.
Well, I mean, you also have to take in consideration this is like series point, overtime. The nerves can get to you, and you can definitely make mistakes when that pressure is applied. And Hashira are perfect in capitalizing on that momentum and the pressure that they put, winning both overtime rounds in a row. And congratulations to them, making the comeback happen and propelling themselves into the semifinal, wherein they're going to go up against ArkAngel. Now, the question is, can they get past the Angels themselves?
Man, it's such an... I feel like that's an easier answer now than it was if you asked me on week 1. Because again, ArkAngel, such a very shaky team as of the moment. Again, they're very talented individually, but the changes to their roster, the performance that we saw from yesterday showed to us that there are gaping holes in the in the entirety of the ArkAngel team here in the VALORANT Challenger Tour. And coming off of a high, winning up against Empire, it might be something. Because, again, it's either Empire went up against ArkAngel and that's a grudge match. It's either Hashira going up against ArkAngel and showing to us that this is the Hashira way. Now, we're going to go into a break. And when we come back, it's the second series of the day here in the second day for our week 2 of VCT. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is Black and Blue. We'll be back and see you in a jiffy.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng Wi-Fi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers, and Team Hashira take a decisive win against their rivals in this bracket, none other than Empire. Falling a little bit short of that, that final finish. They couldn't find their form up until the very end, though. But Hashira's IGL right now is here to speak with us. Rabbit, we got you on the line. Where you at, bro?
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, what's up?
What's
Hello.
good? What's good? Okay, so first of all, congrats. Anong feeling mo ngayon? I'm sorry, excuse me. I mean, how do you feel right now?
Siyempre, masaya tapos sobrang grabing thank you ko sa team. Grabe tiwala nila sa pag-call ko kanina.
Yeah, I just have to point out that
sila kahit wala akong info na like walang tao sa A. Naniniwala talaga sila na mag-stack C agad. Kagaya nung last round.
Okay, so
shit.
one thing I wanted to point out was Jeremy, normally, let's talk about that a little bit. He, on attacking side, on the final map, you chose him on Cypher, which is normally his duelist. But you ended up putting him on the Cypher, and then he got so many kills on rotation, left the C site for you open so many times, and those mid-round calls were just absolutely on point. Can you tell us a bit more about what went on there? Why did you put him on Cypher, even though it clearly really worked?
Actually, Cypher was like an emergency pick. Like, we thought of it like yesterday only. On our scrims, like previous our scrims, he was using Killjoy, but after our scrim against like a top team, we thought that Cypher was a perfect match for our lineup. So
yeah.
Then for the callouts, I just realized that they're always picking A long with Arena Flash. So they're like they flash, then they rotate back to mid, then they're gonna hit B. If they see the bridge in B, they will instantly go C. So yeah, that's what happened. I just got lucky with the calls.
Yeah, I noticed one thing. Near the middle of the map, you sort of unleashed your ridiculous C-long demon quick, and it really paid off and caught. You guys got 2 kills of that. It was a flash dash flash, and the ulti with the fault line. Beautiful play. How does it feel knowing that the plays that you make during practice start to pay off in an actual game?
Our 3 weeks straight practice totally pay off. Like the tournaments we dodge and other tournaments that we didn't play on was totally worth it. So yeah.
Okay, and one
GG's
last
to Empire.
Yeah, well, GG, they did play really great at the end, but honestly, we felt like just your players, honestly, Hatred and Jeremy had such great games. They were creating so many great plays. How does it feel coming back to Hashira with these new members? And it seems like you're even stronger than before.
I'm super happy because everyone like listens to me. So like if I say go stack C, go pick B, like they listen right away. Like they instantly move. Like I don't have to wait any second. Like it's in a snap, they go in like that.
All right. Well, again, before we go, is there anyone? By the way, thank you for joining us on this interview. But before we go, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to? And of course, what message do you have for all the other teams that you expect to fight in the semifinals and maybe the grand finals?
To our opponents, just watch out, and we will still keep practicing, and yeah, keep going, keep getting better. And a big shout out to our manager and boss, Team Tuano. I love you. Like sobrang grabe support niya, and also to Will Estrada, love you.
Thanks,
and to everyone that supported us, thank you guys, thank you sobra. Like yung mga friends ko na nag-chat, thank you. And my girlfriend, thank you, baby, I love you.
Well, that's it again. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you guys. You guys did amazing, and we can't wait for your next game versus ArkAngel later in the semifinals. You got to go and get that rest in. So good luck to you later on, and thanks again, Rabbit. That's it for him for now, but we've got to go back.
Hashira win!
Hashira win, exactly, for the Hashira win. But in the meantime, we got to take a short break because when we come back, we're going to be going into the first semifinal of the day. It's been an amazing time thus far, but it's going to get even better as we dive deeper and get closer to the summit of VALORANT Esports in the Philippines. My name is Illustrato. See you guys in the next series.
When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
A 2-1 series taken by storm by Hashira in an amazing fashion, and a great win against Empire, who seems to have been their biggest hurdle to get to the grand finals. But that might not be true as we dive later on into their semifinals later against ArkAngel. My name is Illustrado, and you're joining me on panel here today with none other than the amazing Trix and Viminal. Let's break down that last game for the viewers at home. What on earth went down with Empire, guys? I can't figure it out. They started off really, really strongly on the first map and seemed to just lose grasp come towards the second.
Yeah, I mean, for Empire, they had a really strong showing at the beginning. We were expecting it to sort of snowball in terms of momentum from the first game. But in the end, it just proved that perhaps Empire was starting to feel a little bit shaky without Stiletto, and maybe relegating Nexi to that entry role was not the best decision. Nexi, we know him to be a very solid anchor, the guy who clutches, the guy who stays sort of in the back, goes for those refrags. He was not able to do that earlier, especially in the Haven game. But yeah, I think that's a huge factor, not having Stiletto there.
We definitely saw that Empire wasn't really marking the correct angles this time. It seemed that they were losing the sides randomly, and that maybe the communication was a little off. Maybe having a player that, I'm not sure if they're used to having that player, but it's possible that they're not used to that player, the communication, and therefore really the angles they're supposed to be marking wasn't exactly accurate.
I think I'm going to agree with you. And it seems to me that what happened was, especially on Haven, they were caught off in rotation so many times by Jeremy, who out of nowhere picked the Cypher.
Yeah.
And they said that they only, in the interview, they said they discovered this in the scrim yesterday. And that was such a big gamble to put one of their best fraggers on the team. That seemed to have worked out for them.
You know, oftentimes when you have a Sentinel that can frag out, especially a Sentinel that can stay alive, it's very beneficial for the team. But again, very risky move because, you know, you have your best fragger. Usually you put him on entry or duelist role. But Jeremy made this work and was able to open up sites all by himself at the other side of the map.
I think one reason why this really worked was the communication between their IGL, Rabbit, and between Jeremy must have been on point, because the lurk and the late round calls really came into play. And here's this disgusting like C-long push that just got everyone completely off guard.
That kind of gave me goosebumps. That was a very clean, sort of executed proactive defense right there. And then, of course, there's this play from Bad Ghost, which was a huge frag onto Jeremy. But then again, they were able to clutch it out. This was almost a huge clutch for Rabbit, though.
Yeah, this is what I feel like Empire wasn't ready for. how proactive the defense was actually on Hashira's side. And Tricks, I do think that maybe they struggled a little bit with that because, I feel like they tried to fill in the stiletto role with Z7Z. I'm not entirely sure why he's not playing, and none of us are, but
Yeah.
I feel like instead of having, Z7Z fill in the role of stiletto, maybe they should have just tried to do something else completely.
It definitely seemed that Empire was not as malleable as they usually are, as we've seen them to be, and as they've proven to be. But watching them today, it felt stiff. They had a good idea of what they wanted to do, and we could see that they had the right idea, but the execution just wasn't quite there. And on top of that, there was just the fact that Hatred and Jeremy popped off.
Yeah, I feel like we talk about Empire, the amazing duelists that they have, and actually just the players in general. Nexi had a little bit of a quiet game, and it seemed like the most important player, honestly, on that squad of Empire, Silver, seems to have gotten shut down by these new young bloods, Hatred and Jeremy. Why do you think that is?
I mean, just aside from the fact that Jeremy and Hatred were both very much on point, there is also those instances wherein perhaps Jeremy and Hatred would be playing apart from each other. So Silver would have his attention sort of divided in a way, not able to focus on bringing down one or the other.
I want to point out a great player here for Empire, though. He wasn't here last time, but he was with us in First Strike. Z7Z, look at that performance. Despite having a lot of technical issues on his side, he still fragged out of his mind.
Yep.
He still did very well. But Empire showed a lot of strength in a map like Ascent. I was hoping they were going to carry it over to Bind, but it's what I meant about malleability. There are things about the Hashira lineup that they should have exploited. The weaknesses in the Hashira lineup they should have exploited, which they didn't, and they didn't adjust to certain playstyles Hashira were doing over and over again. So for me, that was a bit surprising seeing that happen to Empire.
For me, the root of the problem was that they were getting outdueled a lot. Hatred had a lot of the same attack protocols that were working out for him very well consecutively. And then again, it goes back to what you were saying, the lack of malleability for the side of Empire. They weren't able to adjust to counteract what Hatred was doing until it became too much of a thorn on the side of Empire.
With no economy to back it up and to come back, it was hard.
Yeah, but it did go to, it did go the distance. 3 maps and ended with overtime. Hardly could have gone on any longer, maybe with another overtime or 2, but we did get the game that we wanted to see. This is the 2-1 that we were all expecting. And we told you guys at the start of this broadcast, this game was going to be good, and 100% sure it delivered. The final map, as you can see, Hashira versus Empire, 14-12, and Jeremy, no surprises here that he was actually the MVP. His lurk plays on Cypher is something, it just shows that he's not just a duelist that just goes in and frags. He can really think for his team, and that's so important on a squad.
Very smart player, and he was able to influence the outcome of the round on multiple occasions, wherein we were asking, how were they able to turn this around? All thanks to Jeremy suddenly being on the other side of the map, opening up the side all by himself, getting a crucial pick.
As for the MVP of the match itself, that's going to be a tough one to call here. I mean, I think on the Hashira side, there's so many notable players that you could pick from. For the duelist, either Hatred or Jeremy. Rabbit did a lot of great calls, but in terms of performance, there were honestly a couple of whiffs there that we were talking behind the scenes, and we're like, I don't know about that.
But he was also stepping up towards the late game during his late game opening First Blood picks over there on a short, which was, I think, crucial in their eventual victory here. So take a look at Jeremy's stats on the board.
229 ACS and an average kills of about 16. Well, he did really, really well, only 0.8 kills per round, but it doesn't really tell us the tale of how well he did, because it's not about the kills that he got, it's about the map control, it's about cutting off rotations. It was taking C for his team. There were like, 4 rounds, I think, almost consecutively that he just got control over C?
Yeah, bottom line is he had a huge impact on those few frags that he got opening those sites. Such a talented young kid.
I'm really wondering what was going on with Empire Esports communication there, having or letting Jeremy just kind of walk into the sites.
Yeah. One thing that I do want to point out, that a little bit of an unsung hero. I do want to talk about, it just how the team synergized, I think. The flashes from Breach on point every single time, whether it was to backside, whether it was to garage, really setting up those kills for Jeremy. But let's talk a little bit talk a little bit about that later as we go and see the tournament bracket and how Hashira has advanced and the rest of the teams as well, and what's going to happen in the next two games. There's going to be two semifinals in a row where Bren is going up against their old rival. It's one for the ages. And ArkAngel is going up against Hashira. Definitely a tough match as well. Not the easiest of paths, I think, but we're going to see how this plays out a little bit later on. Our predictions, by the way, we already have them up, I think, and I think we can show them on stream. Can we? Can we do that? I'm not 100% sure, but maybe we will a little bit later on when we come back from this little bit of a discussion here. Now, coming to this first best of three that we're seeing, the semifinals, number one, it is going to be Bren versus Oasis Gaming. I know we want to talk about this. This is a tale as old as time here. These teams have just been duking it out since the beginning of Valorant. You know, we're going to talk about that in just a second, but I'm getting really important information right now that we're doing a giveaway. So on your stream, this is what you got to do if you want to win 1,500 plus Valorant points, Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the stream with a caption of which team you are rooting for. And of course, you got to make that public and use the hashtags that we have written down here. And the total of 10 winners will be chosen to win 1,500 plus Valorant points. And they will be announced at the end of the day. So if you want to be the big winners, all you got to do is follow these instructions. And if you want to hang out, just chill out with us, well, we got something for you. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other. Starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and check on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So that has been it from our sponsors for the meantime, but let's talk about the next matchup that we've got on our hands. I'm going to be breaking it down with my panel here. Bren versus Oasis. Like I said, tale as old as time, guys. It's been, since day one, these two teams could not get enough of fighting each other, and it feels like one of those animes where OG is just like, no, we're going to beat you someday, but they keep getting wrecked anyway.
Right.
Today is going to be the day, question mark?
I mean, okay, this is also sort of like, those mobile games wherein, level 1 criminal, level 30 criminal, and this guy's a level 99 mafia boss.
Yeah.
This is Bren's pretty much the level 99, and then Chimera's sort of like the level 50 guy. So they're both like really high up there, but then, Bren is Bren at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So is today going to be the day? Unlikely.
I feel like it's closer because, first of all, the Oasis Gaming, they were better yesterday, and it seems like they're getting to a better stage. They're getting closer to achieving that goal.
Yeah.
But for you, Trix, what about you?
I'm wondering if, because of yesterday's Oasis game, if it was just a rivalry matchup, and that's why they played so aggressively, so reactively, proactively. And I wonder, going against a team like Bren, of course, a lot of teams are able to see their strategies with the amount of tournaments they join. But how many are really able to break it down and counter it is the question. And has OG done their homework?
Of course, I'm 100% sure OG has done their homework. I know that their coach, Ekoshima, he's a beast. He's like a total workaholic. He'll definitely get on it. Yeah,
he's a beast.
Oh.
Exactly.
Chimera, I see.
Yeah, but anyway, so point being, I'm sure they've done their homework, but it's a very different thing entirely to see it and to experience it when they're just fragging your heads out in the middle of a server.
Yeah. And just the sheer information that Jesse Vash is always able to take with his Sova alongside Dispenser's Cypher or Killjoy, if you'd rather. It's amazing.
Yeah, they were fantastic yesterday. But let's talk about Oasis a little bit more. We'll show you guys their roster coming up on your screens right now. We've talked about Bren endlessly over and over again. I feel like of all the teams that have had airtime in every single tournament that we've done, Bren has gotten the most. So now let's focus on Oasis, because I feel like if there's any time for Oasis to have a chance at beating them, this is probably one of their best times. Because Bren just took almost a loss. They almost got eliminated yesterday. And, today they're going against Oasis, who have never looked better.
They're fresh in their boot camp, and they got a brand new 6-man, and they've yet to face Bren again in quite some time. Bren have shown to have become wounded in recent days. Oasis, knowing them, they've already done their homework. They're still in a very good position right now, but are they going to be able to become strong enough? That's a different question.
It's highly likely that Bren is going to shut down Gadors, which we know Gadors needs that confidence to build up and to start making those aggressive picks that Oasis definitely needs him to make.
Yeah, I agree with you. But we'll see if they can sort of be the well-oiled machine that they were yesterday, today.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the current head-to-head, let's see which players will be going head-to-head against each other in their previous games. These are the stats. So it's Jesse Vash versus Gadowers. I feel like this isn't a very good head-to-head, to be honest. Because, Jesse Vash, he's sitting in the back lines and he's just getting information for his team, and Gadowers is doing Gadowers things.
And taking the first bloods and things like that. But it's really just that Jesse Vash does really perform well.
He does.
And he gets a lot of information. But this is what I mean. Oasis Gaming usually relies on that good entry, that early pick, getting that information, being able to open the sites. And Gadors usually does that for the team.
I think you mean Jesso Vash.
And then we have Jesse Vash.
Jesso Vash.
Who is just so amazing with the Sova that apparently we're now calling him Jesso Vash. And, he gets all of that information to make his team win.
Yeah.
So I feel like there are two very different playstyles here, and that's why they have this head-to-head.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well that both of these teams also have a very different playstyle.
Yeah.
I mean, Chimera, they play like their namesake probably would. The three-headed beast or whatever, or multiple-headed beast that just runs around and devours whoever that they want to. And then here's Bren. They're calm, they're cool, they're collected, and they have got so much experience that they will just drown you in it. But question is, will the willpower of Chimera overcome the expertise and knowledge of Bren? We'll find out as we go into the map veto. Let's take a quick look at where our battlefield is going to be today. So let's take a quick see. It is going to be Haven, Icebox, and Split. Interesting tricks. We're getting a lot of splits here this tournament.
So happy, so happy. I love the map Split. It's just so technically challenging.
It's technically challenging, but not literally.
I'm also pretty
It is
happy to see
challenging.
Icebox as well.
Yeah, Icebox is something that we haven't seen yet.
And picked by Oasis Gaming, guys.
Yeah, this only means one thing. Okay, first of all, Bren know how to play Icebox. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is concerning. If this is the trump card of Oasis Gaming against Bren, I am very concerned. Okay, but having said that, Bren on Icebox isn't exactly phenomenal. You know what I mean? They're good on it. It's just not like they're amazing on it.
That's true, but Bren getting their Haven, which they have stated before is like second nature to them.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an oversight. I feel like, okay, this is the thing. Haven is going to be Bren for sure. Like, I'm not even going to, I bet it's going to be
You're going to write this off.
I'm going to write this off and take a nap.
Sure.
And come back in Icebox.
And then, a different outcome happens.
I'm excited to see what Oasis Gaming has in store for us.
Yeah, that's what I'm really interested in, okay? So, well, for sure, Oasis know that Haven is Bren's map, and they have they have prepared for it. So what I'm interested to see is, though, what have they got for the Icebox map? Like you said, there has to be a way for them to defeat this team, but we're only going to find that out as we go straight into the game itself. Again, my name is Illustrado. I am going to be your panel host for the meantime, but I got to send it off to our casters who are going to take care of you in the upcoming series. It's going to be Bren versus Oasis Gaming. Take it away, casters.
There's a big difference between a Mirage and an Oasis, where Mirage is an illusion and an Oasis is reality. And this here is the real standing point for Oasis Gaming Chimera. Can they beat Bren? I know in our heads, in the back of our minds, it's saying, no, it's not going to happen. It's going to be 2-0. But like Trick said, we're all excited and looking forward to what they can do, what they can bring here. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is Dax, and will be your duo for this first semifinals game.
Yeah, it's going to be high time now for our first semifinal here, Asarai. And the thing is, I thought you were going to be talking about some maps, but apparently we are just going to be going somewhere else in the desert. Will we get a river in the desert, though? That will be the question, because we got Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming Chimera here in our first semifinal bout of the day.
Yeah, so what do you think, man? they talked about how Haven is going to be writing it off, but why do they think that it's going to be a write-off immediately for Bren? I think we can just talk about it in a bit, but of course we're going to just pop out the language redirect for you guys. Can you help me out here, Dax? Put out your left hand like that.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. There you go. The squares are there. And if you guys, well, you are tuning in right now to the English broadcast here at twitch.tv/PPGL VCTPH. You can check it out on Facebook though for Filipino broadcast. I believe that is
Facebook.com/PPGLGG. That stands for Good Game.
Good Game, PPGL.
PPGL, Good Game.
PPGL, Good Game. And, our lovely co-casters there on the other side, always the entertaining bunch. And if you need a little bit of backup, you're having any issues, right? They have them both up on YouTube right now. Just look at PPGL, find it on YouTube, and you always have the choices to enjoy all of this Philippine Valorant action.
Yeah, of course, all the VODs are actually uploaded there as well. Yep. I keep telling the chat there, guys, if you haven't watched any of the matches from previous, from week 1, and of course from earlier today and yesterday, just go there and check it out. There have been a lot of really good banger games, and I think we are still in store for more. The last two series before we hit the grand finals once again, and I'm excited, man.
I mean, this week has been crazy. We've gotten so many 2-1 so far, so many close games. Yesterday, right? Bren versus Org Not Found. I think that's the most mortal Bren has ever looked like. Oasis Gaming versus TFO. Blood feud going in favor of those big brothers. Then we even had that ArkAngel versus Dreamfire game. It was really interesting in all honesty. It was just so chaotic in so many ways. And then you wrap it up, that quarterfinals stretch, with our first game of the day, which was Hashira versus Empire that went down to the wire overtime in the end. So if that is going to be the case, will we get another close matchup here, Asarai?
Man, these are questions that I think everybody just knows the answer to, but it's just an answer. It's not yet the outcome of what we're going to be seeing because, of course, they have still yet to perform in front of us. But there's a reason. There's a reason why Oasis Gaming Chimera allowed Bren to pick up Haven. They might have a set strategy in mind, might be more comfy playing in Haven because it's the map that Brent always picks, and maybe in terms of their VOD reviews and everything that they've done, it's the one that's the most visible. So that also could be a factor as to why they're okay with playing this one, but they still have to go through the difficulties if Brent bring out the Skova combo, the Sky Sova combo.
It'll be interesting. You can also have that Borkum Phoenix, which can be scary. Thing is, though, gotta expect that OG has a plan in store for Haven itself. Knowing how they want to play, they can just run on in, run and gun, get those takedowns, and make it happen. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be map number 1. We are gonna be starting things off on the 3-side map that is Haven, with OG on the defense, Bren on the attack, and already so clean, so good, so Bash looking to get locked on in because Jesse Bash is ready for some lightning yet again. Dispenser thinking about that Killjoy, and Borkum. What's the plan now? Phoenix or Sky? We'll see what kind of blinding light will come our way.
Ooh, is this wait, mirror match?
Mirror matchup. This is ballsy here from Oasis Gaming. Beats and Gador is looking to combo it up, so it's Beats going to be playing that second duelist alongside, of course, the standard that is Gador. Interesting enough, though, it is going to be Phoenix here for Gador of all things, rather than his usual Reyna. But Borkum, he's deciding. Is it going to be Sky? Is it going to be Raze? I don't think we've really seen Borkum Raze too often. And okay, what's the plan? I would love to see them whip out the Yoru, though. It'll be so interesting. Just such a big blind side, but I guess we'll be getting the birds instead. Guiding lights all the way. And okay, Borkum, stop messing with us, man. Just pick an agent, and it will look to be that mirror matchup.
I guess what they're thinking here is, since they're going to be starting on the attacking side, Sky doesn't make too much sense, I would believe, because they need a little bit more explosiveness and being able to flush out the sites. I keep saying that, but it's a real problem with attacking teams because they don't have the right agents for the right situation. And Borkum thinks Flash is a Flash, but no, he needs a little bit more of that pushing power, and Phoenix just kind of amplifies that rather than the Sky.
Terminal velocity. He's going to be the one at the tip of the spear looking to run on in. And from what we've seen from Bren Esports, especially from Borkum, he I'd say he flashes responsibly, that's for sure. More often than not, it gets the opponents rather than his teammates. And that's what you want to see from a flash utility. Never get blinded by your own. Be good to go. But we are going to be getting into the matchup. Oasis Gaming going to start things off on the defense. And we do have Brain Freeze in over Young Pork because you usually see Brain Freeze in all the other maps except Ascent. And hey, it's going to be high time now to get things started in our semifinals.
Yippee Kai I was actually looking forward to the Sky, but maybe if Bren started on the defending side, that's where it's going to be starting. That's when we're going to be seeing the Scoba duo nation. Anyways, though, we do start the round off with Godowers and friends going to be charging right in. I did say this before. He's not a doer. He's a Godower. And can he Godower again today? I'm not sure, but he needs to be able to do that because he's one of the glues that holds Oasis Gaming together.
Absolutely. He really feels like that their whole strategy revolves about him being enabled. And while Oasis Gaming was thinking, hey, let's bum rush Long, they did realize that Bren Esports is on the other side, and you never want to walk into a funnel like that. If you ever maybe read about history, 300, that kind of thing, maybe watch the movie, it just worked because it was such a narrow chokehold. And in this case, these guys are just going to be staring at each other. Bren saying, guys, please remember that we are on the attacking side. And here comes Bren Esports already. Dash on in. Godowers still answering back with a curveball, but the Spencer catches out Ripper already. Jesse Bash also on the board, and Bren cleaning up house. Only Godot getting a takedown. It is going to be 4v2 right now. And Oasis Gaming already giving up C site as Worship tries to go for the angle here by the link. Doesn't get much, and Spike now planted.
I just want to see how, like, the hand cams. We have the face cams of the players, right? When they're all, like, winning the rounds and they're all happy. But I want to see in-game the hand cams of these players. How fast, how accurate their flicks are, really. This is something that's kind of fun to see. Anyways, though, Brain Freeze is going to be left to his own devices in a 3 versus 1. He already got spotted out, and that is going to be a recon dart that's going to drop down ever so slowly, and it will spot him out.
Boink?
I mean,
okay, I love it.
I don't know what that was for.
It's actually a delayed thing, but Brain Freeze is going to dive for anything else anyway. You see that with shock darts. There are some situations where you just bounce, shoot them both there, and it will delay for quite a while. It works depending on the timing of the spike itself, but usually you just want to do the lineup instead.
Because you can't destroy the dart while it's in midair. It has to drop on physical or flat surface for it to, be destructible. So that makes a lot of sense as well, because, like, there's a certain threat, right? Because if you're sonared up for your opponent, that's an easy lineup for them in terms of, like, placing their crosser and everything.
I'd like to see darts be breakable though in midair. That'd be cool because that's like such a level of skill that you need to hit that thing in midair while it's flying at you, and it's crazy. But those possibilities can be possibilities. It can be endless, as it will be, of course, more rounds of action here. First to 13 to get that win. Dubstep though, holding as close as he can here by A long, waiting for someone to peek. Oasis Gaming though, gonna be by the cinder block so far. Ripper hiding beside the orb, and this might be a double peek here from Oasis Gaming. They will see the jet already. Shock dart coming on through, doesn't hit anyone, and Worship wanting to peek with the turret. Help on now just in case, add some firepower, but Dubstep is having none of it.
I just want to also add that previous round, we always keep talking about this. Finally, Bren have broken their mini curse of always losing the pistol.
I think they won like a pistol round yesterday, but you do have a big point there. Statistically, Bren has lost more pistols rather than one, which is very strange for their team. Just goes to show though that people, when you have both sides having equal armories, then some teams can really outpower Bren in what they want to do. But now, seems like we are going to be going over to C site. Borkum ready to charge on in with Dispenser looking and trying to line up Banana Swarm. Here comes Bren right now, executing on C site. It's for free, and post plant is going to be the way to go again.
There's no Brain Freeze shock darts because he did not purchase that particular ability, and that's actually a pretty fun thing to kind of think about, right? You have Borkum, who just like runs into the site and there's Borkum, just goes in and just charges right very aggressively. And speaking of being very aggressive, it is going to be the one into the corner, and Dispenser is gonna be in a tight situation. Godowers and teammate able to dispense the man himself. Numi very low into the HP, but Borkum is stepping up to the plate with a double kill, with a hot hands under the backup side as well, leaving Brain Freeze again to his own devices, only with a classic in tow. Gonna get spotted out, maybe. No, not the tech, not gonna be too good, and the hot hands once again from Borkum. Brain Freeze got no chance to get that one. Relatively clean round for Bren Esports.
Bren Esports just making it happen on C side. Oasis Gaming, though, letting it happen, in all honesty. And in this case, now they are going to have some rifles to play with, but it's all about light armor for 3 of them. Still a delicate situation here for Oasis Gaming. The thing is, between Bren and OG, they've had battles before, some notable community tournaments allowing OG Chimera to actually make it to the finals versus Bren Esports. And their inception actually was Asteroid all the way back when as Team Retaliate, one of the first ones to really challenge Bren. But can they actually get back to that mantle? Can they show that they can fight all against Bren Esports so far? Borkum, though, moving over to A side. Worship hiding here at the exit of the sewer, but it seems like the Aldrone will say hello, and Bren gets that intel.
Juicy Bash is doing some Sobash lineups. Let's see if that's going to spot out anybody. Oh, because you're not going to be able to hear this. You're only going to be able to see it if it's just too far, like too late already for you. We're able to spot it out. Backup side will not get flushed out. Maybe I was kind of hoping that it would go for A short rather than back of A. That way they could have actually flushed out and would have been very easy for Dispenser to just peek it. And he does have his Nano Swarm. And Borkum, once again, he has the Borkum magic where he always has his ultimate very much ready to just, you know, use it in a span of a few rounds. Any case here, Bren Esports going to be able to take on the side, and this should just be a home run for them.
Yeah, Bren Esports already with the advantage. Can OG do anything by this point? So hard to retake. In these specific spots, by the connector to a link, by the high ground. And Humi right now teleporting on away after destroying that Aldrone, breaking that kind of intel, but Beats breaking his face, moving on forward. Humi gonna be gone already. Borkum in the meantime falls to the hand of Ripper, and OG trying to do it here. They're just outpowering Bren Esports right now, gonna be baking over to hell, and it seems like teamwork is the best here for OG so far. Dispenser, though, trying to make the backstab work, and it's all about getting the right targets at the right time. Here comes Ripper trying to defuse as Beats goes down, and Brain Freeze will play bodyguard. Bren Esports falter to OG there, and they just say, you know, OG is outpowering Bren Esports in that fight.
Well, I don't like to say drop a beat, but that was an upbeat play by Beats himself. My goodness, able to just kind of forcefully take the site by themselves. He just basically YOLO'd, and it worked. I mean, it's a strategic one. He waited a little bit with his angles, but you know what I mean? They just charged right in, and they took Bren one by one. This is a lot of the weaknesses that we saw with Bren Esports is that they take a bit of time. It's not a lot of time, but they take a bit of time to try to play setup, post plant, or taking the site. And this is where our Filipino teams are able to read them. These are the ways these Filipino teams are able to beat them in terms of these rounds. Of course, that's not going to be available every single time, but if you can get it, it's something you should try to grab.
It's time to at least get that fruit, and it's time to at least find those points. As Bren right now, they'll be trying something a bit different. They will have the rifles this time, but they're going to be slowly moving into a site they feel that they will have the advantage on. They already got a pick off onto the Jet. Oasis Gaming not going to have too much initiative for this round. And we all know on Haven, if you get a pick off by the attacking side, it's going to be a lot easier to take a side because there's so many choices to go on. Turbo right now, going to be flashing Dispenser and no one else. Borkum going to be leading the charge there and waiting for the angle. He has the spike though, so it's up to him to plant this one down over to the left, at least planting for that C-long angle. But the Hunter's Fury going to get committed here by Oasis Gaming, trying to play from afar. Dubstep though, going to catch out Godoa's first, hearing the footsteps. Birdbeast does get a turnabout play, but it's Bren still with the advantage and have set up their defense on this site.
It's going to leave them in a numbers discrepancy, but they do have the ability to maybe flush out the side. Killjoy, Dispenser will be using his lockdown there. It will expose some of the members here because the Aldrone was committed, and they do get Humi. This is a step in the right direction, but there's still the ultimate to kind of try to worry about. Brain Freeze, though. Okay, he wakes up. 2 versus 2 scenario. They have to go into the site, and now Brain Freeze is left by himself once again. But now, though, he does have his Vandal, but the clock is ticking. No more time, running away, but Borkum comes in for the flank. Say goodbye, Sweet Prince. Even if he dies, that's an expensive round for OG. They lose, and Bren Esports still get the dub win on the round.
They find that point again, and this is the thing about Oasis Gaming. They are notable in the scene to be one of the most overpowering teams when the going does go their way. But for now, problem here for OG is they're kind of giving up the sites basically for free. They've won a round just through sheer willpower there, Mr. Asteroid. We saw it on A site. They got the duels, they got the fights, they saw the peaks coming their way, and they got the takedowns. But if Bren Esports is able to set up that post plant, have the angles that they need, then the odds are really stacked here for the attacking side. So we'll see now what can OG do as Bren will commit the Blade Storm coming into this round.
Yeah, because like teams can figure out what Bren is doing, and they can try to feel it out in a general sense. But the specifics of what they have to do to counter out the post plan is, I think, at least for now, slightly vague to them. And that seems like such a bland way to put it, but it is how it is. Like, Bren is a precision knife right now up against these other PH teams. Granted, maybe in other regions it's going to be different, but oh my gosh! Hello, dubstep! OG Beats whips out his own blades and he says, who is the master of the blades? It is me. I am Beats, but still does get the refrag because it is a team's game. And we'll see if Bren are going to be planting on the God spot. Looks like no, because they know it's just going to be Ripper in a 1 versus 4.
I mean, if you bring a knife to a knife fight, then that's okay. But if you bring it suddenly becomes a gunfight, then you see where the problem lies. And Ripper gonna get ripped apart there. Bren Esports taking that site yet again. And it really feels like it's one of those games here, Asteroid. As soon as a site is taken, more often than not, it's Bren Esports getting that sub since they have that tactical advantage of having their numbers positioned in the right places at the right time. Oasis Gaming, they are planning for the flanks. They are planning to just find ways to overpower the opposition. It's just not working though because Bren catches them out before the fight even starts. So how can OG figure something out? This team, they know who they can rely on. They know they can step it up, but they just need to figure out how they can infiltrate Bren's lines. And now tactical ball is going to be in order. Be like, guys, just find ways in, find the angles, and they can be creative here because that mid control, even though Bren holds it for quite a while, it still is that small timing where the commitment comes from Bren, and that might be the opening OG needs here.
The thing about that is if they try to push mid, this is why Bren likes to play Dispenser on KJ, I think most of the time, especially here on Haven. It's because if you try to go for that, the opening is small, but it gets even smaller because you get spotted out by those KJ hullabaloos, the turret as well as the alarm bot. It's very difficult to try to pierce through, but I do agree with you, Dax, there. They have to find some way for them to have not a generic way of trying to retake the site, where they just come out on A main, they come out from C-Link or A-Link, or they come out for defender spawn, whether it's Bren attacking on any side of A, B, and C. It just does not work up against Bren because Bren plays so well in just funneling you in that area. And if you try to, pop out, eke out, like if you're trying to, force out toothpaste where there's a little bit of blockage on the nozzle, it's just going to explode right on you. And that's not how you want it to happen,
Yeah, and there's one thing... I hate it when that happens. But there is one thing that I love to see here from Oasis Gaming. They have realized some of their faults along the way.
Yeah.
And thanks to their support structure, they've gotten some good coaching. They've found ways to communicate even better, especially... Oh, Beats! Just making that shot count, and Humi can go down. Dubstep cannot get the refrag. But as I say, they really are this mechanically superior team. They know how to overpower the opposition, and they know how to enable a player naturally. Thing is, they're getting better tactically. They're making better decisions thanks to the support of the community, support of Oasis Gaming itself. And it really goes to show that here in the PH scene, we're finding these orgs that find ways to help you help yourself. As Borkum right now helping himself to B site, cannot get the blaze wall up. They're running back and run out duration. And Oasis Gaming, they got that first pick. All they need to do now is hold the lines and stay on target.
Some of the things that I think a lot of people who don't use Phoenix probably won't notice is that at the end of your run it back, you can use it as basically a free camera because it gives you a third-party perspective, a third POV, a third OV, I guess, that allows you to kind of scout. That's why you see a lot of people when you're seeing their perspective as Phoenix players, they wiggle their camera or they wiggle their mouse so quickly so that they can see around them to make sure they can have that nice little amount of information at the last dredge of your ultimate. Anyways, Borkum has used this utility already. They have used Dispenser as well. And this is tricky because that alarm bot doesn't say if you're going to go A or B.
Certainly just not going to be the best intel there. And now the lockdown going to give Bren a Dome of Doom for safety. As Borkham, patient that he is, going to catch out Brain Freeze there. We saw this actually in the last matchup in the quarterfinals, but Jesse Bash shock dart in play. Dispenser also hiding, and OG not checking their corners. Well, Bren Esports is there with that last surprise. 5-1 right now. Bren is just taking command of Haven yet again.
You know, every corner in Haven has a surprise. It's like when you're playing a single-player game and you're checking every single angle. You're pressing A, you're pressing E. If you have a controller or a keyboard, doesn't matter. And you're trying to see if you're gonna lift the rock. And sometimes if you don't, you miss an opportunity. And an opportunity was missed there by Oasis just to peek a little bit into their corners, just to have that slight due diligence to see if somebody is gonna go for the flank. But you can't blame them because there's so much attention already onto the side that Borkham and Dispenser can put themselves in these angles where their teammates get the big plays. Okay, that is just gonna get spotted out. They know already the Beast isn't their corner here, and he might be flushed off with this nano swarms. He has to reposition as Jesse Bash is going at it once again with the paranoia. Beat spotted out, back aside Worship with the shotgun, but at that range, it's not going to be the mid-range sniper. And yes, Trix, I hear you already. Asarai, it's not a mid-range sniper, but let me do it. I'm already 26 years old. I'm a big boy now, and now the big boy plays has to come out from Oasis Gaming.
No, it seems like diapers are in order because these guys are going back to nursery thanks to Bren Esports. One thing I love to see from Bren is how they really make sure of those clears. Because, okay, you go for the dart right, and the cloud burst comes. They still throw that nano swarm just in case. Is the jet in there? Is the jet outside already? Doesn't matter. We just want to flush this guy out. And Beats could not stand against all of the numbers there. As you said, your favorite mid-range sniper that is the Bucky couldn't get at the distance. And that's the thing about the Bucky.
Yeah.
You can use it as a sniper with high quotation marks,
I
but
know,
it does not do anything past its effective range compared to other guns where if you still hit some stray bullets, then that's okay. There is that lethality, sure. But Dubstep now wins the operator duel as he decides to peek me, brother, bar the mid window and hugs Beats with the bullets you remember. Bren right now having the advantage yet again, and this time they're trying to subtly seed a bit of that ground, figure out where they want to go first and foremost, and give Oasis Gaming a bit of time to try and breathe because Bren is there ready with the rope.
Dubstep was like, you're sus. You're an imposter. I'll show you who the OG is, even though Chimera actually has the OG tag. The original gangster is Dubstep. He is the beast with the operator, with the op in another game that I'm talking about. People already know what it is. He has been in this scene for a long time, such a long time, and his adjustment to Valorant wasn't that smooth. It was very shaky when they were still a droid and Team 5, I believe, but he still is one of the most phenomenal players in the PH scene, in the operator scene here in our country. But Ripper, okay, here we go. Oh
Okay,
my gosh!
So close, Asarai. Dubstep actually getting that scope in, and he almost had the upper hand there, but no, it will be Ripper getting to. Brain Freeze on the board as well. Humi with the answer back, but OG now finding the angles yet again, and this is exactly what Oasis Gaming needs to do. If they're able to infiltrate just like that, puts the operator at a disadvantage in terms of range. More often than not, those closer quarters that Oasis Gaming can direct, they can win.
Again, the timing for Oasis Gaming is very small. The opportunity is very slim, but if they can thread the needle, they can find these nice little picks. And Ripper, as well as I think the entirety of Oasis Gaming, they're not afraid to challenge. And that's why we like them as a team. That's why we enjoy watching them, is that even against such big opposition, they're not going to allow them to just be like, we're going to hold the back of sight and hope that, you know, for the best, and it's not going to work out in the end. But OG, especially the entirety of this team, built from the ground up again, I believe? Yeah.
Exactly.
Still does phenomenal.
That courage there from Beats. He knew there were like 3 people there by C-Long, and so it's like, no, I'm gonna fight Dubstep to the last, and he actually catches out Borkham instead. Bladestorm now gonna be online. Dubstep floating on in, trying to get the scope onto the logs, but he can't drop down in time. And OG right now getting cleaned up. Look at Beats, how quickly he unleashes the knives and dashes on away. Now Dispenser all alone trying to go for the last stand, but Oasis Gaming looking absolutely mythical there, and now they will be able to keep it up and get some more points on the board.
Chimera, Mythical Beast, lots of mouths, lots of abilities to devour you, and devour they do. Whether it's Beats, whether it's Ripper, they can just pop off when they need to. Beats is a beast. He just needs that S, you know, the S factor, and his ability to pop off is there. I do like the stray shot. It might be a lucky shot or not, I don't know, but it still was very crucial because Borkum is a crucial fact or a crucial agent that they need. That Phoenix allows them to just aggressively take the sites because of his utility. It's ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous, Dubstep does find Ripper through the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke was trying to materialize right in front of him. But then again, a little too late on the timing. Now Brain Freeze going to be setting up there on a site. They've lost the smokes already here for Oasis Gaming. So not too much of cover going to be available for them. Dubstep in the meantime trying to at the very least jiggle his way, get some information. There's Paranoia into play. Bren already dashing on in. And they're looking around for some targets. Spencer Borkum finding two already. There we go with Ace. I cleared up here. And it's all up to Worship now. Going to be difficult though. He does have the lockdown. But with no one to follow up after that, seems like Oasis Gaming might be forced to save up their gun here.
Because even if you use the lockdown, there's going to be the key to open the lock. And it's a 1 versus 4, like you said. There's not really much chance that they can do. And if he goes through that, he's going to get spotted. Nanoswarm will just fizzle at his feet, and he'll just going to be in a really bad spot. He does find out Dubstep. That's a step in the right direction. But he needed a few more to be able to get on top of the stairs. Not going to work out in the end, and Bren Esports is starting to build that big lead.
Okay, you know, Asarai, I've been looking at some of the improvements that Bren and OG have done. Not in the game sense, actually, but in the real-life sense. Because Bren, they got the new 360 Hz monitors.
Yeah.
Then, actually, OG, on the other hand, they've gotten some good sponsorship here and there, and they now have 208 Hz monitors. So, there is that 8 Hz difference, guys! But besides, it really just goes to show that these guys are being heavily supported, as I always like to mention. Those are the things that I love to see here with the Philippine scene, people behind them. But hey, you know, monitor difference doesn't matter to Beats because he will still cash out Dubstep there. 80 Hz is nothing to Oasis Gaming because they are still putting up a fight and more. And here comes Beats right now, watching over C-side. There's the scandal, thanks to Jesse Bash. And here comes Bren Esports, but the lockdown into play. And Beats has to dash on away because those hot hands are setting his feet on fire.
A little bit too sizzly. There's going to be KJ ult after KJ ult. The big flanks coming in as well from the opposing Phoenix here. Can he make a damage as Bren is all situated onto the C-long area? The big flanks as well, but the Spencer just so good at shutting it down. Jesse Bash, okay, let's go! My goodness, not gonna work out in the end. Too many utilities. The Molly play from Bren is sublime, and we are just here to experience, to witness it. Nay, watch.
Witness greatness. And that was just because of one dart, getting one piece of intel.
Yeah.
And it suddenly cascaded in Bren knowing where to position immediately. They figured out where the operator could have come from. They got the hot hands to basically fizzle him out, make him stay by the link instead. And from that point on, the rifle duels just worked out in their favor. So Molly's helping on that as well, getting much of the zone. And now Bren Esports is up by 5, coming in to the last round of the first half. Can they finish strong here? Or will Oasis Gaming be able to salvage one more point before they move over to their attack instead? Bladestorm already gonna get unleashed here for Dubstep. Doesn't really matter when he pops it during the round, since this is the last round of the attack anyway. And it seems like for Bren, they're anticipating OG pushing on in, but this is OG still holding on to their angle so far.
Calm as it can be for now. Oasis Gaming trying to get a little bit of information there, using the Owl drone for that particular moment. They don't have the Sova ult to kind of supplement a long-range kill. And I think Bren here, knowing that this is the last round already, they're just trying to maybe bait out the utility as well. Not sure what Vash is trying to do, swapping out his weaponry like that, but he's going to be using that Owl drone for the most part. Dubstep did go for the double boost, maybe hoping that, double updraft rather, hoping that somebody was going to be peeking on the main entrance of B's site, but not going to be. Not any information much gathered here from Bren Esports, but they've been very successful on the C site. They've used it a lot, and oh no. Borkum spotted that the alarm bot was taken back, and this is not going to be good. Dubs is like, go for it, man, go for it. But Worship and teammate able to destroy. Borkum's going to be able to plant down the spike. No. denied because he
He ran out of time.
he ran it back.
Yeah, the running back sometimes just come on back there. Dispenser though planting that spike down instead, and here comes Gadors instead. Just going to be hit by that paranoia though, but that second life gonna go down to the drain. Thanks to the efforts there of Bren Esports yet again. Now to the garage we go. Borkum trying to hold his angle. Blaze Ball's gonna be there, and through the fire, through the furnace, and through the flames. Borkum will get that kill. That's 2 here for Bren Esports so far. 3v1. Asali Ripper comes close to by the logs, and the Stinger really proving its strength there, but can he actually get the defuse done? Inside the dark cover, he's getting hit by all the bullets in the world, and this is what the ping system is all about in Valorant. Say he's right there, he's right there. Bren will be up by 6 coming into their defense.
This is a difficult thing. So the positioning for Ripper there when he was going for that Hail Mary defuse is that he spaced himself a little bit because he was hoping that the ping from Bren, like you said, was going to be a little bit more to his left. And of course, there's only 2 angles, more so than not, that you can actually be, whether it's on top of the spike or slightly to the left of it. Other than that, Bren could have just pre-fired with their rifles, or better yet, you saw it already, Vash was setting up a lineup with his shock dart. So there was no chance for Ripper to have even gotten a ninja defuse even through that smoke. So, you know, me be damned. 3-9, Bren Esports looking really fine here. But now let's see if OG can break or can bring back the curse for Bren, because it's now back into the pistol round.
Here we go again. Always a clean slate when you get into the second half. Good chance for you to make your own momentum, rebuild, and renew. Humi already covering fire and beats. Trying to go for the 1v1, but someone's there for the backstab instead. Humi right now. Humi, who does get 3? It is Humi, but Brain Freeze now does find the answer back. That shock dart can be clutch, and it does force Dispenser at the open to get that takedown here for OG. But as we see, Seaside cleared up with all the corpses, going more in favor of Bren rather than OG. It's up to them to try and force something out, but the Worship has already died. Jesse Bash is coming the way of Brain Freeze, and here comes all the ankles being taken by Bren through the garage, through the lawn, through the link. It is going to be Brain Freeze trying to make it work, but Jesse Bash can show him the so Bash difference, and this is now Bren and be getting the pistol round even the second half.
Thanks. Wow. Just wow. I know that he got one of the pulses from his recon dart there, but the confidence of Jesse Bash to just jump up with the classic, knowing that his opponent's already pretty low in HP. I think Brain Freeze is just not prepared to kind of go for those type of movements against their opponent. And Humi, okay, this is pre-nerf Frenzy as well, guys. They're playing on a different client, so that is why we're able to kind of allow these teams to at least kind of bask in the previous patch for the moment. That's why you're seeing a lot more of the Frenzy during the pistols. But still, the ability of a player to make that happen, to make that work, is something to kind of watch out for. Humi doesn't pop up every single time because he has his teammates, but when he has it, he will take it and give you a highlight to behold.
Exactly. It's just a way for him to put a bit of a spotlight to himself. He is the newest member of Bren Esports so far. He's trying to solidify his role, solidify his spot on the roster, and tell everyone, I am not just a worthy replacement. I am here to make Bren Esports complete. But Worship right now completing the opening. But Dispenser answers back. Brain Freeze right now on board, and it's just SMGs abound, but it's Oasis Gaming this time, able to outpower the opposition. They spot their way to Seaside. Can they use that investment accordingly? Gador's now seeing Borkum, even though the headshot connects, Borkum shrugs it off to get that takedown. And now it's 2v2. Hunter's Fury available here for OG, but Borkum right now hanging behind. Can Brain Freeze get the angle? No, it's Jesse Bash and Borkum instead with the backstab. And it really feels like that ring around the rosy goes more in favor of Bren rather than OG.
That one shock dart play that came out from Brain Freeze to try to hit Borkum in the back of sight. The thing about that is there's a lag time. I talked about this in one of my videos before. There's a lag time between abilities, and if you know the fine-tuned timing of that, you're basically left with a 2 versus 2 turned into kind of like a pseudo 2 versus 1, which means that you can push as a 2-man and you only have to deal with somebody, with one person who has their weapon out that can shoot you. I think Bren just subconsciously noticed, pushes right in, they dodge the shock dart, and they were not prepared. Oasis Gaming was not prepared for that particular push, and that's why it seems like it looked like to have been a good play, that shock dart, but no, it actually went to the wayside because all Bren had to do was push on logs, destroy the the Killjoy, and then they go into a 2 versus 1 with the Sova, who still had to whip his weapon out. That was filthy sick.
Absolutely. It's just the timings there. So good. And you know when Bren Esports hears those I'd say audio cues, you hear the bow and arrow being drawn, the dart coming, then that's a small little timing that you can push your opponent and their gun will not be ready. But here comes the push already from the side of OG. They're forcing things out on B side. Gador's actually getting that kill. Oh, up here for OG, they're really just trying to make these half-buys work. But Bren Esports on the other side still surviving. A buck even for Dispenser. And now Gador trying to play the gun game, looking for a better one. It seems like the Vandal is now in his hands here, Asarai.
Looking mighty fine for Bren. They can actually just probably go back for the most part. They don't have any reason to just not charge up into the site already. But Dispenser has already sneaked his way in, and they can actually go for the 2 versus 1. Dubstep able to find another, and he's charging right in. He still has a blast or a cloud burst here. Oh, did he hear the footstep? Oh no. He could have maybe even halved it if he wanted to. He's going to wait for half, challenge again, wait for a little bit, and get it, and he's going to be able to clutch it. Beautifully done by Dubstep. It came into the wire, but honestly, he played that up to a T.
You have to be so secure of yourself to make that play work. That was so close. I wish we could actually see how much time there was, but I think it was like less than a second left for him to defuse that.
Less than half a second.
Yeah, I'd say like 0.56, something like that. And it makes a different noise the closer it is. It really feels like it's a Pringles can that's running out of chips when that happens.
You know that that meme with the kind of guy that was wiping his head and looking at the button? That's basically here with Dubstep. Clutch or try to defuse the spike. And Dubstep kind of like uses both of his fingers and says both.
Yes, exactly. It's like there's no decision but both decisions, as now it is match point time for Bren Esports. Dubstep though hitting the wall and not the best place for him to actually push on forward. Gador is now showing his strength, and this might be Gador time coming into this round. If anyone can clutch it out for Oasis Gaming, it has to be Gador's doing his shoes and doing the things that he needs to do. But Ripper always a force to be reckoned with. Here comes Dispenser though trying to come from the flank, and now it's all up to Jesse Bash, but never count out his shock dart pedigree. He might even be able to anticipate the C push, and here comes 2 members of Oasis Gaming so far. Turret being set up. I love this encampment here done by the Killjoy, and Jesse Bash gonna get spotted. Alarm bot, does he get the vulnerable state? Yes, it does. Double damage gonna be available here, and Beats will get the headshot. What is times doing to an insta-kill, Mr. Asrai? You are just dead in the water, and this is now Oasis Gaming surviving so far, and Bren Esports, they might need to save a little bit coming into this round.
Well, that's a step in the right direction. That gives a little bit of hope here for OG Chimera to make, well, magic happen, but it's going to be such a tight squeeze. Dispenser and Humi going to be buying up into the Buckies. Such a disgusting weapon if they're able to kind of put that into a close enough range to make it into a fatal weapon. Now, here's the thing. Week 1, Dispenser went in on the chat and said that Bucky is a ridiculous weapon.
he was just trying to trick everyone. That's the thing, and he ended up using it on the same day. So I will not believe any kind of statements there by Bren Esports players in the chat. But Dubstep now just gotta believe him instead. Bladestorm gets a connection. Gador is right now running on in with the run it back. Seems like he's gonna be having full life now. Back to a long. But the thing is, for Oasis Gaming, they've already lost 1 member, and that could have been big for them since that was the Bladestorm available for the Jet.
Bren still has 5 full members here. This is a weaker buy. Oasis Gaming knows this, but they're still playing as to give, you know, the proper respect. Exactly, it's for Bren Esports. Now, Bren is going to go try to maybe situate themselves more onto the seaside because Dispenser is by his lonesome. But look at that. The crucial fatal point, but he doesn't even need to peek because Dubstep comes in with the Blade Storm. Maybe even call it the Blade Hurricane because damn, he's just able to hit these shots and only Worship to remain. 3 versus 1, Mano et Trio as Dubstep comes in, dashes right to the side, and it's going to be Dispenser with the Fury onto the Bucky. The pellets will come clutch, and that's 13-4 with Bren winning, getting the W.
Who needs a gun when you have knives? That is it. 4 kills in a row for Dubstep to wrap up that round. Dispenser there just to help on that a little bit, saying, hey, you didn't hit that shot? Might as well get the kill and wrap this one up. Bren Esports now taking victory on Haven yet again, as is tradition here in the Challengers series. And even though Oasis Gaming put up a really good fight, showed their power, it was still all about the tactics and the takes there for Bren Esports.
Yeah. It seems like it was such a longer game than it was. It was what, 13-4?
Yeah.
I thought it was I thought there was like more rounds that Oasis Gaming was able to grab away from Bren, but that is all akin, of course, to how we fear Bren on the Haven map. They're just so good on it. Whether they use this and that, they still are able to kind of figure stuff out. There were some moments of brilliance for Oasis Gaming. We cannot deny that, but they were so few and far in between that it kind of just translated into only the 4 rounds. Teams still have yet to break the Haven map, but it looks like there's still a chance for them to kind of figure stuff out, but they have to do it right now because this is the last chance for Oasis Gaming, at least for week 2.
Exactly, and you want to make that master slot happen, they have to beat Bren Esports. But we are going to be getting into our second map in just a bit. But before that, we'll be taking a little bit of a break. Stay tuned, guys. This is VALORANT Challengers Philippines, week number 2.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows that it's strong. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and game number 2 gonna be coming our way. Daxrai gonna be here yet again, and Mr. Asarai, 80 hertz difference, bro. 80 hertz difference right there. But Haven, of course, being taken by Bren Esports as is tradition. Oasis Gaming putting up a great fight, showing their power there. But as we get into the second map, might be a better case here for OG.
Yeah, again, it's the first map was just acquainted to Bren's map. You cannot spell Bren without spelling in the middle Haven.
I'm gonna try to. Hey, I mean, there's an N. I think you have half of it, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Good job.
So I'm good. Caster analysis.
I think you can go into grade 3 English now. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But getting to the brass tacks at hand here, the second map definitely looking to be a better map for Oasis Gaming. Granted, it did end 13-4 on that Haven one, but it's Brent's map. Icebox, we saw yesterday, Org Not Found push Brent to their limits in this particular map. Jesse Vash, of course, had his So-Vash moment. That's why we're calling him the Vash of Philippines. I don't know if it's going to be Southeast Asia. He still has yet to truly prove himself in the region. But
I think he is the Vash. He's the only Vash of the Philippines, man.
The Sova of Philippines. Ah! You never know. There might be some copycats in terms of his name.
Maybe.
But anyways, this just means that there is a weakness in Icebox that teams can exploit, can take advantage of up against Bren. Lots of the ones that we saw from that last game, or sorry, the game with ONF, is that they used, I think, a lot more plays in A, and when they couldn't, they tried to get that mid control. But everything in Icebox, if you have a confident play strategy to get that mid control, you're able to control everything because you basically split the map in half, and it just gives you so many options to work with.
Just the angles in Icebox are interesting because it really feels like from one side to the other, you can see it. That's one of the biggest things. Sometimes you even see some people stay in either defense spawn or attacking spawn just to wait out for someone else to peek by the middle, peek by the point, like those kind of things. And it really is, I'd say, the only map you can do that on clear sights on B and interesting angles on A. You would expect like A being such to be a labyrinth, but then you see the high ground, you can see all the way to screens. When you play by the box, you can see through pipes and you can see all the way to rafters. And from that point on, the attacking side can find these random picks that you wouldn't really see in other maps.
Yeah, that's why you see a lot more controllers coming out here. I've kind of heard that maybe
all the smokes, man. Oh, the score. The score.
Oh, this is Empire versus Hashira, though. This is different. This is different.
We went back in time.
Okay,
we went back in time.
Whoa!
Whoa, no.
I'm sorry.
No. So,
I was so
guys,
corny. Anyways.
1-0, just to make sure, guys. Bren is up by 1.
My point was, there are some teams that kind of want to utilize the double controller. We might see that by Bren. We might see that by Oasis Gaming. I'm looking forward to it. There also are teams that utilize the Viper in this map solely on Icebox because she is the queen of Icebox. If Raze is the queen of Split, somebody might say no. I would say that Viper is the queen of Icebox.
Yeah, Toxic Screen, it gets rid of the natural advantage the attacking side has with just one ability. From that point on, you protect that site, and you are good to go with all the poison in the world. But as you mentioned, double control is something that some teams are considering, because sometimes you're not going to have enough with 2 smokes. You're not going to have enough with 3 smokes. Then why don't you just do 5 smokes anyway? That's the answer right there. And okay, now one big thing here is OG have slotted in Youngport coming into the roster, and it's not Brain Freeze out, man. It is Ripper. So with Youngport in, it's time to go with heavy control again, looking to be that Viper, whom in the meantime, he has the hoodie and everything, so he is going to be sticking around the Omen just because of his apparel so far. But it's going to be really interesting because I have never seen Ripper subbed out before, and it seems like Oasis Gaming, this is their map pick because they have a new strategy, and I love this a lot because one criticism of Oasis Gaming has been how they utilize their 6-man, but in this week, in their first matchup yesterday, it already showed its strength with Ascent and then Split having some subs. And here on Icebox, another configuration for Oasis Gaming.
I'm going to go slightly weeb here. I always say this, but it seems like the 6-man for Oasis Gaming is kind of akin to, you know, Kuroko from Kuroko's No Basket. He's kind of like there. You don't feel him, but when he's there, he impacts a lot into the team, right? I feel like that's how they have been able to kind of get Ascent, because sometimes Godowers pops off, yes, but there have been Ascent games where Youngport was the top fragger for Oasis Gaming. So, I mean, this guy, this player that they have that was taken from Subversive is a mechanical prowess in his own regard. He's been situated, of course, as a controller, but he's still able to net those results that they need. And like you said, there's a bit of shenanigans that they have right now in Icebox as to why Young Pork is here, as to why he's holding the Toxic Queen, and as to why they're going to be going in at this in the last game up against Bren, the final chance for Oasis Gaming.
Match point now for Bren Esports. If Oasis Gaming does not win this, then Bren will move on to the grand finals. And guys, we talk about Subversive quite a lot for Young Pork because Subversive was really one of the original teams that started the, I'd say, the VALORANT PH scene. We had like 4 teams during closed beta. It was EXE, and it became Subversive. And Young Pork was really one of the prodigies that they had. And it was very uncommon, actually, to have a controller main into your lineup. So it really goes to show that here for Oasis Gaming, a great pickup, and he does control the sight lines very, very well. Smoke does come out, though, here from Bren Esports. That's the Omen throwing out the dark cover, and it's all up to Humi and Dispenser to hold the line here by the Snowman's side. The sun is shining, but the ice is still there.
They take a very long time, and I think the wall timed out. Gonna be able to get it back up again. There's kind of danger to that, because if you peek through this wall, and it's a blind peek, it's a dry peek rather, you take a little bit of damage, and that little bit of damage counts a lot. And they're gonna be trying to flush out maybe the Snowman here, but not enough to flush out Jesse Bash from his position. They're maybe gonna be looking to go for that B long, but look at that Reed able to rush into the A in a matter of seconds. They're gonna be hearing, oh no, it's the A site. It's gonna be the retake for Bren.
Yeah, Bren Esports has found basically Oasis Gaming on their doorstep already. OG quickly as they come, quickly as they go, and setting up on a site. The thing here for OG also is they do have that Sage to go for the standard wall on that. Bren Esports going to be having the same kind of case. And in all honesty, good to see the Sage back in rotation because of Icebox with plays just like this. A side, B side, some choices for you to use that wall. But Beats right now, his only choice is to die after that flash. Bren Esports dropping on down to get that takedown. Here comes Dubs to bring down the wall. And Bren Esports is collapsing onto OG so far. Worship now praying for his life, but he will go down. Young Pork now is all alone. And does he have anything for the lineup? That's the question. He gets that kill, but there's too many on the other side. And Bren Esports outpowering OG there.
Just systematic to dissect the site, to retake the site with the proper use of those flashes. One under Raptors, one on the side there. He got a kill. Who was that? Worship got a kill, but it was through a flash, and he was hoping that maybe I can get another one here. He was shooting blind, and that was very, very much difficult for them. They got the site, but in the end, it still is not enough to kind of stop. They need to get a kill up against Brent early on before they get that spike planted down, or else there's going to be full utilities that Brent can utilize to stop or to play that post plant.
And the plan right now for Bren is to get as many points as they can, especially on this defense. If you notice their lineup right now, Mr. Asarai, there are no duelists on the board. It is going to be the Sage there rather than any kind of shenanigans from Dubstep in the first place. Humi in the meantime, going to be at least throwing out that dark cover. And as we see Ghidorah's on the high ground, it seems like that will be Humi peeking to get that kill. Good initiative here from Bren so far. When they notice that no one is really pushing from the containers, especially green or yellow, they decide to take the initiative instead, and that is going to be a takedown there for the Omen so far, and Dispenser covering fire, keeping Bren alive on these sites.
Just keeping them situated. They know where a couple of the members of Oasis Gaming is, and they can't really push through this because there's so much choke that Bren can, or there's so much force that Bren is putting in these sites. It's definitely choking and kind of minimizing the opportunities for Oasis Gaming to make something happen. Maybe they can make something happen here with Beats on that yellow side, but not going to happen at all. Young Force gets charged right in. Dubstep is boosted up, and hello, it's Dubstep, but he peeked the wrong corner. The 50-50 will not go in his way. And Brain Freeze, once again, left to his own devices. He'll just have to get himself that nice little orb and at least charge up his ultimate, because that's all that he can do, as everybody else from Bren knows what's up.
Yeah, Bren Esports getting the sightlines that they need. Seems like Oasis Gaming, they do need to do a bit more with that Viper pick, because it's all about controlling what your opponent does see and when you're going to be pushing on in. Young Pork having some right ideas. I saw in the first round, he actually decided to camp out by the attacking spawn before anything else. And it really goes to show that here for OG Chimera, their full plan of action is to set the tempo and set what Bren sees. But for now, it seems like it's clear skies all day, every day in the icy fields of Icebox. Can Bren Esports keep it up? Can Oasis Gaming get the push that they need? Here we go again, as guns now are going to be available for OTC.
So difficult to try to just pierce in these sights. Dubstep losing his life so quickly there on top of the container might be a detriment to the side of Bren Esports, but Borkum, he just pops right out and is able to get the kills there. Jesse Vash is on the top side. The way that you can get there, as Jesse Vash is you use the zip line and just jump over. It's going to take a little bit of practice, but if you're able to do that, it allows you for such openings here. Now, he is a rock in a hard place, only has a Spectre in mind, but it does give enough damage that it at least stabilizes the amount of players here. 2 for 2. Oasis Gaming does not have a revive yet for Worship, but Humi is already on the big flanks. They are checking this out, but Humi could still deal some big damage, and the timing peaks. Young Pork, he had to peek just a split second more onto his right, and he would have spotted Humi, but that one instant that he went straight to look for B-Long costed them that round.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Chimera forgetting to peek their corners yet again. We saw some instances there on Haven a while ago. And OG tried to transition over to B site to no avail as Humi was waiting yet again. Good stuff there from Bren Esports. Now they are up by 3. And it really goes to show that even if Oasis Gaming is able to execute a bit of their game plan, the problem with the Viper is when you set up your stuff, that's pretty much it. That's where you basically have to commit. And these rotations aren't going to be as strong compared to having like the Omen or the Brimstone because you're not going to be too malleable with the control that you have.
And I don't know if this is something that a lot of people would agree on, but it feels, at least for this particular game, that the Viper on attack doesn't have any fruits just yet. Because we're only seeing the walls. We're not seeing the snake bites to kind of flush out these corners, which is very, very crucial, especially when Icebox is a humongo map. You have to use those. Any case, though, Jesse Bash is going to be out in the open, but he is supplemented by the one, the only, the best player here in the Philippines, Borkum, and they just stopped them where they come in.
And there you go again. Viper, I really say that the Viper is so strong on this map, especially conceptually, but the amount of information you give to your opponent is very, very ridiculous. It's a very long wall, and as soon as that happens, Bren Esports can either decide to hang back and let OG take the site, or they can fight back and just get those kills just like that. And it really goes to show also for Bren, they want to initiate, they want to get these fights done and dusted. With no duelists on their roster, they need to be that hard rock that Oasis Gaming is trying to smash down. And so far, so good. It's 4-0. We'll see if OG can do it here. And okay, yes! It's the clip wall strat. And you know, Mr. Asarai, please enlighten me. What's this all about?
So this was something that me and Lazardo saw in one of the tournaments that we casted. I think it was the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open Plus. Team SNG from, I think it was Singapore, that used this initially when we saw it first. And it was so smart because like you can clip the wall on the kitchen tube, right? It goes a little bit above. And that angle right there allows you to hop on top, whether you're a Jet, Raze, or Omen. And what's good about it is you can use the wall to your left to hug it, to peek in and out on mid, wherein if you just go on top of the tube, you're very much exposed. So it allows you for that nice little vertical offensive play, however you want to put it, but it's so versatile that teams don't really know about it and they get bombarded by it. Humi is going to have the Humi spot. I'm just going to call this the Humi spot because he did this so well yesterday. And look at that. He just is able to just anchor the site so well in Icebox. He's just nutty with it.
Yeah, Humi, always good by the yellow. I saw one more player who was nutty with that angle was Johan right from ArkAngel. And it just goes to show when you can be proactive. And the shock dart again. You know, Vash, he's really making a highlight really on Icebox, isn't he? He has just found so many angles. He got, what, a triple kill with the Hunter's Fury yesterday. And now he just gets another good bounce. That last round in their quarterfinal also was basically because of the shock dart 3D. And someone call the electric companies in Philippines because it seems like Jesse Vash is the new supplier of power here.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably put Jesse Vash with the face of Legolas, the face of Merida, the face of Hawkeye, and we'd probably all agree, you know, here in the Philippines, we'll probably all agree that he's just that good with the Sova here. He was already good before, like a week or so, maybe even a month or so before. and he just becomes even better. Oh, I like that. So he walls up underneath the tube, and Dubstep goes in for the lurk play to bait people out. Anyways, he's not going to find anybody, but 2 people from Bren is already going for the big flanks. Now they do have the Coliseum. I call it the Coliseum because you just have to fight inside of it, and never mind that. Jesse Bash finds kills through the smoke.
He knew the default angle, and he got the kill on the one who was planting that spike. Worship now with the resurrection onto Brain Freeze, and here we go to the high ground being taken by the Jet. But that detain is huge. 3 gonna get detained. Hey, Asteroid, you wanna shake hands with those Jazz hands because no one can get any guns out. Showstopper will be stopped in red in its tracks, but it seems like Beats has found the angle. Jesse Bash, though, will wrap it up. And even though Bren Esports, they got that big detain, Oasis Gaming stood a chance with that small little sneaky spot. And Jesse Bash cleans up house, says, kids, let me take over.
It's okay. He's going to be able to clutch down that round. 7-2-0 on Vash. And initially, he stopped it. And initially, he was able to break it. There you go.
What a bounce!
Yeah.
On the ground. You know, I expected that to just be a lob from above, but that small little delay because of the bounce, the velocity, how it comes, and he's just like, you know, I don't watch those videos on YouTube, I make those videos on YouTube, and it's just crazy to see. Yo, I keep telling you guys, if you want to see some crazy lineups, find in streams or in these kind of tournaments, just clip that and add it to your collection. But this Spencer now trying to add 1 more head to his collection. Seems like Worship is the one to fall, and Brent right now with a numbers advantage again, as it seems like Oasis game is just trying to cut off some sightlines in the middle to no avail.
Well, Oasis Gaming, I'm not sure if I said this earlier today or even as we started the second game, but this is the Icebox challenge for Oasis Gaming. It seems like this is one of those other maps when Bren has a lot of things in store for you. Young Pork, he got like an entry in, but he entered in by himself, and there's nothing really they can do there. Maybe Godowers is going to be able to get some value off of this one because he was able to sneak it up into the center of the site, able to shut down onto 1, but the Spencer is just the wiser. He's also going to be able to maybe line up a Nana Swarm here. He finds the 1. Not going to be able to win, and Beats has a chance.
Beats is trying to make it happen, but he does dash straight into the container. Can he win the fight? No, Jesse Bash is just nigh unstoppable on a map like this. The snow is covered by lightning spikes and lightning strikes, thanks to Jesse Bash. And when that doesn't connect, it's up to him to get the shots on, and he's doing it again here, Mr. Asteroid. Remember, Jesse Bash making a big name for himself because of a split and his Sage. Now he is just incredible on the Sova everywhere, and here on Icebox, it feels like it's being amplified by the cold.
Jesse Bash is that player. Okay, not a lot of like new viewers would probably know this, but Jesse Bash was before the Jet player for Team 5 in Android, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he's done operator plays. He's done aggressive entry fragging plays. You said on Split, he played Sage, and now he's on a Sova. This man can do everything for his team if they need it. That was a very close shock dart. It could have actually taken a couple of heads off if they were just a little bit earlier, a little bit later to the party. And nowhere to run. Here comes the Kumbayas, the Hunter's Fury to flush out the site as the members of Oasis Gaming come in, but there's still not a lot of foot or ground covered by the OG team.
Spencer going to be playing by the crates, and surprise, surprise! Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though, and Spencer going to get pooped out the air, but he doesn't care because his shots will connect. And now it's Brain Freeze actually catching out Jesse Bash in response. Oasis Gaming breathing the same air as Bren right now. Beats going for the flag, and that's goodbye to 2. Beats is already infiltrating, and this is the beat of the drum that Oasis Gaming is looking for so far. Dubstep now gonna get caught after the dart, and Oasis Gaming has shown signs of life here on B-Site.
Oh my goodness, Beats. He's done it again, man. Able to get those crucial kills. The 3K, if I'm not mistaken, to get into that one. I want to see a replay just real quick because it's just one of the things that you like to see and you want to see again just to kind of process what happened. Now, Bren finally losing a round. They still have a lot of economy to work with. And yes, I know. I saw it. That was a reflex, okay, guys? The screech was a reflex. Because if you're in that situation, you would probably also do the same.
I'll be like, oh no, I don't want to die. That kind of thing. That's my little small voice there. But you know who has gotten some big voices so far is Jesse Bash with a double volley. Actually, for him, no one there, but Bren will still get the advantage as Humi and the Spencer clean up house and get to. Omen though going down here for Bren Esports so far. Now Oasis Gaming, even though they're down at numbers, they can control those sidelines yet again. And OG using that diagonal talking screen to try and push forward. They're going to be setting up the wall as well to go for the default plant. But Dubstep, he has a certain gun in his hands. It's named the Operator. And will he go for the shots? Trying to make it happen. Vandal now in his clutches. We'll see what Jesse Bash can do with the op also, because he does have proficiency on a gun like that. And it is gonna hit its mark. Worship now with a kill onto Dubstep. He's taking on the left angle. They can't put that spike down, but Worship does get two so far. And OG winning the firefights here on B side. It's all up to the breach now, Borkham.
Borkham, the best possible guy that you can find to try to get the clutch here, but Worship is on point. All aboard the Worship, as he is able to get so many crucial kills. Last round it was Beats, this time it's Worship, and it seems like Oasis Gaming Chimera are utilizing the different heads of their body to get the dubs.
I like this from OG actually. And hey, what's this area of Icebox? This is the first time I've seen something warm in Icebox that we're seeing on screen right now. But back to my point, even though Humi's doing an amazing job there by Yellow, and he gets a number of kills, eventually he will die unless he gets the Shrouded Step away. And when that happens, if Young Pork is still alive, the Viper says, you don't have smoke, now we have smoke, and we can actually get to the B site and win those very, very long angles with our rifles instead. Now, Bren Esports, all they need to do now is, I'd honestly say, keep Humi alive. If they still have dark covers, it's going to be so very helpful. Paranoia, really strong also on the default angles of these sites. But Jesse Bash now scouting on around, and Bren aggressing on Beat still. Borkham, though, with a kill out the Worship as A is to take here for OG. And here comes all the utility in the world. Gadowers can't even move forward because Bren is there on the high ground. Young Pork, though, does get the takedown. And OG trying to plant this spike down, but the shock starts coming. Young Pork with low HP. Here comes Jesse Bash looking for the kill onto these two, but the double peek will lead to a 1-for-1 trade. And now the lockdown is counting down, Asteroid.
Locked and loaded. The site is gonna get locked down, but Young Pork steps up, and oh my G, here comes Dubstep 1 and 2, lining up for me, and I will pick it up for you. And he just obliterates. Is he even gonna go for this one? I think they have enough money to do so. But you know what? Just cycle his Resurrect already. Get that bank rolling for Bren because they are just rolling in it. My goodness. Young Pork almost stepped up to the plate. We talked about Beats. We talked about Worship. We talked about the sixth man, Young Pork. Man, if he had maybe a little bit more HP, if they only looked behind them. But Dubstep was a snake in waiting. A predator in the grasses, in the fields, and his time to strike was pristine.
Makes sense because, you know, as a medic, have you seen their emblem? There's like a snake coiling around the whatever it is.
That's a symbol of like Mercury, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a Greek thing to that.
But do you know who the real snake is? Of course, Young Pork. His name is Viper, bro. What do you expect? And Brain Freeze right now. His brain, I'd honestly say, having that cold resistance on a map like this, we've really seen Brain Freeze be basically an unsung hero. Jesse Bash and his hype lineup have been the star of the show, sure. But Brain Freeze has been doing a lot of things with his stars, with some of those kills here and there, and it's been helping out OG time and time again. But with control on A side, there we go with the wall behind the screens. Gadowers now bouncing that pain shells, but Bren Esports deciding to back on out instead. Interesting call though. I believe Oasis Gaming, considering the Viper Spit, they use it here. Gadowers though backing on the way, and that Viper Spit is up, which is a little dangerous because it's up to OG now to cover those sightlines so far.
I'm sorry. I was like a little bit worried for Beats there because I saw the aftershock right behind Beats for a moment and I thought he was gonna get hit. And he was just like standing. I don't know what was gonna happen for that one. Gadowers has such a great spot here and he lines it up. And look at that, he takes him down. Very, very aggressive, quick, clean takes from Oasis Gaming, and they have so much utility, so many ultimates to use into the last round of the first half. 4 to say.
Yeah, I'm always worried when the Viper split comes because it really just cuts so much sightlines from your own teammates.
Yeah.
But with how Oasis Gaming used that, they committed the Viper split. Everyone else was checking out all the other angles that the Poison didn't cover. And because of their proactivity there and the amount of control they had, they ended up saving all of their other ultimates to overpower Bren coming into this round. So really good call there from OG. As we mentioned, that control kind of playstyle really working out for Oasis Gaming when they have Young Pork on the lineup. But Bren, since they know they're at an ult disadvantage, they're trying to be proactive and sneaky with the stage. The shock are trying to come, but it's not going to connect. And those lightning spikes not going to be available now for Bren, as Oasis Gaming is trying to overpower again on B.
Seems like Humi, well, he doesn't really need to learn his lesson just yet, but he's playing so far back into the site here that he just pushes through the toxic wall, and he finds like 3 just looking straight back at him. And this is going to be a very, very easy take for Oasis Gaming. Gonna force their opponents to go for that retake. And again, it's the gassable smoke. So it can go up and down as long as Oasis Gaming needs it to go up and down.
Exactly. Just up, down, Toxic Screen says, you know, I'm going to pollute real quick, and now I'm going to be really good for the environment instead. But OG going to be having that yellow angle, does get scanned up, and even though there is the position here for Dubstep, he can face off against 4, and Dispenser instead going to get that takedown. Good over some Borkum trading blows. Here goes Dr. Fury, not to stall for time. Jesse Bash though with that takedown. Time is ticking, and Borkum eating the poison, eating the lightning strike, and Oasis Gaming will at least salvage that last round. 8-4 as we get into the next half. OG still alive here, Asarai.
Wow, how can you actually try to defuse that? No, if you get hit by a snake bite, sorry, I was too excited because he got hit by the ultimate. So I have this friend that is a Viper main, so I do have some slight experience on how Viper's abilities work in terms of damage. You can actually be able to defuse the spike if you have full HP up against a Viper snake bite because it doesn't tick as quickly as any other Molly ability. So if he did not use,
Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, if Brave Furies did not use Hunter's Fury, that would have still actually been, I believe, a defuse by Borkum. So really good to just not cancel his ultimate and charge right in, and just rather use the full duration because the clock was already ticking. So there was no, means not to just like pop it.
Yeah, and with a vulnerable, one Hunter's Fury should be able to get that takedown. So teamwork makes the dream work there for Oasis Gaming, but a dream of beats popping off in this pistol round is already dashed as Bren Esports is pushing on forward here on a site. Now, the one thing that Bren will not really have here is that sudden burst of speed. No duels means that everyone in their lineup gonna be moving at a similar pace, and it wouldn't be surprising to see them look for picks rather than fully committing onto a site. And you see some rotations already as Jesse Bash trying to peek that garage. Seems like Yelpork though look to play the aggression. Worship now with a kill on the Dispenser, and Yelpork sees the breach at the last moment, has to disengage, and the chase is on between these two hiding in the corner.
It is a complicated game of cat and mouse because you back away, there's another smoke. You back away, you turn off the smoke, and then you come in, and there's another angle for you to try to deal with. One by one, they are falling down like flies, and it seems like it's going to be Youngport to win, but Borkum with the frenzy, the automatic pistol, just allows them that entry, and everybody rushes right in because they know that the B site is something that they can try to make something happen with, but Worship denies Borkum any foothold in this site whatsoever, but still Bren has to figure it out. 20 seconds left into that timer, and whether it's B or A, they have to make it happen now, and Yumi makes it happen on the B site.
Yeah, there we go. B site is his home time and time again, while in the first half, happy to stay there, and this time he's getting back his postal code. Jesse Vash though catching out Cadovers also, leaving the Sova of Brain Freeze all alone on defense of Oasis Gaming. Now he's trying to figure out where this Omen could be, as Vash is actually playing into the tube, I believe, moving into the kitchen. Brain Freeze cannot spot anyone, almost walks into the slight lines of the Omen, but it's up to him to call the attention of Bren Esports as Vash now has the angle from above. Will we see the drop-down gameplay here? Mr. Asarai, we've seen some Assassin's Trains moments in this map. Paranoia now into play. Vash, come on, knife him. Not, oh no, okay. Well,
it's a serious game.
It's a serious game. If that was Dubstep or Dispenser, they would have gone for it. That's for sure. But Vash, Mr. Responsible himself, has a loving family, has amazing lineups. You already know that he's all business here, and he has 13 kills to boot because of it.
Big respect to players. You know, yesterday from that interview that he had after that match with the Org Not Found, he says, this team needs an organization after almost getting beaten by them. So you know that like he respects every single competition that he goes up against. He's a pretty chill guy. He's pretty cool. But when it comes to the seriousness of it all, he will play as much as his team needs, and he will give the respect that every single player he goes up against or with, just due diligence. Anyways, though, this is going to be a quick charge by Bren here, also being challenged by OG, leaving into the hands of young Hork. Is he really that young?
Kind of, actually.
Oh, okay.
And it does feel like he is absolutely fresh, but this time he is just going to turn into a roasted suckling, and goodbye to him after Bren just anticipates the push there. You don't usually leave a turret by your spawn, but when you think that OG is going to play hyper-aggressive, then that is the perfect place to cover your mid-angle. One thing though for OG, they had a really good start. They got rid of Dubstep, had a Phantom, but unfortunately, Friends of Esports were all watching that corpse anyway, got the takedowns back in their favor, and now Bren Esports, even though they won that round, they're not going to have the best guns because it was costly for them, as OG now will have rifles.
Brainfreeze wanted to try to do the boost that some people do. It's a little bit difficult, but if you make it, you have that nice little angle that peeks up into A main. It's pretty good. You don't have to be a Jet or a Raze to be able to get there, or even an Omen. In any case, Young Pork is going to play the Humi spot by himself. Johan also uses as well as a Viper, and well, Young Pork does have some pretty powerful weaponry to his hand, but look at the couple of flashes that's being used just to kind of shut him out. Although the Worship Crossfire is here, one by one they come. Worship does get another, has to back away for the moment, and Godowers is here to ruin the party for Bren. They don't have the weaponry anymore, they don't have the utility. Maybe they will still try to force the issue here onto the site.
Jesse Bash getting another shock dart kill, as is tradition. OG, though, at the very least, have reinforced B sites. And we do still see the Sova there by the kitchen, but someone is sneaking through the middle past the boiler, and it might be the Spencer getting that angle, but Brain Freeze yet again. His brain cells working really, really well here, anticipating any kind of plan from Bren Esports. Borkum, though, is his time to shine now, leading the charge over to the B site, Humi right behind him, and here comes the Sova. Does Brain Freeze get the sidelines, though? Dash on in already by our Jet, and that will be Beats getting that beat down again. Humi will fall, and Borkum using the smoke here to try and push. Cloudburst, though, in the way, but sneaky time for Borkum. The dart does not connect in time, and this might be Borkum getting the flag on the Jet. This is going to be so close. Asteroid pixels do matter in a game like this, but time is ticking, and Beats will be the time bomb to blow up on Bren. 5 rounds now, the gap, as OG gets that round.
Borkum really loves to go for those lurks. Does not work in the end, and Beats just clutching it. Again, gotta give a lot of props for Oasis Gaming. They are a team that will not be afraid to challenge. Yes, it's a little rough around the edges. Yes, it's not going to happen every single time, but you got to give them the props that they are not afraid to step down from a fight, because they have to do that. And it has allowed them to net a lot more rounds than before on Haven. Granted, it was still close. Haven was like 13-4, 10-5 right now, but it feels closer than it is, and they're still trying to finding that formula up against Oasis Gaming, or sorry, up against Bren Esports. If they can, I feel like it's going to be, well, this team right here.
Another case where OG has the power to face off against Bren, but sometimes Bren is just a lot more quick than what they want to do, or in some cases they find the right people to take down, and that's one thing that OG might need to work on. It's them trying to figure out, okay, who's popping? Who do we have to protect? Who do we have to enable? It can't just always be one guy. And they've really made their strides, as I mentioned. Rotations even better, their strategies even better, their lineups looking really, really good. But in this case, it still is Bren Esports overpowering them so far, but we are not done yet. Beats is here, making a statement, and he's been popping this series. Can he find another target? He's still on the Jet right now. Humi, though, finds the angle as Worship is going to be looking to the left instead. And since OG was trying to cover each other, they couldn't cover themselves, and now the ground gonna get covered by rocks as Bren Esports is rocking and rolling over to A site.
Now they're going to be able to plant the spike on default with the numbers advantage as well, leaving Oasis Gaming in such a tight and bad situation. Going to be using the Shrouded or Shadow Step to be able to get out of default, as OG has to peek every single corner. Due diligence, ladies and gentlemen, but they don't have the utility, they don't have the positioning to get through this, because even if they try to go for that defuse, a shoot through the smoke is enough. Young Pork, though, steps up to the plate. And hello, 1 versus 1. It's the youngest player from both of the teams. And we'll see if Humi or Young Pork can make it happen. And Young Pork is sublime. And my goodness, he cooks his opponents. Is it going to be enough? I think he has. Yeah. What a clutch. We need a replay on that because Young Pork has basically unsubmerged his teammates. I don't know what's the word for it.
He's made sure that they can rise up from those depths.
Thank you.
And it's just like a bit of, I'd say, a resurrection here for OG so far. But there you go. Your wish is the production's command. And Young Pork, he just got the 3K there. Found the right angle at the right time. Got the kills in the first place. And with Bren Esports, they were at least trying to play that post plant in a way wherein they had those angles. But Young Pork just did exactly what Bren did to them in that same round. And it works out splendidly for our Viper. Let's go. Ready push, man. Yeah.
And now they're just going to charge right in. Once again, Bren doesn't have the weaponry to kind of supplement anything, so they're going to go for, of course, the Bren charge. Sometimes a rush is all you need because you change the pace of the game and you just supplement it. And honestly, when you have a breach, rush plays is freaking disgusting because you rush and you blind your opponent and you just charge right in when they're blind. It's very difficult. 2 versus 2. It worked out in the end, but there's 2 ultimates here for Oasis Gaming. Are they going to be able to use that resurrection to have the 3 versus 2? I'm not sure, but it's going to be Borkum with the operator, and he operates with precision. And now, leaving it to the hands of Young Pork once again, he has to use the Coliseum, the Toxic Coliseum, and hope to God that he can be able to clutch this one out. He's looking above him, he can hear the footsteps, but the visibility to the fog of war of this is not going to be enough, and he is wasting so much. He's going to reload, but that clock is ticking, tick, 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 and Young Pork is spraying through the smoke, and once again he gets it, but does he have enough time? Boom!
Not on their side at all. And Oasis Gaming, they got the kills, but they couldn't get the objective. That speed really mattering here for Bren Esports. Yet again, we see them set that one up so very quickly. While Young Pork had the right idea, got the right angles, he just took a little too much time. In that case, the Viper Spit actually hurt him in the long run because he couldn't see past his own poison. From that point on, Bren Esports using the tools of OG against him.
I mean, it helps Young Pork still, because even though if he's blinded, they still have, if they want to charge right up to his face and play inside his ultimate, they take damage from the toxic clouds. It's very difficult to kind of play around that, but Bren has so much confidence, and they can, what's the word here? They can understand the situation as the spike is taking. It was all into the favor. If they can delay Young Pork enough, that's all good enough for them, because even if they lose their lives, they can vibe for the next round. It doesn't matter for them. Everything is all about those round wins.
Exactly. The points are just coming closer and closer for Bren Esports. There are always concerns without a duelist in your lineup, but Bren is making it work as Oasis Gaming cannot find the initiative to get some takedowns before the execution. Coolbot though, saying hello, gonna get broken immediately there by Bren. Paint Shell's coming their way as well. And now Jesse Bash trying to line it up by the screen, I believe, but it actually hits close to the site itself. And now Spencer he's trying to go for the push as Beats is already with a Blade Star, but only has 9 HP. Gadondo and his Bucky getting 2 so far. One of his signatures gone, and Brain Freeze right now, even with a kill onto the Spencer there. Up on the high ground, this is all about the Sova, looking for those taps. But as Bren Esports only have 2 members left, they're going to be committing from the shadows, TP over to B side, and play and clear sight lines instead.
Chocolate, my chocolatey Bucky.
I like that. I like that drink, but yeah, I don't like that one too much. But hey,
yeah, it was bad.
I'll give you points again. You know, I'll give you some try points.
You know, I try.
You do good.
Life is all about the trying.
Exactly. You know, we don't learn as people if we don't try. And we see it right here in the game. Oasis Gaming trying out a lot of different things. Bren Esports trying out a lot of different things. And now with all the smokes and the toxics, it is going to be that Hunter's Fury cutting through the sight lines instead. Young Pork though with the takedown. Jesse Vast trying to stall for time. Thing is though, he's run out of darts, so he has to go on in himself. Sneaky peeky, can he make it? There's the swing, and Young Pork does get that takedown. OG able to make it in time to B site, and they will be able to steal that round away from Bren.
3 versus 5 or 3 versus 2. I mean, they just knew. Vash might have actually pulled the trigger too quickly on his ultimate there. They could have maybe played on top of B-Long area to try to challenge, but it's not the it's not the most optimal because he left Humi into a point where Humi had to basically 2 versus 1. It's possible, but in a numbers game, if you think about it in numbers, it's not going to work out. It didn't, and Oasis Gaming coming back at this. They still have a knack for the Icebox map, and they are showing to us why they picked this one up against Bren. And Worship finding one, Gadowers as well, and the combination is real.
And it just feels like sometimes these things work together hand in hand, as it is now Oasis Gaming with an immediate advantage coming into this round. As quickly as Brent comes, and quickly they die. Borkum though, finding the angle there, creeping closer to a site, and Dubstep now saying hello from the other side. And it does feel like Bren Esports is denying OG any kind of secure victories, as A site now being reinforced heavily by Bren, and OG have to rotate.
And they have an ultimate here from Dubstep, so all he has to do is go back and they can have somebody alive again. 3 versus 2. Borkum is already coming back as well to kind of help the resurrection, just to make sure that nobody's going to be flanking. Oasis Gaming knows what's up, and they are going to be bringing back Dispenser. They could have gone anyone else, but I like that it's Dispenser because he is this KJ. They bring back the lockdown, they bring back the alarm bot, they bring back every utility that can basically give them information and flush out the entire site without them putting themselves in a bad spot.
It is just all about positioning here on Icebox. Now the lockdown though into play, but Borkum just runs on into die. This might be a double detain at the very last second. No! OG just going at it, jumping down the staircase into the snow. Dubstep given some time to plant that spike down, and now it's 2v2, but I believe OG has the gun advantage, and they might be able to see someone there. The Killjoy down below Asteroid. It's all about checking those corners and have OG learn the lesson, and it's not gonna happen. Dispenser gets that kill, and now it's all about the stall. High ground not taken. It's just paranoia into full play, even without the Omen. But Beats trying to go for the defuse. Dubstep now having the proper sidelines to spam and get the win. Bren will take it back, and what a play that was from Bren Esports.
It happened in Haven. It happens now in Icebox in the most crucial of moments for Oasis Gaming, not checking the corner. Granted, of course, guys, Icebox, it got a lot of corners, but when the teacher says in your homework, class, you have to check your corners, and you don't. You fail the test, you fail the game, and now it's looking to be match point. 5 straight is what is needed for Oasis Gaming to push us into overtime, but have they lost that steam, Dax?
No, this is looking very dire for them, and Beats trying to play the hyper-aggression, but no, Humi's up top. Youngpork though, now with the answer, but he only has 30 HP, gets healed up. Bren Esports is hungry for that grand finals. They want to be the first representative of the Philippines to Grandmasters, and they are saying no one can stop them so far. You know, after this, I might write OG a term paper saying how to check your corners 101, but for now, it's all about them hitting their shots, and Worship does it there. 3v3 res available. Borkum now planting the spike down, but Youngpork looking for the bouncing lineup. Does it actually connect? Borkum now taking damage. Worship resurrecting Brain Freeze, and it's Bren Esports playing by the yellow again, as OG will fight back.
It's gonna be, I mean, they have the numbers here. They have the abilities as well. So it's all about if they can keep this up to their tracks, and Bren is just stopping him at the seams. Gadowers was about to let it rip, but he was ripped himself. Jesse Bash coming right here to destroy that one right now, but Youngpork is keeping it alive, jumping up and down. My goodness, they are still able to do it, and Oasis Gaming with the clutch. Are they gonna be able to also take down Dubstep? No. It's going to be the shutdown onto Worship, but OG Chimera live to fight for another round.
One-man advantage helping them out there. They saw the firefights, they saw the direct contact, and since they had one member, they said, "You're it, please defuse that spike," and they were just so willing to do it. OG understanding what they needed to do for a round like that, but the thing is, since they lost everyone in that round, just not gonna have the money to get the buys that they need. Bren, in the meantime, full armored up, but Jesse Vash actually whipping out the Guardian during this round. Say what you will about that gun. If you do get the headshot, you can get the takedown. And Vash, a confident player in his own right, but Beats this time, gets a free pick and catches out Dispenser there.
It's not the Vandal of the Galaxy, it's not the Phantom of the Galaxy, it's Guardians of the Galaxy. And Jesse Bash is the Star-Lord in this scenario. Seems like they're gonna just charge right in. Once again, it's the rush play for Bren onto the A side. There is an ultimate from Beats here. He can use it if he wanted to. They stop the plant from that spike as he denies Borkum with taking down his life. And it looks like here comes the rest of Oasis Gaming. Bash is going to have to go once again at it. Beats is here, and they are stepping up to the plate. Dubstep will have to try to defend his teammate, but not going to happen. 55 seconds left into the clock. He has his own ultimate as well, but he cannot hit the shots that is necessary for them to win this series.
The mid still stays on, and you know, Azurai, you truly die when someone stops telling your story. But Chimera, this beast, is still there. Oasis Gaming still sticking around and staying alive. Beats this time, getting his pick off to work, and for now, they are still at it. So many rounds more to go though for Oasis Gaming. They need to make it a 12-12 marker if they want to win this one and force out map number 3. Bren Esports in the meantime, just one more dub is all they need. Vash again, take 2 with the Guardian. It's a light armor time here for Bren, forcing things out with a bit of the half buy there. They should have enough money for the full buy later on, albeit without much money. But Jesse Vash, like I said, 1 tap is all you need, and that's Godot going down already on the side of OG.
Just wanted to say as well, Guardian, compared to the other rifles, has high wall penetration. So if you try to run back into the cover of the back of sight through the rafters, if he can track you perfectly, you will take substantial damage compared if it was a Vandal or a Phantom. So Bash buying up into this weapon is actually not a step in the wrong direction for Bren here. But at least for now, they're able to spot out a couple, Brain Freeze, as well as to shut down Humi and soften up Dubstep. This is going to work well, but he brings it back up with the Resurrection, and it's all about that post-plan. And Oasis Gaming, here they come.
Oasis Gaming time is ticking for them, and Brain Freeze on the high ground still. Storms being thrown, Shock Darts there as well, and now it's Jesse Bash answering back. Things looking good here for Bren so far, but as I say that, Beats catches that Humi yet again, and the Omen dying twice, but can Bren Esports wrap this up? Borkum peeking, but OG is just there. Brain Freeze in the meantime contesting the high ground, and here comes Beats as Bren Esports is buying time, but Yompork going for that timer, going for the defuse, and Oasis Gaming is still breathing here, Azurai.
They've broken the double digits in terms of the rounds. Now can they break it into overtime? Once again, we are set to Bren up against a team that is ready to challenge them. Granted, of course, that Bren is the one up already in this series, but Oasis Gaming are standing on the nice edge, and they are so close to either losing or so close at a chance at redemption, at a chance at winning. This was one of the teams that was knocked out early in week 1, and they come back with a vengeance here in week 2.
They want to go at it again and again. They want to fight back, and it is a high time for them to try and make it to the next level, make it to that grand finals to contest against the best. But right now, they are facing off the best truly in Bren Esports. But Bren right now, I believe they should have the guns this time. So we'll check that real quick as Worship slowing down the field by the orb there. That's one good thing with the Sage. You can easily slow down any kind of assault by putting something in the middle. That's just it. It forces Bren to stay on the high ground, play that parkour. The lockdown could be hidden there by the pipes. And this will encompass much of the site on it.
They're using it ever so slowly, picking up the pace, and Brain Freeze is almost gonna get detained there. I thought, you know what, this is why he's a pro. He knows what's up, he knows the timing. But Bren, once again, it's how they have done for the past couple of rounds. It hasn't worked out, it's kind of like a 50-50, but now they're gonna be able to plan down that spike, and I think my brain freezed a little bit.
Exactly, it's just like, error not found, spike not put down, but Bren is still there to fight back. 2v3 though in this situation as Worship gives the advantage to Bren, but the Guardian is guarding that angle again, and another tap for Vash to get that takedown. This guy is just showing some versatility, not only in the agents, but also in the gunplay, but time is ticking here, Azurai, for Bren Esports. Can they find the angle? Seems like Vash can be trading his gun for something else, even going for the dart for the time being, and the standoff will be coming to a head. Dubstep though gonna go down to Beats, and this is now the cleanup by the Jet. OG is still here, Azurai, and Oasis Gaming trying to make paradise on Icebox happen.
Do they have money? Do they have money? Do they have money? That is what's going in onto my head right now, and it seems like yes.
Look at that. How much money does Beats have? He had around 8,000 credits to just throw it all into the frozen waste. But
yeah, I was talking about the Bren one though.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
The Guardian again. And this time, Dubstep's the one playing it.
I mean, he's the sniper, the designated sniper for the team here. Guardian does not have any range reduction or range fall off. So if you can hit your shots, headshots rather, it will be really, really good. And once again, they're going to just try to go for the A side. I think Bren has already lost any luster to try to go for B. And Brainfree's challenging into the corner because he was afraid to get spotted out of Waka later. He just goes back and runs away. Gadores is going to be onto the side, but he's going to get booped up. And here comes the Kumbaya by Bren.
Bren Esports already pushing forward. Dubstep wanting to set up this wall by the screens again. And this will be a 3v3, but OG, they have the res and they have the Blade Storm. Bren Esports now being pretty much zoned out by OG so far. Jesse Bash though, knowing the lineup, shock darting that doorway. But in this case, Bren has to find a safer angle to actually push on through. This might be here to the left side, but a bit dangerous on the post plant. Jesse Bash though, he's forced out a little bit, actually baiting it out as OG is waiting on the other side and from the shallows now to get that intel.
Is that for the intel, or is he going to plant somewhere else?
Oh, he did! He got the spike, so Jesse Bash cancels it and gives it to Humi, and it's time to TP on away. The lurk, though, is real! And Worship tried to bring back one, but he will have to sacrifice his own blood for that res. It's 3v2 still, though, and Humi tempted. There's an operator right in front of him, but Beats will show him how it's done from afar, and now Oasis Gaming trying to make it through to B site. Up the dubstep now to find the angle. This might be overtime happening here, Azurai, as there we go with the task, but they're not connecting. Halfway there, can dubstep do it now? It got a shot off the jet, but it's not enough. And Oasis Gaming will say, we're going OG on OT. And here we go again.
The O in OT stands for Oasis. Oasis time, here we go, 12 to 12. And I like the play, but the charge out by Humi with an operator up against Beats, who was prepared for it. Beats saw that Humi picked up the operator, and all he had to do was set his crosshair in the head angle of Humi, and that would have been enough. And Dubstep, because he was lurking, left Humi in a 1 versus 1, wasn't able to win it. He had an opening, he had a lineup. But the thing about that is the smoke stopped him from getting that visual confirmation as to where he needed to put his aim, and it was not true. Now we're here in OT.
He hit them, but it really was just that fall off, and it just wasn't enough to get that takedown. Now, whatever position the spike is being planted on, really just covering enough to prevent Dubstep from getting that kill, but he's getting his revenge now. Catches out Gadores. And the thing is, you know, the concerns by many who still play no duelist, especially on the attacking side, it has borne fruit, and now Bren, they will be forced to play this overtime as Oasis Gaming. Even though they lose one, there's still a lot of confidence in this roster.
They've shown that so many times already, but the thing about that is Oasis seem to have been the better team when they're on the defense, because Bren has more understanding on their defending side, and that could be a kind of like thing because, you know, every map here is slightly defender sided because you have to take the side as attackers. But at least for now, it is showing to be a bit of a challenge for Oasis Gaming to try to deal with. Worship has already sneaked up into the site. Is he going to go for the ballsy play and boost himself up over this wall? No, he's just going to use the wall of Dubstep as his counterpart there to get the spike planted down.
And then he just dies. So it's like, peekaboo, Jesse Bash sees you. Goodbye to his life there. Oasis Gaming, though, at least they got the spike down. And they do have the Viper, they do have the Sova to at least volley that angle if need be. But Bren Esports now having the numbers, having the smokes to at least force out that high ground to drop down. Borkum also has the angle here. Beats having to avoid for now. Even though Beats is being beaten down time after time, he gets that shot there. But here comes Beats getting to Humi, though, with a kill off the young Bork. And now it's all up to the shock darts now for Oasis Gaming. High ground taken, Jesse Bash shutting down Beats, and Brain Freeze will get stopped there by Dubstep. Bren right now defending as per usual, but this is really the question to answer is asked, right? Can they attack properly?
Man, Beats tried as much as he can, but it was not enough. He had a teammate that was going to be coming out from Nest, but the thing about that is it's still not that... they had to kill the other two that were guarding Borkum with that defuse, but it still did not connect for all of them. Like, look at the stats that we have here. I think the stats just don't matter anymore. The amount of kills, the amount of anything is just sublime from both of these players. But now, here we are at overtime match point, and Bren have the one up.
Teamwork though making the dream work, and we saw so many assists there for the Breach, for the Sage, for the Sova. So it really goes to show that for both squadrons, they're really bringing their A game and looking to be down and dirty here on Icebox. But as you mentioned, Bren is up by 1. But does that really matter since they won on the defense? For me, this is really the big test for them. Anytime they're forced to be on the attack and they lose, it feels like the cycle will repeat till we are done. This week has been insane, as right from game number 1 yesterday to right now. It's just been the battle of really the top teams in the Philippine scene time after time. Now Jesse Bash going to be facing off doors, but there we go with Dubstep for the refrag. Now this might actually work out a bit better for Bren because it's Dubstep getting a kill. He is now 2 away from the resurrection. He can get that orb if it's still available. And this is Dispenser pushing forward. A-side might be here for the taking. Dispenser though gonna be the one planting. I would have loved to see them give it to Dubstep instead, but OG now have to contend.
They're knocking on the door already. We are here. We are prepared to go into the grand finals. Will you challenge us once again? Bren shouts the call, and will Oasis answer? They are left into a 4 versus 4. Maybe they gave it to Dubstep because if he can get a kill, that's going to be a lockdown. But now here, Oasis Gaming, the clock is ticking. The wall is there. Dubstep takes out one, but Young Pork steps up into the plate. They have to go in. They have to go now. But big fault lines coming in from Borkum, coming in with the charge as well. But he goes in. Beast, what are you doing? And Young Pork comes in with the zip line like a freaking athlete. Dispenser's right here. He is looking for it, but not enough time. He's jiggle peeking. He's jiggle peeking. Can he see it? It's almost there. My God, it explodes!
They do it this time! They found the angle, they found the shot, and Bren Esports says, objective is the way we go, the way we win, and they hold the line yet again. That was so close from Oasis Gaming. A few crucial mistakes in that last round. Beats getting caught out with a knife out. Young Pork couldn't get the shot in time, and it was just Bren saying, move to the right, get the shot on, and they are our first grand finalists here in week number 2.
Young Pork did not have an angle because he was too under Dispenser. So he had to just charge right out and maybe just body block for his teammate. I didn't even know that you could shoot from right that if you like go a little bit more to your right.
It's interesting because it's a circle, right? So you are all the way to the right of the spike. And you're kind of behind the thing in the way.
Wall?
Yeah, the wall. But if you're on a corner like that, you can easily get wall back by penetration from those rifles. And it was just enough. We saw it a while ago. Dubstep could have gotten the clutch there in regulation. Just didn't happen. But this time, Dispenser still alive on the high ground. And that was way too close to really call Bren Esports because he lost that round, forced another overtime. OG could have made that comeback happen, but Bren just having that clutch factor at the very last moment one more time, making their composition work. But there's still concerns with how their attack just kind of fell apart in that second half.
Yeah, you also kind of have to give so much kudos to Oasis Gaming. This was akin to what we saw for like yesterday with ONF. And we were asking, which team do we think has the best shot to, try to challenge Bren? Is it Empire? Is it, ArkAngel? Is it Org Not Found? All the teams that come here, I feel like everybody has a shot to take down Bren. There's just that one little extra step, that one little missing piece of the recipe that they need to find to get finally the Kings of Philippines dethroned.
Exactly. Another wound to Bren Esports and their pedigree. And an incredible round. You got to give it to Oasis Gaming. Really fighting for their lives there, making it so close on Icebox. And it does feel like just a little more of fine-tuning, and they will have these strats ready to go. But what a matchup it was. Congratulations to Bren Esports becoming our first finalist. And of course, guys, our panel will be breaking that down. But before we get into that, we'll be getting into a break and then an interview with Bren Esports. This has been your first semifinal. I've been Dax. He's been Nasrai, who I believe will be signing out for the day. So we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the grand finals. And this has been the VALORANT Challengers Philippines week number 2. We'll have another semifinal later on into the night.
When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Another day for the one-man dispensing machine as their team takes a victory yet again against Oasis Gaming in a 2-0 clean sweep this time, and winning even on the map pick of Oasis Gaming. That's going to be Icebox. But to help talk about that with me, to break it down, is going to be none other than the one-man dispensing machine himself. Dispenser, are you there?
What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, man? How are you doing? Okay, first of all, congratulations. Really good game from you guys. I wanted to ask, got a little bit scary there. You ended up going to overtime.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit dicey, but you ended up pulling through in the end. What went on in that map? Why do you think they came back so strongly in that defensive side?
We made a few mistakes. Maybe that's why they, kumambak sila. Bumalik sila. Tagalog na ako, ha?
Yeah, I mean,
Mahirap
it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I mean, I'm just speaking in English because we're on the English desk, but you can answer however you'd like. So, Oasis Gaming, these guys have never managed to beat you, but they're getting a little bit closer. They almost managed to take this next map to you on Icebox. You know, how does it feel that other teams are getting closer and closer to beating you?
To be honest, para sa akin talaga, maganda. Sobrang ganda pag may mga nakakadikit sa aming team. Mas gusto namin mas maganda yung competition. Para din sa amin yun para mag-thrive pa kami, para mas mag-grind pa kami. Ayun, tsaka hilaan pataas guys, if ever na makapunta tayo ng international tournament, pag hindi tayo mga ngulela at ganyan, may paglaban tayo. So yun, nakakatuwa, may mga dumidikit na team, yun, nakakaba rin sa side namin. Pero so far so good, sobrang solid na mga team ngayon. Ganda mga pinapakita.
I really admire what you said. I mean, just pull each other up, basically, is what he said. Like, going to the international tournaments, us Filipinos definitely have to stick together. And what better way to do that than by getting really close and beating each other in FPS games? So, I got to end the interview really quickly, but I'm going to ask you one more question, Dispenser. Sorry, a couple more questions. Which is the team that you're sort of looking at as maybe the team that could beat you in the next series?
Probably ArkAngel. Yan. Yung Empire sana kaso nagkaroon nata ng problema kanina Pero yan, Empire and ArkAngel.
All right, okay. And one last thing, this is your moment. Who do you want to give any shout-outs to? Anyone you want to greet on stream or any family members or friends?
Yan, first, thank you kay God for this. Then, thank you to Bren Esports for supporting us. Hindi dahil sa kanila, wala rin kami dito. And shout out to my mom and my girlfriend and my son. Yan. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you again so much, Dispenser, and congratulations. They're going to the grand finals. That's going to be tomorrow, and we're going to be finding out who plays against them in that series itself, where they stand a chance at winning a ticket to the Masters. So again, thank you, Dispenser, and see you tomorrow. So, one more thing before we go. We're going to be doing a really interesting giveaway. We're going to be talking about that in just a second, though. 1,500 Valorant points will be up for grabs. And I'm going to show you how exactly we're going to do that. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the stream with a caption of which team you are rooting for. And, of course, use the hashtags. Make your post public so all of us can see it. We're going to be choosing 10 winners at the end of the day. That's after this next series. So in the meantime, we're going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, the panel will be joining me where we break down the next game and the last series of the day. It's got to be ArkAngel versus Hashira Esports.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Can you go mess up your thing? Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know stand strong. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
But we'll get there in the end. My name is Illustrado, and I'm, of course, going to be your panel host. Joining me on the desk is the star-studded lineup, Trix and Viminal. What did you guys think of that last game? We'll get your early impressions of how things just went.
So, Bren versus OG. Bren doing Bren things as per usual. We got the full Bren esports experience over there on the first game in Haven, but then they started showing signs of mortality in Icebox for the second time in a row, right? So that was when OG really stepped it up, really showed us some interesting things. But Trix, help me expound on how Bren dominated Haven, essentially.
Bren has already stated, especially Gabo, saying that the reason they like to play Haven is really just because it's a natural map to them. Like, the players just inherently know how to move around the map. They know the movement of their opponents. They know the timing. And it's just perfect in the sense that it's their intuition that's perfect.
Yeah. However, the other story is Icebox. And we had quite an exchange of words about this earlier on about the lineup of
Yeah.
of Oasis Gaming. No smoke, no flash. Well, they kind of had a Viper, but like a weird smoke, and then supplemented by a Sage and a Jet. I don't know what to make of this. Trix, please help me understand what on earth went down here.
I would just like to say that if another team is hoping to pick a Viper, which I encourage all of you to do, please, please play with an Omen or a Brimstone, whichever you prefer. The reason is that Viper's wall is great, and she has a smoke that she can pick up over and over again, which again is very great. But it's really difficult for your teammates to enter the sites with just that wall. The wall is paper thin, they can just walk right through it. And of course, you can cover a lot of angles, but you're not entirely sure where in the wall your opponent's going to peek from either.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know what is covered. But I feel like the reason why, honestly, this match was so close. Let's talk about one player right now. Well, two players, actually.
Two players.
Beats and Young Pork.
Yes.
These guys just absolutely showed up, and without them, I feel like it all would have crumbled to pieces.
Okay. Earlier, during the broadcast, I said that, maybe Chimera, they're a team that's always on the cusp of greatness, but maybe they lack certain points of innovation or perhaps certain things to change. And so far, one of the biggest changes they made to their team, adding this new player, Young Pork, has been one of the most fruitful changes they've made. He has made such a great impact in this game, as is, of course, Beats also really just popping off towards the late game.
Yeah, we've been asking for this change with Young Pork for like so long. I mean, the guy's a natural talent. Like, not only can he play Ascent now, but Icebox is too. So I just feel like as time goes on, we'll see him more and more incorporated in the roster of Oasis Gaming. The question is who he'll end up changing out. That's going to be the sort of tough question, I think.
Yeah.
Or having a sub on rotation for when players are feeling burnt, when they're feeling burnt out early on as well.
Yeah.
That's a possibility for some teams.
I feel like that definitely was the case. And
yeah.
Interestingly enough, it happened earlier on with Empire, where they had Z7Z come in, but I feel like Stiletto was actually subbed out as a sixth man. So a lot of roster changes, a lot of things that has to be addressed here. But let's talk about the current statistics that we're seeing on our screens. And you can see the first game, just a total washout right there. 2.6 to 1.2 KDA on Sova versus Brain Freeze.
Yeah, so here's the thing with Bren. In a map like Haven, wherein they know the map like the back of their hand, we, as panelists, we can sort of overanalyze and discuss why that's so in terms of like synergy and ability, cooldown usage, etc., like that. But fact of the matter is, it's basically muscle memory, second nature to the players of Bren, and that's why they're so good at this map.
Also, just seeing Borkum on the Phoenix in Haven, it's phenomenal. The way he uses his ultimate, the way that his teammates help him to use that ultimate to entry the sites, to take the frags, to fake a site even.
Yeah.
It's just so much information and so much frag potential in Borkum himself.
And what I'm 100% sure of is that Borkum and his team here, Bren, the way they do this is so effortless. Like, they barely communicate. Like, a lot of teams will just say so many things.
Sort of this telepathy.
Yeah, they kind of just know how to communicate with each other, and that comes with experience.
Yes.
They're, they say one thing, and they'll just know what to do. Their information, it just comes with experience. And I feel like they got a little bit rattled come the second map in Icebox, but eventually I feel like the more experienced team pulled through. I mean, that very end there, that pixel angle, the pixel angle tap while he was being pushed, somehow still managing to get that victory. I think it was Dubstep.
It was Dispenser.
It was Dispenser.
Actually.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Dispenser got that with like a pixel while he was being pushed by Warship. Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous. That just shows how finesse, that this team is.
It was a very good match. I was honestly surprised. I did feel Porky showed the other teams as well
How to do Viper.
A good way to play Viper on Icebox. You have that wall, you play around your wall. You don't hide far away from it hoping they're not going to push it. You're denying information from the opponents while getting information for your teammates.
Exactly.
And it was a really good representation of what Viper can do. So moving forward, I hope that the lineup considers picking up Omen, maybe a breach, getting those flashes in, because it's really difficult for your team to entry those sites with just a Viper.
But let's find out real quick who is going to be the actual MVP of the series. We're going to be pulling that on your screens right now. No surprises there, Mr. Sovash.
Jesse Vash, hello.
Can we just officially just name him Sovash?
I mean, okay, we got to give it to Jesse Vash. It's just so cool to see a Sova, or perhaps it's really fun to roleplay as Jesse Vash. Try to imagine what it feels like playing Sova on Icebox, because he feels like he can manipulate at any point in the map at any given position.
Dude, I just had an idea for a cosplay. I should just totally wear a Sova outfit with like black and yellow. And I'll just say I'm Sovash. guys, do it.
Anyway.
Chat. Please grant my request. Somebody cosplay Sovash.
Every time I hear Jesse Vash on the Sova say Hunter's Fury, I'm just looking at the map saying, "Oh, who's going to die now?"
Yeah, he's on point with it every single time.
Yeah.
Like
He
for
gets
some
so
reason.
much value off of each part of Sova's kit. That's the bottom line.
He really does.
It's not just the shock darts, the recon, everything. He just shows mastery of it, and I can only imagine that this will go on the more we see him play. But let's take a look at the bracket right now, see where exactly we are in the current situation of the tournament. Oh, we know that we just finished the first semifinal, and we're about to see the next one. It's ArkAngel going against Hashira right now. Let's talk a little bit about these teams. Initial impressions of this matchup.
Exciting. A lot for both teams to prove right now.
For me, it's again a story of sort of a team that has humble beginnings versus a bit of a titan in terms of status and pedigree. So for me, Hashira here is the underdog and ArkAngel is the team to beat. We all know of ArkAngel's reputation. However, during the recent performances, I do believe Hashira has a very good fighting chance.
Yeah, I think so, especially after that last match against Empire. But a lot of crazy things have happened, though. But you know what would be crazier? Winning some 1,500 Valorant points. That would be a great way to end the week here. And this is what you got to do it here. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, and like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for, and make sure the post is public with the official hashtags all over there, right there on the bottom, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, VCTPH, and PPGL Valorant. We'll be choosing 10 winners at the very end of the stream. That's what you got to do. And speaking of things we got to do, we got to hang out online in Globe's virtual hangouts. We'll reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that's it for now for our sponsors. So let's get back into the game itself. I'm going to open this up yet again to our panel. We want to discuss this. The first team that's stepping up to the plate is none other than ArkAngel. Next up to them is going to be Hashira. What are your thoughts on this? I want some initial, who do you think is the favored team in this one?
Yeah, I'll let you go first, Trix.
Favored team. ArkAngel?
Okay.
I think
Sounded
that
a bit of like a question.
because I'm questioning myself. I think ArkAngel definitely has a kit going for them, but as I have mentioned over and over again, I just think they haven't put the pieces in the right places.
Yeah.
And they've definitely got those amazing pieces, but it's just they're still figuring it out how it's going to really work for them.
I feel like everyone, including other teams, and you and me and the audience, all just want to see Josh S back on that race.
Or any duelist,
or
really.
honestly, any duel. Hopefully they'll bring that out today, because I feel like they have so much to offer.
Yeah, you were saying, Trix, last night that Josh S is, he's a good Sentinel, but he's a fantastic duelist, and maybe he should go back to that.
I truly think that it's a shame to put him on that Sentinel because his playstyle doesn't really match what a Sentinel's playstyle should be. He does it right, but it's just he would shine so much more if he were on the Duelist.
And the reason why he's so good is because he's mechanically gifted. He's an intelligent player who really shines at using his abilities aggressively.
Yes.
Now, as a Sentinel, you kind of have to use it reactively, and I feel that's where the problem therein lies. But of course, we're not privy to that information of how they really work internally with their team. So let's talk about someone else instead. Let's talk about Hashira. We're going to put them on our screens as well, and they performed quite amazingly in the previous game. Sure, let's say that Empire were plagued by some technical issues, a fresh roster swap.
Yeah.
Even though, they were fresh off a really good tournament right before it, they still felt like they had to make the swap. But Hashira, in the end, they still came out with a victory. Now let's talk a little bit about these guys. What are your impressions on Hashira?
My impressions on Hashira is that Jeremy and Hatred really stand out in terms of performance within the team. Not to discount the rest of the team, but it's just when I think of Hashira, I think of Hatred and Jeremy and how strong these two duelists are for their team. And Jeremy being able to flex on the Cypher as well was pretty cool.
I worry about that, and I have said that I worry about this kind of mentality, as we've seen it on other very big pro teams before, where you have players that just have to shine.
Scream.
In order, Scream. Or Simple, if you guys remember Simple. Coldzera, Fallen. There are a lot of players that have really needed to shine for a team to truly, go the distance. And it just feels that it might be a trap that Hashira will be falling into. I want them to be wary.
I have absolute belief in that statement. I completely agree with you. But, when you talk about teams like that, you mentioned Coldzera. He always had Fallen to rely on. There's always, some people, But I feel like it's something that we can develop over time. Hashira, they want to take these young, wild bucks and, sort of rein them in.
Part of me is saying, okay, let's worry about that when we get to that point. Right?
For now, win your games and hit all of the shots.
For now, just,
it seems to be enough right now, just like what happened with Empire, to just outduel them. Because that's what happened with Silver earlier when Silver would just simply outgun. I think it's enough for now to help them grow and then build that discipline and sort of grow as a team.
The issue is growing in the wrong direction.
Okay, that's absolutely fair. I think that's something that we should be taking a look here. Jeremy and Ching, this is their head-to-head right now. This is Jeremy on the Cypher, mind you, so still 237 with an average combat score. Let that tell a little bit of the true tale here with a KDA of 1.7.
For me, the most important stat here is the first blood percentage. Jeremy on the Cypher, the Sentinel rolled 15.9 versus Ching 20%. Very comparative first blood percentage. Basically opposite roles on the team.
And that's because he was lurking and getting first blood in that Haven map. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that's just not something that you should let happen to you as a team. And I feel like with more communication and, if whoever was playing C or B, I don't remember it was, or Garage, I feel like if they communicated that, okay, he's been doing this in the past few rounds better, maybe we wouldn't have seen that. Who knows?
I think it's also the pressure on other sides of the map.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to agree with you there. But let's go and talk about the map veto. Where will our battlefield be today? You're going to see the first map. It's going to be none other than Icebox. And this is something that I'm so excited to see. Nobody's seen how Hashira plays Icebox yet. No one. And we've seen them play Bind. We've seen them play Haven. They won on Haven last time. And Bind is the map choice of ArkAngel, which is, honestly, where Hashira won last time. How do you... And if I'm being honest, ArkAngel really struggled on Icebox last time they saw them there.
We all remember that game.
Yeah, we all remember. I think ArkAngel may most likely learn from their mistakes. I can't say they've fixed it in 10 hours or 12 hours. But to say that they have at least seen it and it was an eye-opener for them. And moving forward to this map, I do hope if Johan does choose to play that Viper, he plays it a little differently today.
Hopefully he doesn't solo B and hide behind yellow, I think.
I would not recommend it.
Yeah, no. Well, hopefully they have sorted things out, though. It has been an interesting day thus far. but it's only even gonna get better. Again, we are your panelists. This is Strix and Viminal. My name is Illustrado. Been your host here today, but it's time for us to pass it to the casters. So for the third series of the day, casters, it's all yours.
I wish you were mine there, Illustrado. Hello, guys. Welcome back here. And we're at the third final series of the day. It's going to be the second semifinal to be played. Hashira versus Team ArkAngel. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax, the amazing VALORANT caster. You guys should know him. If you don't, well, there he is, the man himself.
Look how beautiful Black and Blue is from the desk to the casting side. Great to have you, man. And you know, this is going to be a pretty tough matchup for both of these teams. ArkAngel, a very shaky start yesterday. No punches pulled. It was really a bad day at the office. But then they found their footing, forced overtime at the map number 2, a group huddle to get their confidence back, and then won at that series against Team Dreamfire. In the meantime, Hashira, what a fiesta that was against Empire. You can really still feel like, I can feel the fatigue still from that first matchup. And I'd honestly say Hashira pulling a heavy double duty today, facing off not only against Empire Esports, which was the run-up last week, but also against ArkAngel right now. So it really goes to show the competition so fierce here in week number 2.
You can definitely see that actually translating to the faces of the players here from ArkAngel, locked and loaded, ready to get this game going, and they're definitely going to try and be on their A game. Now, let's talk a bit about how things have progressed in terms of the map vetoes and the drafting stage. ArkAngel do ban Ascent and Hashira ban Split. Now, we know that, okay, Ascent may be one of Hashira's map, but what is necessarily the philosophy of Hashira banning Split in return?
Okay, so Hashira banning Splits, it does feel like they want to have more open space over anything else, and it might just be them adverse to that kind of performance, which really propelled ArkAngel back into the fold, because they were able to really show up on that defense. They really felt like a classic split map against Dreamfire, and then won it out through grit, won it out, forced a map number 3, and then the comeback was successful. But here we are on Icebox, and honestly, this worries me a little bit for ArkAngel after what we saw yesterday. Thing is, though, Hashira is a completely different kind of team compared to Dreamfire, and maybe AA might be able to play their strats more. It really feels like they were prepared for Icebox, but not against their quarterfinal opponent last time here on a map like this. But this time, if Hashira does play a bit more standard, we might see Johan get more value out of that Viper, and Ching and Modski have been able to brush up on their studies and get better angles coming into this map.
And I do like the fact that, you know, teams here in PH are taking inspiration from EU teams that do pull out the Viper quite a bit on Icebox. Johan is going to try his luck a second time. Now, speaking of, he pulled out the Viper yesterday against Dreamfire on Icebox, but the interesting thing is, they kind of got destroyed on Xbox, to say the least. They went 35 against Dreamfire, but still they want to stick with the Zion. Let's look at it. They got the Viper, they got the Rain, they got the Jet, Sova, and Sage. On the other side, it is Rabbit once again on the Omen, Jeremy on the Raids, they got the Breach, they got the Jet, and they got the Sova as well. Now let's talk a bit about the lineup here for ArkAngel. Them bringing out the Viper is something that we've seen yesterday, yes, but what exactly, especially after only hitting 5 rounds against Dreamfire, why would they pick Icebox as their first map?
Well, up anyway, but it really just goes to show that ArkAngel still has a plan. They went out yesterday with a plan in the first place. It just didn't bore fruit. I'd honestly say Johan was really one of the star players during that map, really keeping an eye out on yellow as much as possible. And they do feel like they want to redeem themselves on a map like this. If they want to make it to the grand finals, where they have to play every single map anyway, might as well learn it on the fly. But in the meantime, Hashira, this team, ready and willing to play a map like this. They're going to be having that Reach. It's Jet, Raze, Sova, and Omen. A bit of a comfort pick here for Hashira.
This seems to be pretty much the standard lineup coming in from Hashira. Rabbit on his comfy Omen there, and same as well on the Raze. So Hashira, they do pick Icebox, a map that we know ArkAngel weren't too successful on yesterday, but hopefully things are going to pan out a bit differently for them this time as we go into it. ArkAngel, though, they're going to be starting on the defensive side, once again, pre-patch, so frenzies are still very viable. We're going to see if we're going to go towards the B site, but that might not be the best thing, honestly, right now for Hashira looking at things because, well, there are 3 defenders waiting there, and the Viper can be very itchy.
And ArkAngel looking to just go with a quick little fist fight over onto these alleyways. Hatred now dashing on in, sees Johan there, and Johan will hold the line and get that takedown. AA already with 2 so far. Jing with the ding, though, catches out Envy, and ArkAngel, you know, yesterday, there was really such a shaky start for them, but already you can see they're bringing with confidence. They're ready to go, and they're hungry to make a rematch happen against Bren Esports.
Well, before they get to that, they have to get over this hurdle first and beat Hashira, who are just fresh off of beating Team Empire, who we actually kind of pegged to be the top challenger to Bren's reign here at the second week of the VCT Philippine qualifiers. Now, we're going to see this. They do pop a smoke here towards the long B side, but for the side of Hashira, they have other plans. Walking their way up tube seems to be the plan here, and will they get caught out in kitchen at the other end of it? The Sage is looking their way, so they have to be careful as they pie this corner. Josh S is going to have his crosses right on the money. Will he be able to land the shots, though, here, Dax? As he's going to get pushed heavily, and Rabbit is able to find the free kill while he had his, well, intentions too busy.
Yeah, barrier orb being set up there, and even though you build the wall, with no one being protected by it, what does it even do? Rabbit setting up on the high ground here by B side. There's the push already from Ching, but Rabbit is still there again. And ArkAngel gonna be losing out to the push of the Omen. Rabbit with a hat trick there, making it happen. And Hashira off to a really good start. Now you can really see for ArkAngel, they have already a bit more comfort compared to immediately quarterfinal. You see it in round number 1. They have more security in what they want to do. Problem right now is I believe they're all lagging, so they do need to fix that one up. But it does feel like here for the ArkAngel side, they want to repeat history and face off against Bren. The last time they did was all the way in First Strike Philippines. But hey, this is a new ArkAngel roster having Modsky and Ching in rather than what we saw last time. And it is, of course, very too early to say that they can make it to the grand finals because Hashira has proven how strong they are. They made it here to the playoffs with a very new roster. This is their first week wherein they joined the open qualifiers properly, got into the playoffs, beat a contender as Empire. And honestly, the semifinal is going to be super down to the wire in terms of power level.
Well, them adding Ching and Modsky are definitely welcome additions. Even though they haven't been like the ArkAngel that we've expected them to be as of late, they should really be the second top team right now. They haven't been able to do that. They still have to get the hurdle back into the grand final and hopefully get the rematch against their, well, biggest rival, really, Bren Esports. But yeah, we're going to see if that's going to continue on, though, as we're still waiting for the technical pause to really disperse itself. Hopefully, I think it might be some networking issues. Just is the nature of the beast here. It's an online tournament, of course, and we're still obviously very fortunate and thankful that we can even have these type of things going. But a bit of having a bit of fun there towards the spawn.
At least he can float on those rails. And, you know, ArkAngel, one of those supported orgs as well, having that boot camp, having that gaming house all together, playing together, giving you those extra communications, and at the very least, some real-time reaction to talk with your teammates as much as possible. Hashira, though, in the meantime, just gotta give it to Rabbit. He has been the leader of Hashira for such a long time. All the way back in last year, one of the mainstays of the Hashira roster. Actually, when they took a break, it was him deciding to step down from the roster, but then coming into the new year, he found a bit more, I'd say, redemption as well as motivation in himself. Went back to spearhead this new Hashira lineup. They brought Jerry back as well, and now they have some really young guns adding into their roster, adding into their collection, and we saw how powerful they could be after that win against Empire Esports.
Definitely so, and man, that game really just drained the soul out of Empire, it feels like, because they have a 6-man roster, and I would have liked to see Stiletto been given a shot in that series that we saw earlier on. That was the first best of 3 of the day. Unfortunately, well, it was whoever's call, I assume the team captain, coaches. He did not get his chance, but, well, you got to go for the redemption when it comes to week number 3, and they're going to be able to re-qualify once again, guys. Don't worry, everybody who's made it to the semifinal, the top 4, will be receiving part of a prize pool. I think, actually, the winner of today, or rather the winner of this weekend, is supposed to get like a 6-digit prize pool, so that's a lot. Look at this, Snowman and 2 penguins.
Yeah, very cute right there. And, you know, it was a bit unfortunate that Empire couldn't actually play Stiletto. I do believe he just, I don't know, I think it just wasn't available or something like that. But we'll, of course, know in the future Z7 really stepping it up though for the team, doing a good job on his roles. I believe he played Duelist and Sentinel in some of those matches in their quarterfinal. But you know, that series is done. It's Hashira who eked it out at the very end. It was overtime, right? At the last map just to clutch it out. And it was just some of the raw power that we saw from Jeremy and Hatred that really pushed them to the semifinals. In the meantime, it had to be their power and their knowledge to beat the young guns that are Dreamfire, who knew how to go head on, gut, head, butt, just headbutting, honestly, any kind of opposition. And as ArkAngel now is fixing the routing, making sure everything is A-okay, we're going to be looking at the Penguins of Icebox yet again. These commandos having their own adventure. You know, yesterday, our producer was giving us a story that it was the hunt for one of these Penguins, but now, since maybe they found each other, is it time for them to go on home? What would you say their home is? Icebox probably a good place for them. Where could these Penguins go on vacation, Mr. Black and Blue?
If I were these Penguins, first destination would be Split, Japan is where we are setting sail off to. And pretty much, yeah, yo, smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Hop on the ship. Oh, there's another Penguin.
There's another. They're ready. They're ready to go already. They're just waiting for all of these agents to finish fighting each other so they can leave quietly. It already has been a mess in Icebox after Yoru steals the Samurai Mask, and now he can use his ultimate of all things, and he's playable, but no one's really playing him right now. Besides that, though, these Penguins, very, very cute. They would, I think they had a mission. They're probably the ones who got the Samurai armor from the broken ship anyway. And it's perfect, since if their next destination is Split, they're going to be like, oh, that's so cool. We got some armor. We can actually get that kind of motivation, get that kind of inspiration. And, you know, it might inspire these players also to do even better, knowing the Penguins are watching them. Especially, you know, a Japanese team name like Hashira. These pillars, perfect. Every kind of anime fan can be happy about this kind of storytelling. But you know what else is fun? Those rails just keeping you up afloat. Icebox, though, still very, very cold for many.
Shinobi Penguins might just be the next agent that they add to this game, hopefully. I would love to see that.
I keep telling you, I kept telling Asura yesterday, and it really is just that's the next Christmas thing. Everyone's a penguin, so maybe.
Oh, I would love that.
I mean, like, it's just a ninja character, and there will be the penguin. You know, this is the penguin storytelling time. I think it's now tradition here in Challengers Philippines that when we get into Icebox, we have to make some storylines for these penguins. And how many movies can we get? What kind of rights can we get? Maybe this is the creativity that we can use for extra content, you know, that kind of thing. But these penguins, gotta love them. ArkAngel, though, gotta be fixing up their nets. It is a big issue for them to be at 100 ping for all of them, because they're gonna be having that later reaction time. And I really feel like that hit them at that last moment when we saw Rabbit play to the kitchen. It was really good timing from the Omen, don't get me wrong. But if you have a higher ping, then of course it will take you a few split seconds longer to set that orb up. And Josh S just tried to run on in to peek again. He still wasn't ready with his gun. From that point on, Hashira getting what, a triple kill with that high ground offensive, using the smokes for cover, getting the advantage, and now you see them up 1-0. And I really feel like whoever wins this first map here, Black, will set such a big tempo coming into the series.
It was very good timing from Rabbit on that peek towards Kitchen. It was also very fortunate, though, in his case, because he really could have, you know, lost that fight, considering he was already pretty low from getting 2 frags on prior. You know what I would want to see here, Dax, considering while we're on technical pause, just throwing ideas out there. Penguin prop hunt. I feel like that would be very fun here on Icebox. Imagine just scuttering around and trying to play a random container barrel. That would be quite fun as we overlook and look around and see what we got here around the map Icebox. But we're finally going to get things going underway. Seems like A site is the point of contention as we come into round number 2. Of course, here for the side of ArkAngel, they are going to be on the pistols, and they're going to have to try and make the best out of that. Actually, Hashira, they do force up the Bulldog, and Jeremy is able to make full use of his Spectre to find Nojiski. Will they find a second? Yes, Hatred will. He's going to get shut down, though. Could not really stick the landing on that, even with the updraft. HSR is able to find a second frag. Johan will find one of his own there with the frenzy. He's going to need more, though. That's HSR. 2766 get his third frag rather, to get the second round on the board here.
Quick little speed round there from Hashira. They had the gun advantage. ArkAngel saying, okay, just kill us. We'll try to find anyone else that we can actually take down. But in this case now, ArkAngel will be looking to set on up. We'll have all the rifles they need and more. Only Ching on light armor so far. at least a good start here for Ching coming into this map. He had a hard time last time on Icebox, trying to find the proper angles. Seems like he's learned his lesson, brushed up on his, well, Icebox homework, and he's thinking outside the box, thinking about those angles now. And we'll see if ArkAngel can capitalize for a third round turnaround.
Look at this push here towards mid, Dax. What do you think of this? Walling up to block off Boiler, and then I think they're trying to push up Tube here. Is that the idea? Carl is able to find a fragment. The Hatred, he's probably going to find more, as Johan will find a double kill going his way. Will a third fall his? No, Jeremy's going to shut him down, but he will get traded off in return by Ching, leaving Hashira with just one member alive on Envy.
Hyper aggression here from ArkAngel. They just want to cut this map in half, get the other half of Hashira, and make it another speedy round coming into this one. And now things are making more sense why they kind of struggled against Streamfire yesterday. If it's ArkAngel who wants to play aggressive on the defense, and then you're charging on in just like that, then ArkAngel may not be ready. But here against Hashira, who's trying to set something a little bit different up, they don't have something like the Reyna to really just steamroll the victory. They have the speed, though, of Hatred on that Jet, and they have the way of at least zone control with the Raze. It is up to Hashira right now to anticipate these pushes from ArkAngel. It's up to them to fight the angles, and it really will be such a brawl going into the semifinal.
A slugfest is exactly what we're going to be expecting here, as they seem to be wanting to go towards A. Now that toxic wall is going to keep them at bay for now, but Hatred, look at this. He's pushed his way all the way towards Kitchen. A great flash to play off of as well to find Josh S. Will he find the second follow-up? Yes, he will. Hatred is certainly feeling it right now. Fiery anger going his way, but he's going to get shut down by Johan, but not after finding a double kill first. Rabbit will get the trade-off, yes, but it's all going to be hands of Modski. Now him on the Reyna gives him max potential to get this 1v3 clutch off. Can he do it though? He has surpassed the toxic wall. He can potentially find the frag here, but they know where he is towards B long there in orange. And, well, Rabbit shuts him down. Modski cannot get it off. And the third round on the board for Hashira.
Hashira just making it happen again, and it really feels like this match will just be speed killing time and time again. Who can get the gun up, who can get the jump on the opposition will define who wins the round. And really all eyes on the duelist duos here. Jeremy and Hatred versus Ching and Modski. That matchup will really define what this game is all about. Josh is still a bit struggling right now. In a speedy game like this, he's not going to get too much value out of the wall since it'll be broken within the first 3 seconds when it's not fortified as of yet. But here we go, more stand-up play from Josh S. He does play the aggressive style rather than the defensive style. Problem here is, as soon as he turns around, there's a wall in his way, so he has to push on forward. Ching, though, gets that pick up onto Hatred, and ArkAngel now with the advantage.
The Blade Storm rings true, and the Thunder is starting to crack. Envy. Can he find the opening pick here for the side of Hashira right now? Modski, he's going to get spotted out because of that end flash as well. Jeremy going to capitalize on that with the blast back, and Ching's going to find the triple kill now. Make it the 4K now coming in from Ching with the Blade Storm, and it is currently thundering on through. Carl will finish it off. 2-3 on the board.
Ching is a man on a mission. He has proven himself yesterday. Silenced all the haters with what kind of stats they get. He got a 30 bomb arrow, if I remember correctly, on Split, and just got so many kills on Haven as well. This time, with a Blade Storm like that, he says, you know, I'm sick and tired of playing controller. I'm here in ArkAngel to play the duelist. And with 7 kills on the board, an operator in hand, ArkAngel gonna be happy to have him playing that role so far. He's doing a really good job though, moving around the map. He's improved just from the other day. And that kind of experience, that kind of a learning speed will be so essential for ArkAngel to get even better over the next few days.
Well, Hatred, he has been very mobile in trying to make his way into the site, and that's been helping out the case here for Hashira. Now, he's been spotted out towards mid. I don't know if they really want to continue aggressing there towards mid and Boiler, considering the fact that on the other side of it, Josh S there in the Sova. No, not rather Josh S, but I think it was Modski there in the Sova. No, actually, Modski is on the Reyna. Who's playing the Sova? Remind me again for AA. Carl, right? Carl.
Yeah.
Carl on the Sova. Well, he's not backed off a Boiler, but his presence there alone meant that Hashira was like, okay, let's not further aggress on there. We've been droned out. Let's try and try our luck down towards B, and that's exactly where is waiting for them, the Viper. Now, will you be able to find the frag? Envy's going to find Josh S. Will they get the trade-off in return as Johan is able to find a double kill going his way? Fire in the hole, though, and that certainly lands on true. Ching is able to find Jeremy in his stead, and that brings it down to a 2v3 here, Dax.
Oh, what a great angle there taken by Ching. He just watched over Snowman, but Envy, just a sneaky boy himself, gets the flank, now leaving Modski all alone. Up drop, though, just to die. Hatred could not get a shot whatsoever. And now it's a 1v1 time. Empress versus Rolling Thunder Path, but Envy just having the angle yet again. That flash from the breach really playing to his namesake. Apparently, this guy can turn invisible, get into your backline. And what we saw there from Hashira really was just ArkAngel playing control, except on one spot that cost him this round.
Maybe not literally, but figuratively, Envy is just finding his way through seemingly unopened alleyways. So, Envy with a 4K there around to really get it on the board for Hashira. And, well, he put them on his back for that one. Let's move on over now, though, as they are only 2 rounds away. The deficit is half up here, well, doubled rather, in the favor of Hashira, and they're going to try their luck now towards the A side, wherein there are 3 members for the side of ArkAngel on the defense waiting for them. Adrian has made his way towards Pipes. Now, if he can get the vertical angle here on the Reyna, who is right under him, then this might actually work out, but he tailwinds his way and finds the frag on Modski, perfectly found there by Hatred.
Though pushing forward already, and ArkAngel losing out in the numbers. Here comes Hatred though, trying to get that angle. Josh is on the high ground, but this backstab by count aftershock instead forces Josh S to peek that corridor, peek through the doorway, and now as Hatred trying to updraft past the rafters, he hits his head, which is going to be Envy at least killing Johan at the tail end of all of that. Hashira, it does feel like if they're playing that contact, they have those angles to face off in those duels. One thing ArkAngel has done a little bit better though is covering each other's backs. We saw it on B side with Johan holding on to yellow, and then we had Ching watching Snowman just in case someone would go past them, getting the refrag onto Jeremy. But in that kind of case, with ArkAngel also at the gun deficit, it does mean that Hashira can overpower the opposition, and we see them take that A site, be up by 3 in this map.
Hashira's oppressiveness sometimes really can be felt here, and ArkAngel know that, so you're not going to get too over-eager. We're going to extend too much. Even though Josh S is all the way towards the bottom of Pipes, he has to be very careful. He knows this dark cover is the only thing that's separating him between either a pick or his own death. And he's going to try to, I think he's going to start falling back after he realizes, okay, this smoke is about to disperse. Let me go to a safer position. I can't continue to play this, and he's going to be back up there by Carl. Now, for the side of Hashira, they're not exactly sure where to go right now. They're trying to look for an avenue of attack that they can really try and open up, but it seems, though, that while they've drawn towards the A site, no information has been given. So they do have some soft information that at least nobody's playing close, but how many are exactly inside the A site? That is a blind guess right now coming in for the side of Hashira. And so they're going to take a gamble on this as Jeremy's able to find the pick all the way there towards the B site. This might signal things to go in the way of Hashira, and they might want to go towards the B site as they're kind of pulling the rotations away. So, Hatred, he's dashed his way into a perfect position to find the frag, but Carl will find him in the train, and Mochi's able to find the double kill here. Make that a 3rd Dax, and it seems like a done deal.
Reyna getting those souls up and running, but Jeremy on the higher ground does catch out the Reyna there instead. This Raze pushing forward, but the damage has been done. ArkAngel a while ago trying to play aggressive with Johan. A great punish there from Jeremy, but Hashira still forcing out that A site where ArkAngel was prepared for it.
10
and more. You can really see those side lines going in favor of ArkAngel. Carl with that final blow, and Hashira now, their lead only cut to 2 left as ArkAngel plays a really good defense, and I like this a lot from AA since time and time again, they are protecting each other if they're holding the site.
Perfect use of the tandem there, and look at this. Modski, he's able to find a, I believe, a triple in this one, actually. Yes, he does. Great play to hide right behind Cubby, and, well, Hashira not expect him to be playing that position that heavily. 3 to 5 on the board, and they still have a bit of a ways to go. Only 2 rounds, though, of a deficit that they have to catch up with. Should easily be done, considering the fact that I think ArkAngel, or rather Hashira, are going to be quite low on the economy after this round. I'd like to check the scoreboard, actually, I think.
We are in the pause though real quick, and that was just so dangerous also from Hashira. They flashed the corner, but they didn't peek it. They just assumed that, okay, no one really reacted when we flashed, then there must be no one there. The Reyna though, happy just to get even 1 kill and dismiss on away, but in that case, hey, a triple kill is already icing on the cake for ArkAngel. So a technical pause action here for Hashira. Instead, seems like they're a bit of an issue here for the attacking side. From what we've seen so far though, the duel of the duelists have been really one of the funnest parts to watch in this matchup. Ching and his speed, the Hatred doing the same. Modski in the meantime, the lurk has been stellar, and I gotta give it also to Jeremy, waiting at the right place at the right time to shut down any kind of smoke shenanigans. And that's a bit of the problem of playing the Viper. When you put that top of the screen, it's very obvious where it's gonna be, and then the opponent has an idea, okay, he might be peeking here, he might be coming this way. From that point on, Hashira took advantage, but couldn't really compound it to a win as ArkAngel had that stellar defense instead.
I mean, the entire fact that when you put that toxic wall down there on the Viper and it comes up on the minimap gives so much information to the opposing side that sometimes it's really going to be hard to kind of flex around it as we get the round number 9 started off and going. Spike is seemingly bringing its way towards the A side, but they haven't committed to it just yet. Trying to still find if they can really search for anything and come up with anything towards mid. You can see here, though, for the side of Rabbit, he's trying to fire this angle here towards B-Long. Nothing, though, found on his endeavor, but he's going to, I think, try and TP all back.
It's very dangerous to actually walk through that because we already see Johan taking a very aggressive angle, and Ching on the high ground can help out to get a free pickoff. So A site, a lot more clear for Hashira, in all honesty. This would be easier for them to take, but Ching using that high ground advantage, and it's just a silent assassin named Ching the God. But there we go with Ching getting another one on the board. 2 in a row for AA Ching so far. He backs on the way though with that tailwind, and it's all about the green looking so stellar here for Team ArkAngel.
ArkAngel, they're definitely soaring in the clouds right now in this round at the very least, as they do have a 2-man advantage over Hashira. Hashira, though, quick to try and really equalize things up as Hatred, even with the Sheriff in his hand, to get that fight going his way. Now, they are in an eco, of course, so not much really at stake in this round economically wise, but Modski, he can potentially do something here and stop this from progressing on further. They do get the plant off here for the side of Hashira, and that's a good thing because now at least that's going to get a bit more economy going either way as they go into the next round. As Cheng will find a third. Jeremy will chime in with his own, but as I said, he was traded by Cheng, and Mozgi will get one of his own 1v3 situation. Hadrian's able to find a double now. Will he find a third? No, he cannot. Even with the Sheriff in hand, well, he's an outlaw that's too good, and his name is Carl.
Carl again making this over count, making these shots count, and time again, ArkAngel able to use that intel provided by Carl to get the dub there. Now Hashira, their lead cut to 1, but their ultimates all primed and ready to go. If they want to overpower ArkAngel coming into this round, then this is the best time to do so. They found ways to get past the stage and their shenanigans, but then for ArkAngel, it really is just with the Sova and especially the Reyna holding together, Johan and Ching in the meantime doing the wonders on B side. And here for Hashira, they just need to find that opening again because it really was Envy exposing a bit more of the weakness of the defense here. Now they're going to be playing into mid, and I like this idea since they don't have to deal with the duos, but Ching is a lone ranger there. Envy goes down, looking for the second, and Ching with another great shot against Hatred.
Ching calling it up. A second kill going his way there with the operator. Will he find the third as they try and push the B site here? Now nobody's playing yellow to try and distract and pull their attention away, but Jeremy's going to try and make full use of that. Ching will find the third. Will he find the fourth though? Rabbit is able to find Johan, and I'm going to bet Ching's going to win this fight, and I am going to win that bet against myself. Defenders here for the side ArkAngel. They take the 5th round on the board, and they do equalize things up off of a great operator performance with Ching on that jet.
And Ching has really showed up today. This is what we expected from Ching time and time again. And in this case, ArkAngel refusing to be shaky, still fighting back as hard as possible. Hashira, in the meantime, you can really see that their advantage has dissipated after ArkAngel took the momentum that they needed and more. And in this case, what can Hashira do? They still have the guns that they want, but in this, they will also have only light armor for a few of their members. They need to make sure they cut the sidelines of Ching right now, especially with the smokes courtesy of Rabbit. And this start from Envy, using the fault line there to get in the way. Ching has to drop on down, already spotted out by the Aldrone. Hashira wanting to go for the 1-step, 2-step, make sure that Ching doesn't get any kind of safety whatsoever. Cloudburst still gonna get thrown, but already gets scanned, and Modski instead taking the mantle of the leader. Jeremy though blowing up Ching, and here comes Jeremy with Sue, but Josh is now with a refrag to get on the board. Flash point gonna be into play. Carl holding line, but Envy will use his own flash to actually get that takedown. Hatred on the high ground though, hitting some heads, and it's now 2v1 as the Empress is popped by Modski.
There he goes, 1-2 on the board, and Modski is in the perfect position to make this happen, actually. He does get it devoured, and that overheals him quite a bit. Will he be able to expect the right on top here? Oh, actually, he's going to be able to back away. The question is, Has he guessed the right position? Modski knows that he has to be somewhere here close to the spike. But will he guess this? No, he won't. And there it goes. They do take this round, and once again, the lead goes in the way of Hashira off of the great clutch coming in from Hatred.
Gotta give it to Hashira there. They zoned that Ching time and time again, made his life so very difficult. And then Jeremy says, you know, what's a free kill? The showstopper. That rocket to the face of the Jet to get that takedown. But Ching right now gonna be rebuying that operator as we have ArkAngel looking to tie things up before they get into their attack. What we saw there from Modski though, a little unfortunate. He used that Empress to try and clutch. He also popped that dismiss, but got spotted immediately there by Hatred and Hashira. But their proactivity really putting them in such a good spot in that round. But this time, as 27-66, maybe thrown down that start, Viper's Pit will be in the way to these sites.
I think they got the information that the Viper is trying to hold down B site in the like closer towards long because of that recon dart lineup, and so I think they've got some information to play off on where Johan is, but he is getting very aggressive now. I'm kind of concerned of his position because no one's going to be able to trade off if this does not turn well. Josh S will find Hatred though, so that's a good start here for the side of AA, and they're actually right beside each other here. Jeremy.
Oh, Rabbit though, and Carl getting on the board, and Johan eventually gets Jeremy there. Josh is now dropping on down. Envy does find Modski along the way. And the thing is here for ArkAngel is with the Viper popping that ultimate, he does have to stay inside. So Hashira had an idea that the Viper was still lurking there. But now, as Johan decides to take the initiative, perfect timing against Envy, making it a 2v1. All eyes now on 27-66. Can he actually figure something out? He has the spike. All he needs to do now is plant this one down, and maybe the high ground gonna be the way to go. Baits out the Hunter Fury first and foremost though, and 27-66 trying to shimmy on away, but he gets tagged by that last bolt there.
Well, that's the Hunter's Fury finally used all up, and he's going to be able to plant the spike here. If not, get wall banged, and that's exactly what happens. Johan, good heads-up play to realize there's no other position he can really plant in right now. Go for the pre-fire, through the wall bang, and, well, good round coming in here for ArkAngel, and great B-site defense coming in from Johan. A lot better than what we saw yesterday versus Dreamfire. He played around his own Viper's Pit very, very well. Of course, he did also get a very fortunate timing to catch out Envy there, who was trying to help to 27-66, who had the spike. And so, good, well, good fortune came AA's way that round.
Yeah, they found at least a way to hold and nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for Team Hashira. Overall, though, here for the side of ArkAngel, now they are going to be, at the very least, I believe they're on the attack here. Hashira going to be defending instead. We'll be able to double check as we are going to be getting into the next half. And of course, everything gonna be hard reset, but Ching really showing on up time and time again here for ArkAngel. In that case this time though, Johan finding the right places, finding the right targets at the right time. That's Sneaky Viper really playing clutch. But Rabbit now sees a dash on in. Here comes Ching again. He's trying to make sure the myth of Ching continues on. And Ali's above, inside the dark cover. It's a sneaky omen to say hello. Two on the board ready for Hashira. Johan with the answer back. Off the B side, AA will go. And the default plant is gonna be the answer again.
You're not going to be able to deny this there. Well, the paint shells do land, but not in time. They're able to get the post-plant frag, though, off of that. So, good heads-up play by Jeremy to try and counter the default plant. They are still, though, in quite a bit of a rucket here, ArkAngel, even after getting that plant because of the fact that they're down 2v4. Hashira are going to try and do their best to retake this, and Carl, he's going to have to play this perfectly. He's going to get fouled by Jeremy, shutting him down. One tap is all he needs, and Johan's going to go put on a very, very, very valiant endeavor, but in the end, nice try, but Hashira, too many of them, outmanned, outgunned. They do take this round, the first pistol, rather the second pistol of this second half.
Hashira has no fear whatsoever with names like Hatred. You already know that they are trying to just channel their inner edge and get those takedowns. Young guns, honestly, for Team Hashira, ArkAngel. In the meantime, a lot of veteran play and a lot of expertise coming into this game. Here we have Hashira right now having the advantage. Spectre's going to be able to play. ArkAngel in the meantime says Stinger is still the best gun in this batch, so might as well keep it up and go for the force buy. Where will they go though? A site might be right for the taking. Jet and the Breach are the ones watching that there in that angle.
Well, Seems like they're trying to push their way now towards the A site, and I think Hashira are in a perfect position to try and anticipate this. They have most of their defense already committed towards doing this, but look at this, Hayward's able to find a double kill off of the vertical angle there on top of Pipes. Even with the drone, it came just a bit too late when it pied that corner to find the information and capitalize on it. So, 3v4 situation right now in the favor of Hashira off of the great play coming in there. What can they do with this, so ArkAngel? They do have some Spectres in their hands off of the plant that they were able to do. They are going to leave their Carl still waiting towards the A site, the Sova, just in case a flank does decide to come through and push on forward into A main. But even though they try to look for information towards mid, doesn't find anything, and now ArkAngel seem to be committed towards going to this A site. I don't think this is the right idea to do, to be quite honest with you, because of the fact that you can already see that Hashira are prepared for this. If they went for the rotating towards B, it might have been a different story, but there it goes. Johan's, though, able to find an opening peak here in the Envy. That was very vital. Without that, it might have been a done deal. But 27-60 season 6. He's going to be able to deny his plan, but he's not going to actually be able to get the chance to do so. Jeremy's able to find him in return, and Rabbit will get one of his own. They're bringing out to a 1v1 here, Dax. Carl, what can he do? With very low HP, he's going to have to pull this off, but even with the Ghost, Jeremy's got this. I believe that's his second kill of the round, and so great play there by Jeremy to get them the double lead at the start of the half.
A right reaction there from Jeremy to get the tap, to get the tag, and to get that takedown. You could have given it to Carl there to at least initiate a little more, and he did get that entry shot, but just couldn't get that takedown in the first place. Now, what we saw though from Team Hashira, very, very delicate. Envy had the angles, he got the headshots, but did it lead to any kills? No, and that gave a chance for AA to try and force out the site. Not the best push though from AA, all things considered. They are going to be looking to play on to B instead. That Dark now going to be hitting the middle, doesn't actually get the scan onto Modi. Seems like he's able to get on away, but as I say, that Patron already will kill on Josh S. Modi in the meantime with attack on 27-66. And ArkAngel right now making it a 4v4, but gun advantage in favor of Team Hashira.
It is a 4v4, and typically, well, Jeremy does make it much more heavily in their favor now, as finding that pick, outgunned, outmanned now ArkAngel as they try to make their way towards the B site. Will they get the plant off is the question. They really kind of want to for the economy because, well, bank-wise, they're not looking too hot right now. Rabbit's playing right behind his toxic wall, and they do flash on through. Not going to push through the smoke, though, even after those flash points gets him. Rabbit's able to find a double kill, though, as they get a bit too overeager to push the toxic wall, and Envy is going to chime in and find Shing at the end of it. 6-9 on the board. Hashira, 3 away from match point.
Looking like a very nice streak here from Team Hashira. You can really see that they have found their footing on the defense. And what they've really done is just answer back whenever AA wants to do. Always signs of life here from ArkAngel time and time again. They're able to force their way to a potential victory. And then Hashira realizes that the position is better, the angles are better, and they're able to clutch it out in the past few rounds. Question is though, how will ArkAngel actually decide to go about this? This is a big gamble here for Hashira, as 4 of them going to be going off the A side, and hyper-aggression the way to go. Bladestorm's going to get popped. Showstopper right now trying to find one more target, but Jeremy cannot hit anything, and ArkAngel instead dashing on forward to B side. A right call here for ArkAngel. They should be able to find the Omen, but can Ching get the burst fire on? It's Johan instead who gets the angle, who gets the takedown, and AE says, thank you very much for B sites.
They take it pretty much for free now in return, and so Cheng, he's going to be trying to play at the end of Snowman here. Johan's going to find the frag into Jeremy, and that brings it now to a 3v5, heavily in the favor of ArkAngel. Make that a 2v5. Last man left alive here for the side of Hashira's Envy. He's able to find one frag on Johan. Will he find the second follow-up is the question. That is going to be no, is the answer, as Cheng shuts him down. He gets a double kill in that round, and could have really got the third, but unfortunately for Hashira, they took the gamble to go very heavily, aggressively towards the A main side of the map. ArkAngel had different plans, and well, theirs simply prevailed.
And just generally to do an all-in play like that, they knew they could hold off ArkAngel time and time again. And in this case, when they're playing ArkAngel's own game, then they're going to be losing on that and giving the first round to ArkAngel in terms of their second half. Now, not only does that hurt them into, well, breaking their streak, but their economy will be a bit in tatters, as not everyone going to be having the full buys that they would like. So Hashira now having to pick up the pieces. They did gamble again on an A-side hold with the Omen all alone. A 4-1 split coming into this one, but an immediate rotation to play a bit more standard. As Carl right now getting intel, Rapid inside the smoke so far, and Hashira, they have to be very careful because they might lose out to the sheer willpower and firepower of Ching and AA.
When Ching gets rolling, it's really difficult to stop him from continuing on now, as they have taken some control of the B side here. They do have yellow as their main kind of like anchoring position right now, where they can really take cover and rest behind. And Modski, a great flank from him to find Jeremy there, hiding right on top of Orange. And good find by him. Ching's able to find Invi in return. It is now going to be the last one left alive here for the side of Hashira. What can he do? It's going to be very difficult, to be completely honest with you, here for Hatred. And as much as he might be passionate and emotional, and it definitely reflects on his shoulders, on his IGN, you're going to need more than sheer determination and a bit of grit to really pull this one out. He's able to find the first opening pick here in the Carl. That kind of brings things down a bit more. If he can find a second, it might be doable, but, well, Josh S tells me no. Stay there in the kitchen, and Hatred does get taken down. 8-9 on the board, and ArkAngel are a single round away from tying this all up.
Yeah, he might just be so mad because he's hungry. He wants a little bit of a snack, but what we're seeing here from the side of ArkAngel so far is they're just getting these takes for free on B side. A big gamble for Rabbit to hold B side all by his lonesome. It's a dangerous assumption, honestly, for Hashira to say, okay, they're going A this time, for sure. Guys, trust me. They're going A. No, back and blue, they're going A. That's exactly what they've been doing. But they do have ways to get that intel. They already have that Sova. Hatred, though, dashing on in after the flash. And Envy does get that kill on the Ching instead, but Carl with a takedown onto Hatred. Neither play works out for both sides, but it's now 4v4 as the Jets are gone. But Rabbit finds Johan there, getting rid of the smokes if ever. Envy flashing, but Josh is there with a refrag. And not only that, he also has another redo there, the resurrection, to make it a pretty even fight because Jeremy finds another target, and ArkAngel now needing to retrieve that spike.
That is kind of like the goal right now, and they do finally get it back, even though it was being watched there on the side of Hashira. Rabbit had his eyes on it, but unfortunately for their side, rather, could not really keep it in contention. For his side, he's going to try and play a more passive angle right now on top of A main. The question is, will they be able to expect this here ArkAngel, as they are actually kind of crawling their way towards A main? So if they're going to decide to go for A, they need to decide very soon because they're kind of running dry on time. 45 seconds and draining on the clock right now. And they're crawling their way up mid, where Jeremy is going to be the first one to make contact if they do cross. And when they do cross, I think Ching might just be walking into his own death here. But they're going to go for the trade-off, and good find there by Carl to remove Jeremy. And that just opened things up. Now they can go on from the backside of A side, and they can pretty much, well, take control of A for free. Because Rabbit is all the way there towards A main. There's no way he's going to be able to deny this plant. Same way for the Sova too, there on the on the side of Hashira. And so it's going to be very difficult as 270-66 is taken down. This is, even though I don't want to call it before it ends, probably the round going to ArkAngel off of the great mid push.
Rabbit has to pull out himself from this hat, and there you go with the first kill. Carl goes down, there's the peek from Josh S, and eventually the Sage will get that takedown. ArkAngel covering each other's backs, and you can really see the stark difference between ArkAngel and Hashira right now, and how AA protects one another, while Hashira tries to make plays of the deaths and demises of their own teammates. So we'll see if which style will work out better. Can ArkAngel make better pushes even happen? Those mid takes are really helping them out time and time again. Hashira, in the meantime, after losing 3 here, will be really at the brink of their economy. Can they figure something out? Will they reinforce these lines appropriately? I like now their motivations, and I like their splits as Hatred and Jeremy together by B side. We already see Rabbit by A. Mid control being taken by the Sova, getting a bit of that intel. And ArkAngel has to be careful because this Bucky is a force to be reckoned with, but Johan gets a headshot instead. He loves this angle. He breathes this angle. He gets that takedown. Here comes Ching right now. Gets a ding there on 27-66, and even Jeremy for good measure. That double kill opened up with the Jet, and AA now only losing 1 member as they move into B site.
Now it's going to be Envy and Rabbit on the Breach and Omen respectively, as Envy's able to find a frag there on Ching with the Sheriff. Now, he's brought it back down. Well, never mind. Carl says no. He's going to find a double kill to cap things off here, and a 10th round on the board for ArkAngel. It is still neck and neck here, Dax, and nobody really pulling away thus far. Nobody being able to capitalize and really snowball away after the 4 rounds straight from ArkAngel to make this comeback happen. it still is neck and neck right now, and they finally do take the lead for themselves.
ArkAngel finally getting their foot down and getting the win there. They had the advantage in terms of the arsenal. They're just running and gunning with their streak. The thing is, we also seen a bit of the wake-up call here from Josh as he's finally getting the frags that he needs. He's in some really good spots to get those takedowns.
Get out of my
Jeremy
way!
right now going to be watching over one part of green. It is going to be, of course, the Blade Storm being popped here by Angel, I believe. As Hatred now, Operator, going to try and make a play. AA though not wanting to walk into those sidelines as of yet, and trying to figure out what Hashira has brought to the table this time.
Well, if they come towards B side, then the table might just be flipped on them, as Hatred is looking down their way already with the Operator in hand. But it seems like for now, ArkAngel are going to set their sights towards the Alpha A side. Now, Ching, he's going to be walking on in. Him and Modesky are going to be the first one to make contact if they ever do spring their attack here towards the A side. Wherein on the other end of it, 2766, he's going to be the first one in line. Now, he's playing a very passive angle, which tells me that you don't want to necessarily deny the plan, but rather play for retake here. They kind of made the call to go towards a mid and B side defense, but, well, it's the wrong one to be gambling on. Rabbit, he's going to try and do his best, but really for now, all they can do is try and play this post plan. Now, the Viper's pit has come out for the side of ArkAngel. This is going to be very difficult to deal with in the post plan. What can they do? The Recon Dart does come out, but as Johan is hiding right behind, actually, the AoE of that, he's going to be able to stay on and sneakily get by. Josh S will find the frag, but will get traded off immediately there by Hatred on the Jets Operator. Johan will find the frag of his own, and he's going to find a double kill now, but he's going to get traded off by Envy with Smokey. Will find Hatred in return. It's going to be a 1v3 situation now. It's all going to be in the hands of Envy, and he is going to get taken down as Carl pulls out the Hunter's Fury and lands the shot.
ArkAngel, this is what we've been wanting from them. This is what we've been expecting from them as soon as they joined the VALORANT Challengers Philippines. And they have really shown up today of all days. 11-9 right now, 2 away from getting that dub. But Hashira, this is a team that has showed us that it ain't over till someone reaches 13 in regulation. This is still a good fight from Hashira. They're going to be fighting back with the guns that they have. And can they break the streak here of ArkAngel? That'll be the question. Some bit of aggression again. Rabbit pushing forward. And he doesn't care about the decay there, chipping away at his armor so far. He's trying to be a bit sneaky. Will be very dangerous though, because he has to breathe a little bit more air. That decay, when it will come out, there you go, back to full. Seems like the Viper, though, is going to be watching that angle out. Hashira cannot play the aggro, so ArkAngel holding off any kind of initiation so far. And it's up to the Tube, actually, here for the Viper.
Will he crawl up that chute, though? It's a question. And he's going to find on the other end of that a waiting Jet. And as Hatred knows, this is kind of his hometown, too, so you don't want to necessarily try and engage him in that circumstance. Rabbit's going to go for a little peek here. He does do some damage, but not going to be able to confirm the frag going his way. He does smoke off there, the cross, and he's going to, I think he's going to try and push here underneath towards Soup. Never mind, he's going to fall back towards A, which I think should be the right idea considering the fact that Hashira, rather ArkAngel, are making their execute happen right now. HSR's 2766 is able to find the frag of Ching. That's a good opening start here, but Moski will find one in return. He's going to find a second kill, finding Envy. Hatred goes down. That's going to be it as Jeremy follows suit. And a 12-9 scoreline as ArkAngel bring us into map number 1 point.
Carry mode turned on there for Modesky, and you know, from what we've seen in basically some of the stats from qualifiers, he has really showed up there time and time again with heavy streaks just like that. Ching Do and Johan doing an incredible job here for Team ArkAngel, 24 kills apiece. Jeremy Do on the other side with 19, 16 and 16 here for Rapid and Hatred. So you can really see there's been such a big step up game for both teams, but as soon as ArkAngel just caught up and caught out, Hashira's a big plan a while ago to go for the all-in. Well, it has been a good case. And look at them, they're doing it again. They realize what Hashira is up to. They will be running all the way to the other side. Josh S now playing by spawn. And this gamble gonna go back out in the face of Hashira. It just blows up right there, right then. ArkAngel now up by 3 members. And over to B side they go again. But 2766, does he find the angle? Sees one member, doesn't get the shot. And Johan and Ching will flawlessly clean that one up. The reads here from ArkAngel are just perfect. It's like they've already checked out this book of Hashira, and they say we are done with this story.
That's the second time they went for that gamble there towards A main, and once again, it did not work out. Maybe putting too many eggs in the same basket there, and well, Gambling men sometimes don't always win every single bout. In this case, ArkAngel take the victory and map number 1 going their way. Mind you guys, this was and is Hashira's map pick. So, good for AA to take that one away.
Absolutely, because this is just such a big confidence boost for them. After getting destroyed
On
yesterday
Icebox?
on Icebox,
Yeah.
destroying another team on Icebox, you gotta give it. Even though we saw Hashira take it very close, as soon as ArkAngel figured out the puzzle of Team Hashira, it was just them all day, every day, that long streak, all of those rounds going in the favor of ArkAngel and their attack. Really, really showing their stuff. And that's what we saw also yesterday. As soon as ArkAngel figured out that, hey, remember guys, we are AA, we are ArkAngel, we are really one of the best teams in the VALORANT PH scene, then they know how to dominate, they know how to read their opponent, and it really goes to show the amount of game knowledge, the amount of expertise they have so far, because time and time again, they get away from Team Hashira.
Well, as we move into our map number 2, it is going to be Bind, and that is ArkAngel's pick. As for the side of Hashira, they're going to be starting on the defense there. But guys, we'll be back to you in just a second as we're going to take a short break before we finally move on to the map number 2 of the final semi-final to be streamed today, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody to know stand is strong. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever surf for all 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found.
One promo for all you love. The first ever surf for all 99. Only from Globe.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Semi-final shuffle still continue on, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VALORANT Challenge Philippines week number 2. Dax and Black and Blue here, gonna be giving you some more action between AA and Hashira, and what a turnabout that was, Black and Blue. From time to time, from more or less most of that matchup was like AA, Hashira, AA, Hashira, and then suddenly Hashira decides to play the coin flip, they lose it, and it was AA all the way.
The thing is, a coin flip is technically supposed to be 50-50, right? But the fact that they did that coin flip 2 or 3 times on that push towards A main,
right now.
it really did not look too hot on them. I think, it has to be contributed to their coach. Whoever came up with that play, Hashira's coach, I think, is the brunt of the blame to be given.
Oh, I see. I see.
I wonder who that could be.
That's an interesting statement right there, good sir. But I'm trying to look for a coin right now and tapping my little outfit just to see if I can play the same way Hashira did in those last few rounds. And I gotta say, it was really, really a good game all throughout. It just felt like as soon as Hashira decided to gamble that, guess that way, and they lost, we saw it immediately, the repercussions. Economy being tattered, all about the momentum there for ArkAngel. Then Josh is really picking it up, found those kills after having a bit of a hard game, and then he just really denied everything with that operator at the last moment. So that gives ArkAngel that 1 map advantage as we are going to be going into blind instead. I believe this is ArkAngel's pick, and we already know how far and how many battles they have done on a map like this. This is really one of their comfort zones. They can be playing that core composition as much as possible with the double intel there. Brimstone can be fun as well for Johan, Ching, and Motsuki playing the Raze Phoenix. And I do like this set of duelists because it really allows you even more area denial in a map like this.
It really seems like that is what they're kind of geared here towards. They have the pain shells, they have the hot hands, they also have the shock darts here on the side of ArkAngel. Now, Hashira, we've already talked about their lineup, but even though this is, by the way, ArkAngel's map pick, I still do have hopes here for Hashira, and I still do believe that they can stretch this into a 3-map series. They're definitely very, very capable of doing so. We actually saw them win Empire's map pick a while ago when Empire beat them on their own map, and so I do think that Bind is a map that, for the side of Hashira, can still perform well in. And I am hoping that we get to a map number 3 for Hashira's sake.
Maybe that Hashira says, we don't really matter what our map pick is. We're just going to be beating you guys on your own home turf. And as we see here from Team Hashira, they are going to be playing that Jet instead rather than the Phoenix, Omen rather than Brimstone. So it really feels like it's more up to standard here for Team Hashira as much as possible. Go for the dash on and find that Cypher. Omen smokes, replenish them as much as possible, rotate as much as you can. And of course, you need to bring a Raze in Bind, that's for sure. If you want to get hookah control, cubby control, shower control, that agent will give you all the control in the world and more with the fear of the pain shells.
They definitely do have a lot of, area denial with the composition that they've both brought up. But guys, not only can these two teams win this semifinal, but you guys can win as well. 1,500 Valorant points is on the line, and we're going to announce the 10 lucky winners at the end of the stream at the end of the match, rather, in just a bit. All you have to do is like and share the Facebook stream, add in your caption the team that you are rooting for, and include the official hashtags, hashtag VCTBH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, and hashtag PPGL Valorant, guys. Make sure the post is public as well so we can see it. Get all your friends and family involved, and you might just be one of the 10 lucky names we're going to put up here later on.
Good job, Mr. Host, who is not caster. And don't forget, guys, that giveaway is for the Facebook page, which also has the Filipino broadcast as well. You are live right now at the twitch.tv/ppglvctph English broadcast, where we are happy, very, very happy to have you. But if you guys want to speak in our local language, check it out at facebook.com/ppglgg instead for the Filipino commentary and also to join our giveaway.
There we go, guys. So, Filipino stream on Facebook, English stream on Twitch, and we have both on YouTube in case you need to back up right there. So, guys, Hashira versus ArkAngel. Map number 2 is about to get underway, and it is on Bind. Dax, as we're looking into it, this is, AA's map pick, but what can we expect coming in from ArkAngel on their own map pick? They picked this for a reason. Why is that?
Take a look at the ArkAngel roster up above me. It's all about getting that post plant and then lining it up to hit that as much times as you can get. One thing about that spike, it is invulnerable to damage, and you can just throw down shock darts, hot hands, that molly, that incendiary there from the Brimstone, paint shells, blast packs, boom ball, whatever you want and more to really pellet the site that you take on the attacking side. On the defensive also, it's all about those chokeholds. Really, all of this AoE can just narrow down Bind even more so. And I like what ArkAngel is planning. It really feels like Hashira is on a timer every single time, not just because of the plant, but also because of what ArkAngel can do. But they have the right comp for it since that Jet is there to lead that charge.
They do have double duelists here for both sides, really, to take on the opposing team. And what do you think of the Cypher picks here? They both realize that Cypher is very good, especially like on B side, on Bind. But some teams like to go for the opposite philosophy and have Cypher on A. Now, you as personally, like seeing these teams, what do you think is like more of the preferred way that you kind of want both of these teams to really play the Cypher, considering how these teams are known to play? Like ArkAngel, what is like the best way that they would normally use Cypher on Bind?
Actually, it really feels like it depends on what the other side is going to do, because when you put it on B side, there is a higher propensity for your things to get blown up by the AoE. In the meantime, on A, there are more choices for the opponent to go on, so there might be times where your tripwire or your cages cannot get maximum value. So it really will be the versatility for many of these Cypher players. Whatever default they're going to be going on, they will adjust to the other side. Accordingly, they'll be reinforcing whatever site or whatever angle needs to be helped out on. And here we are going to be seeing Hashira. They're still like, okay guys, I know we had a long day already, well, we can make it happen. We can force another game number 3. We won on a map like this before, and I can't wait to see what Hashira has in store for us. The thing is though, they still need to be very careful of their risky plays. It blew up in their face last time on Icebox. Will it actually work out this time, as ArkAngel really looking to be such a well-oiled machine? And this is what we really expected. Like, I'm not going to be mincing words anymore about Team AA. It was a very, I'd say, disappointing showcase in game number 1 yesterday. But no, they stepped it up again. Game number 2, game number 3. Here in game number 1 for the semifinals, they are back in full form. And if you have been rooting for it from AA, I got to give kudos to you, even through the low period of AA's time here in the Challengers. But now, with AA rising up, AA flying high, might be able to make this a 2-0 to get a date with Bren Esports, unless Hashira has something else in store for AA, and if it will work for them this time.
Remind me, Dax, who was your prediction here to win this match? Was it AA? Nope, it was Hashira, yeah. You were one of the 2 people that actually picked Hashira to take this series away, and let's get things going now as they try to make their push here towards Hookah. Ching does get some information from himself. He does know that there are people stacking this. Do they realize that there's going to be 2 of them? So the Cypher and the Jet both in Hookah. They've actually pushed Ching all the way back, and he has to force himself away. They take the TP towards A, and this is the right thing to do. They now know that they have to go and rotate on back. Now, the raise here for the side of Hashira, Jeremy, he's the only member that can catch him off, but he's going to get caught off himself, and Ching is probably going to shoot him in the back. No, he actually picks up and is able to retrieve his pistol, pull it out of his pocket in just enough time, and find off here Ching as he tries to go for his own flank, rather.
The backstabber almost got backstabbed there, but Ching not ready for that one, and Carl trying to hold the line, but Rabbit is there to get that take anyway, so Hashira trying to retake this A side. Indeed right now, dueling against Joshes, who will fall, and this is going to be the wipeout of Team ArkAngel, courtesy of Team Hashira. What we see here from Hashira is they just rotate accordingly. ArkAngel not really needing too much speed in this kind of take, because they can use the teleporters to move over to the other side if need be. Thing is though, they also have that brimstone, so as soon as they decide, okay, we're going here, they're going to be smoking it out in duplicate and triplicate as much as possible. And for now, AA's plan is to really use the elements of this map against Hashira, but Hashira found the angles and made it through to A site.
A good opening start here from Hashira, especially considering that this is not their map pick. Let's get things going, and it seems like once again that Hashira want to press the issue with their own Jet here towards Hookah. We've seen that have mixed variable results last time, so Modsky, what can he do in this situation? He's actually going to be pushing back here the Jet on towards Hookah because of the fact that he realizes, okay, Boombot means there's probably going to be more to follow up with. They've actually crawled their way here now towards Garden for the side of ArkAngel. And for Envy, he can hear this here playing towards Elbow. I don't know where his spy cam... Oh, actually is right above the window, so he can get lots of information as they do come out of it if they don't destroy it immediately. Envy, he's going to get blocked off, though, by the Sky Smoke there towards Elbow, and they're going to flash off on in, and the Execute is going to go underway. Now, while that Recon Dart does tag them up, Envy's able to make use of that and find the frag through his own Cyber Cage and the smoke. But he does get traded in return. Hater's able to find the frag, though, on the Ching. A good flank coming in from him to try and block off the Hookah position. And, well, here it goes. Post-plan situation. Dax, it's a 3v3.
3v3 indeed. Hashira at the very least trying to go for the push. And that's what the Bucky's all about. Hatred getting on the board. Jeremy at 27-66. Using those SMGs to the best degree. And now Hashira getting another point on board. Now ArkAngel, I can really say they picked this map because they're comfortable in it. But Hashira has showed up just today in their quarterfinal against Empire. So you can never say that this map is going to be a huge advantage for ArkAngel. I really feel like, though, there's a big plan that AA is trying to execute on. They want to make sure that their plan will actually happen accordingly and they can get through to safer sides, like holding off at the Garden, holding off into the lands, that kind of thing. But what we see here from Hashira is they're just able to get in the face of AA anyway, hunt down the members, trying to play that post-plant. And now we get a bit of a pause as it seems like AA might be having a few issues here and there. Thing is, we didn't expect them to have pretty much the same thing, being in the same place. But for now, well, we'll wait it out as Hashira is up by 2.
A good opening start once again, yes, as I said, from Hashira, because AA picking this map for a reason. They knew that, you know, the aim duels could probably favor their strategy here, as they did pick Bind. And so for Hashira, they might just be the demon that could take down this Angel. That is the AA squad. Though, that's not going to come easily, especially now that they're going to have economy in their side now for ArkAngel. Now, as we're on a technical pause, let's taking a bit of an overview here of the entire Bind map. Where is Bind technically, like, placed?
Same, probably like Middle East.
Yeah, somewhere there. I'm not sure where, though, entirely, but that would be the safest guess.
We have spices, so we're there. So it's just like the KFC recipe out in front there. 11 herbs and spices. And be looking to just get that chicken down. But in this case, though, ArkAngel, what is going to be the plan for them now? What we've seen really is just them trying to get that plan down. That part is done. But then again, after that fact, what have they been able to do in facing out against Hashira, who just quickly as they come, quickly they get those kills. One thing ArkAngel might want to really watch out for is find ways to go for the double peaks, go for the crossfires as much as possible, shut down the cheat of Hashira. And the one big thing also that can help out ArkAngel right now is if they find a way to shut down the jet as quickly as possible. There really is the speed of contact that Hashira is relying on to distract ArkAngel. And in this case, it has worked twice so far, but there should be some guns bought, I believe so, unless ArkAngel... Oh yeah, they went for a force by a while ago, right? So in this case, it is going to be another save round for them.
They're going to have to go on the eco here. You can see 2 Stingers come out and a bunch of Sheriffs to accompany that. As you said, you know, the fast pace has been really lending its favor towards the side of Hashira. And, well, look at this on towards the A site.
The 4-0, honestly, from Hatred is really, really telling. But as you said, on the A site, we're seeing that aggressive play yet again. Not too much of commitment, though. I like the shower take done by Jeremy. Scan comes on through. Will he expose his position? Because this Sova wanting to play the Aldron. As soon as this happens, this might be a push there from the Raze. Never mind, he does go for the Boombot instead. And AA able to get away with their life so far. As Rabbit right now gonna get spotted a bit there by the Aldron. And Ching is waiting to see who's playing into the hookah.
Rabbit, he is playing here right by the boost, but he's moved his way back and towards triple. There's actually 2 of them there. He's going to try his luck here towards U-Haul instead and hold things down from that angle. Good wall bang coming in from Rabbit off of the information. Hater is able to find one frag of his own, getting a trade off on the Ching. 4v3 on the board, and they're trying to still contest here towards the A side. The spike is on towards short. Johan, he's not going to be able to win that fight. 27-66, able to find a double kill going his way. It's all going to be in the hands of Carl on that Sova, and he's going to have to pull, well, a mole out of his mountain, really. It's a 1v4 in this case. Stinger in hand, that's all he can really work with. They know he's here towards Showers. They're already pre-firing and wall-banging him. He knows a flank is about to come in from Jeremy. Who's going to win that fight? He is, and, well, 3-1 on the board. 3-0 on the board, rather. A great start from Hashira as ArkAngel are going to be finally able to buy up.
Yeah, finding guns here for Team ArkAngel, but you can really see Hashira is throwing their lives through the wall, and it seems like they're able to beat that wall time and time again. Anytime ArkAngel is pretty much slowed down in their pace, it's Hashira who makes the map even smaller for Team ArkAngel time and time again. They find ways to put a chokehold on AA, and while even though that we see AA will have a bit of a fight time and time, again, it is just Hashira having the advantage, and this might be a peek here from the Jet if ever. No, Ching holding the line by B short. Instead, though, it's a push over to A short as the Omen and the Raze trying to find contact and might see the Sova there. Yes, they do. Carl will go down already.
A good opening pick here coming from the side of Hashira. Jeremy coming in with that opening entry frag once again. Moski does run it back though, and will he be able to find a frag or at least information off of this? They know that nobody's playing Cubby at the very least. Checking the back of sight, it is clear. So now they know that he can go for the plant. Although there towards elbow, there is a waiting Cypher just ready to spring on. And Hatred's going to get shut down though by Johan, getting a bit over eager. They're not waiting for his team to support him as he tried to pull the Blade Storm out.
Grab it though, they're moving on around Indy there by the elbow. And here we go with Blaze Ball to just put a bit of pressure and a bit of coverage here for Team AA. But Hashira catching out Moski already. Here comes Rabbit also on the board as Josh's will fall. And quickly these guys will just die one by one. And Hashira, the moment they peek, they find individual targets. Incredible stuff here from Team Hashira on the defense.
Great coordination, great chemistry coming here from Team Hashira. The power of friendship has, well, prevailed for now at least, getting them this great 4-0 start. The plant did go off on the side of AA, and they just barely have enough economy to buy up into this round. Maybe a bit light on utility, though. You can see they don't have full shields either. Only Carl there has got the full shields, but he's had to take the sacrifice of picking up a Spectre instead of a rifle. For the rest of them, though, they do got the Vandal, but less armor than you might like for their favor. Now, HSR, Hashira, what are they doing so well right now, Dax? It's really, turning the tide of this battle.
I'd say in simplest terms, they win those. If you really saw that last round, it just was so quick. And look at another one here from Hatred, just catching out Ching in the smoke. Here comes Hatred. He's on a rampage, and he catches out Carl instead also. Hashira right now just adding up more bodies to the floor. ArkAngel, the body count is immediately down by 3. And what we've noticed also from Team Hashira is just they've been winning these fights time and time again. As I mentioned before about that last round, individual fights won as they peak together. One target, one shot, one kill. Enough is enough. Hashira is really just turning it on, turning it up, and you can see that they have the advantage yet again against Team ArkAngel.
Very true. You can see actually the flank coming on in here from Hashira. Jeremy has some high hopes to try and pull off a play here and really bring it back. He's gonna, I think, trip the tripwire if he's not careful here. He's not gonna shoot it out just yet. They know that they're coming in from short, and Josh S, he does have the information to play off of the spy cam dart, does tag him. Now, Jeremy, he's gonna be waiting here just in case they do decide to kind of
30 seconds left.
Fall back and regroup. But at this point, 30 seconds after the clock, it's a 2v5. What can you really do? They have pushed their way towards U-Haul, but they cannot get the plant because, well, on the other side of it, there is a very eager Envy to try and catch him off guard as they do come in U-Haul. So, Envy 1v2 in his way, and he does get that final kill. And as you said, Dax, they're just honestly winning the fights. As much as Valorant is a game based on strategy and composition, at some point in the round, there's going to be someone to peak, and there's going to be someone who will get peaked. And at the end of the day, who wins that fight is what decides the match. And so far, Hashira have been winning the fights even in a dire situation, even in the post-plant. They're on the retake, they still get it. Jeremy, he does have his ult up.
Yeah, it's all about covering each other. It's just having the right numbers to fight off against the numbers of ArkAngel. Hashira says, guys, there's 3 people here on site, bring 3 people also. Guys, there are 2 people moving into U-Haul, bring 2 people also. It's really just about them winning the shots, hitting them as many times as possible, and getting the tag down, getting the takedown, allowing Hashira to be up like this. ArkAngel is really just trying to play the strat, but with Hashira overrunning them time and time again, AA cannot set it up at all, and reminiscent really of how the ArkAngel squadron, when they can't set up their plan, they do fall flat. But in this case, it really is just more Hashira doing everything they can and more to win every single fight.
Well, what can they do right now here? They have shown their presence towards B, and Hashira realizes they'll be pulling the control in their way here towards Gardens. That spy cam is immediately shut down there as it came in from Envy. So, good anticipation and good reaction there coming in from ArkAngel. But can they make this execute happen is the question. Already 3 defenders on the side here for the side of Hashira. Now, he blast packs his way all the way to the back, but Yon's able to land that shot on the Rabbit. Modzki, what can he find here, though, as he does get a double kill? It's going to be onto Hashira to try and bring this back. Envy does get one, then he does find Carl. It's a big piece, but look at that information given to him. He's able to find Josh S and return the opposing Cypher to bring it down to a 3v3. Ching, though, is able to bring it back in their favor, but Jeremy's going to answer back. Modzki is removed from the battle right now. 2v2 on the post plant, and actually ArkAngel are quite low, but look at that frag being found there all the way in from the spawn. Ching Good pick by him, but it's all going to be in the hands of Jeremy. But Xing is going to win that one on the opposing Rays, getting the triple kill and gaining ArkAngel their first round of map number 2.
You want some deep analysis there, Mr. Black and Blue?
Go ahead.
They won those.
They won those.
That was just it. And it really was a very proactive angle taken by Ching also to play into the defense side, past the elbow, all the way to, I'd say, maybe the head of B. Thing is, though, it was a really good effort by Envy. The power of the Cypher is unmatched. Getting kills for free without you getting shot? Sign me up for any Cypher player. Using that Neural Tap also to get that information. But as we said before, Ching is making the angle work, getting the triple up, and now ArkAngel back on the board and looking to go for a bit more fights against Team Hashira.
Hashira here. Occupy the corner. Jeremy's able to find the frag on Josh S, and that's the second kill going the way of Hashira as Hatred is able to find Johan. Look at that frag being found by Hatred. He's still able to escape even after kind of flubbing the tailwind there to try and get himself to safe cover. And a third kill going the way of Hatred. He is popping off right now, and that is going to be it. A 6th round on the board for Hashira, and they are looking so good on this bind defense.
Another quick round here by Hashira, and they have decided to be proactive with that operator. Hatred now trying to make this one work, covering the angles, thereby belong. And from that point on, look at this. Hatred says, hello, Brimstone. Would you like to die? Hello, Phoenix. Would you like to die also? Dashing to the wall, though. You think it might be a bit of a fake, but he just did overcommit there in the push, but it doesn't matter because Carl cannot catch him in time, and that's 3 in a row there for the Jets.
Well, a 6th round on the board for Hashira, and as we move into, the second half of our first half, that's a bit of a tongue twister. Hashira are in quite a lead. 5 rounds between them and ArkAngel, so a bit of a cushion there for them to work with. Maybe if they want to try their, big gamble strats, now might be the time, considering they do have some cushion to work with, as I said. Now, the Owl Drone has successfully cleared showers for them. What will he find, though? Not getting much sight out of it. Ching's able to find Jeremy, so that's a big player removed from the side of Hashira. He's going to blast back his way here into U-Halls, wherein he's going to get peeked and found by Rabbit. Rabbit, will he find a follow-up, though? They know his position here. He's kind of trapped, actually, between a rock and a hard place. ArkAngel, though, able to find a double kill to start things off, and as I said, now Rabbit has been removed. Oh, Hatred! He actually saw his shoulder, but not recognizing it. Unfortunate there. Modski does get the frag. Envy, though, to bring it back, but it's a 1v3. While the Cypher is low for the side of ArkAngel there, I don't know what they can necessarily do with this in a 1v3. He's walking out of smoke, and I think he's just going to go for the save, really.
What did I see? Okay, you know.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's going for the high ground. So Envy, sure, let's see what you can do here. The Cypher going to be trying to break the camera, but he does get tagged already, and his location will be revealed. Takes up the operator, trying to go for a shot if ever, and ArkAngel do want to shut this one down. So Josh S on the hunt alongside Johan, but Envy will hit his mark already. Shock dart coming. This might be a cutoff though by the Cypher. Who can get the win here? Envy gonna get caught out by Josh S, and ArkAngel will take that round. But what did we just see there from Team Hashira? Hatred. I really feel like they might be back in nursery, wherein Mochi says, if I don't see you, you can't see me. You know how peekaboo works? And Hatred says like, okay, I'll go with that. And then suddenly Mochi says, joke's on you, I'm gonna get that kill. So you gotta give it to ArkAngel there, a bit lucky on that round, but their 8 take looking stellar. They got rid of the Lamp Defender, and from that point on, they had a good angle to play the default.
A good execute coming in from ArkAngel, finally here to get them the dub on that round. 2nd round on the board for them as they try and press the issue here towards short. Now, the Dark Cover does come out, and Hatred has been spotted out, but he's going to be able to remove himself from that sticky situation. Ching will find the opening pick on the Rabbit, a bit too overeager on that pick, and in showers, Josh S finds Hatred. So that is the A side entirely ripe for the taking now for the side here of ArkAngel, but Ching, he kills himself with the paint shells.
Okay. I guess that happens sometimes. Grenades are a very difficult thing to hold, and now with Envy holding the line again, Johan will go down. It's 3v2. Paint shells come though, but you gotta give it to Hashira for tagging that Ching as much as they can to force him to make a bit of a blunder there. Josh is in the meantime still around by Spike and Motsuki Detsu, but Envy will wrap it up in a big distraction play there done by Hashira. That dart getting that attention, and from that point on, it's Hashira with the numbers, with the take, and it's 7-2 now.
Look at this, Hashira have come back even after giving up the double opening pick, able to make it work and get the round on the board once again. So good play coming in here from Hashira, and very, very sweetly done from them. I love to see it. Now, ArkAngel, what can they do? As we are moving into this, we are coming here now into round number 10, which is 2 more to go afterwards at the half. And ArkAngel right now, they still do have a ways to go. Now, what would you say, Dax, is like the kind of scoreline that you want to end this half on if you're ArkAngel right now on the attacking side?
7-5. That's pretty much it. Get as many rounds as you can. You have to salvage this kind of effort then. And it really just goes to show here through Team ArkAngel that it's just Hashira and their aggression now really setting the tempo time and time again. But look at this. Modes keep pushing forward. And that double up here into the shower really helping out AA in this case. Very dangerous angle there taken by Hatred. It's so hard to dash on that from this tight angle. And Carl says, you know, I'm just going to watch this gun just in case someone tries to retrieve it.
There he goes. Information being found, and they realize that, okay, we can try our luck towards A. We've got the pick here towards showers, and maybe, just maybe, we have an opening. But really, where there is only one defender is towards the B side. They might want to see if that is a viable option right now, and I think they realize this. They're going to be bringing the spike now here towards Fountain, and the rest of them are going to be filtering back on out towards the B side, wherein actually their raise here for the side of ArkAngel is already ready to spring the attack. Sova here on the side of Hashira realizes this, and so he's going to be rotating back on out to help Envy there on the Cypher, playing towards elbow on B site. 2766 there on the Sova is going to be the next man to really help Envy out here as they try to make the execute happen. ArkAngel, yeah, taking control of the site, yes, but the information has been given to them. He's going to swing wide though, 2766, and I think that was a bit too early to be blowing it all in. And so 3v5 on the board, and the post-plant heavily favoring ArkAngel right now. Make that a 2v5.
Yeah, this is big numbers here for ArkAngel, and when they can take a site as clean as this, then they have such a natural advantage with the amount of AoE they have in the first place. Big tag though by Envy, using that camera to at least pushing a bit of trouble. Envy though with that backstab, getting 2 so far. Elbow not being able to get it by A so far, and that's 3 in a row here for Envy. Even though ArkAngel had some big numbers, the Cypher still putting up a big effort, getting damage done, and this should be AA unable actually to get all the buys that they would like. We have Josh S sponsoring a gun here. Carl cannot purchase a gun. I think he's going to get bought there by Modsky, who decides to play the light armor instead since he does have that run it back. But Envy has really stepped up this game. 14 kills for the Cypher, using the advantage and using the slight lines of B to help him get tag after tag, kill after kill, and put Hashira in a 4-round advantage.
Good start here for Hashira once again as we move into the final stages of this first half. That's a good recon dart to spot out the fact that Rabbit's going for the push here, and well, they do have the information. Not going to flush him out just yet. The Rabbit has to back off. I don't think it's a smart decision to continue to try and contest Showers here. He just has to give it up and cut his losses. Now the Aldron's going to pie the corner, and he almost lost his life there. Fortunately for him, Phoenix wasn't ready to get the frag there. Modsky, he's going to try and TP his way back on out, and they've actually kind of both regressed the contention of Showers. AA not getting too eager to take control of it, not knowing what's on the other side of it, as they've already, well, depleted the use of their Aldron, and so perhaps they need to gas it back all on up. But it seems like ArkAngel right now are going to be going for an A site execute. I'm not sure if that's the right idea, but look at this TP coming in there from the side of Hashira. That was only for the information Rabbit, so he does spot out the spike. He does spot out the fact that there are 2 defenders here towards a short, and that makes they make the call. Let's go towards the B site and try our luck there.
Oh no, but Envy is just there, and okay, the thing is, they're have to be afraid. They have to respect that Cypher.
30 seconds left.
He has done wonders here time and time again. And ArkAngel now, the clock is draining on down. Hatred showing his hand. He only has Bucky, but it doesn't matter because Josh S and Johan and even Carl all go down one by one, lining on up just to die. King right now will still fall to the power of the shotgun, and Hatred is just channeling his rage into this barrel as Hashira is now 8-3 up versus ArkAngel.
Hatred on that Bucky has been doing work this entire day. Buckshot has been the way, it seems. And look at this. 1, 2. Make that a third and give him the fourth to cap it all off at the end of it after the tailwind dash. Give him that second shot. There it goes. Ching goes down. And, well, he's been putting this pump action to good use. The pipes have been certainly flailing about.
Black and Blue, he just said, die, die, and die. And
that's the way.
It really feels like it is just going to be a blossom of death there. Gate takedowns, but now showstopper will stop ArkAngel in its tracks. Chingdo doing the same, and suddenly it's 2v2. This final round has become a brawl. Explosives and fireworks here in semifinal number 2, and it's Cyphers dueling with their hats, Raze and Sova. Gonna be trying to face off again, and here comes ArkAngel pushing out the B side as Hashira double stacks A to no avail.
It's been a brawl for the noob tubes here, coming from both sides. Rocket launchers on the showstopper, finding a double kill to open things up. But now we're in the 2v2, as Dax said, and well, Hashira have gambled on towards an A side take. I think their idea here is like, we'd rather face a 2v2 or give up the plant instead of going 1v2 on either side if they do split themselves apart. So they're going to go for the retake here, as the plant is going to happen towards the A side. There's no way they're going to be able to stop this, of course, and a post-plant situation is about to come in once again. Now, the positioning here coming in from ArkAngel, they don't actually realize that they're entirely safe to get better positions. Rather, they're still waiting right where they spiked the plant, or planted the spike rather, behind the site and inside the container. So a bit of a, perhaps, they're playing it a bit too safe. I understand why, though. They don't know where they're going to be coming in from. And Ching's able to find the third frag in that round after the double with his showstopper. Will he find the fourth, though? He's very low. But also, that shock dart's going to find the frag here for 2766. It's all going to be on him. They do have the spy cam, though, to find the information. And Josh S is going to play this perfectly. He's going to find the frag, and there it goes. A fourth round to tie the deficit. Not tie, but rather half the deficit at the end of this first half.
As we get into the second half, it's 8-4 in favor of Hashira. But you make a good point there, Mr. Black and Blue. It just was ArkAngel actually holding together, playing as close as can be by the spike. A bit dangerous, but Hashira making a key mistake that it seemed like they were prepared for. They double stacked a triple A together. And then what happened on the retake? The Sova was first, the Cypher was second, and just like, okay, I guess now you go for the 1v1, or was it the Sova? The Sova was second, right, actually. The Sova was second, the Cypher was first, and in that case, then what do you even do in a 2v1 state? Good shock dart, though, to get the bounce around, but AA, at the very least, getting a round back and looking to go for a clean state again. If they want to make a comeback happen, they do want to get this round. We'll see if ArkAngel can do it yet again and make miracles happen as they decide to try and control B long. Aggressive here from Ching and Moski already. Rabbit forced to back out.
There it goes. They tried to try their luck towards the fountain, but they realized, okay, too much aggression here, too much presence. Let's try and back on off and see and try our luck. But look at this, actually. They've actually pushed up here Hashira towards Hookah, and they can actually take control of the B side quite freely because of the fact that they're behind him here, Modski and Ko. They're actually right behind him, and so what will they find the timing going their way? They're actually going to cross each other here. Ching, he's going to get found, and in return, he will get taken down. Rabbit will get that frag, but look at this, the Frenzy out of range. Not the best weapon, but with the last bullet, Modski does get that frag. He is in a bit of a tough situation, though. Quite literally trapped between a rock and a hard place in that tunnel, in that dirt. And so, HSR's 2766 able to find a frag 4v3.
You know, back in the day, a philosopher named Plato once said, when you leave the cave, then you will just be able to see the wonders of the world. You'll be seeing what can be scary about the outside situation. But when the people from the outside decide to invade your cave instead, then, of course, they're just basically gonna die with their guns. Not the best analogy, but hey, in this case, we got ArkAngel right now, double stacking there by the A side. Going for the push. Onto the lamps. Carl, though, is hanging on behind. Indy already getting that intel. Patient's gonna get thrown. Indy catching out Johan there. And Hashira trying to work together hand in hand to hold the line. There we have it. Indy, the one, the lone survivor, the last stand on the lamps, working out. And these bright lights will go in favor of Hashira. They get that pistol, and they are up by 5 with gun advantage.
9-4 to start things off, and a great pistol once again from Hashira. They've won both pistols so far during this game, and this is the exact type of match that you want to see from them if they want to make this comeback and extend us into our third and final map, which, if we ever go there, is going to be Haven to decide things off and who's going to be going into the grand final tomorrow. So guys, what you're watching right now is the third best of 3 of the game. It is the second semifinal, the last semifinal, and whoever wins this goes up against Bren Esports to be streamed tomorrow. Now though, Ching, he has been spotted out here towards Hookah. He's not able to land a shot, couldn't pick his target, left or right, while he hit dead center of nothing. Hatred, he's going to find that frag, and Carl's going to go down. 5v3 on the board. As they try and bring it back, well, they do find a pick here. Rabbit is able to remove Modski, but not after finding in the first in return. So they still are looking really good here, Hashira, but ArkAngel, man, it's not looking too well for him. Josh X is able to find the frag, yes, with the Bucky, but he's down to 22 HP. A single bullet is all they need to take him off of the board, while Jet is low here for the side of Hashira, yes, but so Josh S to pull something out of his sleeves.
You know, the right click is just the line of duty that Josh S might be looking for. Can he find those insta-gips? Can he find a way to make this 1v1s, v1s, v1s as much as possible? But if we have Hashira just holding the same angle at the same time, this might be his demise. Josh is going to be jiggling around, but 27-66 is all the way on the high ground. Hashira now into double digits, 3 away from taking this map away from ArkAngel and forcing out a map number 3. And you gotta give it really to just this game again from Hashira. 17 kills for NB. You mentioned before how he's been incredible on that defensive side. Hatred also just getting in the way of the plans of ArkAngel. Don't count out 27-66. He has 10 assists, really getting value with darts after dart, and Rabbit with 7. Paranoias, smokes, all very helpful.
Playing the point guard here, passing it all around, it seems. So Hashira, they have gotten to double digits now, 10-4 in the lead, and a 6-round deficit between them and ArkAngel. So ArkAngel are going to have to try and pull something out of their hats right now, as they do seem to be going here towards the B side. Hashira, wherein 2 defenders for the side of ArkAngel are going to be waiting. That's going to be Carl there and Co. So what can they do about this? They do have the rotations coming in. 4 defenders now here for the side of ArkAngel to try and hold on to this B side. Both of the last remaining members for either squad are still roaming towards A as Hatred finds a frag in Carl. No follow-up, so Ching being a bit eager there, but not taking damage. He's going to throw out these paint shells. It might just land right on target, and there it goes. He might find a frag with this. Luckily for Rabbit, though, he's able to escape.
But Shing finds one there in the with the answer back, and now Hashira having the man advantage decides to say, hey, A-side guys, free for our real estate. And Invi can be throwing that cyber cage. Might have bounced it a little too close to himself, but he's held together this U-Haul time and time again. Hashira planting the spike, Rabbit putting it down. ArkAngel though rotating, looking to fight back. Ching getting tagged already, but it's Johan there getting the kill on 27-66, making it 3v3. And Hashira now trying to play a bit of a longer angle. Rabbit out in the open, but he gets the headshot. Ching with the refrag, and ArkAngel now just hunting down Invi. But this man is just looking nigh unstoppable on the defensive. Can he do it again? Yes, he can! The clutch is real, the sightlines are there, and intelligence is really the way here for Envy.
Envy has been anchoring it down for Hashira this entire day, and you can see him at the top of the scoreboard with a Cypher once again. 20 frags on him, and he is a top frag on this entire server. They do have a decent amount of economy to buy up into this one, though, but still, Jeremy opting for the judge. And what will the jury decide? Well, on the other side of it, 2 Buckies and a bunch of Stingers. That can definitely bite you in the rear.
I think the execute here must be the blastbacks. It's going to be time to hop on around, keep an eye on Jeremy and where he's going to be coming from, as Hashira looking to just push on forward onto the A-short angle. A bit of alert though from Indy, watching out B as much as possible. Quick rotate from ArkAngel as they do have the disadvantage in firepower, and immediately you see that Jeremy Ray soaring on it, but Johan gets the classic headshot anyway, and he's 1 away from that orbital strike. But Rabbit now with the flag, with the high ground. It is going to be the Boombot trying to come his way. 27-66, planting this one down. Rabbit still at the corner, gonna get spotted. Find the shower, cannot hit this shot. And there's the drop down, but Hatred with covers this time. Ooh. It's 2 in a row for the Jet. Carl though popping up to get some kills on his own board. But the Neurotef now gonna be scouting around, trying to see the Sova here. Dark now gonna get broken. Invi playing the camera, and here comes Carl. He's been having a tough day at the office in this map here, black and blue. He's trying to be going for that Vandal, but can he see a target? No, he cannot. Invi has eyes everywhere and anywhere, and Hashira is now on match point.
How do you even find the Phantom in this case? Invi definitely going invisible as well. Dodging the recon dart there, dodging the sightline, trying to be found by Carl. As he said, he's had a tough day at the office, and well, his paycheck is yet to come in this map, because ArkAngel are only able to take 4 rounds so far, as they are stretched now into match point. 8 rounds is the deficit, the cushion that Hashira has, and ArkAngel have to play perfectly to make this comeback happen. I think it's almost safe to say we're going to go into a map number 3, which will be the decider on who goes into the grand final. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves, as now they're trying to make their way here towards the A side. The execute is coming in, and Johan's going to find the opening pick. Will he follow suit with the second one? The Sky Smokes are about to drop down. Here's the orbital strike. He's actually going to go tank it? Johan's going to find Jeremy, and Jeremy's going to get taken down as well as Rabbit. Here is a triple kill for Johan, but not after going down. And so here it is, 2v3. Dax, take it away.
Oh my god, Hashira, they just faced the front of that Sky Storm, and now 27-66 gonna be stuck here by the shower so far. We do see the Cypher though playing into the labs, going past through, but ArkAngel now going on the off angle, trying to get the big surprise. Carl is ready, waiting for a target, and that will be the takedown. Say what you will about ArkAngel here, Black and Blue, but this team, they really prove themselves in the clutch, prove themselves when they are on the ropes, and it does feel that every single time here for ArkAngel, when they are going to be seeing match point on the other side, it will be them staying alive as Chain gets a headshot to keep AA in this game.
Well, ArkAngel still stay alive, but for now, it does not look too well for them. Able to extend their life here on the second map, but I mean, man, it is a long ways to go. They need 7 rounds to try and equalize this all up, and that is not an easy endeavor against such an opponent as HSR, who have been very formidable in these situations. They've been able to close out games. We saw that versus Empire early on in the quarterfinal, and ArkAngel are going to have to pull out all the miracles that they can and bless them, because it is going to be a tough endeavor. The showstopper comes out, but Hater's going to find Chicken in return. The HSR, they're going to get a double kill to start things off. Johan will find one of his own, and he will get traded off as Mozki does find 27-66. That's going to bring it down to a 3v3 as they still try to press the issue here towards the A site. Now, the spike is still dropped towards short, and Carl's able to find Rabbit in return. Now, they're going to play the boom bot as well to try and find the information as they try and push in, and Envy, he could have a very important way here of denying this plant if he can find the frag, and he does. Mozki's removed from the board. 2v2 situation, and it is going to be do or die right now for ArkAngel.
Chaos encompassing the battlefield, crossing fields, crossing lines, but in the end we get the 2v2 yet again, and now Hashira gonna say, okay, let's move over to B site. Might be a lot more safe there. But what we really just witnessed there on A site was the push from ArkAngel coming through as Hashira was trying to do the same thing, but on the other angle. Mozki really getting in the face of that spike bearer that was the Sova. Now Carl playing by the defensive spawn, waiting for someone to come, and basically his job is to say, where will the spike be
30
planted?
seconds left.
Try to listen on in. Josh as though with the tag. Right here. Exactly where that Cypher is. And from afar, Carl right now going for the Hunter's Fury. And he does get the kill onto Envy. Apparently audio is not only his use there, but also the lightning. And that is just going to be the spike dropper. That is the Cypher going on down. Can Jeremy actually stay alive? Looking on down by the garden. They planted that spike, but they cannot plant themselves on the site as of yet. Josh S trying to at least clear out the hookah, and here comes AA with a man advantage. Can they wrap it up? Because Jeremy has played clutch time and time again. What will the Rays do? As this is Hashira waiting for that timing. Here comes Jeremy, who's looking for the opportunity. Can he do it here? Now gets the headshot, goes for the transfer, doesn't connect, and immediately the Cypher swinging on in. But time has been bought, and Hashira will make it happen in the clutch. Chaos is where their tribe, aggression is their name, and Hashira will force out game number 3.
What a amazing performance from Hashira. That is one of the most dominant performances we've seen from Hashira against a top team. And man, I cannot say it any more better. Congratulations for that map pick, for that map win, because that was AA's map pick, and it kind of seemed like AA were looking a bit too hot for them to deal with after Icebox, and so at least they were able to, get the mental reset, get this round on the board, and well, amazing performances from very many individual players on the side of HSR.
Another case of speed killing the opposition time and time again. But that classic Jeremy clutch at the tail end, buying enough time, just really getting in the head of ArkAngel, really buying them the space, buying them the time, and giving them that round win. But it really was just a big scoreboard buffer, wasn't it? Hashira making such a big lead and keeping it up time and time again.
A bit too much to deal with, really. ArkAngel obviously are an amazing team, but when you're down that way, you're down 8 rounds, and you have to make 8 perfect rounds, it's sometimes a bit too difficult to deal with. But we're going to be moving over to our third map. That is going to be Haven, and that is a map to look forward to, as whoever wins this next map here in the last match of the day is going to be moving over to the grand final to face Bren Esports tomorrow. But guys, we'll be back in just a bit. We're going to go to a quick break. Come back with us in just a hair.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste, what are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
third time's the charm, and we are going to be going into another game number 3. This week has been crazy in terms of how these games have gone down to the wire. Dax and Black and Blue going to be going at it yet again. And take me down a bit of true memory lane. That bind map was a Hashira showcase, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was such a strong showing from Hashira, which was almost complete contrast to what we saw in Icebox. Of course, Icebox was decently close enough, but still, it looked very heavily favored for ArkAngel moving into map number 2, especially it was their map pick on Bind. But, well, Hashira definitely out there to prove everybody wrong.
Absolutely. They made comebacks happen in the quarterfinal. They do it again here in the semifinals. And as you mentioned, ArkAngel having that really long streak, dominating the second half of Icebox. But then Hashira said, might as well fix everything up, get everything done, and really the smarts there of Envy, getting those free kills, the speed and the lethality of a Hatred, and the rest of the crew of Team Hashira, getting takedowns, getting the pickoffs, while we saw ArkAngel fighting back, but it really became chaos in the battlefield, wasn't it? Showstopper versus Showstopper from 5 people in like 3 seconds, 2, 5, 2, 5, 2. See how many fingers I put down? That's just how many people really died there.
It came up to like a battle of the noob tubes, really. But guys, not only are one of these teams going to win and move over to the grand final, but you guys can win just as well. Once again, 1,500 Valorant points is on the line, and 10 of you lucky viewers are going to be those lucky names that we're going to throw up on the board right after this next match. All you have to do is like and share the stream on Facebook. Like and follow the PPGL page on Facebook as well. And when you do share the stream, include in your caption the team that you are rooting for and the official hashtags. That is hashtag VCTBH, hashtag PPGL Valorant, and hashtag VALORANT Challengers, guys. All you need to do, make sure your post is public, get everybody involved as we are now closing in on the final match of the day. And guys, we have a lot of broadcasts actually going here. If you want to join our Filipino commentators, we are on live on YouTube and Facebook as well for the Filipino commentary, and English commentary is what you're watching right now on Twitch, and we also have a YouTube dual stream. So guys, Facebook for Filipino, English on Twitch, and YouTube for both, just in case that tickles your fancy.
Yeah, and you can also find the VODs there of every single matchup we've had here in the Challenger so far. Hosting feels good again from Black and Blue. Amazing. The panel experience really giving you that kind
Can I
of
just
skill.
say, I did not expect to be here.
Hey, I'm happy that you're here. Always, I'm happy to have Illustrata casting with me. I'm happy to have Asteroid casting me. I'm happy to have Black and Blue casting me. I'll be okay to actually go there. I was like, hey.
What if you do the host next time?
No. That's I can't even look at the camera, right? So there you go. Anyway, here we go into game number 3. Third map, 3 sites. Always something that will tickle your fancy. And what do you expect? More aim duels, more battles here between these two teams, Mr. Black and Blue?
Well, we're going on to Haven, and it is a very aim duel heavy map, and both of these teams have very, how do you say this, formidable marksmen on either side. And, like, for example, on the side there of Hashira, we have sharpshooter killers, and on ArkAngel we have some slayers who definitely will not miss the easy shots that they're brought into. Like, you got Ching on the side of HSR, you got Jeremy, and these guys have been popping off entirely. So I'm really excited to see who is going to have a field day as we come into Haven to lift our spirits on our final map. Who's going to fight Bren Esports? That's a question. That's a storyline. Does ArkAngel get the retaliation? Will they be able to get a shot at redemption for the first strike finals, or are Hashira going to prove themselves to finally be the second best team that everybody believes they can be?
Actually, that's so very true. But right now, there's one chink in the armor, I would say, for Team ArkAngel. We saw it in the first map, a bit of a struggle there for Josh S. In the second one, it was Carl. It does feel like stats-wise, ArkAngel is a man down in terms of performance, and if they're able to at least uplift everyone here coming into this next map, then it'll be an even easier time to try and deal with Team Hashira. Hashira, in the meantime, they cannot gamble like they did in map number 1. If ArkAngel gets momentum, and when they finally get everyone on the same page, performing at the same level, at the right place, at the right time, then you already know then this ArkAngel squadron can make it to that grand finals. It really is just about propping up any kind of weakness you have and just slaying it. Make sure everyone is on the same page. Make sure everyone understands what to do, what kind of strategies do work for you, and all in all, make the team be even better.
That is the right point there, Dax. And guys, I'm so excited to get this map number 3. This is the final map of the day, and once again, who wins this goes to fight Bren. Now, that is a different story, but for now, HSR AA Haven. This was the map that they decided to leave over. They banned Split, they banned Icebox. Why are we on Haven?
Oh, duels. Fight. as much as you can. And it really is just about those bans being more of the disadvantages and the maps that they don't really want to play. So they end up stuck in Haven. And that's really just what map 3 is all about. You want to play your map, you want to play, you don't really want to play their map, but they want to play their map. So whatever is left is just like the middle ground, that neutral area that everyone can talk and shoot each other. So Hashira already, we got Envy looking to play that Breach. Jeremy actually moving over to Cypher instead. And it seems like Hashira are going to be playing that single duelist comp yet again. AA in the meantime. There we go with Ching and Modski on to their signature agents in their duelist duo. Jet and Reyna looking to fight.
This is looking really hot right now, and can I just pat myself on the back because I held back an incredibly big sneeze for a second there.
I will pat you too.
While we were on camera, I was just trying to hold my breath as long as I can and not let that one out, but I kept it in, and well, let's continue on here. For the side of HSR, Hashira, you're pulling out the Breach, the Sova, the Cypher, the Omen, and for Hatred, is he even in the server? Still waiting for him to get his pick going, but the Breach on Hashira is something we did see in their fight against Empire a while ago, and there we go.
Yeah,
Hatred does go for the single duelist lineup once again, and we kind of surmise that maybe the reason why they pulled the Breach out instead of another duelist here is because they kind of want more utility to play with, considering the fact that you have 3 sites and you're going to be split a lot more wide.
Exactly, and enable Hatred to get some free entries, some free initial picks, and get out scot free. It really just feels like for Hashira, they just want to make sure that their advantage keeps on up. They want to have the numbers advantage every single time, make it a 5v4, whether they're on the attacking side or the defending side, and that Jet Breach 1-2 punch is where it's all at. Sova Cypher, always really good on a map like this, that double intel core. You of course have the Sova, throwing out the darts, figuring out who's on what side. Cypher with a bit of the lurk, keeping an eye out in behind. And the thing that makes Cypher a bit better than Killjoy, in my opinion, on a map like this, is you don't need to be near your stuff for it. You just throw it at the trip bar, leave it there. Someone's actually there. You gotta watch that flank now. But besides that, then everything will work out there for Team Hashira. But ArkAngel, this is their comp of choice, their comp of comfort. Double intel, Omen for the smokes, and the Jet Reyna pop off to do everything they can.
Exactly. Double duelist on the side of ArkAngel. Hashira, a different philosophy is what they're going with here. They both have the Sova, they both have the Omen, and the Cypher. The real difference here is the Reyna on the Reyna on ArkAngel, and for Hashira, the Breach. And so that is kind of the point of contention of these two teams. They have almost the exact same lineup, except for that. What do you think about the Reyna pick here? We've seen ArkAngel put to good use in the past, but coming up against this lineup on Hashira with the Breach, what do you think of Reyna being, kind of the agent that they have to enable to get these frags?
Simple. All eyes on Modski. He gets a kill onto one of the 2 setuppers of either the Breach or the Jet. Then he can just dismiss and out-duel the other. Dismiss to try and come close to the Breach. Dismiss to get away from the Jet. And really, Modski is one of those players who, if he pops off, he is just absolutely insane at getting streak after streak in these rounds. ArkAngel right now putting everything on the line with their absolute comfort. Hashira, in the meantime, they made their name for themselves all the way back a few months ago at the start of the Philippine VALORANT scene with really putting the Breach in their composition. Breach meta comes, they make it even work a lot better, facing off against the likes of Bren and basically becoming the second best team for quite a while there. But now it's a new Hashira, it's a new day, but hey, who's still there waiting in the grand finals? It's, of course, the old rivals of both these squadrons, Bren Esports.
So really what we're looking at right now is a shot at redemption for both of these squads. We have to start pointing up.
Yeah, we've been pointing a lot.
It's fun. It's fun to do.
I want to be like in those game shows where it's like, ding,
ding. And you have picked Bayong.
Bayong. I would like to buy Vowel. But hey, it's just going to be really, really interesting to see what these two teams can bring to the table. Another close matchup, though, for Hashira. And you got to give props to this roster. They have basically showed up together in this final formation last week. And they've won a regional title, if I remember correctly, in this month. And then into the open qualifiers, they actually beat ArkAngel in the first one. So they stole the qualifier 1 ticket from ArkAngel, and now they're trying to steal the grand final slot from them as well. ArkAngel, in the meantime, trying to get that redemption against Team Hashira, and this is going to be do or die time for both teams.
Do or die. Who is going to move on and who is going to get relegated into having to qualify once again for week number 3?
Semifinals. They're in the semifinals. They're in.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
There we go.
There we go. Exactly. And, it really feels that this master slot is going to be a big big target and a big triumph for whoever wins this whole week. It really is just me, Philippine representation, making sure that we can get the best representatives into that kind of regional warfare, and I can't wait for tomorrow. But for now, as we are in technical pause, both teams making sure that everything is a-okay. That Omen kind of creepy though with those long fingers.
Yeah, and his face is like pulsating and all. Now, look at these two teams. Okay, so let's not beat around the bush here. Whoever wins here is definitely not the favorite to win tomorrow anyways, right? Bren is still and will be for the foreseeable future at the very least the top dog, and they're the favorite to make it and represent the Philippines at the 2021 VALORANT Masters. The question is, who is going to be the second representative, which we're going to find out at the end of week number 3. Do you believe that one of these teams are going to be the, who are we going to see to be the second representative, Hashira and ArkAngel?
Yes, 1 in 8 chance at the very start of the week. Pretty simple math right there with a 8-team bracket. But from what we've really seen, ArkAngel have redeemed themselves. They've shown a back to form kind of nature. It still isn't a cleanness though from ArkAngel. It really feels like they're trying to rebuild themselves. Hashira in the meantime, sudden impact, going at it again and again has been their playstyle with Hatred really steering this helm. But now Carl gonna be playing into the garage. On the C side we go. Hatred already dashing on through. 2766 trying to fight, and it's Envy who actually catches out Carl instead. Hashira with the first frag. Shingo in the meantime with the refrag there. And in the 4v4 situation, Hashira gets the spike down.
Here we go, 4v4 as you call it, and Adrian gets the trade off here. Moski's able to find one of his own, and that is Jing coming in to bring now to a 3v1 in the favor of ArkAngel. They're going to try and stick this defuse, and well, that is going to be it. Opening pistol round going in the way of Johan and ArkAngel.
ArkAngel able to play that retake really well. They just went in with the sheer force of the Jet and Reina, held together by the garage. And that's one thing you can do on a pistol round, especially Black and Blue. You make sure that you just say, guys, they're here. Play a standard 5v5 rather than losing a member trying to go for a futile effort against the full force of Team Hashira. They played really well, and now Gun's going to be available here for ArkAngel. Not only did they buy up with the Spectres in full armor, they also played that Vandal and the light armor as Hashira. What's the plan for them? I think they went for the save, and in this case, I like what Hashira is doing, since if you're seeing that much firepower and that much armor on ArkAngel, going for the force buy might be a delicate spot, but hey, never underestimate the Stinger if ever.
I mean, the Stinger has definitely had its heyday, but it's still freaking amazing, to be quite honest with you. It is a technical pause we are waiting in for right now, and look at these very lovely gardens and courtyards that we do have on the map. Haven, very, what do you call this?
I'd say it's very serene. It's called Haven for a reason. And then you think, oh, this place is relaxing. Peaceful. And then something's on fire. Something's on fire in this map. I don't understand why something is on fire again on a place that you would expect meditation and calm to be very much the standard there. Have you ever gone on like I'd say a meditation trip, like a retreat or something, Mr. Black and Blue?
I mean, I've never gone on like, those specific, like they do like, type of spa runaway tours, like retreats. Unless you talk about the ones I had in like school back then, high school, where they were like, no, you gotta go to this place and pray and stuff. But, well, aside from that, maybe by myself when I'm trying to pass asleep in my, just trying to get some rest, get disease. You ever have the thing where like, the next day is going to be a big day, you got a big cast, and you just can't fall asleep? Oh. It's one of those times where you got to like zen on up.
So true, so true. But this week, I have been getting so much of my snoozies because I've been getting a later schedule, right, especially. Yeah. So I think I have minimum 10 hours. I feel like a new person, but it does feel also a bit different. There is a bit of the, okay, I can get more sleep. It does feel like sometimes when you're running on less sleep, you just want to keep going. You want to be done with everything, and it does help you out in a different way.
Fortunately for us, tomorrow we're going to starting later on when we do the grand final. Yeah. The ladies, though, they got a bit of an earlier day ahead of them and a longer day. But guys, let's finally move on here. Round number 2 of the very final map of the day. Winner of this map goes on to fight Bren Esports in the grand final to be showed on tomorrow. But let's look at this. They're going to be drowning their way into the B side. They've also made much of control of the mid position in their way. The spike is already getting planted so early on, but still a minute and a half left of the clock. They do get the spike down, but they are in no position to really hold this right now because, well, they're going to be trying to go for the flank towards Garage, but Mojiki just absolutely pops off with the Spectre there, not letting anything happen. The Lear comes out. They know that the Jet has to be somewhere around the corner. Here comes the flank from behind him. Mojiki's able to find a fourth. Will he cap it off with the ace is the question. They're going to stick the defuse. Nothing that they can really do here on the side of Hashira Sova, and that's going to be it. That's the round. He's going to be able to maybe escape, but that's the most that he can do.
Okay, okay. Now, I love what 2760 is doing, trying to deny the ace, but I do believe that should be... What kind of money will he get? Because usually if you survive that kind of situation, you will get the penalized money instead. You're not going to be having that buy, and we'll keep an eye out, but he does have a Phantom instead, so I guess it just doesn't work out that way. Want to save there. Mojiki in the meantime going to be running on around ArkAngel. Still want to see what kind of guns though that Hashira will bring to the table this time. Because case in point, they do want to deal with whatever ArkAngel bought a while ago. Spectre is now going to be paling in comparison to the rifles. And there we go with a dart, trying to get the connection there by the sewer exit. Mojiki in the meantime going to be pushing on forward. There we go immediately with Mojiki getting 1 and 2. And this is one thing I was worried about. Even though Mojiki got some free kills a while ago, he gets 3 this time. Hatred though on the inside. Jeremy's still gonna be sticking on around, and Hashira, their dynamic duo, trying to go for the push, but ArkAngel reinforcing, and the Omen in behind.
I'm not sure if they realize the fact that the Omen is on the flank there, so Hatred's able to find another frag going his way. It's gonna be a 2v1 on site. That is it, a triple kill to open things up here for Hatred, and he has brought it back for the side of Hashira. It is all on the back of Johan to carry this team and get them their third round on the board, but Hatred says no. He's gonna hate that fact too after it, and well, first round on the board for Hashira, even after Mojiki pops off there towards A-Long on the Reyna, and as you said, he's the player to look out for. It's going to be the Mojiki show, as that's the whole reason why they picked the Reyna. He has 8 frags on him, but still could not propel them to get the round on the board.
Yeah, my biggest concern on that save round by Hashira is they gave the kills to Mojiki, who now has the Empress, and not only that, that momentum with him hitting shot after shot can really help out the Reyna's confidence. But Hashira, having the guns that they need, seems like it really was 27-6, still having whatever he could buy in the first place. And then, even though they died in triplicate against Mojiki, Hatred just doing one better, getting those takedowns. Now Mojiki trying to go for the push. He has the Empress, but he gets tagged immediately by the shock dart. Omen also going to be able to get that takedown. There we have it. Hashira trying to go for more. Here comes Hatred though. He will catch out Josh before Ching does get the insta-give afterwards. You can really see the damage has been done by Hashira. Good proactivity with that shock dart, and Rabbit pushing forward to get rid of the ring.
Oh no, he has to kind of bail out here, and Ching realizes that it's not this good situation for him to be in, and it is looking very dire in this round, at least for ArkAngel. Can the retake happen? Actually, it still can. Johan's able to find a frag to take out Jeremy. That's a big player removed from them. The Paranoia does land on there towards Hell and Shadow, so there is a Sova on the spike. Will Ching be able to capitalize on this information and distraction being given to them? No, Johan goes down, Ching follows suit. Why is his name Omen? Is he trying to hide it from us?
It's like, is suddenly the privacy filter suddenly turned on? I was like, oh, why is he Omen?
That's supposed to be Rabbit, right?
Rabbit, I miss you already. Why are you just Omen now? It feels like he's just a generic guy here, when we all know he's been the heart and soul of Team Hashira for quite a while already.
Well, I mean, Omen as an agent seems like a pretty private kind of guy, and seems like he likes to, you know, hide in the shadows, fly on the wall perhaps, and maybe Rabbit is just embodying that. He's doing the Omen cosplay.
Maybe, but he was the one interviewed a while ago, so...
That is true.
I'm confused, but hey, sometimes the game does get a little bit wonky, but overall it really feels like it's been an amazing experience time and time again here whenever we play Valorant. It really does seem like that these players know exactly what to do, trying to juggle out some abilities, some gunplay, and it really is the best of both worlds culminating here in the Valorant Philippines, as this is going to be Rabbit right now, throwing that dark cover. Josh is going to be hiding, but oh, he's not going to be looking at the right side. And it seems like Rabbit making that little trick work. Hashira now over to B side, but Johan finds Envy in response.
Unfortunately for Josh S, even at the close angle, totally blind. Johan's able to find a double kill here, and Hatred, he's going to get the trade-off on the Ching. He's completely paranoid though, a bit of a taste of his own medicine as he's playing here right behind the double doors, but could not dash out. He actually saw the attempt there coming in from Hatred, but he stops it midway through. Hatred with a triple kill so far on him. Now, Omen, rather Rabbit, what can he do in this situation? He does pick up the spike. He's going to try and go for the plan towards the B side, but he is going to need all the help that he can get, and luckily for him, 2766 is the right man to do so. Johan, he's able to find the 4th frag on 2766, and this is going to be the last chance. There it is, the ace from Johan with the Spectre in hand, finding a double there towards the mid position. Finding a third was Hatred, tried to go from the peak onto double doors, and then cleaning up the B site. thus gaining them a third round on the board.
We saw the 3Ks, we saw the 4K, and now we get the Ace as we are ramping up in this matchup, black and blue. And I really feel like ArkAngel, if they're able to play the game of Hashira a bit better than the opposition, then that is one way they can win it out and book a team to the grand finals. Johan, though, just with that timing, with that angle, and it really goes to show it's not just about getting the shots to connect, but about positioning. If you have the natural advantage, you will win more often than not those firefights. And now with Hashira gonna be hanging on back, hearing the mobility and the sneakiness of that Omen, it seems like Hatred trying to at the very least contest B-side, contest the garage if ever, but the Aldron getting that info. The breach gonna get spotted at 27-66. Looking on the round, I've gotten a bit of information, maybe seeing a little bit of the Omen, but here for Hashira, this is all about mid-control, trying to bait something out as they want to push on the C-side.
Here it goes. C-side looks like initially it could have been a place for the fights to go down, but you're going to see them. They're actually going to try their luck here towards Garage. Perhaps a C split is the idea coming in here for Hashira. Will it prevail, though, is the question. Now, Carl does catch Hatred. He may be a bit too eager on that push, but he had the right idea in mind. Could not find timing. Jeremy will get the trade-off on Carl, and it is now a 4v4. Now, as they try and push their way into the C-side, Johan's going to put a stop to that. Shing's going to follow suit. Mo's going to chime in, and it is the ArkAngel show right now for this round. Jeremy's able to get the trade-off on Shing, yes, but will he find more? It's a 3v1, and a double peek is probably going to come his way. Mozi's going to get his second this round, and that is going to be the deficit, well, doubled here for the favor of ArkAngel.
4-2, and ArkAngel just doing that one really well, forcing Hashira to blow a slower pace that doesn't really suit how they've been doing this time and time again, and at the very least finding out who can enable Hatred the closest and making sure that they can't really help out that Jet as much as possible. 8 kills here for Hatred, but 10 for Modzki and 9 for Johan. You can really see the pop of potential yet again for both sides, and now case in point, it will just be a gun advantage here for Team ArkAngel. A bit of a pause though gonna be in order. You can really feel the pressure on both sides. They know this is their ticket to the grand finals. They'll have a 50-50 chance, I'd honestly say, to make it to VALORANT Masters, even if their opponent is Bren Esports. And it really is just trying to make it there to the finals to try and represent PH later on into the year.
That is definitely true there, Dax. And it's really going to be kind of like a redemption arc if they can get their way here for the side of ArkAngel into the the grand final, rather, because if you guys aren't familiar, Ching used to play with Bren Esports, and so he could possibly get his shot at redemption if they take this map and get themselves to the grand final. Of course, they cannot get a bit to look over the hedge when they still got quite a hill in front of them. Look at this, making the X marks. That's, you know what? You know when you have like an ant bite or a mosquito bite, and you just use your nail to kind of pacify the itchiness by making an X with it. That's exactly what that looks like.
Don't tell anyone, but I just did it right now. You know. I think I just told everyone because of it. But hey, you know, ArkAngel gonna be forced back on the way. Fault line gonna be there, just shocking the core of the Sova. Ching though on the high ground, and this is what the creativity of Ching can really lead into on a map like this, owing to a bit of experience in Bren Esports playing that Omen time and time again. Now with extra mobility, but Modzki says, I don't need mobility. All I need is be close enough to get those takedowns. And now Invi all alone just to die. Ching with another ding, with another kill. And ArkAngel now is up by 3, dominating the competition with their fury.
Did ArkAngel just have their dinner before this map? Because they're looking so different as compared to map number 2. They're looking very good right now, and they've been winning the fights. If you want a very deep analysis on this breakdown, Dax, they want that. They want those. They want this. And that's exactly why they are in a 3-round lead right now. Hashira, they're going to have to pull something out of their hats here, and they've got lots on them, especially with Cypher. You've got quite a deep-looking one. The hood on Rabbit there as well, so maybe they got something up their sleeves.
Well, you're learning really well. You understand how this game works. You just say,
I get it now.
Exactly. I mean, I've been especially talking to some of the panel, making them understand the fundamentals of a few things, like, okay, this guy is just not playing up the bar. This guy's hitting those shots. That's all you need to understand Valorant. But right now, I understand that Ching has the operator, but it's Hashira getting 2 in response. Calling Johan going down, but Ching is still there to do it again. Like we said, this is the redemption tour of Ching, but 27-66 gonna be a roadblock in that case. Good Cloudburst there to break sightlines of the dark. The Sova just uses that quick little information, that's position to take care of the duelist, making this a 2v1 slate in favor of Hashira.
Good heads-up play there by Ching to instantly nullify that recon dart and use a Cloudburst for that aspect. Now, 1v2 on the board, and Josh S here is going to be playing from the spawn. He does have the spy cam to try and find some information. He does not spot anything out though, but as he goes for this peek, he's going to find the frag, but the quick trade-off on the opposing Cypher is going to find him. Jeremy is going to take this round as Hashira cut the deficit down to just 2 here now as we move into round number 9. They do have economy to buy up once again here for the side of ArkAngel. They've been doing quite well. The operator is going to come out. Is that... Why is Carl...
Okay, no, it's Odin time. ArkAngel does this. They want to control the garage. They want to control the sewer. Just to make sure that bullets come the way of Hashira. But no, they decide it's not yet time. It's not time here. It's the black and blue. But Ching gonna be sticking around with the operator. Now, I do commend Ching time and time again with what he does with the Cloudburst. Great S guidelines. Make sure that the retard does get intel. But there are some cases wherein you just say, yo, screw that Breaker Bolt. I will just shoot the Sova who's coming my way. And that small little bit of time that gave Hashira a chance to push on in was really what propelled them to take that C side. But now they're propelling themselves over to A, but Josh S is waiting. We know he loves his spot. His camera work impeccable here on A. Tries to go for tag, doesn't get a tag on the Hatred, who was blinded though, so he doesn't really see where the camera was. But Jeremy instead getting the white hat up, and Hashira now setting up on A site.
Well, here we go, Moji. He's going to find a frag in the rabbit, and Carl's going to find it on Jeremy as well. Good use of the shock dart to get that frag. 3v4 on the board, and the Bladestorm has come out. Here now is a Hunter's Fury. He does have a dream, and the opposing Bladestorm is going to find... Actually, he's going to find Johan in return. Shin will get the kunai in his chest, and Infi's going to go down. A good counter Bladestorm there. ArkAngel do propel the lead once again to 3 and doubling it all up over Hashira.
Like I said before, don't bring a knife to a gunfight, but in that case, the knife that was brought after the gunfight to fight against the knife was the answer there. A cut above the rest. There for Ching, finding the targets, finding the takedowns, and really, Hashira. They were trying to make that A take as clean as possible. They got rid of Josh S pretty much instantaneously, but suddenly ArkAngel's utility, the shock dart doing the damage, the Hunter's Fury pressure, and the hold onto the connector there, giving them the tools they need to get that win. 6-3 right now, black and blue. Hashira, they're very based on that momentum. Can they get it back up here in this game?
Well, if there's no snowfall, there's no snowball to follow suit. That is the problem right now for Hashira. They have to get things going. You need to kind of heat up that charcoal to get the steam train on the roll. Now, they have taken control here of mid for the side of Hashira. Have not been able to do much with it though. The drone has cleared out the sewers position, and A-Long is firmly held by ArkAngel. Now this tells us that they can come and fall back on the B site, where really ArkAngel is starting to make their push. They've gotten the triple kill, and they're able to get the plant off, making it a 4K. And at the end of it, even on the eco, Hashira did not pull anything out. Jeremy, he does have the Vandal in hand, but what can you do with it? He's able to find the frag in Moski. Okay, that's something. Classic in hand now, though not going to find much more. Josh S is going to shut him down. 6-3, make that a 7-3 on the board. Largest lead of this map.
And ArkAngel surprising Hashira and now whipping out the Odin this time. They already gotten the 6 points that they need. They do have a propensity to pressure Hashira. And as soon as Hashira is trying to come on in, a bit of that chip damage really helping on out. And Carl says, hey, there are people right in front of me. Might as well just mow them down with the Odin. And it really is a big help on a map like this to pressure the opposition time and time again. Not only that, Black and Blue, since they're only playing single duelists, that kind of amount of firepower, that many bullets, will be a big signal there for Hashira to not go that way. And ArkAngel might be able to make opportunities as the fault line play won't amount to much because the neural theft, oh, rather the cyber cage, gonna be in the way. And speaking of the neural theft instead, Jeremy, if he does get the kill, he might be able to get that intel.
Cheng is trying to hold down A-Long here, and he's going to go for the peek. A good triple kill coming in from Moski. He's going to find a fourth. Give him the ace, why don't you? He's going to, no. Actually, Hater's going to find Josh S. I thought he was about to find Moski there, and so Moski, give him the ace. You know where he is. He's coming in to go his way on towards the A side. Moski, get that dub.
He just find his target. Hatred though, still you can never count this kid out. And it really goes to show when you channel your inner range, channel your inner power, then you might be able to get kills after kill after kill. But Modeski still feeling it, has the overkill for now, and Ching, one shot one kill to say this is the objective that we're looking for. And ArkAngel right now,
Last
one thing they
round
also
before
do a
the
bit
switch.
better than Hashira is how they incorporate the operator in their lineup. Ching has had how much mobility training playing Omen for so very long, and he's really unleashed it here on the Jet. Hatred in the meantime, he is just the star of the show. He really is the focus point, but sometimes it doesn't matter if you're getting all that focus because the operator is a one-shot, one kill. And Josh S, yes, it is a ritual time for him. He has his own op. He's made the ritual its debut here on a map like this. I remember the weekly that I casted. I was just like, hey, it's a ritual. He's shooting it with a classic. Does he do it this time? He's holding on to B, but Johan is extra sneaky. Into the cubby he goes. Hatred not paying attention, and Invi has to get the refrag as Ching right now gonna get flash. He has the Phantom right now. I do believe he has an operator somewhere here on the side, but here comes the breach of Invi. Hashira already onto the side and more. Hunter's Fury into play. Rolling Thunder is the answer, and Invi, even though he will be seen, he will also be heard, and right now he has done the damage to give Hashira this fight.
A quick, swift take here of the C site, and they realize that, okay, let's play a bit of a pace. Johan, he could have found more than one there, but unfortunately could not find more. Rabbit's going to find Modski. Now it's going to bring it down to a 1v4 situation, and, well, it's going to be a bit of a move to point here for Carl. He's able to find one frag. Actually, he gets the double, and both of the remaining Hashira defenders are low here on the site. So if he goes for this wall bag, and he does get Soba even that much more lower. Will he get the ping off? Yes, he will. This could potentially be a frag for him. Shock Dart to come out. That's going to find its mark. There it goes. 1v1 situation. 9 bullets on his Phantom. Now, the spike is planted there towards Long, and so... Actually, it's not planted towards... Oh, yes, it is. And so he can actually deny this. He does have the spike cam. Knows he's not sticking it. Does not know where the spike cam is. He's going to get taken down, and, well... The power of technology prevails.
Actually, this is why we have CCTVs everywhere. You cannot commit crimes, and in this case, you cannot go for the defuse because of Jeremy saying, I tagged you. Do you really want to try this? Do you really want to die to my hand? And Carl says, no, I did a good round already. I got the kills that we needed, but unfortunately, just the angle and the time, not going to be fanning out for ArkAngel whatsoever. Hashira now, at the very least, getting that last round. And I've been saying it time and time again, Black and Blue. If you are on the losing side of the first half, getting that last round is very important. Not because it has any kind of bearing on your economy for the second half, but that's confidence. The momentum might go in your favor a bit more. Clean slate this time for both sides. And we'll see if Hashira can defend, as Jeremy will be setting up on C. ArkAngel, though, looking to siege where the Cypher is at.
Hopefully, for the sake of Hashira, they can play their attack here. Rather, the defense here better than they did their attack. Because, well, ArkAngel are doubled up in terms of the score 8-4. But let's see this now. The action is about to happen here towards the seaside. Execute is going underway. Ching is going to find the first frag into Jeremy. He was not looking the right way there, perhaps, and so giving him a haircut with a frenzy. You're going to get the plant off. No one here to deny that plant from happening in the first place, so they're going to have to play the retake. None of the other defenders here for Hashira in place to even get it off. They're still going to go for the flank. Actually, they only have Rabbit here towards Garage, and Johan and Ching will get a double kill. This is not looking well for Hashira's defense at all. Now, the Classic will find its way there for Rabbit, but that's the only thing he's going to find, and ArkAngel get the second pistol in their way, 9-4, and this could easily be a 10-4, which means they're going to be only 2 rounds away, potentially after this, from match point.
And ArkAngel getting that initial momentum going to be huge coming into this next round. Spectres, Vandal, and Bulldog. And say what you will about the tactical crouches, I've really been seeing that's very important about a scene, just to keep your own mental game up. And it is basically, the scene is more or less close to one another after all the experiences in the FPS genre. So it's okay, I'd say. I still don't think it's the best thing to do, but if it makes your game even better, then why the hell not? One thing to note though is here for ArkAngel, they respect Hashira and what they've shown, especially on buy. They always go for the buys here as much as they can. They do have the best arsenal they can unleash coming into this round. You just have to be careful because Hashira might pull in a surprise, as this is going to be Rabbit having the shorty in hand.
Tactical crouch as coined there by Mr. Dax himself. You claim it. It's yours.
No, it's everyone's. Everyone deserves it. It's better than the other name, that's for sure.
Give the people what they want.
They are giving the people what they want. We're getting some great action here. We're just here for the ride. As casters, we just enjoy. We just say what we want to say. And you know what we want to see is the Aldrone getting a tag onto the Omen, as ArkAngel says, there are guys here in A. Let's go see.
Yeah, right call to make. There are 2 defenders here for the side of Hashira on towards C, right? Jeremy's going to be able to try something. Aether, though, with the Bucky, able to find Modski, but Ching is going to get the double kill, clearing out the C side right for the taking. But look at this. The breach has pushed in very eagerly. Envy's going to get shut down immediately, though, not even standing a chance in stopping that plant off. 21 HP on him, but Ching, he's going to get the spike line down. Nothing Hashira can really do to stop this. And as I said, it's going to be a quick and easy 10-4 really with the economy advantage in their way. A shorty is all he can do with, and Shali, you're on the wrong ride.
This is not going to be a good sign for our Omen, that's for sure. Rabbit, you know, sometimes there are too many rabbits in the world, and it's time to cull one more. This shorty just hiding there. It's a bit of the exit. The thing is, ArkAngel knows exactly where Rabbit is at, and that's going to be 3 people saying hello to Rabbit. No more hat-tricks for you. ArkAngel up by 6. Hashira in their way, getting a bit lost right now, and it really feels like that momentum has shifted to ArkAngel. Looking at the scoreboard, it still is a bit of the same issue here for ArkAngel. It has been a bit of the 4v5 on the stats, but now, it is more of the 4v1, I would say. Hatred really putting up such a good carry here for Team Hashira. Everyone else needs to step up. And for both squadrons, they do want to refine their play as much as possible before they make it to the grand finals, because all eyes are on them right now to see who will face off against Bren Esports. ArkAngel, no! Gonna be going for the push. Hatred in the meantime, eager to die, and just dashing on in just to really fall flat, as even though the flashpoints there from Team Hashira does get some connections, it's still ArkAngel having the numbers to go for the covering fire, the firing squad there to get that takedown, and Carl catching out the Omen there. That's goodbye to Rabbit. A bit of alert even for Motsky. He's gonna get caught out on the other side, and Jeremy from across the map gets that kill.
There it goes. And is able to dissuade him actually, and Ching is able to find the frag, and they've made their way now towards sewers. All the defenders here for the side of Hashira are on towards C. They actually don't know if they're going to commit towards the A side here. What is Envy doing there on the breach so far away? He's going to actually go for the long flank, and are they going to actually try for this? That is the question. They kind of have to. If they lose this, they're going to be in a bad shape economically, and they're going to be at the cusp of match point. So it's really do or die right now for Hashira, but they decide, okay, let's cut our losses, go for the save, give this round up, get a full buy, drop for teammates right after, and see if they can still retain their tournament life this weekend.
This is a bit iffy here from Team Hashira. It might have been Envy thinking someone was still around there by C-Long, but now that he's cleared it up, they are looking for the exits instead. Oh, barely misses the Cypher there. Josh is in the meantime trying to run on around. He does get the kill. He does get the exits. And what a play there from Team ArkAngel. He just cleans up house. And it really goes to show that he says, guys, I'm not having the best day, but let me get into the groove. And this is what also propelled them on Icebox a while ago, Black and Blue. He said it a while ago, Josh is not having the best game. And then suddenly, he turned it up to 11 and culminated with the operator clutch at the very end of that map. If we're gonna see it again, ArkAngel, they say 2 more points is all we need, 2 more rounds is all we need to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, man, it sounds looking real good here for Hashira. Only a single member for them in the double digits in terms of the frags, and so it's going to be all up to them to try and bring this one back. Now you can see the aggression has been pushed on here by Decipher towards the garage for the side of Hashira. Now what can they do right now? As well, they've gotten it to a wooden state, and they can potentially wallbang him. So Jeremy has to be very careful with what he's doing. Ching, though, has been able to try and back off of that fight, too. He could have potentially lost his life if he was not careful with that flashpoint. But luckily for him, they're going to be able to readdress and really choose a new avenue of attack. It seems like A-Long is where they do decide to go.
A-Long might as well be the place they call home here, as Hashira doesn't even have people on A site itself, but Hatred has whipped out his signature gun, as we've seen that Bucky, and we'll see if he can get those right clicks to connect time and time again. Envy, though, by the window so far. Mochi in the meantime, moving on around, trying to find a target. There we go with the Omen, though, pushing forward, and Rabbit will get that kill. Good start here for Hashira, not losing a member and getting a pick off. The best chance now for Hashira to hold the line. 27-66 though, having still the high ground. Josh is now feeling the heat, catching out Hatred, and he says, calm down, brother, it's time for you to die. Josh is right now playing by the default. Can he find a target? Rabbit, though, still popping off, and now Rabbit getting the 3K that he needs. The hat trick is going back in his favor. He's looking for a 4. Can he find one more? Jumping on around, though, to get the peaks. Here comes Envy, and now Rabbit trying to mow down one more. He gets the quad feed there to wrap up the round, and Hashira, when the going gets tough, the Hashira way gets even tougher.
The whole gang chimes in at the end there for Hashira, and they're definitely not going to let this one come easy. Now, The From the Shadows ultimate here of Rabbit is now online. The one for Hatred, his Blade Storm, is almost on its way as well. Same with Carl's Hunter's Fury. Ching does have his Blade Storm up and ready here to go. And so this could be him pulling it out, considering the fact that he has not bought yet. He might just be planning to use that and put it to good effect right here now for ArkAngel. But I think a very aggressive B push is what they're mid push rather is what they're going to be doing here. They do smoke off window, and it seems like they're going to be pushing up here. Rabbit, he has taken control of mid for the side of Hashira and Hatred as well to chime in, and they do have mid control for now, but I don't know how long that's going to last. It seems like as soon as these smokes dissipate, they're going to have to kind of well, really let go of what they have control there towards mid. And so they realize that now going on over towards A, because a lot of action has been shown there coming in from the ArkAngel side. Long is kind of littered right now with lots of ArkAngel bodies, and it could potentially be a few targets if they can get the Hunter's Fury online here. But for now, they are going to be clawing their way up now towards B. Scatter is called, and from the shadows he does go. He is teleported his way safely into A long, and he could potentially get the flank off here. They're not going to expect it, and there he goes. Rabbit gets the find off on Ching. Ching had no idea where to expect it, and Modsky will get the trade-off though on Omen, so he's not going to let that go on too long. Josh S will find the frag, go to Envy, then they're going to try and get the planter towards the B side, but they're going to be trapped between both sides, both C and A link. On the side though here of Reyna for ArkAngel, he is going to have an important position. Josh S will get Hatred in return, and well, 4v2, make that a 1v3 after the trade-offs. Will he be able to pull this off? No, he won't. 2766, that's going to be the end of him, and ArkAngel at our series point.
This is match point, series points, and Josh S, he might have gotten a bit of some ripping from the rest of ArkAngel. Like, wait, why are you at the bottom here? You might as well try and come on up. And he says, guys, did you forget that I was the duelist for this roster? Time and time again, now no one's flexing on over to the Sentinel, and he says, okay, I'm going to be going on in, I'm going to be getting those kills, and a 3K there from Josh. It seems like his ritual working on out time and time again, and now ArkAngel having 3 ultimates, having one more round to go to make it to the grand finals. Hashira though, it is going to be time for them to try and survive one more time from the Angels. You know, Hashira, these guys, the Demon Slayers truly of the Philippine scene, but against some Angels, it just might not be the matchup they're looking for. Modsky right now trying to push alongside Ching, the dynamic duo that is these duelists having to be looking to find maybe a target or two. Envy now waiting it out, and they've really proven themselves here. ArkAngel making the roster swap for good reason. ArkAngel being as explosive as can be, and as we said, only one more round away for that first strike rematch.
One round away from a possible shot at redemption here to get another game in the pocket. ArkAngel, they do seem to be still very patient where they want to go. They've taken control of long, yes, here towards A main, and they can push up sewers, but they're going to hold off on that thought for now. As Johan is crawling his way up here, C long, he waiting inside Cubby. He's going to wait for the rest of his team to try and climb on in. I believe the Reyna here for ArkAngel is going to try and help the Cypher who's trying to make his way into the garage position, but no, they're just going to try and stack C long. Look, the tailwind burn there. Hatred's going to try and escape, and he's going to play this smoke perfectly, but he's only able to find one in that stead. 4v4 situation as they try to get the plant off. He's still nowhere in sight, as a lot of the defenders here for Hashira have finally collapsed on it. Rabbit's going to get the double kill. Johan, he will get found, and Carl will follow suit. 2v3, 12 seconds left on the clock, and they have to make a play here. Ching is able to find the frag. He's going to be the last one left alive, though. Jeremy's going to find Josh S. What can he do? He's going to need a double kill here, and there it goes. Hashira are able to stay alive for now and bring the deficit in half.
Gotta be too eager there for Ching. That was a statement dash, by the way, there, Black and Blue. He says, you are not gonna hit me with his Blade Storm. And Hatred could not make it happen, but then Hatred just lets it go. He realizes that there's still more on the line, there's still more people to kill, and he decides to stay in there by C long to get a frag with his frenzy. So good goal there from Hashira. Another step up from Rabbit, really showing his veteran leadership, his veteran play, and keeping Hashira alive. 6-round gap. Can Hashira actually withstand this time and time again? ArkAngel in the meantime ready with all their ultimates in the world and more. Full power time from ArkAngel as they push onto A side, and here comes AA looking to just make this bad result work. At 27-66, getting the takedowns. Carl does get the refrag onto the Sova. Off your feet though, as the Rolling Thunder is there. And Hashira zoning out ArkAngel for now, leaving Josh S. and Carl to clean up house. Can they do it? Then the double intel, clutch it out. It's time to find out as the Cypher tries to creep on forward and look for first person to shoot, and there you go. Jeremy will go down. Hashira gonna be only having that numbers advantage only at the individual side, as it's only one man, the difference here between these two.
Hashira has brought the storm here now, Dax, and well, ArkAngel, they cannot let this snowball continue to roll on down this very steep hill. Josh S, he's gonna put out the Cyber Cage, and that alerts him to his position right now. He's eaten and tanked one of the Hunter's Fury. Now Rabbit's gonna, well, get himself removed from the second one. They know he's in the smoke right now. Josh S making lots of his presence known here. He does get his presence revealed, their presence revealed rather, off of that. And as Envy finds Carl, it's going to be up to him in the 1v2. Will he win against this Bucky? I don't have high hopes for him right now. 12 HP. Bucky, all he needs to do is one shot and...
Effective range here, black and blue, but Josh says, no, I don't want to get close to that Bucky. Can he get the tap, though? He got a good flick a while ago, but this time it's Envy getting the 3K. And that Bucky surprise from Hatred also putting a little bit more pressure on ArkAngel. The Neural Temp could have been good, but an even better reaction from Hashira. Just getting on away, moving away from their initial spots, and staying alive against that Cypher.
There it goes. 12-7 on the board. Hashira still has a bit of a ways to go here, though. 5 rounds is a deficit between them and going into overtime, forcing this match into OT. It's going to be a long ways to go still. Cannot get complacent with the lead that ArkAngel has built up here because, well, we do know that they are low on the economy. This could easily be a 4-round deficit at the end of this because, well, HSR are definitely heavily favored in terms of the economy. AA, you're going to have to go for the eco and, well, let's see what they can do with this. They're able to force out the single Vandal, and I think Modsky was kind of looking to force the Stinger there as well, if not the Spectre, but seems like for now he's going to play a bit more conservative, and, well, no, he's actually going to force out the Stinger. Double Stinger, make that the Frenzy rather on Modsky. Stop changing, make your decisions, man.
Make your decisions, and, the decision here is to take a bit of the waiter, I believe, just making sure everything is fine and dandy. You can really see, though, that the pressure is on for both sides. ArkAngel, they just want to wrap this up. Hashira, in the meantime, need to find a way to make this comeback happen. Rifles abound here for Hashira, and the thing is, if they win this round pretty cleanly, they're going to be in a good spot. But if they lose too many people, that might be a terrible, terrible situation for them because their buy might not be too strong into the next round, and that's what ArkAngel is looking for here, black and blue. Find a few pickoffs, get some sudden kills because they have so many rounds to give just to have that advantage in the economic side.
But what advantage can they gain right now here? It's Hashira who really needs to find their footing because, well, they've only recently, started to heat things up, but is it too little, too late at this point? They still have 5 rounds to go if they want to catch up, and now the clock is finally live. Technical pause is finally done, and let's get it on as round number 20 is about to kick off here. Quick maths, and see how things are going to progress. Sova on the end there of A main is going to be the first one to make contact here for the side of HSR. That's 27-66. He does have the shock dart prepped and ready for that lineup, and so he's going to not really find much damage going his way. They're going to actually filter on back out towards the C site, wherein Hatred is going to have to hold down the fort. He's able to play off the off angle, right boosted on top, and he's able to get Johan off the board. Will he find the follow-up, though? No, he's going to tailwind out there, realizing that, okay, this is a bit too hard to deal with. Ching, though, is going to punish him for that, and there's only one single defender here in the C site, but look at this. If he's able to find the frag, and Rabbit's able to find one of his own, it's going to be now a 1v3 situation after Omen just simply pops off. That is Rabbit with his privacy settings somehow on.
You don't even know who he is, but now we do know his impact, and he's running around, bring around the Rosie as Envy is there to get the flash, to get that takedown. And it really just goes to show here for Rabbit, he is a true magician. Time and time again, he's able to pull out a trick from the bag of Team Hashira and keep this team alive. It's a big reason right now that Rabbit has stepped it up on the defensive end to make sure that Hashira has still a chance to make it to that grand final. 14 kills right now from Rabbit. A while ago, it was just in the single digits, so you can really see how much he's worked to get Hashira in this spot right now. Josh is also on the other side, getting to double digits. Both sides really stepping it up as much as possible. But for ArkAngel, the wrap-up is ready. They only need to make sure that they take this delivery and go on over to the grand finals. Can they do it here? They're leaving the spike though behind near the C site, near the double doors if ever, but Ching leading the charge, wanting to open something up here in the middle.
Everything is on the line here. No more 4th, 5th map. This is the best of 3 only, and so it is going to be do or die right now. Hashira, can they bring this one back? They are on the defensive side, so hopefully it has been looking better in their sake here than compared to the first half. Now, ArkAngel, they seem to want to go to the way of Charlie, wherein Hatred this time is not going to be able to hold off the fort. Josh S opening it up there on the C site. ArkAngel have found their way, and this might just be it. Hashira are going to have to pull all the tricks out right now if they want to be able to make this retake happen. And Jing and Carl able to find it. This seems like a done deal. HSR's 2766 is able to find Motsky, but in the end of it, it's going to be a bit too difficult to deal with. He's going to have an insane ace clutch to be able to pull this one off. He's not going to get the frag, and there it goes. ArkAngel are going to be competing against Bren Esports in the grand final tomorrow.
ArkAngel is back, ladies and gentlemen. They are in their form. They are ready to go. And you can see the celebration, the hype, and all in all, the confidence in this roster. AA fly high. AA make it to the grand finals. And it is a date of destiny against Bren Esports here, Black.
Well, Hashira needed to be the demon to slay the ArkAngel, but in the end, it seems like the holy prevails, and they're flying high in the clouds right now, but cannot get too close to the sun because Bren Esports, their bright, fiery yellow is still shining, and, well, they're going to have to go up against Ching, especially. He's going to have to go up against his former team, and he might just be the perfect guy to do so because who knows you better than a former teammate?
Absolutely, but it's a bit of a mentor-mentee kind of situation. Can the student surpass the masters with his own kind of crew to have the lessons that he has gotten from his Bren Esports tenure? Really helped him out in that jet. We saw his mobility really being a key factor, and the impact he had with that jet on all of those angles, especially on Haven, really panning out there for Team ArkAngel.
Very, very well done by ArkAngel. Congratulations as they are going to be moving on forward to the grand final once again tomorrow. That's going to be a best of 5. We're going to have our ladies show match though before that tomorrow. So you guys stick around for that. I know a lot of you are fans of the players that will be playing tomorrow, and of course the ladies are going to be casting that as well. So do tune in for that. But guys, you have to give props to ArkAngel for making it once again back here, and we have a rematch of our first Strike Grand Final, which, while was heavily in the favor of Bren Esports, it might look to be a different story this time as teams have finally been able to kind of unravel some of what Bren Esports has been doing and making them so dominant.
Yeah, Bren Esports looking mortal in this bracket. Can ArkAngel finally fell the god that is Bren Esports using, well, the member named Ching the God from back before. It really is just a new heyday here for ArkAngel. There were many doubts, especially after their week 1 performance, but they have really brought it back after shaking it off yesterday, doing it really, really well today, and it was just a crazy, crazy series. Gotta give props up to Team Hashira. We'll be seeing them yet again in week number 3. And it really was an incredible, incredible matchup there, Black and Blue.
It definitely was, guys. And so, what an amazing game we just saw, and what more amazing games we're going to see tomorrow as we're going to move into day 3, the grand final day of VCT week number 2. The winner of tomorrow is going to be representing the Philippines in the 2021 VALORANT Masters, and we're going to have a 3rd week as well. We're going to find out who is going to be the 2nd representative. But, guys, I think for now that is mostly it. Might just be time to sign off here as it's been looking, well, a very, very long day, a very exciting day. So many matches that really went down to the wire. First match, 3rd match. Bren looked close there on Icebox too. That could have definitely went to map number 3. But guys, well, for the day and for the rest of the shoutcasting crew here and the other talents, I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax, and well, we're going to be signing off for now. We'll see you guys. Stick around for the panel though, as we still do have the giveaway winners to be announced. But for now, peace out.
You watch me do my thing. Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows that it's your you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers Tour, and it is another grand finals between ArkAngel versus Bren happening tomorrow. ArkAngel taking a win against Hashira in a 2-1 victory, finally shaping things up. And now we're going to talk to one of the players that was absolutely crucial in that last game. So Johan from ArkAngel, what's up, man? Where you at?
Bootcamp. Sa bootcamp kami lahat.
All right. So real quick, I want to ask you, you guys look really good today. Like, no joke, I've seen such a big improvement from your play yesterday. What happened yesterday from today that made you change and improve so much?
Nag-usap-usap kaming mga team na balik yung composure namin, kung ano ginagawa namin sa scrim, gawin lang gawin namin. Kumbaga, lahat ng error namin nung match ng Dreamfire, lahat lang namin.
Yeah.
Tsaka tiwala sa isa.
Yeah, that seemed like it seemed like you actually trusted each other more today. Like your crossfires were actually better set up. You were trading effectively, and just an overall improvement in ArkAngel, getting closer to the ArkAngel that we all know that we have come to know and like really be fans of. So, I have to ask you, Johan. You have another grand final between you guys and ArkAngel. It's like a rematch. How does that feel for you? You guys and Bren, sorry.
Masaya ako kasi makakatapat ko na naman yung mga dati kong teammates sa CSGO. Kumbaga, bakbakan na naman, gamitan na naman maraming strat.
And do you feel like you have a better chance at beating them this time?
Siyempre, lahat naman kami dito sa bootcamp, ginagawa namin best namin para mag number 1 stage tsaka maging better sa C.
Yeah. I think we all want that to have really good representatives, and you guys are also one of the teams that Bren has looked at, as a threat as well. So again, congratulations on your victory. But before we go and end the show, I want to ask you, Johan, real quick, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to, and do you have a message for your opponent, Bren, tomorrow?
Shoutout nga pala sa family ko, sa asawa ko kay Phil de Guzman, tsaka sa mga sumusupport sa ArkAngel. Sa Bren, handa nyo na pwet nyo kasi handa na kami.
Okay. Somebody clip that, please. Thank you very much, Johan, with the next level trash talk. I absolutely love it. This is what we need to see here. Thank you again, Johan, and congratulations. All right, so that was it. A clip for last words from Johan. Caught me a little bit off guard. What a way to end the day. It just goes to show that ArkAngel never really running out of surprises. But again, my name is Illustrato, and I'm going to bring it down to the panel with us. Actually, before I bring it to the panel real quick, we want to talk about some things right now. We're going to be doing the... Oh, no, sorry. The giveaway comes later. I will bring it to the panel. I beg your pardon. It's been a long day. So, hey, Trix and Viminal, Hashira, they really struggled in the last game, and they struggled in the first game, and they put things together in the second game. Let's just, technical issues aside, because we know that they were plagued by them. But at this point, there's nothing we can do. We can't talk about that. We didn't see that. There had to be more than that. What else do you think went on in that game?
I think, Hashira, and I'm sure Trixie, you'd agree with me here, had a lot of really good set plays and sort of set protocols here and there. But it just so happened that they were up against ArkAngel, who were really, really on point today. I mean, I really can't put it other than that. But of course, there were some signs of some real greatness there. Envy on the second map, which they won, had a really, really strong showing and proved to us that it wasn't only a Hatred and Jeremy show.
Yeah.
Other members of the team were capable of stepping up as well, but
Definitely a lot of potential on Hashira's side. You saw that they worked on strategies. They're making these set plays. We saw the pushes and really great teamwork in general. But I would just warn Hashira moving forward that you can't rely on those. And you proved that to yourselves today. You proved that you're great. You're creative. But now is the time to prove that fundamentally you're going to be even better. And it's just a working step from here.
I agree with you. That's actually wonderfully put, Trix, because, in that last match, we saw that it wasn't just enough to have great set pieces. And they had a lot of them, but sometimes your enemy is just going to read you.
Yeah.
So there has to be a better way of dealing with it. And strengthening your fundamentals, that's one way of doing it. We saw some issues, aside from technical issues, honestly, let's point out, 2766 did not have the best series. I don't want to say he dropped the ball, but it just didn't feel like his impact was all that there in that last series.
I think this definitely comes with not having a structured default or a structured way of playing together, because there are definitely moments where I felt 2766 could have really popped off, but it requires more of the team understanding how to let each other pop off. We've seen their duelists really shine, but that's also because it's a duelist's role. So how do you make a Sova shine the way Jesse Vash does? And a big part of that is great teamwork.
Yeah, no, I agree. Putting together two duelists and making them really shine, that's not all that hard. But if you can make your Sova shine, the way Bren does, that's something to behold.
I mean, really, it's a utilization of those utilities and the way you maximize it and your grasp or knowledge behind those utilities. And that's why Jesse Vash is able to do what he does. I feel like 2766 is a bit lacking in that department. Could definitely improve on that in the near future.
No, I agree with you completely there. I feel like a lot of what he did was sort of responsive rather than affirmative action. And I feel like that's something that they can work on in the future. Now, let's talk about ArkAngel here. They had Josh S finally getting some kills at the very end. He had a very quiet series. He was 1-11 at some point, I think, in the game. And finally, he got into it the last map. And wait, before that, sorry, Modski. Let's talk about him and Modski. Modski was just
Modski popped off.
Beast mode today.
Yeah.
So good to watch.
Where do we even start?
Okay, let's go with Modski first.
Okay.
Because holy moly, I'm just gonna say it straight up. He probably won the game for ArkAngel, not single-handedly, but.
I do think that Modski was an extremely important factor to ArkAngel winning, but I want to say that ArkAngel definitely seemed to read Hashira very well throughout the matches. And a big part of it, as I said earlier, is just that Hashira has a lot of set plays, and that's a lot of sound cues for ArkAngel to work with. And being people who come from other titles, who have played other titles and are used to reading tactically opponents, I say it would come naturally to them, as we saw in Icebox.
Yeah, I think the sterling example of that was when they went for an A hit on Icebox, and the immediate response of ArkAngel. Most other teams would stop in their tracks, wait for it to play out, maybe get some picks, but instead they leave completely. Realize that there's at least 3 in A, and they go down mid and hit B side.
Yes,
that split decision making that really set them apart in this situation. Now, having a lot of set plays is a good thing, definitely, but it's not the end-all, be-all of your play. I mean, definitely adaptability and on-the-fly critical thinking is going to be your best bet.
It should be like the icing on a cake.
Yeah.
That's what set plays are for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like they're nice and they're fun and they're exciting to see when they do it right. But you have to have a little bit more, I think, substance than
Yes, you need something inside it first, and
Yeah.
then be like, these are extra set plays just to push us forward.
But I do feel like they have good substance. It's just that I feel like they need to reinforce it.
Yeah,
If you know what I
it's
mean.
like shape it a bit more, and really, Hashira is an up and coming team. I'm excited to watch more games from them.
Let's talk about ArkAngel now. Mm,
Well,
Yeah.
I shall start this.
Okay.
ArkAngel, great difference from yesterday's matches, which I am so happy
you
to
mean
see.
they're actually holding crossfires today?
Yes, they are holding crossfires today. They're trusting each other. They're marking correct angles. They're refragging a lot quicker than last time. Sometimes I would see Modski lurking, which I actually don't mind because for me, my personal opinion, Reyna's a good lurking hero, like
Yeah.
lurking agent. She just pops off, she gets the kills, she heals herself.
Yeah.
You can leave her on her own as long as she knows what she's doing. And Modski did.
Let's ask you a real quick question, Viminal. How do you feel about Jeremy on Cypher?
Jeremy on the Cypher, it worked against the other team, right? I
Empire.
mean, we saw, yeah, we worked against Empire, perhaps because Empire, we were speculating that your communication wasn't really on point. Jeremy was able to exploit those weaknesses by his lonesome. But when you have a coordinated team that's on point in the form of AA today,
They needed the firepower.
they needed more firepower, and literally one man cannot open a site by his lonesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. I think they needed that firepower. They needed that Jeremy hatred connection. It just wasn't there in that map. I do want to point out, Rabbit did pop off, though.
Yes.
He had such a great run in that series. And, it was unfortunate. I think the rest of the team wasn't really able to set up.
I feel like Rabbit and Josh has kind of popped off at the same
Yeah,
time.
it's so funny. Two of the players that were like,
little
guys, come
quiet.
online.
Yeah.
And then at the very last moment, they're like, we've been waiting for this moment to show you our full potential.
And they do it simultaneously.
Yeah.
It was actually really cool to see. But yeah, definitely Rabbit, team captain of Hashira, really stepping it up right there. But
Yes.
unfortunately, just was not enough to secure the win for his team.
Yeah, but if I were to pick an MVP, it's probably Modski, right?
I think I would pick Modski or Ching.
Modski or
Okay,
Ching.
King was really good, especially on Icebox.
Yes.
He was nuts on Icebox, but
Johan was also doing very well.
yeah,
in
Johan
Icebox.
was quite good. There's some, I think, leagues apart.
They all really worked very well together in general. You could see that all of the players stepped up.
Yeah, okay, but let's take a look at who actually is the MVP. And the real winner is, we're going to, no drum rolls this time. It's Modski, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, 234. Words are hard. 234.5 and
2345.
2345, yeah, and 173 on the average kills, 17.3, 0.8 kills per round. So I don't really feel like this really tells much of a story, but
Yeah.
he is your MVP.
Definitely my MVP.
I mean, we saw those moments where he would just get that flank and get a 4K
Yeah.
snowball really on that Reyna, just using her kit to its maximum potential. That's how you play Reyna. You
As I
definitely
was,
frag out.
yes, and as I was telling Viminal earlier while we were watching it, every time I see Modski, I think of the song "All by Myself"
And-
because he's just lurking by himself and then getting all the
carry,
frags.
And you don't traditionally you don't want to have your duelist actually doing the lurking
That's
role
true.
and whatever. And still, Modski made it work. But before we continue any further, let's talk about the bracket. Our journey to the path to the grand final. Our journey and the path to the grand final, rather. And the grand final is tomorrow. It's exciting, exciting times, and it's a rematch of a rematch of a rematch of a rematch of a rematch. Bren versus ArkAngel, the two top, well, supposed top two teams in the country. Bren versus ArkAngel. ArkAngel finally finding their form and yet again coming into a grand final slot. Question is, will we put them in our top 5 power rankings? That's still something that we have yet to see. But tomorrow, it's a Bren versus ArkAngel game. Do you guys feel like there's any chance that ArkAngel can take this win against Bren?
Honestly, it's going to be a long shot, man. I'll be honest with you right now. It's going to be a long shot. But ArkAngel, they showed a really stark contrast from their performance in their previous days versus today. So,
I believe
knows?
ArkAngel can do something about it if they continue the dedication that they put from day 1 to day 3, and if not, then again to stage 3, where they improve as a team, they develop as a team, and it shows in the map.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. But let's talk about other winners here today. You guys, lucky winners at home. we have decided to bestow upon you the gift of Valorant points. And we're doing that with 1,500 Valorant points to 10 lucky winners at the end of the day here. So congratulations to you. And here are the names. J. Ryan Romualdo, Jin De Guzman, Sophie Serrano Luna, Andre Perez, Franz Gershom Sia, Jasper De Roselon, Ayer Magaro, Aaron Kane Perez, Jerick Salam, and Jamal Jazir M. Arab. Or Arab. So congratulations to you guys. You have just won 1,500 plus Valorant points. That's a lot. Pull your resources together and maybe you can just all share skins somehow. Maybe make some new friends. So congratulations to you guys. And it's been an amazing, amazing time here. But before we go, I'd like to get your last thoughts on panel. Any last thoughts of the day before we send these guys home and pack in tricks? I'll start with you.
Fantastic matches, very close matches. This whole stage, I'm really excited to see what we have tomorrow.
I mean, from just like yesterday, it was a lot of 2-1s. Perhaps a Bren versus OG. That was something I was really, really looking forward to see. Again, Bren just showing us why they're still at the top dog of the Philippine scene. And yeah, also very looking forward to tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, I am too. And that was it for us panelists here today. So again, my name is Illustrato. I've been your panel host and with my co-panelists, Trix and Viminal, but it's time for me to sign us off. So on behalf of all of us here at the VALORANT Challengers Philippines, thank you, good game, and good night.